Chapter 1. All-inclusive service. What a useless waste of space, daring to act alongside us. Get lost. Go feed the zombies and buy us a little time. The two women exchange barbs, their captain offering no rebuttal whatsoever. Tears threatened to spill from Chu Chu's eyes, yet she understood that in this apocalyptic world, tears held no value. She would not cry. Do you have no conscience? My father died saving you, and you took the crystal core from my hands to enhance your powers. Now that you're faced with difficulties, you wish to abandon me. Chu Chu gazed at them in disbelief. Were they not her most trusted allies? As long as you provide us with the crystal core, we might consider letting you live a few more days. A tall woman wore a sardonic smile as she spoke. Little sister, do you truly believe we are the good guys? We are merely after the crystal core. You are of no use to us now. No sooner had she finished speaking than another woman pushed her out of the way. Don't. Chu Chu cried out in anguish, inadvertently drawing the attention of the zombies. These were merely low-level zombies, insignificant to those inside. But for Chu Chu, who had always been shielded, they posed a catastrophic threat. Chu Chu closed her eyes. She blamed no one but herself for being naively trusting. In this world of despair, genuine friendship was a myth. Everything she had felt was an illusion. If given a second chance, she would never trust anyone again. Time passed, though she could not say how long, and the anticipated pain never materialized. She opened her eyes to find her surroundings transformed utterly. The ruins had vanished, replaced by a pristine building, starkly contrasting the apocalypse. Ding. Congratulations, host, for binding with the ultimate bathhouse system. Please check in promptly and take on the role of manager. The system's voice was devoid of warmth, mechanically reminding Chu Chu of her new reality. In an instant, she comprehended what had transpired. She had encountered system, and for the time being, she ought to be safe. Please name the bathhouse. Let's call it the Surviving After the Catastrophe Bathhouse. Naming successful. Surviving After the Catastrophe Level 1. Featuring a shared bathhouse for both genders, each accommodating one person, unlocking 2 single rooms available for check-in. Chu Chu pushed open the bathhouse door, revealing the reception desk, complete with a standard small bed, several plastic chairs, and a small table in the lobby, alongside a vending machine stocked with instant noodles and bottled water. Continuing deeper into the premises, she discovered 2 bathhouses, the left marked male and the right female, a musty odor wafting from within. As she pushed open the door to the bathhouse, she found the floor grimy, with around 20 shower heads, all gray. Only one shone brightly, indicating it was operational. Point 2 single. Rooms are located on the second floor, numbered 201 and 202. Upon entering, one may notice a peculiar odor, yet the overall ambience remains relatively tidy, featuring a single bed and a wardrobe that suffice for basic needs. At the end of the hallway lies a communal restroom, distinctly divided for men and women, available for complimentary use upon check-in. Chu Chu has endured more than a year in this post-apocalyptic world. Initially, she was sheltered by her father's protection, suffering little hardship. However, since his departure, she has experienced a nomadic existence, having even resided in a pig pen. Now, confronted with such orderly accommodations, her heart swells with excitement. Is this truly my bathing center? Chu Chu asked incredulously, hoping that if it were a dream, she would never awaken. Not doubt the authenticity, dear host. Here, you are the sole master. No one can threaten your position. With a mere command, the system shall comply wholly, activating its identification mechanism. Anyone posing a threat to the host will be automatically teleported away and placed on a blacklist. You may freely utilize the items within the establishment, indulge in the food, but do not waste it, lest you face punishment. Outsiders, however, must use points to procure items. There is a point exchange station at the cash register, where anything can be redeemed. Points serve as the sole currency of this establishment. The host shall not encounter any zombie attacks. The bathing center is unequivocally safe. Neither natural disasters nor man-made calamities shall threaten the center or its patrons. A perimeter of 1 meter surrounding the center is also completely secure. Upon learning of these circumstances, Chu Chu scarcely considered anything else. She had not eaten for 3 days, surviving solely on water, and was devoid of strength. Previously on high alert, she now seized a bowl of instant noodles, a bottle of mineral water, and a piece of bread from the vending machine. Unable to contain her hunger, she hastily shoved the bread into her mouth. After scouring the entire first floor for a drinking fountain, the system informed her that it could only be accessed by upgrading the bathing center. Thus, she resolved to use the mineral water for her noodles. Satiation was paramount. After quenching her hunger and thirst, Chu Chu reclined on the small bed beside the cash register and fell asleep. Upon awakening, she discovered that night had fallen, while the establishment remained brilliantly lit. Feeling uneasy, Chu Chu extinguished the lights. In a world like this, excessive visibility might attract ill-intentioned individuals. Having learned from past mistakes, she had once acted foolishly, but now she vowed never to repeat such folly. Help! A piercing cry shattered the silence, prompting Chu Chu to instinctively lock the door. Detected incoming customers, please open the door to conduct business, dear host. The system chimed persistently, and Chu Chu cautiously opened the door a crack, revealing a disheveled woman running frantically, pursued by several zombies, who were swiftly closing in. Desperation flickered in the woman's eyes. Gritting her teeth, Chu Chu flipped on the door light and beckoned the woman. Come quickly, I am safe here. Upon hearing the gentle voice, the woman rushed forward recklessly. Just as the zombie was about to seize her, it unexpectedly retreated. Chu Chu understood that the woman had entered the confines of the bathing center, rendering the zombie oblivious to her presence. Fear not, you are safe now, Chu Chu assured, leading the woman away from the hall of the bathing center while making an introduction. Welcome to the Survival Spa. Would you like to avail yourself of our comprehensive services? Chapter 2. The Troublemaking Man. The woman gazed at her in confusion. She hardly had the inclination to bathe at that moment. Opting for our comprehensive service not only includes bathing, but also accommodation and meals. As long as you do not waste and your points suffice, you may indulge freely. Noticing the woman's apprehension, Chu Chu began to elaborate on the offerings included in the comprehensive service. Upon hearing that food was available, a glimmer of hope sparked in the woman's eyes. She had not had a satisfying meal in quite some time. Chu Chu guided her to the cashier, explaining, all your belongings can be exchanged for points. Simply place them on the point measurement device, and it will automatically assess and credit your account. An overnight stay requires 20 points, and other services similarly demand points. The woman removed the necklace from her neck and placed it on the measurement device, which displayed. Item, gold necklace. Value 100 points. Would you like to apply for a membership card and recharge? Having witnessed the safety of this place, the woman chose to proceed with the recharge without hesitation. A card emerged from the device, bearing her basic information. Name, Songjia. Gender, female. Points, 100. Songjia checked into room 201, purchasing bread and water for a total of 27 points. Upon entering room 201, she found it somewhat dilapidated, yet relatively tidy, which put her at ease. She ate her food, neglecting even the basics of washing up before closing her eyes and rest. In the hall, Chu Chu reviewed the requirements for leveling up. To reach level 2, she needed 100 points, which would unlock more rooms and a water dispenser. The journey to level 2 was still far off. She gazed out at the desolate street and sighed, deciding to close her shop. Congratulations to the host for welcoming their first guest. A lottery can be conducted, with generous prizes awaiting you. Chu Chu looked at the lottery wheel that appeared before her, showing one opportunity to draw, and she clicked without hesitation. Moments later, a flash of golden light illuminated the space as she won the grand prize. The host may choose 2 rewards from the following options. A. Breakfast shop. B. Fast food restaurant. C. 1 employee. Without a moment's pause, Chu Chu selected the fast food restaurant and 1 employee. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. The fast food restaurant is located on the 3rd floor, room 301. Only those holding their personal point card may dine at the fast food restaurant. The fast food establishment operates 24 hours, currently offering only noodles and buns. As the bathhouse undergoes upgrades, a wider array of culinary delights will be made available. Noodles? Buns? Chu Chu eagerly ascended to the 3rd floor, for life in the apocalypse was exceedingly harsh, with sustenance often scarce, and she had long forgotten the comforting taste of warm noodles. She promptly devoured a bowl of noodles along with 2 large meat buns, feeling utterly content thereafter. Yet a lingering sense of forgetfulness nagged at her, though she could not recall what it was. However, the fact that it had slipped her mind suggested it bore no significance. She reclined on her bed and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, a creature resembling a Hello Kitty began to appear in the lobby, gradually tending to the cleaning. Knock, knock. Early the next morning, Chu Chu was roused by a series of loud knocks. Rubbing her eyes, she paused for a moment before realizing that her circumstances had drastically changed. Is anyone there? Please open the door. I beg you. Help me. Chu Chu furrowed her brow, as she despised being disturbed during her sleep. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, one could never know the hardships others might be facing. As she contemplated opening the door, the Hello Kitty creature approached and executed her command. What on earth? Chu Chu was startled. She had merely taken a nap, and yet this peculiar being had manifested. Please take note. Host, this is your employee. You may name it, and it can perform any task for you. Future upgrades will allow for anthropomorphism. Let's call it Little Cat. Chu Chu recalled that there had indeed been a notification yesterday, which had slipped her mind due to her indulgence in food. The door swung open, and a disheveled pair of individuals rushed inside, clearly desperate, for they had nowhere else to seek refuge, with a horde of zombies trailing behind them. Upon entering, the man and woman hurriedly attempted to shut the door, followed closely by a disheveled woman. Let her in, Chu Chu commanded, observing them closely. The two newcomers, however, remained unfazed and began surveying the layout of the establishment. Chu Chu was taken aback, suddenly remembering that the system had informed her that the bathhouse was a safe zone within a 1-meter radius, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, many matters had become overwhelming, but now she possessed the ability to take control. With this thought, a smile graced her face as she approached and allowed the disheveled woman entry. The other three had long been cornered by zombies, leaving them stunned and prompting them to scrutinize the establishment. May I ask if you three are here to stay or to dine? Chu Chu explained the rules of the bathhouse. The first pair to enter promptly produced a Tier 3 crystal core and placed it upon the point measurement device. This was a Tier 3 crystal core emitting a faint green glow. Name: Tier 3 crystal core. Value: 1,000 points. Would you like to apply for a membership card and recharge? The man chose without a moment's hesitation. Name: Zhang Cheng. Gender: male. Points: 1,000. Currently, there's only one single room available. Do you wish to check in? Upon hearing this news, Zhang Cheng immediately became aggressive. Are you mocking me? Why else would I be here if not to stay? I'm sharing the room with my wife. Zhang Cheng wrapped his arm around the woman's shoulders, leaving a trace of saliva on her face. Room 202 upstairs. Please proceed. However, I must inform you that if two individuals are staying in one room, they may use a single points card for access. If dining is involved, the lady must also possess a points card. Chu Chu kindly reminded him, aiming to adhere to the system's regulations and to avert any potential misunderstandings. Are you running a scam? Zhang Cheng released the woman and without hesitation seized Chu Chu by her collar. A woman should know her place. If I don't get my way today, I swear I won't bear the name Zhang. Chu Chu remained expressionless. Sir, please release me, or I will have to ask you to leave. Zhang Cheng, undeterred, closed the distance between them. Curious to see what this seemingly fragile woman was capable of, Chu Chu stood tall and unwavering. Are you trying to intimidate me? I am not easily frightened. Zhang Cheng was utterly convinced he could not be expelled. Chapter 3. Is she still human? As Zhang Cheng's vision darkened, he found himself surrounded by a horde of zombies upon regaining consciousness. Terror washed over him, rendering his legs weak with fear. In his heart, he fervently prayed, "Do not come near me. Please, for the love of all that is sacred." Yet, the wretched zombies had already detected his presence. In a frantic attempt to escape, he realized the futility of his efforts. With the undead encircling him, there was nowhere to flee. Meanwhile, Tian Susu, Zhang Cheng's wife, watched the harrowing scene unfold on the television in the living room. In desperation, she pleaded with Chu Chu, "I implore you, spare him. If you do not, he will surely be bitten by the zombies. I assure you, he will never again stray from the path." Chu Chu felt a profound sense of uncertainty. This was her inaugural experience in administering punishment, and she feared the dreadful possibility of a living person being bitten by a zombie. Yet, she maintained an impassive facade, acutely aware that she could not afford to show mercy at this moment. Otherwise, the next person to be bitten by a zombie could very well be her. "Oh, my dear husband, have you been bitten?" Tian Sisuo rushed over to examine the wound. The ghastly marks left by the zombie's teeth were stark and alarming. Zhang Cheng, disheveled and trembling, cast a fearful glance at Chu Chu. A wave of dread washing over him as he realized he had soiled himself in terror. "I was wrong, boss, I was wrong. I will do whatever you say." Zhang Cheng believed that Chu Chu must possess a way to save him. He immediately knelt down, bowing his head in apology, pleading for his boss to grant him a chance at salvation. "This is a bathing center. A single wash costs 30 points. With a wound of this severity, you can heal in just one session." Upon the suggestions that emerged in her mind, Chu Chu proposed a corresponding solution. Zhang Cheng was overjoyed to hear this. He felt as though he had been saved. "Regarding the points card of Tian Susu, may I inquire if there are any items available for redeeming points?" With a gentle demeanor, Chu Chu gazed at them, prompting them to produce a third-level crystal core. "Name, Tian Susu. Gender, female. Points, 1,000. This is your points card. Please keep it safe." Chu Chu handed the points card to the other party and added, "Should you require a recharge, please seek out my little cat. It serves as the attendant here, so do not hesitate." After the two departed, another woman, who had been huddled in the corner, hesitated momentarily before finally speaking up. "Boss, may I dine without staying at the inn?" "Certainly. Please proceed with the recharge." Chu Chu, displaying her understanding, explained that one could engage in activities within a 1-meter radius of the bathing center, assuring her that there would be no zombie attacks. The woman presented a gold ring to Chu Chu, and upon inspection, a card materialized. Name, Chung Ging. Gender, female. Points, 200. Chung Ging purchased a modest meal and settled into a chair in the hall, relishing the long-overdue taste of such delightful food. "Congratulations, host. The bathing center has been upgraded to level 2, unlocking rooms 203 and 204, as well as a drinking fountain, which may be offered to guests free of charge. Upgrade functionality unlocked. The host can enhance the rooms according to guest needs, with corresponding increases in room facilities and more favorable monthly rates." Chu Chu examined the prerequisites for upgrading her room, and to her astonishment, she realized that a substantial amount of points was required for the enhancement. Progressing gradually, she believed that one day she would carve out her own realm in this apocalyptic world. "How remarkable!" A voice of delight emanated from Zhang Cheng as he exclaimed, "My wound has miraculously healed. I shall not transform into a zombie." Chu Chu was quite taken aback, yet she swiftly came to terms with it. Having already bound herself to the system, what else was there to reject? For several consecutive days, no new customers had graced the establishment, leaving a mere 4 individuals within its confines. Even if they diligently accumulated 1,000 points daily, it would still require a considerable amount of time. She had grown weary of the same noodles and buns over the past few days. To unlock new dishes, an upgrade was imperative. The host may choose to distribute flyers or opt to randomly attract customers. For the first time, Chu Chu felt that the system was rather disappointing. Reluctant to expend her points, she resolved to venture out personally to distribute flyers. "Congratulations, host, on making a choice. The system generously provides a mode of transportation, a motorcycle. A gentle reminder, in the eyes of the zombies, the host is akin to air, and they will not attack you. Please embark with confidence and strive to attract more patrons. As this is your inaugural flyer distribution, the system will supply 100 paper flyers free of charge. Please do not waste them. Off you go." Chu Chu pushed open the door of the bathing center and noticed a small motorcycle parked beside it. Fortunately, prior to the end of the world, she had known how to ride a motorcycle, so she set off on it. In her memory, not far from this location lay a base where she could perhaps test her luck, although she held little hope. The base offered food and drink. It was likely that most people would be reluctant to alter their comfortable existence. Still, she felt compelled to give it a try. As Chu Chu rode her motorcycle, she suddenly spotted a horde of zombies rushing toward her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the throttle, propelling herself forward in a surge of adrenaline. To her astonishment, the zombies seemed oblivious to her presence and merely passed by her side. With a raised brow, she realized that the system had not deceived her, and a wave of delight washed over her. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the base, where a few tethered zombies were gnashing their teeth at the entrance. In this apocalyptic world, people often domesticated zombies to ensure their safety, and these creatures were likely kept by humans for self-preservation. On the walls of the base, Two men with binoculars caught sight of Chu Chu. After a period of recuperation, Chu Chu appears remarkably fair and delicate, resembling someone who has not endured the trials of the apocalypse. What do you think? I suspect that someone has sent her to gather information. However, I find that rather implausible. The enemy is not foolish enough to send her for reconnaissance. Perhaps it is merely a tactic to obscure our vision. Your point is also valid. They might have brought her in to ascertain her true intentions. Chu Chu deliberately approached the group of zombies, brandishing her hands playfully, her heart swelling with pride. Go on, bite me. Why do you hesitate now, when you usually appear so formidable? She teased the zombies, while the two men upstairs looked on in utter disbelief. Was she even human? Chapter 4. Completing the task. Task issued. Recruit 2 tenants. The fast food restaurant may sell tea, eggs, and soybean milk. The system's voice pulled Chu Chu from her playful antics. The bathing center had unlocked rooms 203 and 204, both currently vacant, and completing the task would ensure full occupancy. Soybean milk and tea, eggs? In this apocalyptic world, such delicacies were exceedingly rare. With no means to cultivate crops or raise poultry, these items had long since become relics of the past. Chu Chu had long been unaware of these two delicacies, particularly soy milk. Before the onset of the apocalypse, her greatest delight was indeed soy milk, and now, merely hearing the term evokes a salivary response. Initially intending to browse casually, the system's announcement of a task ignited a sense of purpose within her. She was resolute in securing the 2 tenants. At that moment, the gates of the base swung open, revealing a man clad in leather attire, brandishing a weapon, who halted his advance 20 meters away from her. Who might this newcomer be? To gain entry into our illustrious base, one must present 5 third-level crystal cores. Those without qualifications shall be strictly denied access. With a radiant smile adorning her face, she greeted, "Hello, I am here to distribute flyers. Not far from here, there is a bathing center where you can stay overnight and enjoy delicious meals. I assure you will find it delightful." As she spoke, she produced a flyer, intending to hand it to the man. However, the man took 2 cautious steps back and pointed to the ground. Chu Chu delicately placed the flyer on the ground, thoughtfully securing it with a stone. She then took a few steps back, raising her hands in a gesture to indicate that she bore no weapons. The cowboy picked up the flyer and, upon reading its contents, was instantly taken aback. Could it be that the bathing center was a hoax? How could such good fortune exist? Merely a few points in exchange for safe housing, a variety of food, and potable water? Filled with skepticism, the cowboy invited Chu Chu into the base. As he dared not make a decision on his own, he needed to report to his superiors. The leader of the base, who had just seen Chu Chu upstairs, burst into laughter upon reading the flyer. Is that lady downstairs in a sound state of mind? He mused, shaking his head. After enduring such a long apocalypse, people's minds have become quite unhinged. Yet, I find it plausible that the content of the flyer may indeed be true. After all, if zombies can exist, it is not so surprising for a bathing center to emerge as well. The deputy leader, Gu and I, a quintessential pretty boy, possessed considerable prowess, easily overpowering several zombies when they gathered. Lu Fengsheng, the leader, held him in high regard, having promoted him from an ordinary base employee to deputy leader within just a few months. Contemplating Gu Tianya's words, he instructed I, since the bathing center is advertised so enticingly, take the cowboy with you and investigate. Yes, leader. Gu I replied with a respectful gesture, leading the cowboy downstairs to the spot where Chu Chu awaited. Hello, I am Gu I, the deputy leader of this base. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon seeing Gu I, Chu Chu was filled with intrigue. How could such a seemingly delicate young man ascend to the position of deputy leader of the base? Surely he must possess some extraordinary talent in a particular realm. Greetings, I am Chu Chu, the proprietor of the surviving Aftermath bathhouse. Chu Chu calmly introduced herself to the other party, along with her bathing center. Gu and I, intrigued by the bathing center, decided without hesitation to pay a visit and explore it further. Chu Chu rode her motorcycle ahead, swaying slightly, while Gu and I followed closely behind in an off-road vehicle. The zombies, upon sighting them, exhibited an excitement akin to that of mice encountering a cat. Deputy leader. Why aren't the zombies attacking Chu Chu? The cowboy remarked cautiously, scanning the surroundings, his unease palpable. This situation felt amiss. Guti and I, however, paid him no heed, instead fixating on Chu Chu's silhouette, deep in contemplation. This boss was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, a striking sign came into view. Survivor's bathhouse, with the words still flashing brightly above. The light base was the largest in the vicinity, yet such extravagant use of electricity seemed reckless. Who was this proprietor, so indifferent to such matters? As the two disembarked from their vehicle, they were met with an even more astonishing sight. The zombies had inexplicably halted precisely 1 meter from the bathhouse, turning away to roam elsewhere. How remarkable! The cowboy exclaimed. Are we blind? What did you say? Chu Chu's haunting voice pierced the air as she fixed her gaze upon the cowboy, sending shivers down his spine. He shook his head vigorously, sealing his lips. Why do you find their boss so terrifying? Upon opening the door, Chu Chu instantly felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Their gazes fell upon the vending machine, which surprisingly offered an array of snacks and beverages. Recognizing the potential of a significant client, Chu Chu enthusiastically began to elaborate on the amenities of the bathing center, assuring them of round-the-clock access to hot water and electricity during their stay. The second floor housed the accommodations, while the third floor currently featured a fast food establishment, offering only steamed buns and noodles for the time being, with plans to unveil a broader selection of food and shops in the future. Rooms were limited, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Guti and I had begun to trust Chu Chu's words to some extent, yet his ingrained caution prompted him to remain vigilant. How would earn points? Guti and I inquired, scrutinizing Chu Chu for any hidden schemes she might possess. Chu Chu patiently elucidated the methods of acquiring points, feeling fatigued by the thought of having to repeat the explanation for each new guest. She pondered that it would be far more efficient to post the procedure, allowing guests to navigate it independently, thereby alleviating much of the hassle. Is there anything else? Guti and I inquired as he produced a watch, placing it upon the scanner. With a beep, a card emerged. Name, Guti and I. Gender, male. Points, 500. Guti and I successfully checked into room 203. Observing his promptness, the cowboy also retrieved a level 1 crystal core and placed it on the scanner. Name, Cowboy. Gender, male. Points, 200. Boss, are there any rooms available? I wish to stay as well. Room 204 upstairs is available. With a radiant smile, Chu Chu exchanged a single flyer for 2 customers, a truly worthwhile endeavor. Congratulations to the host for successfully attracting 2 patrons. The fast food establishment has now unlocked the sale of tea, eggs, and soy milk, which are available for purchase immediately. Upon hearing the mention of soy milk, Chu Chu wasted no time and hurried to the fast food restaurant on the 3rd floor. Dining at the establishment involved a self-service ordering process at the front desk. The moment an order was placed, the dishes would elegantly rotate into view. Once the meal concluded, exiting the fast food venue would automatically initiate the points settlement process. Should the points in the card prove insufficient, a notification would promptly inform the customer of the deficiency, resulting in a failed order and prompting a reselection, thereby ensuring that no instances of dine and dash would occur. Chapter 5. It seems to present a slight challenge. Chu Chu dined freely at the fast food establishment, a privilege that came with her position as the manager. Although Guti and I and the cowboy had significant standing at the bright base, the scarcity of resources meant that their meals were far from the abundance they once knew. As they gazed at the array of delectable dishes within the restaurant, their mouths watered in anticipation. Is it truly possible to indulge in all this without restrictions? The cowboy inquired, his naivety stemming from the prolonged hardships of the apocalypse, where he had grown accustomed to mere scraps. Guti and I, though equally astonished, concealed his surprise and emulated Chu Chu's manner of ordering. Soon, a steaming bowl of noodle soup and 2 succulent meat buns were delivered to him by the spinning carousel. He eagerly dove into the meal, the combination of hot soup and meat buns bringing him immense satisfaction after such a long absence from indulgent feasting. The cowboy, not to be outdone, followed suit, purchasing his own noodles and buns, devouring them with gusto until nothing remained on his plate. Guti and I was left pondering how such a modest bathing center could possibly boast an abundance of food. What was the source of this bounty? Vice leader, do not frown. We are fortunate to have stumbled upon such a splendid place. Why wear a glum expression? The cowboy, thoroughly enjoying his meal, paid little heed to such concerns. He was simply grateful for a sanctuary where their future needs for food, clothing, and shelter appeared secure. Yet, Guti and I remained cautious. Was the food truly limitless? What purpose did these points serve? In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, any person of sound mind would hoard provisions. He couldn't shake the feeling that there were ulterior motives at play. Despite his unease, he couldn't quite discern the intentions of those running the establishment, deciding instead to remain and observe for a few days. The cowboy, however, was unconcerned. Vice leader, let us live in the moment. The apocalypse has come. We might be devoured by zombies at any time. Why burden ourselves with such thoughts? It is far better to enjoy life while we can. Guti and I refrained from correcting the cowboy, recognizing that everyone possesses their own beliefs. While the cowboy's perspective held merit, it diverged from his own path of thought. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Chu Chu opened the system and, to her astonishment, discovered that she had unwittingly accumulated 1,000 points. Congratulations, host! The bathing center has been upgraded to level 3, unlocking rooms 205 and 206, as well as the general store. The general store now offers towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste for sale. Elevating the store's level will unlock additional items, while tasks may randomly yield relevant goods, which can be sold at the general store. Upon hearing the system's words, Chu Chu immediately rushed to the entrance of the grocery store. She noticed that the lights had already been illuminated, and as she approached, the door opened automatically. Toothpaste and toothbrushes were the items she needed most. Previously, in their struggle for survival, they had gathered only consumables, neglecting non-essential items such as cleaning supplies. Chu Chu is a young lady who cherishes cleanliness and often goes to great lengths to maintain her dental hygiene. Having taken 2 baths at the bathing center, she still found her efforts futile until she finally unlocked the use of toothpaste. When Guti and I and the cowboy entered the fast food restaurant, they noticed that the nearby grocery store had yet to open. Upon their exit, however, they discovered that the store's door had swung open. Brother, shall we venture inside to see what treasures await? The cowboy inquired, having taken to addressing Guti and I as brother following his correction, for referring to him as the deputy leader conjured unwelcome imagery in their nomadic lifestyle. Guti and I nodded in agreement, and upon entering, they were pleasantly surprised to find toothbrushes and toothpaste. This truly was a hidden gem of a store, yet in these times, mere survival seemed paramount. Few seemed to care about hygiene. Observing the tubes of toothpaste on the shelves, Guti and I could not help but shake his head. In this post-apocalyptic world, such items would receive little more than a passing glance if discarded in the street. And their presence in the grocery store now merely invited a layer of dust. Mr. Gu, I must respectfully disagree with your assessment. Chu Chu interjected, immediately opposing his viewpoint. If individuals neglect their hygiene, how are they any different from the undead? Previously, people endured sporadic meals and lacked secure shelter, thus disregarding cleanliness. However, with the establishment of bathing centers, your safety has been assured. Shouldn't one then take pride in their personal appearance? Chu Chu spoke with conviction, and Mr. Gu could discern that. Even before the apocalypse, she must have been someone who valued her personal image. She scrutinized Guti and I from head to toe, even in such a dire environment. He managed to keep himself impeccably clean, and his attire was notably stylish. Thus, she was confident that he had possessed a refined taste prior to the end of the world. Guti and I had been surviving in the apocalypse for so long that he had almost forgotten his original self. Before the world fell into chaos, he was a scion of a wealthy family, always ensuring that he presented himself neatly. Yet in just a few years of turmoil, had he truly forgotten his former appearance? Chu Chu seized the opportunity to promote toothpaste and toothbrushes, which are both effective and affordable, capable of refreshing breath and enhancing one's confidence. Guti and I promptly purchased the toothpaste and toothbrush, while he refrained from buying a towel, considering that one could simply air dry after washing one's face, thus avoiding unnecessary expenditure of points. Chu Chu took her toothbrush and toothpaste and headed to the small bathroom to begin brushing her teeth. The refreshing sensation that followed was indeed invigorating, bringing a delightful sense of well-being. Oh, will I have my own room? Each day, I find myself cramped on this tiny bed, with my privacy completely exposed to the guests. Chu Chu feels that she is becoming increasingly greedy. Previously, she was content with merely having enough to eat, yet now she aspires to possess her own room. Host, please do not be anxious. Complete the task to acquire your own room. Task issued. Please have the 4 guests extend their stay for an additional month. And the reward for the host will be an independent room. Access to the host room is strictly limited to the host and staff. No other individuals may enter. Within the room, the host may utilize points to purchase a variety of household appliances and furniture. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu was immediately filled with excitement. Was it not simply a matter of extending their stay for another month? It appeared to present a slight challenge. Just then, Song Jiaer from room 201 descended the stairs. Having resided there for several days, her points had nearly been exhausted. She yearned to prolong her stay, but was uncertain about what item she had left that could be exchanged for points. Thus, she approached the front desk in hopes of exploring her options. Chapter 6. Unlocking her room, Song Jiaer took out her mobile phone, which had become little more than a mere ornament for them. Aside from photographs of her family, it contained nothing of value. It was only after her visit to the bathing center that she managed to recharge her phone. As she gazed at the cherished images of her family within the phone's gallery, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Yet in this apocalyptic world, she possessed nothing tangible. Her only recourse was to utilize her phone to redeem points. Chu Chu comprehended the reluctance reflected in Song Jiaer's eyes and gently reminded her, "Miss Song, at our bathing center, we accept any items in exchange for points, including crystal cores." Upon hearing this, Song Jiaer was momentarily taken aback. Crystal cores are essential for the cultivation of abilities, yet she, being a non-ability user, possessed only a few of them, which held little value for her. Previously, she had contemplated trading the crystal cores for food, but was deceived in the process. Now, residing in the bathing center, she had no concerns regarding sustenance. Rendering the crystal cores unnecessary, Song Jiaer gathered a few scattered crystal cores and placed them on the testing device. Name, Song Jiaer. Gender, female. Points, 10, 500. To her astonishment, these few crystal cores were worth over 10,000 points. She had transformed from a frown to a radiant smile in the bathing center. She was indeed a wealthy lady. Chu Chu, emboldened by her success, could discern your immense satisfaction with my bathing establishment. Should you contemplate an extended stay, I would recommend a monthly package, as it proves to be more economical. Indeed, it is essential to secure a package. Song Jiaer, with her affluence, promptly opted for a month-s subscription. Thank you for your patronage. In the future, should you choose to extend your stay, you will have the autonomy to operate the equipment. However, do bear in mind that neglecting to renew may result in your expulsion from the bathing center. Chu Chu warmly reminds everyone that she has meticulously noted the methods for recharging points, along with essential considerations for the bathing center, on a piece of paper affixed beside the cash register, thereby sparing herself the need to explain repeatedly. Congratulations, host, you have completed 1/4 of the task. Unlocking progress, 1/4. Chu Chu resolved to seize the opportunity. Recognizing that passivity was not an option, she should proactively approach them to facilitate the monthly package task. The couple in room 202, upon hearing about the possibility of a monthly package, readily consented and proceeded to recharge. Residing here with ample food and drink, and free from the fear of zombie attacks, only a fool would choose to leave. Congratulations, host. You have completed 2 out of 4 tasks. Room unlocking progress stands at 2 out of 4. However, the continuation of the stay for rooms 203 and 204 pose a challenge, as Chu Chu needed to engage them in meaningful dialogue, yet they expressed a desire to stay for a few days first to experience it. Chu Chu, without imposing any undue pressure, merely rested her arms on the counter. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "Boss, my points are limited, but I wish to stay. Could you possibly offer a discount?" Chung Guiying, who had merely applied for a card without checking in, had been vigilantly observing for several days before deciding to reside there. The response came, "I regret to inform you that the room rates are fixed, and for a mere 20 points, you can enjoy unlimited utilities for an entire day and night. There is simply no room for further reduction." Chu Chu felt a deep sympathy for her, yet the rules of the system were unwavering. No one could hope to breach them. Chung Ging's expression immediately fell at a visible pace, for those 20 points were immensely precious to her, enough to sustain her for 2 or 3 days of meals. "Pardon the interruption, boss," she remarked, not wishing to trouble Chu Chu further, and instead seated herself in a chair in the hall, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a bewildered little boy of about 7 or 8, who cautiously peered inside. Upon discovering the presence of others, he let out a sigh of relief. In the world before the apocalypse, 7 or 8 was an age often spent nestled in the embrace of one's parents. Yet this boy wore a vigilant expression, his clothes tattered and soiled, projecting an image of utter desolation. "Welcome to the survival spa. May I inquire if you require accommodation or sustenance?" Chu Chu did not treat him differently merely because he was a child. Every visitor was a guest. Regardless of the other's status, it made no difference to her. "Sister, I have no money, but I possess this." The little boy trembled as he presented the crystal core, struggling to lift it with his injured arm. "A crystal core?" Chu Chu guided the young boy to place the crystal core on the detector, and in an instant, a card was ejected. Name, Su EU, gender, male, points, 500. The boy still had a few crystal cores in his hand, which Chu Chu promptly tucked into Su Yu's pocket, reminding him to take good care of his belongings. "You reside in room 205 upstairs. It costs 20 points for a night. There is a dining hall on the 3rd floor where you can get something to eat. However, I recommend you take a shower in the bathroom on the 1st floor first. It will aid in your recovery." Su Yu accepted the card and immediately headed for the shower, aware of his filthy state. It was only natural that the shopkeeper would prefer the store to remain clean. After his shower, Su Yu felt rejuvenated. Although his arm had been in considerable pain, the warm water eased his muscles, leaving him pain-free. Meanwhile, Chung Guiying watched as a young boy checked into the inn while she was still loitering in the lobby. This was quite embarrassing for her, prompting her to seek out Chu Chu and promptly move into room 206. It was a small sacrifice to endure some hardship for a few days in exchange for a steady supply of crystal cores, allowing her to stay here indefinitely. Chu Chu's eyes widened immediately. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. A look of hesitation crossed her face as she addressed Mr. Gu. "You are well aware that this place is a veritable paradise. Should you too check out, securing a room again will prove quite challenging. Why not consider a monthly package? We can offer a favorable rate, and the 2 rooms will be reserved for you." The cowboy glanced at Gu Tianai, awaiting his decision. Gu Tianai understood that Chu Chu was not exaggerating. The newly established bathing center had yet to gain widespread recognition, and once its reputation was established, it would be exceedingly difficult to find accommodation here. "Very well, we shall also opt for the monthly package." Gu Tianai agreed without hesitation, determined to remain at the bathing center, where life was utterly enchanting. A radiant smile illuminated Chu Chu's face as she beckoned the 2 individuals to come forward for assistance. Rooms 203 and 204 had been booked on a monthly basis, and having fulfilled the system's assigned tasks, she was finally granted her own room. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully secured monthly bookings for 4 guests, and as a deliberate reward, you are now bestowed with an independent room. Though modest in its furnishings, please do not disdain it." The area where the reception desk once stood had vanished, replaced by a mat and a door. Chu Chu pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was spacious, equipped with amenities that were not overly simplistic. However, it contained only a bed and a functional bathroom, while other pieces of furniture, though neatly arranged, were rendered unusable and draped in gray. Chapter 7. Even Cats Need to Eat. Chu Chu is already filled with joy at the prospect of having her own room, for it offers her a semblance of privacy. As for other possessions, they may be gradually acquired over time. After spending a considerable amount of time in the post-apocalyptic world, Chu Chu had almost forgotten the sensation of watching television. Upon checking the television unlock requirements, she discovered that it only necessitated 500 points. System. How many points do I currently possess? Chu Chu resolved to enhance her living conditions, beginning with the television. The host can check their points at the cashier and undertake various upgrades. Receiving this prompt, Chu Chu approached the cashier, accessed the point system, and found that she had a total of 600 points, while upgrading to the 4th level required 10,000 points. Chu Chu selected her room and spent 500 points to purchase a television. Life is truly perfect with a television. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a television. You may enjoy all the content available, featuring an extensive collection of films from both domestic and international sources, spanning from ancient times to the present. Please savor life to the fullest. How delightful! Previously, she was merely an ordinary office worker, lacking the means to afford any memberships. Leader Lu Fengsheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. The notion of unlimited food supply is indeed peculiar. Even the larger bases cannot provide food without limits. In this era, sustenance is exceedingly precious, with each individual receiving a ration daily. To consume more, one must contribute additional crystal cores. Everyone lives on the edge, and now, a paradise has suddenly emerged. With this thought, Lu Fengsheng could no longer remain still. He must swiftly seize the post-apocalyptic bathing center and claim it as his territory. I oppose your viewpoint, Gu Tianai boldly declared. If she could afford such an expansive bathing center in this world, it suggested that she had formidable backing. Leader, I urge you to reconsider. Do not offend the powerful figures behind her over a mere bathing center. Of course, Gu Tianai had his own selfish motives. He found a young Chu Chu to be pitiful and did not wish for her to become a zombie. Opposition is futile, since Lu Fengsheng learned of the bathing center's existence. He had been on edge. Now that it was confirmed to possess unlimited food, water, and electricity, he could no longer suppress his avarice. Tianai, I recognize your kind-heartedness. But let me be frank, such a prime opportunity will attract many eager for a taste. Our takeover of the bathing center is also in her best interest. A young girl like her lacks the capability to safeguard this sanctuary in chaotic times. Gu Tianai fixed his gaze on Lu Fengsheng, smirking coldly. Leader, do we not agree to refrain from committing heinous acts? If you insist, I shall withdraw from the Guangming base. Gu Tianai felt his sincere intentions had been squandered. He had devoted himself to the welfare of the base, yet the leader seemed eager to cast him aside. Given this, he deemed it unnecessary to remain. Without uttering another word, he turned and departed from the Guangming base, with the cowboy following closely behind. You traitors, once I seize the bathing center, even if you plead, I shall show no mercy. I will expel everyone and feed you to the zombies. Lu Fengsheng shouted in frustration at their retreating figures. Go on, leave. It will be best if we never cross paths again. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the two individuals, Chu Chu could not help but let out a laugh. What on earth happened to you both? She inquired. I recommend visiting the bathing center on the 1st floor. It will surely rejuvenate your spirits. The boss, Gu Tianai, turned to Chu Chu with a serious expression. I apologize. I should not have reported the situation here to the leader. Chu Chu wore a perplexed expression, pondering if something had transpired. As the apocalypse loomed, how could a mere girl safeguard such a coveted stronghold? The leader sought to dispatch individuals to assault them, prompting her to urge her unseen allies to appear swiftly. Gu Tianai, having articulated this, offered no further elaboration. I stand alone. There is no one behind me. Chu Chu replied with a subtle smile. However, I am the sovereign of my territory. Should they wish to invade, they must first seek my consent as the proprietor. Our base is home to many formidable individuals, all of whom have awakened their extraordinary abilities, making it a trivial matter to dismantle a bathing center in mere moments. The cowboy, observing Chu Chu's unyielding demeanor, hastily warned her. I know you are formidable, but you truly cannot contend with them. Gu Tianai grasped the cowboy's arm and shook his head in disapproval before ascending the stairs. The cowboy opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed heavily and followed Gu Tianai upstairs. Chu Chu had long anticipated that many would come here seeking trouble. Since he had opened the door to commerce, he was unafraid of those who might come knocking. Task announcement. Resist the invasion of the light base and recruit members of the base. The reward will be a number of rooms corresponding to the number of recruits. The general store will unlock basic hygiene products such as shampoo and shower gel. Chu Chu shifted her shoulders. Had she known that being remembered by others would bring such fortuitous events, she would have certainly boasted about the bathing center. Although she bathed and washed her hair daily, without proper cleansing products, the results were akin to having not washed at all. Now, she merely awaited the arrival of those from the bright base, eager to administer their due punishment. Chu Chu, brimming with anticipation, felt a slight impatience brewing within her. Chu Chu, I am famished. Suddenly, a voice captured her attention. She glanced to her left and then to her right, yet failed to locate the source of the sound. Ultimately, it was the sensation of something tugging at her trousers that prompted her to lower her gaze. Foolish one, it is I speaking. I am the little cat, and I have been tirelessly working for quite some time. Are you attempting to mistreat your employees by withholding sustenance? The little cat chattered incessantly, convinced that without a gentle reminder, Chu Chu would remain hungry for an eternity. Chapter 8. Unlocking the hot pot restaurant you wish to dine as well? Are you not a robot? Chu Chu was taken aback. Shouldn't the rewards from the system be akin to the system itself, needing neither sustenance nor breath? I'm a cat, a talking cat, and while I may have the potential to ascend, I am fundamentally a living, breathing creature. The little cat lamented, I no longer wish to consume bread. Allow me to dine at the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Chu Chu chuckled. Well, why don't you simply go by yourself? Surely you can't be unable to ascend the stairs. The little cat glanced helplessly at its short legs, expressing a sentiment of disbelief. I was mistaken. I shall take you to the fast food restaurant immediately. Chu Chu cradled the kitten, its entire body enveloped in a soft, fluffy coat that brought immense joy to her senses, prompting her to stroke it several more times. Please refrain from touching my fur. It tickles. The kitten protested, evading her playful caresses, yet to no avail, as it found itself ensnared in Chu Chu's embrace, overwhelmed with despair. In the fast food restaurant, the kitten adeptly manipulated the machinery, procuring its desired morsels and indulging in a hearty feast. Chu Chu, taken aback by its voracious appetite, could scarcely believe her eyes. Is this truly a cat? It feels more akin to a tiger. After satisfying its hunger, a cacophony erupted from downstairs. A large crowd found themselves locked out, led by none other than life.The. The system has detected that the individuals outside are not particularly friendly towards the host. Please prepare to confront them. Chu Chu cradled the kitten in her arms, her expression remarkably serious. It appeared that the shameless group had finally arrived, and she was resolute in ensuring they faced the consequences of their actions. Are you the people from the bright base? Chu Chu did not open the door, but instead gazed intently at them through it. Upon seeing her, life.The. immediately recognized her as the boss and burst into boisterous laughter. I advise you to open the door obediently. I might consider sparing you. Oh, really? First, you must be able to enter. Chu Chu crossed her arms, staring at him. From behind this door, what can you possibly do to me? Open the door. With a command from life.The., several of his lackeys began to furiously push against the door, yet their efforts proved utterly futile. Calmly and unhurriedly, she regarded him, asserting her dominance in this space. Here, I am the one in charge. I can permit your entrance or expel you at will. I can ensure your safety within this domain, or I can cast you into perilous territory. She glanced at the individuals behind Life.The. I offer you all a singular opportunity. Will you stand united with your leader, or will you choose to settle comfortably within the bathing center? I wish to reside in the bathing center. After a few moments of hesitation, one individual raised his hand. He was never one for violence. Had it not been for the leader's threats, he would not have wielded a weapon against a mere girl. I too desire to stay in the bathing center. With the first declaration, a second and a third swiftly followed. Life.The. had brought along a dozen subordinates, and half of them willingly opted for the sanctuary of the bathing center. You wretched traitors, how dare you betray me? Life.The. exclaimed, seizing his weapon with the intention of striking those who had defied him. With a snap of her fingers, the door swung open, and those few individuals rushed into the bathing center, leaving Life.The.'s weapon rendered utterly useless. What sorcery has this enchantress employed? The demeanor of Life.The. shifted noticeably, his anxiety palpable. The sole source of his security lay in the realization that the ineffectiveness of his weapon meant he had become nothing more than prey on someone else's chopping board. Chu Chu ushered them in, and the newly arrived guests promptly proceeded to check in, ascending the stairs with a sense of entitlement. Initially, they had feared the leader due to the weapon he wielded, but now, emboldened by their newfound refuge in the bathing center, they regarded him with disdain. Lu Fengsheng was seething with rage, proclaiming, "You are all traitors. After all I have provided for you, food and shelter, you cast me aside?" The leader retorted, "When did I ever provide you with sustenance and shelter? We have only survived through our own labor. Each day, we are compelled to surrender crystal cores to you, and those who fail to do so were expelled from the base. Were they not? We are merely your laborers, and without any rights." Lu Fengsheng stubbornly denied exploiting them, asserting, "I maintain the entire operation and ensure your safety. I incur expenses everywhere. My collection of resources is merely to enhance our lives. How can you be so shameless? Regardless, we find the situation unjust. We have discovered a place with better conditions, and I intend to leave you," they declared. "Indeed, the bathing center is my ultimate sanctuary. I have decided to withdraw from the Guangming base." Having just reviewed the prices at the bathing center and exchanged crystal cores, they realized that a day's stay at Guangming base equated to a month here. Witnessing their treachery, Lu Fengsheng's fury intensified, his gaze fixed on Chu Chu. He seized a stick and swung it toward her. Everyone gasped, yet Chu Chu remained composed and unflinching. The stick halted mere inches before her, unable to advance any further. She extended her hand, pushing the stick aside. "I have stated before that I am the sole master here. No one shall harm me within this space, including you. Transport him away," ensuring Lu Fengsheng is forever barred from approaching a safe distance of the bathing center. With a single command from Chu Chu, the sound of Lu Feng vanished, as he met his demise at the hands of the zombies, devoured beyond the safety line. With the loss of their guiding figure, the remaining individuals felt an intensified fear of Chu Chu. They had witnessed firsthand how a mere utterance from her had led to the downfall of their leader. "Do you harbor any thoughts?" Chu Chu inquired politely, yet none dared to respond. One by one, they discarded their makeshift weapons, presenting crystal cores in an orderly fashion, seeking to curry favor with her. Rooms 207 to 220 were occupied by individuals from the Guangming base, yet once they stepped beyond its confines, they were merely ordinary people. "Congratulations, host. Your points have reached 10,000, elevating the bathhouse to level 4 and unlocking the hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant currently offers a clear broth pot and a spicy pot, alongside a selection of common ingredients, with the essence of hot pot already established. Do you not desire to indulge in a sumptuous hot pot meal?" After Chu Chu had settled everything, she ascended to the 3rd floor, where she discovered a hot pot restaurant adjacent to the grocery store. The restaurant was adorned with exquisite and grand decorations. As she pushed open the door and stepped inside, she was greeted by a familiar aroma. Chapter 9, 50,000 points. After many years, she finally encountered this tear-inducing scent once more. Chu Chu sat in the hot pot restaurant, ordering every single ingredient. This time, not only did the dishes not arrive, but a warm reminder appeared instead. Chu Chu found herself in a quandary. She was fond of this one and that one, utterly a loss as to how to proceed. "System, may I invite someone to share a meal?" Spotting Gu Tianai loitering outside, she thought perhaps he could assist her in alleviating some of the burden, making the feast more manageable. In theory, it is permissible. However, the individual must have previously rendered assistance to the host or be facing difficulties. Otherwise, the system's approval will not be granted. Chu Chu patted his chest confidently, proclaiming himself a significant contributor to our bathing center. He had forewarned us of the impending assault from the Guangming base, allowing us to prepare adequately for the confrontation. The system paused momentarily, ultimately acquiescing to Chu Chu's assertion. "Mr. Gu, allow me to treat you to hot pot," Chu Chu exclaimed, his head peeking out from the hot pot restaurant, a broad smile illuminating his face. Gu Tianai wore a serious expression, deliberately maintaining a distance from Chu Chu. "I appreciate the offer, but I am not in the mood for hot pot." His curiosity was piqued. It was perplexing how a hot pot restaurant had suddenly emerged overnight in this vicinity. However, having departed from the Guangming base, he was keen to conserve the energy crystals he possessed. A meal at a hot pot establishment would likely be quite costly, and without any other source of income, he could not afford to squander his resources. I insist, and you need not use your points. Chu Chu quickly discerned Gu Tianya's reluctance. To express my gratitude for your warning, I am treating you to hot pot. We can also invite the cowboy. I shall begin ordering now. You must come, or else it would be a waste of food. Chu Chu ordered a dish of each item on the menu, and this time, the system did not intervene. Shortly thereafter, the dishes were arranged upon the table. A table could accommodate 4 individuals, while larger tables could seat a dozen or more, making it suitable for solitary dining as well as gatherings. Gu Ti and the cowboy approached, the latter adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity to indulge in a meal, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss, for treating us to hot pot." Since the apocalypse began, I had yet to experience the delightful taste of hot pot. Initially, I had intended to venture out to slay zombies and earn some crystal cores for a meal. But the boss's generosity today suggested prosperity. The cowboy's praises flowed ceaselessly from his lips, never pausing. "Boss, thank you for treating us to dinner. You certainly need not be so courteous. I had my own motives in sharing the news with you. I have a fondness for the bathing center and wish to remain there indefinitely. As a young woman managing a bathing center, you're already facing significant challenges, so there is no need to squander your resources on us." Initially, Chu Chu believed that he was genuinely indifferent, but upon hearing this, she realized that he had been contemplating her needs all along. "Rest assured, all your points have found their way into my possession. I will indulge in whatever pleases my palate without a second thought. You may eat and drink to your heart's content, and should you require more, do not hesitate to order again." Chu Chu never overlooks the kindness of others. She reciprocates the goodwill shown to her with equal fervor. Recognizing Gu Tianya's benevolence, she ensures that she does not disappoint those who embody kindness. The bubbling hot pot has reached a boiling point, and the enticing base appears particularly alluring. As Chu Chu enthusiastically encourages her companions to indulge, she herself partakes without restraint. The tender beef tripe and delectable beef are savored, while the vegetables are reserved for last, allowing them to fully absorb the rich broth, enhancing their flavor. As the 3 of them dine, their expressions of satisfaction captivate passers-by outside. Initially drawn to the fast food establishment, they are suddenly enticed by the aroma wafting from the hot pot restaurant, their eyes widening in delight. "Count me in. I yearn for hot pot," they exclaim, unable to resist the tantalizing scent that overwhelms their taste buds. With little regard for anything else, they resolve to indulge in hot pot today. A throng of eager patrons finds themselves unable to control their feet, stepping inside before their minds can fully comprehend. Upon entering, they are pleasantly surprised. The exorbitant prices they had imagined do not materialize. Instead, they discover that the offerings are remarkably affordable, even more so than before the apocalypse. Spread the word. We must feast on hot pot today. It is far more economical than fast food. I must hurry. I aspire to be the first among us to relish the hot pot. They declare, excitement bubbling within. I adore this dish, and that one as well. There's so much to enjoy that I cannot possibly finish it all today. I shall savor a little now and return for more tomorrow. It's scalding hot. Slow down. There's no one rushing you. You should eat as well. Chu Chu gazed at the myriad of smiles within the hot pot restaurant, and a look of bliss illuminated her face. As long as people live in peace and prosperity, her purpose for remaining at the bathing center has been fulfilled. Chu Chu gazed at others, while Gu Ti and I observed Chu Chu. In the end, they both inadvertently wore identical smiles. The cowboy, however, was oblivious to the surroundings, engrossed in his incessant eating, completely unaware of the expressions of those around him. Task announcement. Accumulate 50,000 points within a week. Rewards include a clothing store in rooms 221 and 222. Host, please seize the moment. Time is of the essence, and the task is urgent. Do not be lazy. 50,000 points? Upon hearing this figure, Chu Chu felt as though she had become a soulless zombie. 50,000 points in a week, equating to 8 or 9,000 each day. Did these individuals truly believe that they were being taken advantage of? A gentle reminder. The host may continue to seek out clientele. Guests are welcome to dine and relax in the establishment, but should they wish to stay overnight, they must await their turn. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Chu snapped her fingers and instantly conceived a brilliant idea. As long as new customers engage in consumption at the establishment, they should be permitted to partake in activities within the safe confines of the bathing center. Although they would still be exposed to the elements, they could at least evade the relentless pursuit of the zombies, and it is likely that many would be willing to comply. Chu Chu let out a yawn and stretched her limbs. She had indulged in excess today. Starting tomorrow, she was determined to be exceptionally diligent, striving to attract more customers to ensure the flourishing of the bathing center. Chapter 10. A Necessary Punishment. Chu Chu glanced at her points, which had nearly reached 20,000. In the sweltering heat of summer, she found it imperative to unlock the air conditioning. Unlocking the air conditioning requires 1,500 points. Please choose whether to proceed with the unlocking. Unlock. With her current balance of 20,000 points, was she truly lacking that mere 1,500? The air conditioning could be utilized immediately, and the remote control transformed from gray to white. Congratulations, esteemed user, on unlocking the air conditioning. It is now available for unlimited use. As long as the bathing center remains operational, it shall never falter. Congratulations, esteemed user, on unlocking 2 pieces of furniture. The general store can now offer batteries for sale. Congratulations, esteemed user, on successfully repelling the invasion of the light base and integrating them into the bathing center, specifically unlocking shampoo and body wash. After turning on the air conditioning, Chu Chu hurried to the grocery store in need of shampoo and body wash. Having just finished a hot pot meal, the lingering odor clung to her, rendering her uncomfortable. The shelves in the grocery store were meticulously arranged, showcasing a vast array of shampoos and body washes, each brand and fragrance available for selection. A portion of the products had already been sold, indicating that others were also yearning for the cleanliness of a refreshing wash. Gentle reminder, the system has specially prepared 2 sets of clean clothing for the host, who may change at their discretion. Upgrading the bathing center to level 5 will unlock the clothing store, where an assortment of high-end garments will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Chu Chu donned the attire provided by the system, a pair of functional shorts and a t-shirt, perfectly fitting, allowing her the freedom to move with ease. The following day, the sun shone particularly brightly, and the bathing center was in close proximity, as if she could reach out and touch it. The crowd gathered, gesturing towards the sun. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the sun had appeared increasingly larger and ever closer. The nearby trees had withered, and the rivers had run dry, while the zombies seemed to exhibit an alarming vitality. They tentatively concluded that the closer the sun drew, the more robust the zombies became. It was sweltering. The heat today was unbearable, likely reaching temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. In the past, even during the hottest days, I had never experienced such extreme weather. What was the point of reminiscing about former times in this post-apocalyptic world? How wonderful it would be to have air conditioning. Upon hearing the guest discussions, Chu Chu experienced a moment of inspiration. The room is indeed capable of accommodating air conditioning. However, the rental price would consequently increase. Ladies and gentlemen, the bathing center will offer air conditioning services, yet the enhancement of services will also result in a rise in prices. I kindly ask you to relay this information to one another. Those who wish to have air conditioning installed may register at the front desk, where I will coordinate the installation. However, the rental fee for each room will be raised to 25 points of credit, although the electricity used for the air conditioning will be complimentary. Chu Chu's melodious voice captured everyone's attention, as a mere addition of 5 points would grant unlimited air conditioning, a deal far more advantageous than renting an apartment. It was a must to participate. Aside from a few individuals who truly lacked points, the rest eagerly signed up for the air conditioning installation. With a sense of delight, Chu Chu realized that by the end of the day, she could accumulate a significant number of points. The system merely mandated that she earn 50,000 points, without stipulating that she could not spend them. Expending them could also be considered earning. A group of men and women stealthily infiltrated the city, where the number of zombies was relatively sparse. They whispered among themselves, having heard rumors of a bathing center within the city. rich in resources that could be accessed merely by exchanging points for accommodation. Huh. If mere hearsay leads us to accompany you, I warn you, should this so-called bathing center not exist, you shall await your fate as zombie fodder. Darling, let us temper our words. The bearded man wrapped his arms around the petite woman, acknowledging her as the one who had saved his life and suggesting she should be grateful. Carrying such a burden through mountains and valleys, she ought to express her gratitude. The woman scoffed at the notion of gratitude, belittling the one who had rescued her, attributing her survival to mere luck rather than skill. Xiaoxue, your words displease me. I risked being bitten by a zombie to save you. I genuinely considered you a close friend, and now I see clearly. It was folly to regard you as a true companion. The woman, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoxue had grown up as sisters, neighbors with nearly coinciding birthdays, leading their families to bond them as siblings. I never said I didn't regard you as a close friend, but you still haven't awakened any abilities. I merely speak the truth. Why are you so agitated? Feigning a pitiful demeanor, Xiaoxue replied, have you misunderstood me? I merely think you lack competence. It's not that I don't consider you a friend. Truly, it is a misunderstanding. Upon witnessing Xiaoxue's pitiful act, the bearded man and others turned their ire towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoxue has already clarified that it was a misunderstanding. What more do you desire? With that insufferable face of yours, our willingness to shelter you is solely for Xiaoxue's sake. Otherwise, you would have been expelled from the team long ago, left to fend for yourself. The others nodded in agreement with the bearded man's sentiments. They were all part of the same team, yet the leader was the bearded man who dictated the team's distribution of resources, rendering them reluctant to offend him. As they spoke, the group swaggered into the bathing center. The bearded man surveyed the surroundings with a sense of satisfaction. Instant noodles and bread, everyone come and eat. His keen eyes quickly spotted the vending machine filled with instant noodles and bread. Upon hearing his call, a frenzy erupted as the group rushed towards the vending machine, eager to access its contents. Intruders detected. Please proceed to the lobby promptly. Intruders detected. Please proceed to the lobby promptly. The system incessantly alerted them, simultaneously delivering electric shocks that left their hair standing on end. Chu Chu hurried to the hall and witnessed several individuals whose faces were charred and their hair twisted into frizzled curls from the electric shock. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. The system is truly remarkable, rendering these thieves unrecognizable to their own parents. You definitely deserve an extra reward. Chu Chu felt the capabilities of the system and silently praised it in her heart. Task assigned. Punish the several thieves before you. Reward the milk tea shop. Please execute the task immediately. Although the system bore no ill temper, it had never been provoked in such a manner. Entering and immediately beginning to seize items without even consulting its host's desires was unacceptable. They must be made to face consequences. Chapter 11. The true employee. When the bearded man saw Chu Chu, he exhibited no signs of guilt. Instead, he commanded her in an authoritative tone. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and help us. Are you just going to stand there and watch us get electrocuted? The bearded man gave it little thought, merely assuming she had been electrocuted, as the vending machine was old and frequently malfunctioned, leading to electrical leaks. With a snap of her fingers, Chu Chu brought the system to a halt. Hurry up and retrieve the items from the vending machine. We are all famished, boomed the bearded man as he settled down, issuing commands with an air of authority. He was the leader of this small group, and over time, he had come to regard himself as the most esteemed individual in the world. Apologies, please recharge. Chu Chu replied with a gracious smile, gesturing towards the notice at the cash register that indicated purchases could only be made with a recharge. I'm sorry, miss, but we're simply too hungry to restrain ourselves, one of the girls implored, glancing at Chu Chu, who radiated kindness and poise. Clearly someone who would not be overly particular about such matters. Xiaoxue quickly stepped in to mediate. Besides, dear sister, you possess such a large establishment. Surely you don't mind indulging us just this once? Let's eat our fill before we recharge. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu hurriedly went to obtain a recharge card. Having lived under constant pressure and only managing to accumulate a mere 100 points, Chu Chu observed the multitude before her, reluctant to condemn them all indiscriminately. Xiaoyu, however, stood out as a beacon of integrity, refusing to succumb to the corrupting influence of the crowd, and thus she could remain. As for the others, I am sorry, but I have opened my doors for business to pursue profit. Engagements devoid of gain are not within my purview. Should you wish to transact with me, you are welcome to enter. Otherwise, I shall have to reckon with you accordingly. Upon hearing this, the bearded man erupted in fury. You dare to discuss accounts with me? Your vending machine nearly electrocuted us, and I have yet to settle that score. Sister, my bearded brother can be quite fearsome. Perhaps you should offer him an apology, and we can let this matter rest. Xiaoxue chimed in sweetly, though her expression bore no trace of anxiety. Rather, it radiated a sense of triumph, as if she reveled in the situation. Those who refuse to heed the invitation of courtesy shall taste the bitterness of punishment. Chu Chu snapped her fingers, and those who had attempted to pilfer from the vending machine were abruptly transported beyond the safety confines of the bathing center. Their commotion roused the surrounding horde of zombies, and in an instant, they were engulfed, vanishing into oblivion. Xiaoxue, Xiaoyu, and a few other newcomers, who had entered with a sense of timidity, were so taken aback by the scene that they promptly sank to the ground. This bathing center was truly terrifying. The proprietor was a devil who devoured all without a trace. Is there anyone else who dares to contest my authority? Chu Chu surveyed the room slowly. The individuals she had subjected to the system's punishment were those who had acted against the establishment. The few remaining, whether they harbored such intentions or not, had refrained from making a move, thus escaping the same fate. As she regarded Xiaoxue, she sensed an intriguing complexity about her, a hint of insincerity that was intoxicatingly deceptive. The group instantly straightened, their bodies stiffening in trepidation. They were not foolish enough to provoke this formidable entity further. If there are no objections, please proceed with your purchases. However, currently, there are no accommodations available. After dining, you may wait by the entrance. Within a radius of 1 meter, the zombies shall remain oblivious to your presence. Chu Chu pointed towards the cash register, urging them to hasten their recharges. Failure to comply would result in their expulsion. The group obediently formed a line, akin to fledglings, and after completing their transactions, they were led upstairs to the 3rd floor by a little cat. Upon their arrival, they were rendered speechless, for this place was indeed a veritable paradise, brimming with an array of delectable foods that made their mouths water incessantly. Xiaoyu glanced around before stepping into the fast food establishment, where she relished a bowl of noodles with great delight. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue, swaying her body, approached the entrance of the hot pot restaurant and exclaimed, "Dear gentlemen, I have a yearning for hot pot. Is there anyone willing to treat me?" With brother who no longer present, this delicate lady sought another pillar of support. Several men, feeling the pangs of solitude in this post-apocalyptic world, were immediately captivated by her insinuating words, encircling her without delay. Chu Chu shook her head, acknowledging that such circumstances were beyond her control. Individuals must inevitably make their own choices if she wished to succumb to degradation. Even the mightiest deity could not extricate her from the abyss. Upon seeing Chu Chu, Xiaoyu immediately set down her chopsticks, fidgeting with unease. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. "Why aren't you joining them for hot pot?" Chu Chu felt an instant affinity for Xiaoyu. Her quiet demeanor exuded sincerity, far surpassing that of Xiaoxue. Xiaoyu glanced at Xiaoxue before shaking her head. "I cannot redeem many points. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to savor a bowl of hot noodle soup is already an immense blessing. I would rather face starvation than sell my soul." Hot noodle soup and hot pot are fundamentally alike, serving only to fill one's stomach. Chu Chu increasingly found herself enamored with Xiaoyu. It seemed as though she glimpsed her former self within Xiaoyu, steadfastly adhering to her principles, refusing to compromise with anyone. However, the more virtuous one is, the more likely they are to meet an unfortunate fate. Suddenly, a profound desire to protect Xiaoyu surged within her. Here, apart from the crystal core, anything can be exchanged for opportunities. If you have yet to awaken your extraordinary abilities, you may work for me, with free lodging and meals provided daily. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. It felt like a stroke of serendipity had befallen her, an astonishing twist of fate. Boss, is that truly the case? Xiao Yu exclaimed, her excitement rendering her momentarily speechless. Just give me a chance, and I shall ensure I do not disappoint you. Chu Chu gazed contentedly at Xiao Yu, gently patting her shoulder. Work diligently, and I shall not treat you poorly. Soon, you will move into my room, which is equipped with air conditioning and a television. You shall want for nothing. However, when I require your assistance, you must be earnest in your efforts. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your continued stay here. Chu Chu candidly expressed her intentions, deciding to unlock a small bedroom within the larger suite, thereby allowing Xiao Yu to reside there without disturbing one another. Thank you, boss. I assure you, I shall not let you down, Xiao Yu declared earnestly, her expression grave, resolutely determined to prove her capabilities. Chu Chu nodded with satisfaction, saying, in the future, do not call me boss. Simply refer to me as Chu Chu. I shall call you Xiao Yu, and the cat outside is named Xiao Mao. It possesses a certain spiritual awareness and can assist in watching over the shop. Chapter 12. Please do not expel me. Xiao Yu was assigned to the staff dormitory, and the layout of Chu Chu's small room had also undergone a transformation, evolving into a two-bedroom apartment with a living room and two bathrooms. The living area was equipped with a television and other communal amenities, while both small rooms were fitted with air conditioning for their individual comfort. Chu Chu unlocked the fundamental settings of their room, and upon a cursory glance, it seemed that the points were insufficient for an upgrade. However, she was fortunate to earn a substantial amount. Accumulating 7,000 or 8,000 points in a single day was no challenge at all. Xiao Yu followed Chu Chu into the staff dormitory and was instantly left in a state of astonishment. This was far from the apocalyptic world. It resembled a haven from the days preceding the catastrophe. As she stepped inside, her entire being trembled at the thought of residing and dining here in the future. The excitement overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Could it be that I can truly live here? Doubt clouded Xiao Yu's mind. Yet she had witnessed the security of this place, and it was beyond question. With an abundance of food and drink available, her exhilaration was palpable, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. Chu Chu produced a pristine tissue and handed it to Xiao Yu, questioning, why are you crying? Living here is merely a matter of indulgence. As long as you remain composed and dutiful, you may reside here for a lifetime. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, a relentless clamor that intruded upon their tranquility. The two approached the cashier, where they beheld Xiao Xue, her eyes glistening with tears, exuding an air of poignant vulnerability. Boss, why won't you allow us to stay in the inn? We possess ample crystal cores. If you grant us accommodation, I would be willing to do anything. Xiao Xue echoed, her tone sweet, yet laced with desperation. She had been attentively eavesdropping on the conversation between the boss and Xiao Yu, absorbing every word. Jealousy consumed her prior to their arrival. The boss had already informed them that there were no available rooms, and they could only dine here, not stay. Her discontent had been palpable at that moment. But discovering that Xiao Yu not only enjoyed meals, but also secured a place to stay, gaining the boss's favor, filled her with an even deeper sense of grievance. Thus, she brought her companions to the front desk, demanding accommodation. Apologies, but I have no interest in you. To stay here, one must queue. In a few days, rooms will become available. You may make a reservation on this card, and we will allocate rooms in the order of your bookings. Chu Chu conducted some research and discovered the appointment feature, which is remarkably user-friendly. It allows individuals to independently confirm or cancel reservations, should there be available rooms. Notifications are sent to the cardholder, who can simply click to confirm their stay. If there is no response within 6 hours, the reservation will be passed on to the next individual in line. Naturally, failure to check in on time after confirmation will also result in a deduction from the card. Why should Xiao Yu have the privilege of residing in the staff dormitory? I too deserve to live in the staff dormitory. Xiao Xue, having been pampered throughout her life, has always been accustomed to having her desires prioritized, and she now demands the same. The world of Chu Chu remains rather mundane. I apologize, but I have chosen Xiao Yu as my employee. This shop is quite small and does not require 2 employees. If you have any objections, I suggest you remain silent. This establishment is mine, and I hold the authority here. Xiao Xue, with a flirtatious glance towards Chu Chu, remarked, Dear sister, I am far superior to Xiaoyu. I possess all her skills, and even though she lacks, I can master. What I seek is not merely a skilled employee, but someone who can behave like a normal person. Chu Chu is utterly humiliated. She leaves it to Xiaoyu, who immediately begins to create a scene. Throw her out. Throw this entire group out. Chu Chu was utterly disinclined to heed their unreasonable commotion. This was her establishment, and no one was permitted to challenge her authority. One individual was cast out, and in an instant, the zombies surrounded them. Their survival would hinge on their own capabilities. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring the bubble tea shop. The bubble tea shop offers pearl milk tea, large fruit tea, and refreshing iced lemonade. Upgrading will unlock a greater variety of offerings. The host is encouraged to persevere. A bubble tea shop. A smile instantly graced Chu Chu's face. Xiaoyu, do you enjoy drinking milk tea? How about I take you to savor some? Xiaoyu, somewhat bewildered, realized that she had explored the entire bathing center without encountering a milk tea shop. The sudden appearance of this establishment felt like a serendipitous discovery, and she was determined to cherish it. Sister Chu Chu, from now on, I shall call you Sister Chu Chu. I adore milk tea. Let's indulge in it together. Chu Chu arrived on the third floor accompanied by Xiaoyu, where the milk tea shop adjacent to the hot pot restaurant had already commenced its operations. Indeed, modern individuals are true aficionados of milk tea, while other establishments open their doors to a sparse clientele. The milk tea shop boasted a long queue that had formed outside well in advance. Good day, boss. As soon as Chu Chu made her appearance, individuals began to greet her warmly, sincerely expressing their gratitude for her hospitality. Though they resided within this building, their circumstances were vastly superior to life outside. The boss also joined in for some milk tea, prompting everyone to graciously part ways to make room. With an air of unceremoniousness, Chu Chu led Xiaoyu to the forefront, ordered 2 cups of bubble tea, and then departed. Take care, boss. Everyone exclaimed in unison, startling Xiaoyu in the process. Upon noticing Xiaoyu's reaction, Chu Chu halted her steps and turned to the others, saying, Allow me to introduce this young lady. She is Xiaoyu, my sister. She will be assisting with various tasks in the shop from now on, so feel free to approach her with any inquiries. Yes, boss. She continued, in the future, there is no need for you to be so formal around us. Here, we're all equals. You pay me for my services, and that is the essence of our relationship. There is no need for such distance. Chu Chu is utterly ill-suited to such a life. She is merely an ordinary person with no grand aspirations. Her greatest desire is simply to befriend those at the bathhouse. Indeed, the proprietor. Most of these individuals hail from the bright base and have witnessed Chu Chu's remarkable abilities. Thus they dare not treat her with disrespect, fearing that they may be the next to suffer the consequences. Chu Chu shook her head gently and departed with Xiaoyu. She truly found herself at a loss for words, opting for silence instead. After all, this was quite agreeable, as it deterred them from chattering incessantly in the bathhouse, ultimately benefiting their discoveries. Xiaoyu, I heard you lack any special abilities? Chu Chu suddenly broached the subject, causing the smile on Xiaoyu's face to vanish in an instant. Xiaoyu understood that Chu Chu was an exceptionally talented individual, while she felt utterly inadequate. Sister Chu Chu, although I may not possess any special powers, I am incredibly diligent. Whatever task you assign me, I shall complete without a hint of laziness. I implore you, do not cast me aside. Chapter 13. The bond between grandparent and grandchild. Do not be so agitated. I wish to convey to you that the bathhouse in our first-floor lobby has remarkable effects. If one were to bathe there daily, I firmly believe that within a month, one could awaken their latent abilities. Upon observing Xiaoyu's anxious demeanor, Chu Chu realized that her previous words had been rather alarming. She spoke gently, hoping to soothe Xiaoyu's nerves. Can I truly awaken my supernatural abilities? Xiaoyu questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. Sister Chu Chu, I am simply devoid of talent. I will never unlock any powers. I am inept in every way, excelling only in serving others. Having spent considerable time with Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu had absorbed some rather unhealthy ideologies, which had taken deep root in her mind. What I say is absolute, Chu Chu asserted firmly. The bathroom in our lobby can not only assist you in unlocking your abilities, but also swiftly heal wounds. Even if you're bitten by a zombie, it can disinfect the injury in no time, allowing you to return to your normal state at the quickest speed. Chu Chu has meticulously crafted a poster detailing the purpose of the bathing facilities, which she affixed to the entrance of both bathrooms. Most residents here are well aware of the bathroom's functions, and although each use requires a cost of 50 points or more, it hardly deters them. Today, Xiaoyu has just arrived at the bathing center, and her ignorance is understandable, especially since her own room is equipped with a bathroom. If she were to forego the bathing center, it might take her quite some time to realize this. Under normal circumstances, Chu Chu would refrain from offering a reminder. But Xiaoyu is an employee, and an additional skill is tantamount to an extra layer of self-preservation. Thus, Chu Chu hopes she can safeguard herself effectively. Xiaoyu found her milk tea suddenly tasteless. She hurried to the bathroom, eager to bathe. Having endured enough of being powerless in the apocalypse, she is determined not to miss her chance to become someone with extraordinary abilities. Abruptly, an elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, appeared at the entrance of the bathing center, leading a tottering child. The grandmother was battered and bruised, yet the child was remarkably well protected, bearing only a smudge of blood with no visible wounds. Child, Grandma can no longer go on. I can only protect you to this point. The rest of your life must be yours to navigate. The grandmother wept as she spoke, having suffered numerous bites from zombies. Though she had nearly lost consciousness, a fierce belief compelled her. She must protect her beloved grandchild. She must ensure he reaches a safe haven. Grandma, please don't leave Xiaobao all alone. Xiaobao doesn't want to go anywhere. He doesn't want anyone but you. I beg you, don't abandon me. The child's voice was faint, but the sentiment was clear. Orphaned at birth, Xiaobao had been raised under his grandmother's care, enduring great hardships until now. After 4 years of apocalypse, Xiaobao was merely 3 years old. Having faced intermittent hunger that rendered him exceptionally frail, he walked as though barely a year old. His grandmother, lacking the energy to attend to him meticulously, had left him in a pitiful state. Their refuge had been compromised, leading to a horde of zombies pursuing them. The grandmother fought valiantly to protect Xiaobao, managing to escape to this location, but she was at her limit. She gazed vacantly into the brightly lit bathing center, its inviting aromas wafting through the air. Surely, this could be a sanctuary? Xiaoyu, quickly come out. There are 2 guests at the door. Without hesitation, Chu Chu swung open the door, beckoning Xiaoyu and ushering the grandmother and Xiaobao inside. Kind souls, might you take in my grandson? I possess a few crystal cores. If you shelter him and provide him with sustenance, I will gladly relinquish them all. The elderly woman trembled as she clutched the crystal cores. Fully aware of the treachery of humanity, yet feeling utterly cornered, she saw no alternative but to offer what little she had for a semblance of peace. Crystal cores? Let us first get her a membership card, then escort her to bathe. Chu Chu took the crystal core from her hands and prepared 2 cards. One card was given to Xiaoyu, instructing her to take their grandmother for a bath, while the other was entrusted to Xiaobao. As Chu Chu intended to treat him to a meal, Xiaobao immediately dashed to his grandmother's side, exclaiming, I don't want to be apart from Grandma. I know she is surely going to die. Even in death, I must protect her. Foolish child, keep your distance from Grandma. She can harm you. The frail old woman trembled as she spoke, having already been bitten by a zombie. She had reached her limit. Please, keep away from me. Help me find a place to be buried. That won't happen. If you become a zombie, Xiaobao would too. We would both turn together. Xiaobao shouted, his voice filled with desperation. I have always said, wherever Grandma goes, I shall follow. I will never allow her to feel lonely or abandoned. Tears of gratitude streamed down the old woman's face. The fact that she had such a grandson was a testament to her success. At least after her departure from this world, someone would remember her. You will not die. If we delay any longer, that may not hold true. Chu Chu asserted decisively, signaling to Xiaoyu, and together they assisted the grandmother to the bathroom. Xiaobao stood motionless at the bathroom door, finding solace in the sister's reassurances that his grandmother would be fine. He observed the 2 ethereal children, entrusting them with his beloved grandmother, which brought him great comfort. The grandmother's condition was not optimal, hence the bath did not exceed 10 minutes, but her wounds had ceased bleeding, and her consciousness had returned to clarity, temporarily alleviating the risk of her turning into a zombie or suddenly passing away. Once they had cleaned her up and dressed her in a fresh garment, they discovered Xiaobao huddled against the bathroom door. As the door swung open, he sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on his grandmother. "Xiaobao, your grandmother is all right now. Let's take you upstairs for something to eat." Chu Chu gently caressed Xiaobao's cheek and introduced the concept of points to them. The two exhibited a commendable capacity for understanding and swiftly embraced this idyllic paradise. Chapter 14. Assurance of no additional charges. Sister, will Grandma truly recover? Xiaobao asked anxiously, gazing at their grandmother. He lifted his innocent face towards Chu Chu and said, "I have witnessed many who were bitten by zombies, and none survived. I am truly frightened of losing Grandma." In an instant, Chu Chu's eyes welled with tears. She knelt down to caress the cherubic face of the little one, reassuringly promising, "Do not worry, Grandmother will be just fine. Sister promises you that she will ensure Grandmother survives and will be there to watch you grow up." Grandmother sat on the sofa in the living room, a joyful smile gracing her face, having narrowly escaped calamity, though uncertain how long her reprieve would last. Lacking a proper room, the two settled in the living room. The passers-by, though intrigued, were preoccupied with their own survival in this apocalyptic world, leaving them little time to concern themselves with others. Chu Chu assisted Xiaoyu in registering with the system. Following the system's review, it was confirmed that Xiaoyu met the qualifications of an employee receiving treatment identical to that of Chu Chu. Chu Chu intended to take Xiaoyu to another base to distribute flyers. But upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was engulfed in panic. "Sister Chu Chu, I can't do this. I'm truly terrified that those zombies will bite me." The mere thought of the zombies devouring Xiaoxue sent shivers down her spine. Forcing her to go out and hand out flyers felt like a death sentence. "Are you not worried about me?" Chu Chu replied with a mysterious smile. "I assure you, if you walk out boldly, the zombies will not attack you. Even if you provoke them, they will remain oblivious to your presence." Xiaoyu was taken aback. Could it really be that miraculous? "Sister Chu Chu, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? I am a living person. How could zombies possibly fail to notice me?" After hearing this, Xiaoyu repeatedly praised her as a master, likening it to a game where one could place a flag on a coordinate to use a teleportation device. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu summoned her courage to step outside, placing her faith in Chu Chu's words while still feeling trepidation. She pushed open the door of the bathing center, where Xiaobao and her grandmother watched her anxiously, fearing for her safety. Outside, zombies roamed aimlessly, unaware of their origins or destinations, merely following their instincts in search of a favorite scent. Xiaoyu cautiously took her first step, mounting her bike and preparing to depart. She glanced back curiously, and it seemed as if the zombies had not noticed her at all. Could it be that what Sister Chu Chu claimed was true? Xiaoyu gradually slowed her bike, circling around the zombies, who remained oblivious to her presence. Excitement welled within her. Could it be that the zombies truly could not see her? Seeing the joyful expression on Xiaoyu's face through the surveillance, Chu Chu couldn't help but shake her head. Youth truly has its charm. Individuals like her are more suited to languishing contentedly at home. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have amassed a total of 50,000 points. The bathhouse has now been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the clothing store, with over 10,000 points remaining. The clothing store currently offers only basic garments. To purchase more upscale attire, an upgrade is necessary. Rooms 221 and 222 have been unlocked. Please invite guests to stay. And once the fast food establishment is filled, stir-fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and seaweed egg drop soup will be unlocked. Chu Chu was engrossed in watching television when, suddenly, a system alert broke her concentration, instantly invigorating her spirit. She dashed out with the intention of inviting Xiaobao and Grandma to join her, only to find them peacefully asleep on the sofa, prompting her to refrain from disturbing their slumber. Meanwhile, the attire she wore had become monotonous. It is the innate nature of every girl to desire beauty. She relished the idea of shopping, yet in the years of the apocalypse, she had never indulged in a proper shopping spree. Her clothes had become tattered and worn, patched up repeatedly over the years. In times when no clothing stores existed, it mattered little, but now that shops had opened, it was imperative for her to explore and adorn herself exquisitely. The clothing store was situated on the third floor. Thus, Chu Chu set aside her current tasks and hurried upstairs. However, upon her arrival, she noticed that the crowd gathered around the store had not yet ventured inside. To them, clothing seemed utterly impractical. Purchasing a single garment was deemed less worthwhile than enjoying a couple of buns. Chu Chu was distinctly different. She pushed open the door of the clothing store and stepped inside. As everyone observed her entrance, they exchanged glances and, eventually, they followed her in. The boutique offered an exquisite array of garments, a veritable cornucopia of choices, along with complimentary fitting services. There were no sales associates hovering about to peddle their wares. Instead, patrons relied solely on their own discerning taste and actions. Once a style was selected, one could simply place a card atop the garment for scanning, and then proceed to the fitting room, where the chosen size would soon be delivered from above. The fitting rooms were equipped with mirrors, allowing one to admire their reflection. Should one wish to purchase a favorite item, they could don it as they exited. However, the moment they crossed the threshold, the corresponding points would be automatically deducted from their card. Chu Chu selected several dresses and proceeded to the fitting room, where she awaited her garments. Shortly thereafter, the clothes were sent in. The system, true to its intelligent design, provided sizes that fit impeccably, leaving no room for critique. Chu Chu gazed into the mirror, contemplating the delight it would bring if the bathing center could offer cosmetics. She would then be able to dress exquisitely and adorn her face beautifully. Am I being too greedy? Chu Chu shook her head, muttering to herself. This outfit truly suits me perfectly. It has been years since I last wore new clothes. If I like it, I should buy it. Such a stunning dress costs merely over 100 points. Missing out would be a grave mistake. Over 100 points could sustain me at the bathing center for several days. Yet I still find it slightly expensive. After so many years without new attire, a little extravagance is acceptable. I am determined to purchase it. The sounds of joy and sorrow from outside interrupted Chu Chu's reverie. She packed all her beloved garments and suddenly envisioned creating a carefree bathing center, a sanctuary for all. Grandma, Xiaobao, there are vacant rooms available. Would you like to stay? She inquired. Only 25 points a day, with unlimited air conditioning and no hidden costs. Chapter 15. Impossible to share. Grandma hesitated. Her advanced age rendered her incapable of earning crystal cores, and Xiaobao was too young to fend off zombies. In this brutal era, she believed that saving even a little could extend their lives by a few days. Observing her grandmother's predicament, Xiaobao clenched his teeth. Sister, can Grandma and I share a room? He asked. She is elderly and unwell. She cannot stay in the hall. Of course. Chu Chu beamed brightly, gently caressing Xiaobao's cheek. You and Grandma will reside in room 211. You may share the accommodation, but during mealtimes, you must use your own cards. Thank you, sister. Xiaobao grinned widely as he led his grandmother upstairs. Although Grandma did not voice her concerns, worry etched across her face. There were things she could not express to Xiaobao, so she discreetly pulled him aside to speak with Chu Chu alone. Boss, is there a discount if I don't stay here? Grandma inquired, gazing at the clean, tidy room. Though she yearned to reside there, she restrained herself. A person of her humble origins hardly deserved such luxury. She wished to save her points for Xiaobao, as 25 points could mean life or death. Saving even 1 point could grant them an additional day. I'm sorry, but discounts are not permissible. Chu Chu recognized her words were harsh, yet she could not contravene the bathing center's policies. In a world rife with misfortune, there was no shortage of the needy. If she continued to extend her compassion to everyone, she would find herself overwhelmed by their plight. Chu Chu discerned her grandmother's thoughts and spoke gently. Grandma, do not overthink it. Little Bao has only you as his kin, and it is essential for you to recover swiftly so that he will not be mistreated. Remember, when you were bathing on the first floor, your health had already improved somewhat. If you commit to this daily, you shall be restored to health within a week. Chu Chu spoke with unwavering certainty, unaware of the remarkable efficacy of the bath. However, one thing she was certain of was that the bath held undeniable value. What her grandmother needed most at this moment was faith. As long as she believed in her recovery, she would surely heal swiftly. Is it truly that miraculous? Her grandmother was taken aback. Generally speaking, surviving a zombie bite is already a significant miracle, let alone harboring the hope of recovery. Such a notion seemed ludicrous. Now, upon hearing the proprietor's resolute words, she found herself struggling to believe her own ears. Of course, with a radiant and spirited demeanor, I proclaim that this bathing center is truly a remarkable marvel, one you have already experienced. How can you still harbor doubt? The sparkle in my grandmother's eyes brightened as she mused. If one could attain recovery, who would willingly embrace death? Thus, dear grandmother, rest assured, not only will you regain your health, but your vitality will surpass that of your former self, allowing you to accompany little Bao for many more years to come. Chu Chu's words brought comfort to her grandmother's heart. With unwavering resolve, she believed she would survive, longing to witness her beloved Xiaobao marry and have children. Grandma, please rest well. I have some matters to attend to. If you need anything, find me at the front desk. Chu Chu nodded to her grandmother before rising to depart. Xiaobao stood at the doorway, wiping away his tears while a smile crept onto his face. He had just overheard their conversation and was taken aback by the myriad of concerns his grandmother harbored. The mere thought of separation overwhelmed him, and tears streamed down his cheeks, though he feigned strength upon seeing Chu Chu. As the only man in the family, he felt compelled to shoulder the responsibility. Thank you, sister, for persuading Grandma. No matter how she changes, I will never abandon her. I will venture out to slay zombies and earn crystal cores. I will surely heal Grandma. Xiaobao proclaimed with unwavering certainty, his demeanor betraying not that of a mere child, but rather possessing a hint of maturity. I believe you can accomplish it, but for now, Grandma's health is paramount. You cannot venture out to confront zombies. You may stay here for 2 to 3 months without issue. Remember my words, safety first. Concerned that Xiaobao might impulsively seek out the zombies without having awakened his abilities, Chu Chu feared it would only lead to his demise. Xiaobao was not particularly attuned to numbers and mistakenly believed their points were insufficient. However, upon hearing that they could endure for so long, the anxiety on his face dissipated. Warning! Warning! Xiaoyu is in danger. Should the host proceed immediately? Xiaoyu had gone to a base to disseminate information, but the inhabitants dismissed the contents of her flyers, perceiving her instead as a saboteur. Consequently, she was apprehended and subjected to the harsh sunlight. Teleport me there. Chu Chu decisively resolved to help Xiaoyu, refusing to abandon her. Initiating. Xiaoyu has set coordinates. The system can transport the host to the entrance of the base. Please confirm whether to proceed with the teleportation immediately. Yes. Once Chu Chu affirmed her decision, a blinding light enveloped her, rendering her unable to open her eyes. When she finally regained her vision, the scene before her had transformed. Before her stood a towering city gate, constructed from weathered stones, devoid of any stairs. To enter the city, she would have to rely on those above to lower a rope and hoist her up. Chu Chu could not help but admire the wisdom and labor of contemporary individuals who, even in such perilous circumstances, managed to create such magnificent and grand edifices. Is anyone present? Initially, Chu Chu intended to secretly rescue someone, but upon reflection, it became evident that such a plan was untenable. In order to encounter Xiaoyu, she had no choice but to take risks and provoke a disturbance among the crowd. Her voice attracted the attention of the inhabitants of the base. Having already identified an enigmatic presence, they became even more vigilant. The moment an unfamiliar individual appeared, they heightened their caution to the utmost degree. "Who are you?" inquired the person from above, their tone laced with wariness. The surroundings were far from secure, and her ability to arrive safely indeed raised suspicions, prompting further inquiry. With unwavering confidence, Chu Chu boldly declared, "I am from the bathhouse, a sanctuary for those who have survived calamity. I have heard that one of my own has been taken by you, and I have come to settle the score. How dare you show your face here?" A voice from above sneered, "You lot are nothing but charlatans, attempting to deceive us into abandoning our base. Do you truly believe we are fools? Will you not permit me entry?" Chu Chu gazed steadfastly at her interlocutor. "Yes, you. The bathhouse is a place worthy of your trust. Join us, and you will not regret it. I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts." The voice from above scoffed. "In this apocalyptic world, everyone is out for themselves. Those with provisions hoard them and would never share." Chapter 16. Only true consumers dare to speak the truth. Chu Chu was aware that most people found it hard to believe in the existence of such peculiar establishments as bathhouses. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she too would have deemed such absurdity implausible. "If you doubt it, accompany me. Seeing with your own eyes will surely dispel any skepticism." Chu Chu invited them, confident that truth would withstand scrutiny. The individual upstairs, clearly intrigued, turned on his heel to report back to their leader. Chu Chu brimmed with confidence, believing wholeheartedly that they would accompany her to experience the bathing center. Once there, it was inevitable that they would fall in love with the place without a moment's hesitation. Were not the people of the bright base just like that? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Chu realized the truth of the matter. No one could resist the allure of a hidden paradise. She was drawn to the base, caught off guard, and soon found herself bound. "What do you mean by this?" Chu Chu's tone was decidedly displeased. These individuals were deceitful and treacherous, proving her judgment of character to be gravely mistaken. "I apologize, but I cannot defy our leader's orders. I hope you can understand." The other party maintained a relatively pleasant demeanor, yet the thought of their distrust made her feel utterly uncomfortable. "I place too much faith in you all. While I comprehend your actions, I cannot condone them. If my presence is unwelcome, you may dismiss me. However, I implore you not to inflict harm upon me in this manner." Chu Chu gazed earnestly at the other party, declaring that her bathing center was never short of patrons. Her intention to seek them out was solely to extend assistance to many. Since they had shown no gratitude, she would not impose. She demanded the release of her companions, vowing that they would not return in the future. Her thoughts remained fixed on Xiaoyu, which was why she lingered here, unwilling to depart. Until she had discerned their true motives, she would not permit them to leave. Suddenly, a graceful youth appeared, seemingly no older than 15 or 16. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an aura of a king. Chu Chu remains unfazed, neither departing nor lingering. "It is not within your power to dictate my actions. Should I wish to leave, no one can hinder me. I offer you the opportunity to release me. Otherwise, do not hold me accountable for my ensuing rudeness." Chu Chu, the proprietor of the bathing center, is undoubtedly shielded while she's out in the world. With a mere flick of her will, she could obliterate everything here. However, her benevolence compels her to comprehend the reasons behind their anxiety. Yet, kindness does not equate to allowing oneself to be trifled with, should these individuals overstep their bounds. Her foremost priority will be to safeguard her own well-being. "There's no need for my sister to be so anxious. Binding you was a measure taken out of necessity, and I sincerely hope she can appreciate that." The dapper gentleman, Su Hanxing, began to elucidate, explaining that their previous carelessness had permitted malevolent individuals to infiltrate, resulting in dire consequences for the base. Thus, they were compelled to restrain her, and he earnestly wished for her forgiveness. At this juncture, I cannot shake the feeling that she seems somewhat familiar. Have we crossed paths before? Su Hanxing gazed intently at Chu Chu, momentarily unable to recall where he had encountered her. In Chu Chu's mind, fragmented images emerged, recalling the time she accompanied her companions into a certain base. Within the ranks, she merely played a menial role, yet she was privy to their sinister plans. She knew they intended to massacre the city. Thus, she took it upon herself to discreetly alert those within the base. Although the inhabitants made efforts to fortify their defenses, the damage they sustained was still grievous. At that time, the leader of the base was not the child before her, but another individual. However, following that harrowing incident, the leader perished and the entire establishment descended into chaos. They managed to escape from the base, absconding with a substantial quantity of provisions. Chu Chu had never imagined their malice could be so profound. Although she had not taken direct action, she was indeed the architect of their family's ruin. What right did she have to hold her head high in their presence? "You must be mistaken," Chu Chu resolutely denied. "I have always resided at the bathhouse. Have you perhaps encountered me there?" She could never admit to having trespassed here, even if it were unintentional, for she had unwittingly contributed to the chaos. "Not the leader. If I stir up trouble, What shall we do? Another individual immediately voiced their dissent. Do not forget our original intentions. Are you the leader, or am I? Does this base heed your command, or mine? Su Hanqing glared, fixating on the speaker, who promptly stepped back, obediently untying the ropes binding Chu Chu. Introduce me to your bathhouse. If it is indeed genuine, I would be inclined to accompany you for a visit. Su Hanqing had already recognized the individual before him, Chu Chu, for it was she who had provided them with a warning, thus preventing their annihilation. Consequently, he held a deep sense of gratitude towards her, and he believed her words implicitly. Chu Chu nodded gently, her gaze fixed upon Su Hanqing. Shouldn't you have released my person before this? Chu Chu remained composed, and after confirming that Xiaoyu was safe and sound, she led Zhehanjing to the bathing center, hoping to persuade him to join. Despite Zhehanjing's remarkable calmness, he was, at his core, still a child. Upon stepping into the bathing center, he was utterly astonished. Is this truly what the world looks like in the aftermath? The lobby on the first floor was impeccably clean and orderly, offering an endless supply of bread, instant noodles, and bottled water. The second floor was tranquil, and by the time he reached the third floor, Zhehanjing's jaw dropped, remaining agape in disbelief. Not only were there a variety of enticing shops, but they also provided unlimited offerings, an absolute marvel to behold. Sister, is all this real? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Zhehanjing remained skeptical, for such a scene was utterly beyond comprehension. Even in a pre-apocalyptic world, it would be unfathomable for things to be so orderly. The evidence lay before him. If he chose not to believe it, that was his own dilemma. Chu Chu had no intention of delving into extensive explanations. Those who chose to trust her would do so unwaveringly, while those who did not would remain unconvinced regardless of the rationale presented. After some hesitation, Zhehanjing approached the reception desk on the first floor and obtained a membership card, resolved to fully immerse himself in the experience. Only through genuine expenditure could one speak the truth. Chapter 17. Allowing everyone to make their own choices, Zhehanjing's first stop was a milk tea shop, where he purchased a cup of milk tea. Upon taking a sip, it felt as though he had rediscovered himself, eliciting immense joy. He then boldly entered the hot pot restaurant, eager to place his order. The lively atmosphere of the hot pot establishment enveloped him, and he finally indulged in the long-desired feast of hot pot. Today marked the most gratifying day he had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. What do you think? Is my bathing center not quite impressive? Chu Chu revealed a confident smile, fully aware that anyone who had experienced the bathing center would inevitably express satisfaction. Might one consider checking in? A mere 25 points per day grants access to the air conditioning, and the first floor boasts bathing facilities, complete with delightful surprises within the bathroom. Su Hanqing promptly opted to stay at such a splendid establishment. To refrain from doing so would indeed be folly. Task announcement. Upgrade the bathing center to level 6 to randomly unlock 2 shops. Please note that reaching level 6 requires 100,000 points. The host is encouraged to make an effort. Task announcement. Recruit personnel for Su Hanqing's base. The number of guests checked and will automatically unlock a corresponding number of rooms. Each guest checked and will earn a reward of 100 points, with no upper limit. The host is encouraged to strive for this. With more than 10 guests, a random item from the shop will be unlocked. With over 20 guests, 10 items from the shop will be accessible. The host is encouraged to endeavor towards this goal. Chu Chu has comprehended the essence of the system, which is simply to recruit more individuals, thereby rendering the bathing center increasingly vibrant. The greater the influx of patrons, the swifter the system's advancement. A gentle reminder, independent bathroom facilities can be added to the rooms, allowing guests the freedom to choose whether to upgrade. Should they opt for the upgrade, the room will incur a cost of 30 points per day. Please ensure that the host informs the guests promptly. Chu Chu did not inform each individual personally, as there were 20 to 30 people to notify, and it would require over an hour to do so, a luxury she could not afford. Might it be possible to convey the information through the tenants' membership cards, allowing them the freedom to choose for themselves? Considering the potential increase in the number of individuals in the future, Chu Chu deemed it inappropriate to post announcements in the hall. To ensure that each person receives the message, it is imperative to send notifications directly and individually. The host's idea is theoretically sound, Thus, the host is prompted to decide whether to upgrade the membership card. An upgrade requires 10,000 points. After the upgrade, members can receive various messages from the bathing sitter through their membership cards, allowing them to operate independently without visiting the counter. How audacious! Chu Chu couldn't help but marvel at the system's cunning. She currently possesses merely 20 to 30,000 points, and the system demands half of it in an instant. Is there any way to avoid the upgrade? Certainly not. Please choose whether to upgrade the membership card. Without hesitation, Chu Chu opted for the upgrade. In an instant, the cards in everyone's hands shimmered with a golden light, transforming into premium cards. The system disseminated information regarding the card upgrades to each individual, prompting them to decide whether to upgrade their rooms. Understood. The information is being sent. Please await the tenant's choices. Rest assured, the system will monitor their responses. Chu Chu stifled a yawn as she sought out Su Hanqing, yearning for rest. Yet at this moment, there were more pressing matters at hand, and she was determined not to squander a single moment. Su Hanqing had upgraded their accommodations, and now they resided in a luxurious suite costing 30 points per day. What to do? Suddenly, a crisp knock echoed through the air. After tidying herself, Su Hanqing opened the door. Chu Chu uttered without a moment's hesitation. My employee is still being held captive by you. Surely, you can release her now? Chu Chu's primary task was to recruit more tenants. Upon hearing Su Hanqing's words, she feigned a deliberate cough, acting as though she were in a quandary. Our bathing center currently has limited rooms, and everyone wishes to reside here. Therefore, as the leader of your base, you must assure me that they will not cause any disturbances. Furthermore, while you may form small groups after checking into the bathing center, it is imperative that you heed my commands in matters both grand and trivial. For I am the sole sovereign here. Our bathing center has its own set of rewards and penalties. Any violations will incur corresponding punishments. You must communicate this clearly to your base personnel before deciding whether to check in. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Chu Chu sought to gather more individuals, showing little inclination to manage the myriad trivialities. It was only through the voluntary participation of residents that the future handling of matters would become somewhat simpler. This was only natural. We would not add to your burdens. Su Hanqing assured Chu Chu. Shall we depart now? With this statement, Su Hanqing led Chu Chu from outside into the conference room. Leader, the assembly rose in unison to greet him. Thank you for your hard work. After Su Hanqing gestured for everyone to take their seats, he began to speak with enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, today I visited the Lifesaver bathhouse for an inspection, and I believe it is a secure location. It offers clean water, unlimited electricity, and an abundance of food. I am certain that residing there will bring you peace of mind. How could such a place exist? I find it rather implausible. Leader, you haven't been deceived by someone, have you? Some girls can be quite persuasive. At your age, you may not yet grasp the multitude of tricks the world holds. Indeed, life within our base is satisfactory. I have no intention of relocating. Su Hanqing recognized the diversity of opinions held by each individual. He could not impose his will upon everyone, but aimed to ensure fairness and justice, allowing all the freedom to choose. Please remain calm. I understand your concerns. However, I have made the decision to relocate. Those who wish to join me may do so, while those who prefer to remain in the base are free to stay. Resolute in his choice, Su Hanqing promptly convened a meeting for all personnel at the base, intending to share this matter and allow everyone to make their own decisions. Chapter 18. I can explain for you as the group gathered. They listened intently to Su Hanqing's passionate discourse, filled with yearning for the bathhouse. Leader, is it truly as wonderful as you describe? Is there really an endless supply of food? Su Hanqing nodded affirmatively. As long as you accumulate sufficient points, not only will there be limitless food, but also freely available electricity and hot water. Acquiring points is quite straightforward. You can exchange valuable items or use crystal cores. A single second-level crystal core is enough for one person to cover food, drink, and shelter for a month, with some surplus remaining. Naturally, if you prefer a more extravagant lifestyle, you will need to exert more effort. Su Hanqing elaborated on the environment, clearly articulating the rules and pricing of the bathhouse, enabling everyone to make the most suitable choice for themselves. Leader, Will we truly be safe if we move there? I fear that zombies may invade. Our base is constructed to be quite high, yet we still occasionally face incursions. This was a concern Su Hanqing had never considered, and he turned to Chu Chu, hoping she might provide insight. Chu Chu met his gaze and stepped forward, smiling as she reassured everyone not to worry excessively. I can assure you that within the confines of the bathing center, safety and tranquility are guaranteed. The zombies cannot enter. They are even oblivious to the existence of the bathing center. But what about that person? Upon hearing these words, Chu Chu's smile became even more radiant. I am the proprietor of this bathing center, and I assure you of your safety here. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they shall undoubtedly face the consequences they deserve. If anyone is injured or loses belongings within the premises, I will conduct a thorough investigation and ensure that no one suffers in vain. Nevertheless, the patrons remained skeptical of Chu Chu's assurances. Could her words truly be trusted? It was easy to speak so eloquently now, but what if she later denied her commitments? Indeed, who can say whether she might not turn her back on us once we check in? Her words sound so promising now, yet we will be powerless if she were to renege on her promises. I believe it would be wiser for me to refrain from participating. Such enticing offers are often too good to be true and should not be trusted. Chu Chu understood that, at this moment, no matter what she said, no one would believe her. She could only touch their hearts with sincerity. Esteemed friends, while you may not place your trust in me, you ought to have faith in your leader, who has stood by your side through thick and thin, enduring countless trials. His words carry weight. Chu Chu's gaze fell upon Su Hanqing, who had indeed visited the bathing center for an experience, and being its leader, his single word carried the weight of 100 from others. I shall reside in the bathing center indefinitely. Today, I sampled its offerings, though not exhaustively. Yet suffice to leave me content. Dear friends, the bathing center accommodates dozens of individuals, each with a clean visage, adorned in tidy attire, and emanating delightful fragrances. Su Hanqing began to muse that our existence at the base merely seeks safety and happiness, with the essentials of sustenance and warmth being sufficiently met by the bathing center. All else pales in comparison. I assure you, provisions and shelter are guaranteed, and I trust the proprietor will not deceive me. Each of you is free to make your own choices. I shall not impose upon anyone. Time waits for no one. After uttering these words, Su Hanqing departed, leaving the remainder of the time for them to resolve amongst themselves. Could you release my people? After the meeting concluded, Chu Chu fixated on Su Hanqing, anxious to see Xiaoyu and ascertain her safety. This time, Su Hanqing did not hesitate, but instead summoned Xiaoyu directly, allowing their reunion. Chu Chu, you frightened me. I thought I would never see you again, Xiaoyu exclaimed, throwing herself into Chu Chu's embrace, nearly overwhelmed by fear, convinced she would be silenced by the base's personnel. Chu Chu sighed and remarked, "Oh, how foolish you are. You must learn to be wiser in the future. Do you understand? Chu Chu, you are truly impressive. The moment I arrived, I was bound, yet you effortlessly managed to take them away. The gap between us feels insurmountable." Xiaoyu, feeling disheartened, acknowledged her inferiority to Chu Chu. However, she resolved to double her efforts and vowed not to succumb to anger. Most individuals are averse to changing their surroundings. With only a handful of young souls contemplating following Su Hanqing beyond the confines of the base. "Young man, our lives here are quite stable. You really should reconsider leaving." An elderly woman implored the youth who was packing his belongings. "We have lived here for so long, growing accustomed to this place. Departing means starting all over. Madam, haven't you heard? The conditions there are far superior and the costs are lower. I am eager to explore. It is certainly preferable to languishing here and waiting to starve." The young man had discerned the futility of his current existence and resolved to seek a new environment. Life here was a constant struggle, with meals being sporadic and the prospect of enjoying good food and drink being utterly unattainable. He believed that a visit to a bathhouse might offer a different experience altogether. "At least here, we have safety. Do you even know what a bathhouse entails? The very name suggests something dubious." The elderly woman was quite perturbed by the phrase bathhouse, instinctively associating such a name with a less than reputable establishment. Upon hearing the words of the elder woman, Chu Chu became quite displeased. This was clearly a legitimate establishment. How could it be perceived as something negative in her eyes? Do you perhaps harbor a misunderstanding regarding the bathing center? If so, I would be more than happy to clarify it for you. Chu Chu could not help but step forward to inquire. Chapter 19. The Thunder at Midnight. The elderly man glanced at Chu Chu as if he had encountered some unsightly germ, instinctively retreating a few steps to maintain his distance. Though this establishment is referred to as a bathing center, it is merely an ordinary commercial building. The bathing center offers no exceptional services. It merely features a large bathing hall on the ground floor where one can take a shower. Therefore, I am certain you have misunderstood something. Regardless of whether you choose to visit or not, I cannot allow you to harbor any misconceptions about my bathing center. Chu Chu resolutely proclaimed. I am aware of the sordid thoughts that linger in your mind, yet I assure you that everything at our bathing center is entirely legitimate. We shall not compromise our integrity, even in the face of the apocalypse. Upon hearing Chu Chu's explanation, the elder merely managed a grim smile. I haven't said anything. So why are you so anxious? He retorted. Our leader is a person of utmost integrity. Who knows what kind of enchantment has compelled one to seek refuge in that bathing center? What sane individual would choose to dwell there? A few women interjected, accusing the elder. Your perception is already tainted. A person with a murky vision sees corruption in everything. In this era, regardless of whether it is a bathing center or a treacherous mountain of blades, I would still seek shelter there, as long as it ensures I am fed and clothed. What manner of person is our leader? Surely you know he would never betray our base for mere trifles from a bathing center. It must possess some allure that draws us all. I trust our leader's judgment, and thus I shall accompany him to the bathing center, hoping that those who choose to abstain do not find themselves regretting their decision in the future. This fervent discourse brought a sense of comfort to Chu Chu, for she understood that, regardless of the circumstances, there remained a majority who clung to rational thoughts. Chu Chu seeks to attract a greater number of tenants. Even if the influx of residents is modest, encouraging more individuals to register and earn points is beneficial. I understand the deep emotional ties everyone has to the base and the reluctance to depart. However, if you aspire to enhance your quality of life, visiting the bathing center is an excellent option. We offer food there. Nevertheless, the meals must be consumed on-site and cannot be taken away. I firmly believe that in the near future, we will also introduce a delivery system, allowing members with our store's membership card to enjoy complimentary delivery to their doorstep. Chu Chu believes that the bathing center is capable of anything. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable to introduce a delivery system. The host's thoughts are indeed astute. Yet the initiation of such a delivery system necessitates the host first elevating the bathing center's level. Once the level reaches a certain height, the delivery system can be activated. After receiving the system's affirmation, Chu Chu's smile became even more radiant. She believed that within the next 2 to 3 months, she would be able to activate the delivery system. Why not seize the moment and register for a membership card? Although everyone was reluctant to leave the base, they were certainly not averse to indulging in the delights of outside cuisine. Upon hearing this enticing proposal, their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Are they truly not deceiving us? This suggestion did indeed stir something within me. While I was hesitant to part with the base, my supplies at home were dwindling and would not last much longer. If a delivery option were available, it could simultaneously satisfy 2 of my desires. Such a remarkable opportunity. Those who initially had no intention of relocating began to consider acquiring a membership card, while others were eager to experience firsthand whether the bathing center was as splendid as rumored. Before long, the appointed time arrived, and those who decided to stay had already packed their belongings. Those intending to scout the situation, though not laden with baggage, carried their self-defense weapons. A group of 28 embarked on their journey, necessitating 20 rooms, which the system promptly unlocked for their accommodation. Under Chu Chu's guidance, the others explored every corner of the bathing center, marveling at how they had previously overlooked such a splendid establishment. The majority acquired membership cards and purchased meals to enjoy on-site, lamenting the fact that takeout was not permitted. Had it been, they would undoubtedly have taken their meals to go. I sincerely hope the delivery system is launched soon. I wish to avoid venturing out, yet yearn for such delectable food. Patiently awaiting developments, we set out to purchase a few garments, as it had been several years since I last bought clothes. The prices here were exceedingly reasonable, even more so than residing at the base, which made me contemplate moving in. I shared this sentiment, believing that exercising caution was never unwarranted. Upon returning to the bathing center, the system began to exclaim in excitement. Congratulations, host! Today's earnings amount to 10,000 points. Please strive for an upgrade soon. Congratulations, host! You have recruited 28 tenants and unlocked 10 items. Feel free to choose at your discretion. Chu Chu began making her selections. At the grocery store, she opted for laundry detergent, a broom, and a flashlight. In the fast food restaurant, she chose 2 home-style dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded potatoes. At the hot pot restaurant, she selected sesame sauce. And at the milk tea shop, she picked ice cream and pudding milk tea. After careful consideration, she had made a total of 8 choices. Additionally, she selected 2 high-end brands at the clothing store. Although the prices were steep, the quality and style were assured, making it a worthwhile investment. Having completed her 10 choices, Chu Chu stretched and lay down on her bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. She felt utterly exhausted from her busy day, and if Xiao Yu couldn't manage things independently, she feared she might be overwhelmed. As the clock struck midnight, a tremendous thunder echoed outside. It had been over a year since the apocalypse, and rain had not graced them since. How could there be thunder now? In a state of confusion, Chu Chu's thoughts momentarily drifted, only to be jolted back to clarity in an instant. Was that thunder and rain? She swiftly opened the window to gaze outside, only to be greeted by a vast expanse of clear sky, where stars twinkled like distant jewels, devoid of any hint of rain. It was as though the thunder she had heard was merely an illusion. Others, too, had been roused by the thunderclap. In this apocalyptic world, their greatest desire was for rain. Without it, they faced the dire prospect of having no water to drink, let alone to cultivate crops. Chapter 20. The onset of tremors, they had waited for a considerable time, yet apart from the initial rumble of thunder, nothing else materialized. Fortunately, residing in a bathing center alleviated their concerns somewhat. Though disappointment lingered, despair had not yet taken root. Chu Chu lay restlessly in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. A profound sense of impending significance weighed upon her, an elusive feeling she could not articulate, leaving her in a state of anxious disquiet. The night passed, and outside, the sun shone brilliantly. Perhaps the thunder from the previous evening was merely a figment of their imagination, yet it felt undeniably real. Chu Chu gently rubbed her face, pushed open the door, and stepped outside, only to find the street astonishingly tranquil. Typically, the streets would be teeming with wandering zombies, yet now, there was nothing but an unsettling emptiness. The zombies must have sensed something, prompting them to conceal themselves. Su Hanxing's words suddenly resurfaced in her mind, startling Chu Chu from her contemplation. She patted her chest and could not help but speak aloud. After all, what could be more terrifying in this apocalyptic world than the zombies themselves? Why were they hiding? Chu Chu was utterly perplexed, unsure of his intentions. Nonetheless, she remained unafraid, ready to confront whatever challenges may arise. It seemed as though everyone around her sensed a shift in the atmosphere, each individual growing restless. The once invisible zombies now loomed as a more terrifying presence. Thunder rumbled ominously, intensifying with each passing moment, and in the next instant, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens. Agonizing cries echoed through the air, those of the zombies. The zombies have evolved, Su Hanxing declared with unwavering certainty. He rose, intent on assessing the situation outside, but was restrained by his comrades from the same base. Think twice before acting. Do not be impulsive. Chu Chu's intuition whispered to her that Su Hanxing and his companions undoubtedly possessed the key to the dilemma. However, they had consistently maintained their silence, rendering her unable to extract any information from them. I cannot remain indifferent. If this continues, humanity will descend into greater peril. Su Hanxing muttered to himself, contemplating a direct escape. How can you intervene? You lack the capacity to do so. We must prioritize our own safety, otherwise humanity will. The rain intensified, and Su Hanxing gazed out into the tempest, seemingly bereft of his very soul. Chu Chu took a seat beside him, gazing out at the world beyond. You must know some secret. Pray, tell me what it is." The more he tried to conceal it, the more her curiosity grew. Su Hanqing shook his head, asserting that sometimes it was better to remain blissfully ignorant. "I fear I may never again wear a smile in this lifetime," he lamented. "So, there is no need to inquire further. Even if you do, I shall not divulge it." He rose, casting her a meaningful glance before departing. Chu Chu became increasingly restless. The uncertainty of not informing her was more distressing than revealing the truth. The others in the bathing center remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger, continuing their lives in joyous ignorance. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, growing ever closer and louder. A group of people rushed desperately, seeking refuge from the rain, but they were confronted by a horde of zombies. Initially, they believed that a few zombies would pose no threat, yet these creatures moved with remarkable agility, making it impossible to approach them. "Look, there's light ahead. Let us run towards it. Surely they will rescue us." However, one voice cautioned, "No, these zombies seem to have mutated. We cannot bring disaster upon others. We must flee to a deserted area." "Agreed. We shall escape to an uninhabited place. Even in death, we cannot endanger others." The murmurs of several individuals drifted through the air, while the system persistently alerted Chu Chu, whispering in her ear, "Host, there are guests outside. Please open the door and personally invite them in." Chu Chu, deep in contemplation, immediately swung open the door of the bathing center upon hearing the system's voice, only to witness several individuals fleeing in the opposite direction. "Hurry, come inside. You will be safe here," she shouted, her voice rising with urgency. "Come quickly. The zombies are right behind you." The group hesitated, but under Chu Chu's relentless calls, they gritted their teeth and sprinted toward the bathing center. With the presence of others, there was a semblance of safety. At the very least, it should provide a refuge from the encroaching zombies. The group ran faster than they had ever thought possible, and as they crossed the threshold of the bathing center, they noticed that the zombies seemed to have suddenly lost their focus, flailing about like headless flies. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Chu Chu urged them inside. Chu Chu retrieved several pristine towels and distributed them to the individuals before her, urging them to dry off and avoid catching a cold in the deluge outside. The group exchanged glances before accepting the towels from Chu Chu, using them to dry their hair. "What is this place? How is it that the zombies cannot enter?" The girl with twin tails blinked her large, curious eyes, captivated by her surroundings. Chu Chu displayed a warm and friendly smile, welcoming them to the sanctuary of survival, the bathing center. Their presence here signified that they had indeed emerged from the clutches of peril. The future promised to be ever brighter. Xiao Yu gracefully placed several cups of steaming water before them, urging, "Please indulge in this water." The group exchanged glances. Although parched, they suppressed their impulses, refraining from reaching for the cups. The availability of clean, drinkable water was nothing short of astonishing. Out in the world, one must remain vigilant. Should the water be tainted, it could spell their doom. Do not hesitate. As guests of our bathing center, you will find immaculate water, delectable cuisine, and secure living conditions at your disposal. Chu Chu began to promote her bathing center to them, guiding them to the front desk so they could observe the rules for themselves. The girl with twin ponytails was the first to voice a question. "Is it truly as safe here as you claim?" To which the response was, "Can you not see for yourselves? Once you step into the confines of the bathing center, have the zombies not been kept at bay?" Chu Chu revealed a smile and began to inquire, "Do you perceive this place as safe?" One among them took a deep breath, resolved to test the waters. He grasped a glass from the table and downed its contents in one swift motion, believing that if all was well with him, the others could partake as well. After he drank, everyone anxiously watched him. 1 minute passed, then 2. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply and began to convulse. Chapter 21. It seemed to encompass everything. Not only was the girl with the twin ponytails unable to remain composed, but even Chu Chu was taken aback, though she was confident the water posed no threat. The potential for unforeseen circumstances was undeniable. Chu Chu wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. It was indeed quite terrifying. After this unnerving incident, everyone regained their composure. The one with twin ponytails, their leader, was the first to acquire a membership card, prompting the others to follow suit. Congratulations to the host. As the number of residents continues to increase. In recognition, the fourth floor has been designated as a multi-person room. Families with numerous members may opt for this spacious accommodation. The multi-person rooms are comparatively more economical, offering the added benefit of self-catering and access to a supermarket area, where a variety of goods can be purchased. However, purchasing items requires prior unlocking. Once unlocked, items can be stocked on shelves, with the system charging a cost for each item. While any additional revenue will contribute to the host's income, Chu Chu promptly opted to synchronize this message on everyone's membership cards. Most individuals with families naturally chose the multi-person rooms, while the singles did not seek to change accommodations. The duo with twin ponytails settled into room 401, which Chu Chu had refurbished, commanding a remarkable rate of 100 gold coins per day. Without a moment's hesitation, they checked in. Rooms 401 to 410 were now fully occupied, and the single rooms on the second floor had also become available. Should anyone choose to move in, it would not feel overly crowded. Chu Chu accompanied Xiaoyu to the supermarket, which appeared desolate and barren, devoid of any goods. Upon examining the supermarket system within her device, she discovered that most options were displayed in monochrome, clearly indicating they were unavailable for sale. The only items available were rice, flour, and a modest assortment of fruits and vegetables. Sparse offerings indeed. Yet a delightful surprise for those living in the apocalypse. News of the supermarket on the fourth floor had been relayed to all tenants of the bathing center via membership cards. In a world where days blended into monotony, the mere mention of a supermarket drew everyone to the fourth floor in eager anticipation. By the time they arrived, the items were neatly arranged, and to her astonishment, there were apples and bananas among the offerings. Chu Chu, having not tasted fruit in ages, unceremoniously seized one and began to indulge. Though the flavor was slightly inferior to that of the pre-apocalyptic days, the sheer joy of consuming fruit here rendered all complaints moot. As customers beheld the fresh produce, their eyes gleamed with excitement. However, within moments, the fruits were sold out. Those who missed out wore expressions of dejection. "Boss, when will there be more fruit? I haven't tasted fruit in ages," lamented one. "My son has been unwell lately. He craves fruit for recovery. I arrived too late and missed out," cried another. "Boss, boss, boss." Chu Chu was pleasantly surprised by the remarkable demand for the fruits, a smile gracing her face. "With an abundance of fruits still available," she said, "please wait a moment while I fetch them from the storeroom." That evening, she ventured into the warehouse she had brought along, fervently purchasing apples and bananas through the system. She then called upon Xiaoyu to assist her in transporting the apples and bananas to the supermarket. Upon seeing the fruits, a rush ensued, with the customers hesitant to buy too many bananas, yet they were quite unreserved when it came to the apples, a fruit known for its storability. Chu Chu gently urged everyone to remain calm and not to purchase excessive quantities of fruit. She assured them that the supermarket would soon replenish its stock with a diverse array of fruits, alleviating the need for haste. "Yes, Xiaoyu. Fresh fruit will always be available for purchase whenever you desire. There is no need to squander your points." Chu Chu understood that these individuals were diligent laborers, striving daily to vanquish zombies in exchange for a few precious cores. Yet, the task of slaying these undead creatures was far from simple. Oftentimes, one would emerge from battle battered and bruised, having barely overcome a single foe. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, the fervor among the tenants waned somewhat. Yet each person hoarded a modest supply of fruit, fearful of the possibility of scarcity. However, such commodities were subject to purchase limits. Rice was restricted to 5 pounds per person per day. Flour was also limited to 5 pounds per individual daily. And vegetables were capped at 5 pounds per person each day. While the restrictions on rice and flour were understandable, one could not help but question the rationale behind the limitations on vegetables. In her mind, Chu Chu couldn't help but lament how increasingly opaque the system's operations had become. Purchasing restrictions are in place for the sake of order. Please understand the system's operations. Thank you. The rain had ceased, the skies had cleared, and the zombies outside began to emerge once more, seemingly having undergone some form of evolution. Each zombie appeared significantly more robust than before, their gait now steadier. Could it be that the rain served as the catalyst for this evolution among the undead? Chu Chu couldn't help but shiver. If rain were to enable the evolution of zombies, it would undoubtedly herald a far graver calamity for them. Zhang Cheng and Tian Susu, residing in room 202, contemplated venturing out to exterminate zombies for profit. Though they were unable to cook on the second floor, they had no intention of relocating to the fourth. Being young, they had little inclination towards culinary endeavors, and the second floor suited them perfectly. As they distanced themselves from the safety of the bathhouse, they were suddenly besieged by a horde of zombies. Exchanging glances, their years of unspoken understanding revealed their mutual thoughts. One would draw the zombie's attention while the other aimed for a headshot. After dispatching the first zombie, their confidence surged, and after a protracted struggle, they managed to eliminate the entire small squad of 5. The zombies seemed stronger than before. Zhang Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. It's as if they possess some semblance of thought. Tian Susu gasped for breath, her body drenched in blood, though it was solely the blood of the undead. Several times, she narrowly escaped being bitten, thanks to Zhang Cheng's timely intervention. Each of the 5 zombies bore a crystal core within their brains, and remarkably, each core was classified as a level 3, indicating that the zombies had evolved to that stage. In this era, level 2 zombies roamed the streets in abundance. Yet level 3 zombies were a rare sight. The sudden appearance of 5 was alarming. It was likely that many more lurked nearby. Chapter 22. The pharmacy is open for business. Chu Chu had been keenly observing the actions of the 2 individuals. Should they falter, she would undoubtedly intervene, for she could not bear to witness anyone perish before her eyes. A sense of unease washed over her as she noted the peculiar situation. Typically, their encounters with the zombies were mere trifles. Yet now, the number of zombies at their threshold had increased, and they were growing increasingly formidable. Zhang Cheng, Tian Susu, are you all right? She inquired, hastening towards them with urgency. Quickly, head to the bathroom on the first floor to refresh yourselves and regain your strength. Meanwhile, others began to express their concerns, voicing complaints that the torrential rain was indeed a harbinger of ill fortune. Initially, they had taken solace in the downpour, but now they realized that it was not a sign of good omens, but rather the onset of a deeper descent into despair. Was it not the case that there had been Tier 3 zombies before? Chu Chu eagerly sought confirmation, reasoning that an increase in Tier 3 zombies could hardly signify anything alarming. However, Gu Tianai shook his head, explaining that the current Tier 3 zombies were on the brink of evolving into Tier 4, starkly contrasting with their predecessors, who had merely just reached Tier 3 and posed little threat. The speed and power of the current zombies were beyond their capacity to confront. Chu Chu was utterly stunned. If there was no way to cope, would humanity once again face a greater catastrophe? No. She resolutely refused to allow a more significant disaster to unfold. All she wished was for everyone to be able to reside in the bathing center, as it provided a sense of security. Chu Chu found herself engulfed in anxiety, prompting her to seek out Xiaoyu, hoping she would work tirelessly to promote the bathing center and attract a greater influx of guests. Xiaoyu, undeterred, drew upon her previous experience, instinctively aware of the most effective strategies to employ. Fear not, dear host, for the bathing facilities in the first-floor lobby can enhance one's physical constitution. As long as you make the most of them, success is assured. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu immediately perked up. As long as there is a solution, overcoming difficulties is assured. The host can now opt to upgrade the bathroom. The upgraded bathroom not only unlocks additional shower heads, but also enhances water quality, thereby significantly aiding in the restoration of the human body. Chu Chu promptly commenced the enhancement of the bathroom, elevating it to level 5 in one swift motion. The current level of the bathing center stands at 5, and thus, the internal architecture cannot surpass this designation, which is why she ceased her endeavors. Congratulations, host! The bathroom has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking 20 shower heads. The water quality is capable of fortifying the body. Please strive diligently. The bathroom has been upgraded to level 5. A reward of 1 changing room for each gender has been granted. The host currently possesses 50,000 points. Please endeavor to swiftly attain level 6. Chu Chu gazed at the swiftly diminishing points without a trace of sorrow. Without hesitation, she utilized her membership card to relay the latest updates regarding the bathroom, and she took care to advise that everyone should ideally bathe once a day. It was not out of avarice, but rather from a genuine desire for everyone to endure in this apocalyptic world. Due to her words, each person hurried to the bathroom, forming a lengthy queue at the entrance. Fortunately, the effects of the bathroom only lasted for 10 minutes, so despite the lengthy line, the process remained relatively swift. Chu Chu indeed breathed a sigh of relief. The effectiveness of the bathroom on the first floor was a welcome development, sparing everyone from potential injuries during their missions. Congratulations! The host points have reached 100,000, upgrading the bathing center to level 6. The next level, Miracle, requires 500,000 points for advancement. In light of the bathing center's upgrade to level 6, 2 stores have been unlocked, a pharmacy and a shoe store. The host is encouraged to strive onward. Task released. Serve 100 customers at the pharmacy for a random reward. Serve 100 customers at the shoe store for another random reward. Completion of both tasks will yield a one-time bonus. Task released. Recruit staff for the pharmacy. It cannot commence operations without personnel. Staff will receive meals and accommodation, along with a monthly salary of 10,000 points. Chu Chu would never miss an opportunity to benefit, and since both stores had just opened, their inventory consisted of basic items rather than high-end goods. Nevertheless, the influx of customers remained relentless, particularly for the pharmacy, which was thriving. Since the onset of the apocalypse, pharmacy supplies had been swiftly depleted, and with the pharmaceutical factories ravaged by zombies, available medications had become increasingly scarce. Those fortunate enough to possess some medicine found their supplies dwindling, rendering the production of new pharmaceuticals virtually impossible. In times of mild ailments, individuals had to rely solely on their resilience, with access to medicine being a distant hope. When endurance faltered, the outcome was often transformation into a zombie. In the eyes of those living through the apocalypse, aside from food, the most precious commodity was undoubtedly medicine. Although the public was aware through the points card that a pharmacy was set to open within the bathing center, it remained closed until staff were recruited. This precaution was understandable. The implications of ingesting the wrong medication could lead to a myriad of adverse effects. Once the staff were hired, they would be able to provide accurate guidance to customers, safeguarding both their health and the reputation of the bathing center. Staff recruitment. Age, between 20 and 50 years. Gender, unrestricted. Work experience. Relevant experience is required, preferably a graduate from a medical university, and having worked in a pharmacy or related field prior to the apocalypse. The recruitment was scheduled for an afternoon, and the number of applicants was akin to a swarm of koi. Who wouldn't desire such a fortunate opportunity, with meals, accommodation, and points on offer? Chu Chu found herself overwhelmed, as the base housed several hundred individuals, yet the number of applicants soared to an astonishing 70 or 80. She never anticipated that some would audaciously connect their backgrounds to the medical field. Suddenly, Song Jiaer approached, holding her resume. She placed it before Chu Chu and greeted, "Hello, I'm Song Jiaer. I previously studied medicine and possess some experience in pharmacology. Just as my internship at the Beijing City Hospital concluded, the zombie outbreak occurred." Upon hearing Song Jiaer's words, Chu Chu, who had initially been burdened with worry, immediately felt revitalized. After an afternoon of interviews, she finally encountered a reliable individual. Chapter 23. It's all about luck. It is you. Chu Chu decisively made the decision, primarily because the pharmacy could not remain closed indefinitely, and these dubious characters were utterly unfit for the role of pharmacy staff. With provisions and accommodation included, and a monthly salary of 10,000 points, here is the contract. Peruse it and, if all appears satisfactory, kindly affix your signature. Chu Chu presented the contract prepared by the system before Song Jiaer. This contract was meticulously crafted to safeguard the interests of both parties. Regardless of their previous amicable relationship, a formal agreement must be signed for collaboration. Even if issues arise in the future, the contract would serve as a guide, ensuring their relationship remains unaffected. Song Jiaer perused the document and signed it without hesitation. Confident in her employer's integrity, even if deception were to occur, she would accept it willingly. After all, the provisions of food and accommodation, along with earning points, were rare and fortunate opportunities. Clad in the work attire gifted by the system, Song Jiaer was ready for the grand opening of the pharmacy. While others lamented their lack of acceptance, they flocked to the pharmacy to shop. As a staff member, Song Jiaer understood her role was not merely to sell medications, but to ensure each customer received proper counsel and prescriptions, managing dosages responsibly. "Give me 10 boxes of cold medicine," an elderly lady exclaimed as she rushed to the front. 10 boxes were trivial for the system, yet not so considerate for the purchasing household. "Madam, the cold medicine has a shelf life of 3 years, and each box costs 150 gold coins. How many people are there in your household? 1 box per person is sufficient." The pharmacy was well stocked, and Song Jiaer hoped the lady would refrain from hoarding, as expired medicine would be a waste. She made recommendations based on their circumstances, emphasizing that the pharmacy would remain in business and excessive purchases were genuinely unsafe. Unyielding, the elderly lady retorted, "Young girl, what do you care about how much medicine I buy? I prefer to stock up for peace of mind. Even if the bathhouse were to disappear one day, having these medicines would ensure my family's safety from colds." With patience, Song Jiaer explained that the bathhouse would not vanish. As long as one was present, they could always purchase medicine. They had no purchase limits, even when leaving the bathhouse. Eventually, the elderly lady conceded, departing with 3 boxes of cold medicine, as her desire to buy more stemmed from her need for reassurance. With her leading the charge, others were more measured in their purchases, avoiding overwhelming quantities but still buying a significant amount, ranging from cold and fever remedies to treatments for injuries, both internal and external. The fear of a post-apocalyptic world had evidently instilled caution in them. Otherwise, such extensive purchases would be unfathomable. Conversely, some seasoned individuals, like Su Hanqing and Gu Tianai, scoffed at the notion of needing medicine. They were in excellent health, impervious to illness, and could easily endure minor injuries without medication. In just 2 hours, Chu Chu had already achieved the pharmacy sales target, yet the shoe sales had only reached 2 pairs. Do these people not wear shoes? She mused, resolving to visit the shoe store personally. The shoe store currently offers a selection of effortlessly comfortable cloth shoes, alongside another variant featuring a rubber sole made of cowhide. Both pairs are remarkably practical. The cloth shoes are perfectly suited for wear in a bathhouse, while the rubber-soled shoes are ideal for venturing out to combat zombies. Such exquisite footwear begs the question, why do they refrain from making a purchase? Many passers-by glance up at the shoe store, then cast their eyes downward at their own feet, ultimately shaking their heads in dismay before departing. Chu Chu intercepted several acquaintances and inquired, "May I ask why you have not come in to purchase shoes?" "My footwear is both economical and affordable, providing utmost comfort when worn." "Boss, we are indeed eager to buy new shoes. However, your offerings are rather thick and heavy. In this sweltering summer heat, wearing them would surely ruin our feet. Indeed, when will you unveil a selection of lightweight sandals? Should you have such footwear, I would undoubtedly make a purchase. In this apocalyptic era, people have transcended conventional preferences. They yearn for breathable shoes, with cloth and rubber options no longer being their favorite choices. Isn't it merely about breathable shoes? Come and take a look at my pair. I assure you, after seeing them, you will be compelled to buy." Chu Chu's fervent demeanor left those present enveloped in curiosity. How could the shoes, seemingly ordinary, inspire such unwavering confidence from the owner? Moved by Chu Chu's enthusiasm, one by one, they formed a line and entered, genuinely intrigued to discover what allure these shoes possessed that warranted such a personal endorsement from the proprietor. "What size do you wear? Allow me to find a pair for you to try on." Chu Chu did not afford the other party a chance for regret, directly inviting her to try on the shoes. Once worn, the comfort was undeniable, and she found herself reluctant to remove them. The shoes are not only breathable, but also exceptionally comfortable. "I must have 2 pairs, one for me and one for my partner. Are they truly that remarkable? I must give them a try." The chatter among the group was lively as everyone expressed their desire to try on the shoes. Fortunately, the system was remarkably intelligent, capable of automatically delivering the shoes. Otherwise, Chu Chu would have found herself overwhelmed. After trying them on, everyone made purchases, with some opting for 2 pairs, one for home and another for outings. The word spread rapidly that the shoes from the store were incredibly comfortable, prompting a surge of customers eager to acquire a pair that was both fitting and airy. Faced with such a treasure, they could not afford to miss out. A continuous stream of buyers arrived, persisting even as darkness fell. Though weary, Chu Chu's heart swelled with joy as she eagerly anticipated the rewards that would arise from the combination of her two tasks. After her relentless efforts, the familiar sound of the system's notification finally reached her ears. Congratulations, host. You have completed the pharmacy task and the shoe store task, each granting a surprise reward. Please proceed to draw. As she spoke, a golden wheel of fortune appeared before Chu Chu, adorned with approximately 8 segments, each representing a unique reward. The golden segment signified the most coveted prize, while the green one represented the least desirable. What rewards awaited her was entirely dependent on her fortune. Chapter 24. The more powerful being the lottery. Chu Chu could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of discovering what splendid item she might win. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received an ability activation pill, which allows for the activation of special abilities. Congratulations, host. You have also acquired 2 mobile phones, enabling internet access and calls without the need for a signal tower. These were indeed treasures. Chu Chu is not particularly interested in the activation pills for supernatural abilities. However, she possesses an immense fascination for a mobile phone. In the past, she was an avid phone enthusiast, capable of foregoing meals and water, but never her beloved device. Now, with 2 smartphones in her possession, she is overwhelmed with delight and immediately begins to explore their functionalities. The phones bear an uncanny resemblance to those from the pre-apocalyptic era, yet they boast an array of enhanced features and infinite storage, allowing for uninterrupted downloads regardless of quantity. Truly, these devices are treasures beyond compare. With a phone in her hand, she has found the very source of her joy and happiness. With her mobile at her fingertips, all worries dissipate. Unbeknownst to her, the dawn of a new day arrives. In her dedication to her phone, Chu Chu has sacrificed an entire night's sleep, demonstrating remarkable commitment. Every morning, Xiaoyu accompanies Chu Chu for breakfast, but today, when she knocks on the door, Chu Chu surprisingly ignores her. A sense of foreboding creeps in. Could something have happened to her? With this thought, Xiaoyu intensifies her knocking, rousing Chu Chu from the slumber she had just succumbed to. Chu Chu opened the door and immediately handed her phone to Xiaoyu, saying, "Here, a delightful distraction for you. I'm off to sleep now, do not disturb me." Upon receiving the device, Xiaoyu was astonished to find it was a phone. With a phone in hand, who would concern themselves with breakfast? She promptly settled in the living room, utterly captivated. As long as she had the phone, nothing else mattered. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not experienced such unrestrained enjoyment with a mobile device. Today, relishing this long-lost sensation, she yearned to indulge in idleness. Within the bright base, their esteemed leader had been absent for quite some time, leaving only a handful of minor leaders to sustain its operations. One such minor leader seized the opportunity to usurp power. Upon assuming office, he revealed his true colors, barking orders at the others, showing little regard for the inhabitants of the base. Originally housing over 1,000 individuals, the population dwindled to 700 or 800 after many departed. Those who remained had lived here since the base's inception, yearning to leave, but finding no place to go. The new leader mandated that each household submit a Tier 3 crystal core as a daily fee, threatening expulsion for those who failed to comply, which incited widespread discontent among the residents, though they dared not voice their grievances. After ascending to leadership, the minor leader, brimming with arrogance, gathered everyone for a meeting. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have toiled tirelessly to maintain this base. I have heard whispers of your disparagement towards me. I can overlook that for now. However, henceforth, each household must provide 2 Tier 3 crystal cores daily, or you shall be expelled from this base to fend for yourselves." The crowd, already harboring resentment towards the leader, reacted with immediate opposition to his callous decree. "On what grounds you speak thus? This base has been built by all of us, piece by piece. You are merely a minor leader, not the supreme leader, and you lack the authority to decide our fates. Do not presume that a few days of acting as leader grants you true command. This base is not yours to dictate. aware of the long-standing grievances against him. The minor leader remarked, "Today, we settle scores. Grievances shall be avenged." Yet, only a mere dozen dared to voice their dissent, despite having collectively resolved the night before to oppose this leader. Observing the absence of additional supporters, they scanned the crowd, only to find others with heads bowed, unwilling to meet their gaze. These individuals had evidently turned traitor. With the dozens standing firm, tension crackled in the air, leaving no room for retreat. They resolved to confront the leader head-on. The leader smirked, evidently pleased with the unfolding drama. His interest piqued. "Since you are discontent with my decisions, I shall cast you out to feed the zombies. I suspect you will find great joy in that." He commanded, "Remove them and their families from the base. Here, I am the supreme authority. Those who oppose me shall not continue to reside within this sanctuary." The leader, eager for an opportunity to make an example of dissenters, seized this moment with fervor. "Leader, we were wrong. We assure you that we shall never defy your commands again. Please, let this matter pass." A woman stood protectively in front of her man, fully aware of his reluctance to speak, and thus took it upon herself to plead for mercy, hoping the leader would not be so heartless. "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear my words? If you cannot comprehend, then get out." The leader furrowed his brows, revealing an expression of fear that silenced any thoughts of rebellion. A dozen individuals, along with their families, approximately 50 souls, young and old, were expelled, leaving only their personal belongings behind, while all other possessions were confiscated by the base. "What shall we do now?" Aunt Lee looked at the others with the helplessness of a child. Her advanced age rendered her vulnerable to such upheaval. Her son resolutely declared, "We will seek out Guti and I have heard he resides at a certain bathhouse. As long as we reach the bathhouse, everything will be all right." However, with both the elderly and the young among them, uncertainty loomed over how long the journey would take. What if something happens along the way? Now was not the time to dwell on such worries. They needed to leave. They must reach the bathhouse. Otherwise, it was likely that none of the 50 souls would survive. Uncle Lee spoke a harsh truth, and his words silenced the crowd, for they resonated with stark reality. A few resignedly began their trek toward the bathhouse, pinning all their hopes upon it, for it represented their soul sanctuary. Chu Chu accompanied Guti and I and the cowboy as they ventured out to confront the zombies. Although she had no need for crystal cores and felt no threat from the undead, her concern compelled her to ascertain the situation firsthand. Guti and I and the cowboy exhibited remarkable synergy, effortlessly dispatching over a dozen third-tier zombies, each yielding a third-tier crystal core. Truly, it was a day of abundant harvest. Chu Chu increasingly admired them. To them, the third-tier zombies were merely insignificant creatures, akin to tiny ants, easily vanquished without the slightest effort. Chu Chu's fear of the third-level zombies had diminished considerably. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, humanity had awakened extraordinary abilities, making it implausible for the zombies to remain stagnant. A distant rumble echoed, instilling a sense of dread, as if a more formidable creature were emerging. Chapter 25. A Roar of Anger. "Zombie soldier, be careful," Guti and I exclaimed, immediately positioning himself protectively behind Chu Chu, his gaze fixed warily on the source of the sound. The noise grew increasingly closer and deafening, reminiscent of some immensely heavy entity in motion. "Help! Help! Hurry! Everyone must keep up. I can't run anymore. You all go ahead. My old bones are destined to rest here today." We emerge from the base together, and we shall reach the bathing center safely together. No one is allowed to speak despairingly. Indeed, I will not abandon any of you, and I hope you all will not forsake me. The voice gradually reached Chu Chu and her companion's ears. Could there be others nearby? Let us hide and observe. Upon Gu Tianya's command, several individuals quietly concealed themselves, harboring distrust towards humanity. Should those people be malevolent, remaining hidden would mitigate their troubles. A colossal zombie trailed behind the group. Despite its size, its movements were exceedingly clumsy. While others could traverse several steps in the time it took the zombie to take one, that stride was sufficient to catch up with those ahead. A small boy clung tightly to his mother's side, but his anxiety caused him to stumble. His mother immediately rushed to embrace him, causing them to lag behind, and the pursuing zombie closed in. This group was indeed the one that had emerged from the Guangming base, with Brother Li, the squad leader, bravely standing in front of the zombie. "Go on ahead, don't mind me. We will not leave you behind. If we are to flee, we must do so as one. Indeed, we are not the kind to abandon our comrades. Now is not the time for camaraderie. If we delay, we shall all meet our end here." Although Auntie Li felt immense sorrow for her son, she understood the gravity of the situation. If sacrificing Brother Li could ensure the safety of 40 to 50 others, she could not allow her heartache to surface. "I refuse to leave." A valiant woman stepped forward. If they united to confront the zombies, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. If they surrendered, it would be Brother Li today, and who would it be next? This woman, also a squad leader, was known among them as Sister Ing. She was fiercely loyal, skilled in combat, and stood out as one of the finest among the group. As Ing Jie has stated, "The elderly and children should take shelter while we unite to vanquish the zombies." Such a formidable horde is bound to yield a substantial crystal core. With our preparations complete, let's commence. We shall no longer retreat. Indeed, life is fleeting, either as light as a feather or as weighty as a mountain, and today, I shall not allow anyone to look down upon me. Gu Ti and I beheld the familiar faces before him. Those were the residents of the Guangming base. What calamity had befallen the base? Why had 4 or 5 dozen individuals chosen to depart in mass? Did they recognize each other? Upon witnessing Gu Tianye's reaction, Chu Chu discerned their camaraderie, evident in his fervent response. Gu Ti and I nodded, affirming their identity as members of the Guangming base previously under his command. They had been on a mission outside when he had left in haste, regretting deeply that he had not brought them along. As he spoke, a frown creased his brow. He sincerely lamented leaving his trusted subordinates behind. Had he helped them? He pondered cautiously. It was unwise to rush forth without understanding the situation. After all, they had not seen each other in ages. Knowing someone's face does not guarantee knowing their heart. What if they had aligned themselves with the Guangming base? Such a revelation could expose their intentions. However, should they truly be overwhelmed, Gu Ti and I would never stand idly by as his former comrades were sacrificed in vain. Of the 50 who had emerged, only half had awakened their abilities, with several possessing spatial powers that proved futile in combat. 20 individuals facing a colossal zombie could only strike at its knees, while their attempts to target its vulnerable head were in vain. As the group was once again easily cast aside by the zombie, several sustained severe injuries. Healers among them tirelessly tended to the wounded. Yet the overwhelming number of adversaries and the gravity of the injuries rendered them nearly ineffective. With a thunderous roar, the zombie seized an individual nearby, preparing to bite. "Stop!" Chu Chu could no longer contain herself. She intervened decisively, swallowing an ability activation pill, resolved to confront the zombie head-on. Chu Chu emanated a unique aura, and after consuming the ability activation pill, a surge of energy began to course chaotically through her body, igniting a sensation of warmth within her. Overwhelmed by an uncontainable force, she let out a furious roar, radiating a blinding light. The zombie's agitation escalated as it began to dart about erratically, only to suddenly explode into fragments, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Witnessing such a transformation, everyone stood in stunned silence, marveling at the extraordinary power of a single roar that had rendered the zombie utterly annihilated. Their gazes turned towards Chu Chu, who felt an intense discomfort throughout her being. Despite having unleashed energy once, the burning sensation persisted unabated. "Leader Gu, you have saved us," Brother Li exclaimed, his once dull eyes sparkling upon seeing Gu Ti and I, their long-lost leader, who had miraculously returned unharmed. "And who might this be?" he inquired, looking at Chu Chu with confusion. "This is the owner of the bathhouse, and you may have heard of the events surrounding it. She is currently residing there, and the situation remains favorable," Gu Ti and I replied, furrowing his brow as he regarded them, knowing he had much to communicate, yet recognizing that the moment was not opportune. Brother Li immediately regarded Chu Chu with deep respect, and one by one, everyone knelt before her. "We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, Madam Owner. Without you, we would have met a fate worse than death. You are our rebirth and salvation." Please accept our humble bow. Brotherly began to prostrate himself before Chu Chu, and the others followed suit without hesitation. Whereas Chu Chu been so fervently worshipped by so many, her face was awash with terror as she repeatedly shook her head, urging, "Please rise. We are all compatriots. In such circumstances, we cannot turn a blind eye." As she spoke, she assisted each individual to their feet, and only when she saw them standing did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 26. Has sister come to a decision? It is unsafe here. Perhaps we should retreat to the bathhouse for a moment of respite. Chu Chu took the initiative to extend an invitation to them. Since they were friends of Guti and I, it would be remiss to be overly lax, especially considering that the other party might potentially be their clients. We are precisely on our way to seek refuge at the bathing center. We were expelled for opposing the new leadership of the Guangming base. Although we had all agreed to stand against it together, it was only a handful of us who dared to step forward. Brotherly sighed. He had no regrets about his actions, but he lamented not having exposed those few individuals. For it would have been far more satisfying to have them all expelled from the Guangming base together. Gu Ti and I observed their weary appearance with a twinge of sympathy. The distance from the Guangming base was considerable, requiring a 3-hour walk, and after battling zombies, they were undoubtedly exhausted. "No, we absolutely cannot separate," Ingjie declared resolutely. "We must all reach the bathing center together. The elderly and children may take a vehicle, but the rest of us absolutely cannot part ways." "Why not?" Chu Chu questioned, perplexed. "Isn't it better for everyone to arrive safely at the bathing center? Why can't you separate?" Ingjie shot her a glance, conveying an unspoken truth. She had not yet experienced the harsh realities of society. It was far easier to resolve matters when united. Should they split up, their thoughts would scatter, and the inability to maintain solidarity was the most terrifying prospect of all. We would rather walk than separate. As long as we are together, we are aware of each other's circumstances. There is no notion of one enjoying comfort while another suffers. Brotherly nodded in agreement. They often undertook missions together, adhering to a singular principle: fairness. The colossal zombie's head contained a level 5 crystal core, indicating that this creature had evolved to level 5, a first for them, as they had never encountered such a formidable zombie before. The transformation to level 5 had resulted in a fundamental change, with its very form growing larger. Chu Chu gazed at the 5th-level crystal core, letting out a sigh. Fortunately, although 5th-level zombies appeared exceedingly fearsome, they were devoid of intelligence and could be vanquished with skill. "Boss, this crystal core is a product of your efforts. Thus, it rightfully belongs to you." After a brief discussion, Ingjie and Brotherly handed the crystal core to Chu Chu. They were not avaricious individuals. They would claim what was rightfully theirs and would never indulge in greed for that which did not belong to them. Since they had all fought together to defeat the foe, wouldn't it be fair to share the spoils among everyone? Chu Chu felt that her ability to conquer the zombies was largely due to her luck, while others had sacrificed much and sustained injuries. Receiving the crystal core solely for herself made her feel somewhat uneasy. "No, our lives were saved by you. How could we possibly accept anything in return?" Ingjie and Brotherly began to extol Chu Chu, showering her with praise, hoping to elevate her spirits and make her feel cherished. For the first time, Chu Chu encountered such a massive crystal core. A group of individuals began to make their way toward the bathing center. Chu Chu held the crystal core in her hand. Scrutinizing it closely, apart from its larger size, it bore no significant differences from the others. The group journeyed forth, engaging in battles along the way. Although slightly fatigued, they accepted their circumstances without complaint. Suddenly, a menacing group appeared before them, encircling Chu Chu and her companions, their faces twisted in lewd grins. "This mountain belongs to me, and this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, you must relinquish the crystal core," declared the burly leader with an ambiguous smile. He extended his hand towards them, stating, "I have been observing you for quite some time. You've taken down a fair number of zombies, so if you give us half, we shall allow you to proceed. Why should we share with you? If you desire the crystal core, you can earn it yourselves," Brotherly retorted, glaring at them with suspicion. "You are merely a handful of individuals. We outnumber you by more than 20. Are you truly certain you wish to oppose us?" The bald man adorned with a gold chain sneered. You are merely a flock of weaklings. I could easily dispatch half of you without my leader's assistance. We came to negotiate amicably, but if you refuse to listen, do not blame me for resorting to violence. His gaze fell lecherously upon Chu Chu. It seems you ladies are well taken care of. I find you quite pleasing. Perhaps if you were to offer me this beauty, I might consider letting you all pass unscathed. Chu Chu fixed her gaze upon the other party, her demeanor exuding an air of defiance. I am no mere commodity. I doubt you possess the capability to retain me. She flexed her wrist, having just awakened her extraordinary abilities that would suffice against the zombies. Yet she remained uncertain of their efficacy against humans. Come along, little beauty, follow your brother. I assure you a life of indulgence that far surpasses your current existence. The man adorned with a golden chain gazed intently at Chu Chu, his admiration growing with every glance. He had everything he desired, save for a rightful consort to rule by his side. Chu Chu offered a faint smile as she gracefully approached the man adorned with a golden chain, prompting expressions of concern among the onlookers. Boss, we will protect you. Gu Ti and I instinctively moved to shield Chu Chu behind him, for she was the one in need of his protection. Brother Li and Ingjia, along with others, brandished their weapons, prepared to engage in a fierce battle. For Chu Chu was their savior. They would not stand idly by as she faced peril. Upon witnessing this formidable stance, the opposing party initiated combat without further prompting. All present were vigorous young individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, evenly matched against their adversaries. Gu Ti and I refrained from joining the fray, focusing solely on safeguarding Chu Chu and ensuring that no one approached her. He forcefully dispatched yet another assailant attempting to harm her. Both sides were now fatigued and dizzy from the ongoing skirmish, yet they persisted. Stop! Chu Chu could not bear to witness the relentless fighting. Recognizing that they still had a long journey ahead, continued conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. All eyes turned to her, and the man with the golden chain grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Sister, have you thought this through? Join me for a life of indulgence. Chapter 27. Grant me a chance. A smile graced Chu Chu's face as she approached the man adorned with a golden chain. Her resolve firm and unwavering. I have made up my mind. I shall send you all to hell. The man, taken aback, found himself sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. He could hardly fathom that such a seemingly delicate girl possessed such formidable strength, easily overpowering him and his companions. We were mistaken. Please spare us. Esteemed lady, the man and his associates knelt in fear, too terrified to move, lest they provoke her wrath and meet their demise. Chu Chu is not a person who nitpicks. Yet when provoked, she cannot easily overlook their transgressions. It is too late for apologies. Considering this was their first offense, she opted for a mild admonition, allowing the zombies to chase them for a brief period as a lesson. Subsequently, the group continued their journey towards the bathing center, this time enveloped in a hushed silence, with no one daring to oppose Chu Chu. Gu Ti and I was profoundly astonished. Having resided there for a considerable duration, he had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate owner was, in fact, a master of martial arts. Indeed, if she were not a formidable character, how could she possibly manage such a grand bathing center in the midst of an apocalypse? Although Chu Chu was unaware of the change in others' perceptions of her, she felt an overwhelming fatigue from walking. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If you continue along this path, you will reach your destination in about half an hour. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave. Before anyone could react, Chu Chu vanished, and in the next moment, she found herself seated in her room, reveling in the comfort of the air conditioning. Truly, nothing could compare to the bliss of cool air. The people from the Bright Base arrived and rented out a dozen family rooms, numbered 411 to 425. Task announcement. Please expedite your upgrade to level 7. The delivery service will be unlocked upon reaching level 7. Delivery service. You may assign employees to deliver goods to any location, and any item can be transported. Keep it up and unlock the delivery service swiftly. To attain level 7, 50,000 points are required. Currently, there are 400 to 500 residents here, so accumulating 50,000 points within a few days is feasible. In the blink of an eye, days passed, and the bathing center frequently welcomed new guests. Thus, the 50,000 points were quickly amassed. Congratulations, the host has successfully upgraded to level 7, and the delivery service is now operational. The system provides motorcycles for the delivery personnel. The host can recruit a total of 3 delivery staff. It is advisable that the delivery personnel possess spatial abilities for convenience in storage. Delivery staff are provided with meals and accommodation, with a monthly compensation of 5,000 points plus commissions. The more deliveries made, the greater the rewards, with no upper limit. No upper limit? System. What has prompted your newfound generosity? Chu Chu was quite astonished. The system had always been rather frugal, yet it suddenly exhibited such generosity, raising her suspicions of a hidden agenda. The system, after all, had its reasons. The delivery business was indeed a formidable enterprise. If executed proficiently, it could lead to upgrades necessitating a larger workforce of delivery personnel. The host need not doubt the system's intentions, for all its actions were designed with the host's best interests in mind. However, Chu Chu was acutely aware that the system must be scheming something, though she lacked the authority to discern its plans. Chu Chu already has a candidate in mind. However, she is uncertain whether they would be willing or not. Chu Chu discovered the cowboy and Xiaobao, both of whom possess spatial abilities, making them perfectly suited for the task at hand. They need not worry about safety, as the system would provide automatic protection. Xiaobao, initially devoid of any powers, had inadvertently activated his spatial ability due to his grandmother's insistence on his daily baths in the large bathroom. This had caused them both considerable frustration for a time. However, it now seemed that possessing spatial abilities was not entirely disadvantageous, especially given the system's favorable regard for them. Upon hearing of available work, the cowboy and Xiaobao were instantly filled with joy. Boss, rest assured, I am a formidable spatial ability wielder capable of accommodating an entire bathing center. You can rely on me for this task. The cowboy chuckled merrily, feeling content as he finally secured an easy job, managing to surpass Guti and I in this regard. Yet, before the afternoon arrived, Xiaobao's grandmother came looking for him. She had always hoped for Xiaobao to have stable income, yet she was perpetually concerned for his well-being. Boss, I heard Xiaobao can work as a delivery person, but he lacks any skills and abilities. I fear he might get hurt. The grandmother spoke candidly about her worries, seemingly anticipating something in return. She had faith that the boss would possess a solution. Dear grandmother, you need not worry excessively. With a gentle smile, Chu Chu felt as though she was gazing at her own grandmother. We will provide him with an electric bike. As long as he rides it out, he will be safe from zombie attacks. Rest assured, my dear, with such charm, I will certainly ensure his safety. With Chu Chu's assurance, the smile on her grandmother's face remained ever present, and her previously anxious heart could finally find solace. Working for the boss grants a secure livelihood. Is it appropriate for such a young child to ride an electric bike? Her grandmother voiced her concerns, to which Chu Chu, with a glint of inspiration, suggested, Little Bao cannot ride the electric bike, but you can, Grandma. I will provide for your meals and lodging, though there will be no additional salary. Your daily task will be to accompany Little Bao while delivering takeout. What do you think? Little Bao, who had never wished to part from his grandmother, eagerly agreed to Chu Chu's proposal. With a newfound sense of reassurance for her grandson's safety, Grandma was delighted by this win-win solution. 2 delivery positions had already been filled, yet one remained vacant. Chu Chu sought a reliable individual for the delivery role, momentarily dismissing unfamiliar candidates, as stability in the delivery service was paramount. Just as she pondered her predicament, an unexpected visitor knocked on her door. Upon opening the door, Chu Chu was greeted by the sight of Guti and I. She gazed at him in astonishment and inquired, What brings you here? He replied, I heard that you are recruiting delivery personnel. What do you think of me? Without hesitation, Guti and I boldly volunteered. I have also activated my spatial abilities, which perfectly align with the requirements for delivering food. Why not grant me a chance as well? Chapter 28. The commencement of the delivery system. In Chu Chu's impression, Guti and I was a fire elementalist. How could he suddenly awaken spatial abilities? Could it be that he is now a dual elementalist? In this apocalyptic world, some individuals awaken their powers while others remain utterly ordinary. Yet she had never heard of anyone possessing dual abilities. Gu-Tianyi is the first, at least among those she knows, to possess such a unique distinction. It's just as you imagined. Gu-Tianyi gazed into Chu Chu's eyes, providing her with the answer she sought. Undoubtedly, a talent as exceptional as Gu-Tianyi's must be recruited. However, the position of a delivery person seems far too humble for him. Once a more suitable role arises, a transition will be made. Congratulations! You have become our delivery person, earning 5,000 points monthly along with commission, with no upper limit. With a cheerful smile, Chu Chu extended her hand, intending to shake his. Gu-Tianyi, however, wore a serious expression. He stared at Chu Chu's fair and delicate hands, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. A blush crept across his face as he closed his eyes and raised his hand, only to be interrupted by a voice. Sister Chu Chu. Handing out flyers today was utterly exhausting, yet yielded no results at all. To make matters worse, I was chased by the base's fierce watchdog. I'm so unlucky. Xiao Yu entered, her voice tinged with a whimper as she walked in, striking her arms and legs in a display of disarray. I knew you were the best sister, she exclaimed, embracing Chu Chu while casting a challenging glance at Gu-Tianyi, eager to see if Chu Chu would indulge her whims. The following day, Chu Chu gathered all the staff of the bathing center in the conference room for a brief meeting. It brings me great joy to see you all here. From this day forward, we shall function as a cohesive team. It is imperative that we support and collaborate with one another, as I wish to avoid any underhanded dealings. I firmly believe that each of you is capable of fulfilling your responsibilities. Chu Chu had always envisioned convening such a gathering, aiming to help everyone recognize their own roles and identities. Hailing from diverse corners of the world, many were strangers to one another, each possessing their own temperaments and habits. It was only through fostering unity among them that a brighter future could be forged. I harbor no concerns for the others. However, I worry for you few newcomers in the delivery service, as you are bound to face numerous challenges. I sincerely hope that you can support one another. Sometimes, a simple gesture can alter the course of a person's destiny. Xiao Bao clenched his fists, embodying the spirit of a little adult, and assured Chu Chu, "Rest assured, Sister Chu Chu, I will certainly assist my two elder brothers and will not allow anyone to bully them." The cowboy was amused by Xiao Bao's earnestness, remarking, "Well then, I shall have to rely on you more. Aside from my spatial abilities, I possess little else, so Xiao Bao, you must not go back on your word." Upon hearing doubt cast upon him, Xiao Bao's eyes widened, sparkling like glass orbs. "Fear not, brother cowboy. Though I may be just a child, I aspire to be a stalwart man, and shall never break my vow." Gu-Tianyi chuckled at Xiao Bao's demeanor, while he said nothing. He had silently resolved that should Xiao Bao require assistance, he would brave any peril without hesitation. The delivery business officially commenced, previously targeting residents of the bathhouse, but now focusing on the surrounding establishments. As the business was newly launched, there were not many orders from the vicinity. Days passed with nary a single order, and Xiao Bao could no longer sit idly. 5,000 points a month sounded ample, yet if he wished to purchase something to honor his grandmother, it would scarcely suffice. Not only Xiao Bao felt a twinge of anxiety, the other two delivery workers also felt a pang of discontent, as they needed to save points for their future marriages and children. "Boss, what should we do?" they lamented, having anticipated a promising job, only to find themselves bereft of any business for so long. The cowboy began to voice his grievances beside Gu-Tianyi, pacing restlessly while muttering, "I believe the boss is toying with us. I would be better off battling a few zombies, for I could accumulate more points in a month." "Be silent." Gu-Tianyi snapped, and the cowboy instantly ceased his complaints, realizing that his leader was displeased. "Leave this matter to me. I will speak with the boss and devise a solution. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot allow you to starve." The cowboy, finally grasping the gravity of his leader's anger, scratched his head, unable to comprehend the source of Gu-Tianyi's frustration. "Boss, this is Gu-Tianyi. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you," he said, gently knocking on the door and standing obediently at the threshold, with no intention of entering. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Chu Chu's charming visage. "Gu, is there something you need?" she inquired. Having heard the cowboy refer to him as boss for so long, Chu Chu had unconsciously adopted the same address. "Boss, Our takeout business has been operational for several days now, yet we have yet to receive a single order. If this continues, we will have accomplished nothing. And discontent is brewing among the staff. Guti and I, possessing a modest reserve of savings, is not particularly anxious. However, others are, and he merely comes on behalf of the cowboy to inquire, hoping to strengthen his connection with Chu Chu. Upon mentioning this matter, Chu Chu sighed. For days, Xiaoyu has been distributing flyers, yet each one has seemingly vanished without a trace, yielding no response whatsoever. You need not worry about this. Chu Chu has already devised a plan. Task issued. Deliver 500 takeouts. Reward includes a lottery entry and an upgrade to the takeout system. Please, host, give it your all. 500. System, if you harbor any disdain for me, it would be kinder to grant me a swift resolution. With not a single order in hand, where am I to procure 500? Upon receiving the system's task, Chu Chu realized that even the prospect of slacking off was no longer feasible. She sighed and resolved to personally promote the bathing center and the takeout system. Do you have any plans? Count me in. Guti and I fixed his gaze on Chu Chu. In this apocalyptic world, should any trouble arise, my presence by your side would ensure a measure of safety. Chu Chu contemplated a refusal, yet upon reflection, she acknowledged the validity of his reasoning and thus nodded in agreement. The two of them proceeded directly to the base where Su Hanqing was located. The atmosphere remained bustling with activity, and upon her arrival, several acquaintances greeted her warmly. Hello, boss. Might I inquire what delightful news you bring today? One elderly lady, despite not having visited the bathing center, expressed her lingering aspirations towards it. We have initiated a delivery system. Should you be interested, you are welcome to give it a try. Chu Chu would undoubtedly seize every possible opportunity. Chapter 29. Ordered a serving of fried rice. The takeaway system? The elderly lady was no stranger to the term takeaway. Before the apocalypse, her two grandsons frequently ordered takeout, claiming it was incredibly convenient and cost-effective. Is it really that impressive in this post-apocalyptic world? Indeed, dear lady. As long as you acquire a membership card from us and accumulate sufficient points, you can access the external interface. We can deliver a myriad of items. Everything you need, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, is at your disposal. There is nothing beyond our capabilities, only what you may not conceive. Chu Chu produced a mobile cashier and inquire, madam. Do you possess anything of value? A crystal core will suffice. Simply place the item here, and you can recharge your card. The elderly lady, trusting Chu Chu, produced a single crystal core for the recharge, successfully obtaining a membership card. With this card, she could access the delivery mall, where anything unlocked by the bathing center could be selected and purchased. Initially merely curious, upon receiving the membership card, she found herself truly able to explore the myriad offerings within, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of choices, unsure of how to select what would please her most. From fruits and vegetables to clothing and footwear, there were even hot pot, milk tea, and ready-to-eat meals. The elderly lady had never felt her eyes so insufficient. The single crystal core she had just recharged was undoubtedly inadequate. She needed to recharge more. Boss, if the points on the card run out, how can I recharge? Is cash on delivery an option? The lady began to worry, yearning for a definitive answer, as she wished to share this delightful news with the entire base. No. Chu Chu replied emphatically, you must first recharge to accumulate points. Only then will the items be delivered. The delivery personnel always carry a point sensor, and whenever they are near, the point card will respond, so worry not. Despite Chu Chu's assurances, the elderly lady still felt a tinge of unease, uncertain whether the items from the delivery system would arrive smoothly. Resolving her doubts, she grasped Chu Chu's arm and decided to order a delivery as a trial. If it indeed arrived, she would certainly recharge more. Understanding her intent, Chu Chu exchanged a glance with Guti and I, both in agreement. Recognizing this as the inaugural order of the delivery system, a strong beginning would alleviate future worries. The elderly lady, not being greedy, opted for a serving of fried rice. After the points were deducted from her membership card, it indicated that her order would arrive within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The lady asked incredulously. Is the bathing center very close? Why have I never noticed it before? with a mysterious smile. Chu Chu remarked that the bathing center was not particularly far from their location, yet it could hardly be deemed close either. A walk would likely take over an hour, while a normal ride on an electric scooter would require at least 20 minutes. However, their delivery system was enhanced by advanced technology incomparable to ordinary services. The displayed time was indeed accurate. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, punctuality was guaranteed. Should there be any significant delays, compensation would be provided. Chu Chu patiently elucidated that in merely 10 minutes, one would be presented with a delectable serving of fried rice. Logically, 10 minutes is a fleeting interval. However, in the throes of anticipation, that duration seems to stretch interminably. At the end of the 10 minutes, a venerable grandmother, her hair as white as snow, arrived, stooping under the weight of her little grandson to deliver the meal. "Are you Mrs. Song?" she inquired. "This is your takeaway. Please sign for it." The little boy retrieved the order from his bag, verified the name on Mrs. Song's points card, and graciously handed her the meal. "Enjoy your meal, and do remember to leave me a 5-star review." This marked the young boy's inaugural foray into food delivery, although it was merely a serving of fried rice. It represented a significant milestone that imbued him with immense confidence. Mrs. Song unwrapped the package and, to her delight, discovered a steaming portion of fried rice, accompanied by a generous helping of meat and vegetables. The enticing aroma prompted her to swallow hard in anticipation. "Boss, I wish to recharge my points. Here are the crystals I possess. Please credit them all." Mrs. Song repackaged the fried rice and promptly placed all her crystals onto the point sensor. The digits on her points card transformed into a 5-digit number, and a smile finally graced her face. "Thank you so much. I shall take this to my 2 grandsons right away. Mrs. Song, I can offer you discount coupons. But would you be willing to assist me in promoting this within the community? For each person who recharges, I will grant you a coupon worth 50 points. What do you think?" Chu Chu, relying solely on her own strength, could never possibly make every individual in the base aware of the delivery system. Madame Song, being a resident of the base, was a resource she must leverage. Generally speaking, the inhabitants of the base harbor a certain aversion towards outsiders, placing immense trust in their fellow locals. Thus, Madame Song's first-hand testimony would prove far more effective than mere words. With a resolute pat on her chest, she readily agreed, declaring, "Leave this matter to me. I assure you that everyone in the base will be informed." She calculated that there were thousands of individuals in the base, and with each person yielding 50 points, she stood to gain 500,000 points. Imagine how many fried rice dishes that could procure. "Dear sir, please wait momentarily at my home. I shall return shortly and ensure that your affairs are not delayed." Chu Chu and her companions were led into a dwelling by Granny Song. Though referred to as a home, it was merely a dilapidated structure made of stone, inhabited by Granny Song and her 2 grandsons. The grandsons, both in their 20s, were robust and imposing figures, exuding an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Each day, they ventured forth to combat the undead, collecting crystal cores, which they dutifully surrendered to Granny Song. It was said that she exchanged these cores for points, and their gazes towards Chu Chu were tinged with a hint of hostility. "I ordered takeout through my delivery app. Why not sample it and understand my intentions?" Chu Chu thought, sensing that such fortuitous circumstances warranted enthusiasm. Granny Song offered the leftover fried rice to her grandsons. They exchanged glances before each taking half to savor. Their reluctance was soon forgotten as they devoured the rice, their eyes sparkling with delight. It had been an eternity since they had tasted proper food, and the fragrant fried rice was a rare indulgence since the onset of the apocalypse. In less than 2 minutes, the entirety of the fried rice vanished into their hungry bellies, and had it not been against the rules, even the packaging would have met the same fate. "My apologies. Dear proprietor, I previously misjudged you. Please forgive my misunderstanding. I thought you were deceitful. Kindly overlook our earlier misgivings." Chu Chu raised her head and fixed her gaze upon the 2 individuals, remaining silent. The pair exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 30. Not only running, but running faster, boss. Please have some water. In an effort to avoid offending Chu Chu, the 2 brothers brought forth the precious water that was scarce in their household. No need. Chu Chu understood the significance of water to a family. Each sip diminished their supply. Being someone who did not lack water, she felt no necessity to compete with them for it. Aunt Song, could you assist me in spreading the word? Chu Chu then turned her attention to Aunt Song. Without delay, Aunt Song sprang into action, enlisting her two rascally sons to join her. Through Aunt Song's persuasive efforts, most people at the base had come to learn about the takeaway service. Even those who had not heard it directly from her had received the news from neighbors. Before long, Aunt Song's doorstep was crowded with people, some eager to acquire a membership card, while others, skeptical, simply came to witness the spectacle. Are you all foolish? The crystal cores are invaluable. Why would you exchange them for a takeaway card? You might as well be counting someone else's money. Aunt Song, the avaricious old woman, seemed to have reaped considerable benefits, conspiring with outsiders against them. I refuse to believe Aunt Song would betray us. They have obtained cards themselves, and the delivery person arrives within 10 minutes. Who can ascertain the truth? Even if it's genuine, what if they only intend to deliver once? Wouldn't we be left with nothing? I don't care. I'm getting a card first and will load a modest amount of points. If it's real, I'll add more. If it's a scam, it's merely a level 1 crystal core. Then I shall load a small amount as well. Honestly, it has been ages since I ordered takeaway, and I truly miss it. The majority of people shared this sentiment, opting to load a small sum initially, and if the service proved legitimate, they would continue to invest further. Chu Chu found herself utterly overwhelmed as the crowd surged together, each individual eager to avoid being left behind. Please form an orderly line. Do not push. Let us proceed one by one. There is enough for everyone. Guti and I stood nearby, diligently maintaining order. Suddenly, a fit of coughing pierced through the noise, and the once boisterous throng fell into an immediate silence, instinctively parting to create a passage, not daring to breathe audibly. I demand a membership card. The speaker was the notorious bully of the base, a figure who regularly asserted his dominance within the community, embodying the archetype of a leader. Chu Chu raised her head and revealed a smile as formulaic as a mathematical equation. I apologize, but please queue up, she exclaimed. Do you think you can bypass the line simply because you recognize me? The imposing figure of the man loomed over her, as though he were ready to engulf Chu Chu in the next moment. Silence enveloped the crowd, and Aunt Song leaned in close to Chu Chu, whispering, Boss, you should attend to him first. He is the kingpin here, and no one dares to cross him. If you provoke him, your days may become quite challenging. Upon hearing Aunt Song's words, the man lifted his head arrogantly, fully aware that he was the dominant force in this establishment. No one would dare to challenge him, except when he was in the presence of the leader, where he would be subservient. Everyone anticipated that Chu Chu would bow to him after hearing Aunt Song's advice. But to their astonishment, she merely smiled and uttered words that left the entire assembly in disbelief. Difficult days? I am currently living quite comfortably. I would actually like to experience what it means to have a hard life. As Chu Chu spoke, her gaze remained fixed on the imposing figure of her elder brother. In her presence, adherence to her rules was non-negotiable. Failure to comply would result in their immediate inclusion on her blacklist, ensuring they would never again set foot in the bathhouse. Such audacity! It has been an age since I encountered someone so reckless. The elder brother smirked with a sinister charm, though it remained uncertain whether you could withstand the wrath I possess. Chu Chu remained remarkably calm, urging, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. Simply queue to obtain your card, and I shall not pursue any further inquiries. However, should you continue to flaunt your bravado, I cannot guarantee my ability to restrain myself. The leader, seemingly unperturbed by Chu Chu's words, waved his hand, summoning 5 or 6 subordinates who approached with an air of intimidation. Clad in dark attire and donning sunglasses, they exuded a rather menacing presence, much to the leader's delight as he burst into laughter. If you're frightened, kneel before me and procure a complimentary card, or I shall ensure your delivery business falters within this domain. The leader looked triumphantly at Chu Chu, confident in the overwhelming numbers on his side, believing the entire base would rally to his cause. A sharp sound echoed as Chu Chu's palm connected with the leader's face, leaving a red mark from the mere 30% of her strength she employed. Internally astonished, she realized her formidable prowess. It seemed she need not fear bullying wherever she roamed. The more exhilarated she felt internally, the calmer her demeanor appeared outwardly, though a hint of fear lingered. What if I were to severely injure you? Wouldn't everyone then fear me and refrain from purchasing from me? Vile woman, do you take me for docile creature? Today, should you dare to strike me, I will ensure you cannot walk out of this base. The leader, seething with rage, was affronted both by the insult and the public humiliation. He had not endured such indignity in quite some time, and to not rectify this would undermine his authority. Bring her to heel. I want her groveling before me, calling me father. With a fierce demeanor, he commanded his subordinates to teach her a lesson, insisting that this woman, regardless of her identity, must kneel before him. However, the 6 subordinates advanced with reckless abandon only to be obstructed by Guti and I. Should you wish to lay hands on her, you must first seek my consent. Do you agree? The leader, in a moment of confusion, posed an absurd question. Guti and I and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. It was clear they would not acquiesce to such a notion. What do you think? I believe your response is a resounding no. So spare me your chatter and act. With a decisive command, the leader set his subordinates into motion. Guti and I effortlessly countered the advances of the 6 subordinates, perceiving them merely as insignificant minions unworthy of concern. Within 3 minutes, the subordinates were left in disarray, trembling uncontrollably. Brother, we cannot contend with him. Perhaps we should flee. The wisdom of retreating had long been ingrained within them, for in their years navigating this world, they had mastered the art of escape. The leader's expression shifted to one of palpable panic as he realized he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. If we do not flee now, when shall we? Run! With a commanding shout from the leader, several subordinates sprang into action, as if infused with newfound energy, not only running, but sprinting with fervor. Chapter 31. The base leader orders takeout. Auntie Song and the others were left in a state of astonishment. Is this truly the extent of the leader's and his companions' abilities? It seems no different from a lack of strength altogether. Why, then, do they harbor such fear on ordinary days? With a delicate smile, Chu Chu thought, want to escape? Not so easily. With a mere flick of her finger, the thugs tumbled to the ground in disarray, their attempts to flee thwarted. We were wrong. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please, have mercy and spare us. The leader immediately began to apologize, realizing that in the world of thuggery, one must be flexible. Their sudden submission was merely a tactic to buy time, for when they next crossed paths, they vowed to retaliate fiercely. Are you not here to apply for membership? Why are you leaving so soon? Chu Chu would not let a single opportunity to earn points slip by. If necessary, she would simply charge a higher delivery fee. After all, one must face the consequences of their actions. The leader quickly nodded and obediently fell to the back of the line, beckoning his underlings to follow suit. The henchmen understood that without handing over their precious cores today, they would be unable to depart, so they too complied, hoping the leader would reimburse them later. Before long, it was the group's turn to apply for membership. The initial applications were free. However, when it came to their turn, Chu Chu insisted on a fee for a second-tier core, and items on their delivery app were priced about 10% higher than others. This was a demand Chu Chu had made to the system, which had always acceded to her requests. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly become victims of their own naivety. Why do you charge a fee? Others have no such charges. The leader felt a pang of regret. His subordinates depended on him. Collectively, their cores amounted to quite a sum. He now truly regretted his earlier decisions, pondering why he had provoked someone he should not have, feeling utterly exhausted by the ordeal. As food delivery had become commonplace in the base, a mysterious figure appeared, blocking Chu Chu's path as she attempted to leave. Chu Chu, the leader of our base requests your presence. Please come with me. If she is going, then I shall accompany her. I won't allow you to take her away. Guti and I stood protectively in front of Chu Chu, aware of her capabilities but still wishing to shield her. Please, both of you come with me. The newcomer remained calm, inviting both individuals to meet the leader. The former leader, Su Hanxing, had departed, and a new leader had been elected through a vote, now seated comfortably, smiling benignly. I've heard you've established some sort of delivery system. It seems quite intriguing, and I would like to apply for a membership card. The leader spoke with a humble demeanor, resembling an ordinary person without any pretense. Welcome to apply for a card. Chu Chu, who had been listless, instantly perked up at the prospect of a new application. May I ask if you wish to pay with cores or other valuable items? Is there a difference? The leader, entirely unaware of their system, patiently inquired. Chu Chu began to speak eloquently, revealing that there was little distinction in her words. They merely echoed previous sentiments. For you, they may hold some significance, yet using them to acquire points seems a sheer waste. In this realm, the most abundant currency is the crystal core. Thus, I recommend utilizing crystal cores for point acquisition. Should the crystal cores deplete, they can still be replenished, whereas losing something of profound significance may lead to a lifelong regret. Chu Chu articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity, asserting that the crystal cores in her possession held greater value than those objects. Naturally, the ultimate choice lay with the individual. The leader promptly produced a third-level crystal core, handing it to Chu Chu. Within a minute, a membership card materialized in Chu Chu's hand, which she subsequently presented to the leader, guiding him on its usage. Upon accessing the delivery system, the leader was astounded to discover a comprehensive array of items, including the sale of purified water. Internally astonished, he maintained an outward facade of composure. Chu Chu, where did you acquire all these items? He inquired. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information, leader. Chu Chu replied with dignified refusal. She understood that revealing the intricacies of the system would undoubtedly invite unnecessary complications. The leader paused, yet chose not to press further. He recognized that everyone harbors their own secrets, and this was Chu Chu's avenue for earning crystal cores. Were he in her position, he too would not divulge such channels. How do you ensure the timeliness of your deliveries? I hope that if I place an order now, it won't arrive tomorrow, the leader continued, raising a critical question, as he observed the considerable distance to the bathing center from afar. Chu Chu revealed a mysterious smile, assuring you that there is no need for concern. We possess our own solutions, guaranteeing that the delivery will arrive within 10 minutes. Of course, certain intricately prepared dishes, such as hot pot, may require up to 15 minutes. Upon hearing the mention of hot pot, the leader immediately retrieved his membership card to access the interface, realizing that he had overlooked this option earlier. The pure water necessary for preparing hot pot is substantial, and the fuel required for cooking is exceedingly scarce in this post-apocalyptic world. Utilizing such precious resources for a hot pot feast would be an extravagant waste. Do not be astonished. This is merely the beginning. As the delivery system evolves, even more exquisite options will be unlocked. By obtaining a membership card from me now, you are assured of a worthwhile investment. Chu Chu solemnly assured that the leader, in order to verify her words, ordered a case of pure water for the English class. Xiao Bao and the cowboy were busily engaged at the bathing center. From the moment they issued their first card, deliveries began to trickle in, ranging from small items to larger ones, leaving them hardly a moment of respite. Upon receiving the order for pure water, Xiao Bao promptly instructed his grandmother to ride on the little donkey and set off for the base. Within 10 minutes, Xiao Bao arrived at the location of the leader, greeting, "Hello, I have brought the pure water you ordered. Please allow me to enter." Typically, deliveries are made to the takeaway point, but upon recognizing that it was the leader who had placed the order, Xiao Bao became more vigilant and decided to deliver it directly to the door. With the leader's permission, Xiao Bao carried the case of pure water indoors. Chapter 32. By whatever you desire. Upon seeing the pure water, the leader immediately took it out and unscrewed the cap, revealing indeed that it was pristine water. He was at a loss for words, exclaiming, "Does such clean water truly exist?" One of the gravest dangers in the apocalypse is the pollution of water resources. During conflicts, blood has contaminated the rivers, rendering them filled with the zombie virus and unfit for consumption. After the establishment of their base, they invested considerable effort to create a drinking water filtration system, yet the daily output was limited and insufficient to meet the residents' needs, resulting in strict water rationing. If the pure water from the delivery system could be procured, it would resolve a significant dilemma for the base. Leader, there is no need for such excitement. We have an abundance of this kind of water, inexhaustible and ever-flowing. If you wish to experience a life free of worries, You are most welcome to stay at our bathing center. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Chu began to introduce her bathing center, hoping to attract more residents. Although the leader felt a slight inclination, he remained inactive, as he had numerous matters to contemplate. His considerations extended beyond himself to the well-being of the entire base's personnel. Might we engage in a long-term collaboration? Chu Chu inquired, but the leader disregarded her topic and instead posed another question. To speak candidly, the base was facing a severe water shortage. Chu Chu gestured for a pause, saying, Chief, there is no need for such concern. As long as my delivery system remains operational, you can order an endless supply of takeout. We will always fulfill our mission. Should there come a day when the delivery system ceases to exist, I will inform you in advance, granting you ample time to prepare. Of course, such a scenario is highly unlikely, and Chu Chu's words were not entirely absolute. For the whims of fate are unpredictable. Boss Chu Chu, what I mean to convey is my desire to place a large order for water. Might there be any discounts available? The chief, of course, could not consider ordering just 1 or 2 boxes of purified water. He believed that the more, the better. The platform does indeed issue discount coupons, provided a certain threshold is met. Yet we also impose limits, as you are not the sole individual in need of water. And our delivery personnel have spatial constraints as well. I hope you can understand this. Chu Chu cannot possibly neglect the opportunity for profit. However, he must also consider the well-being of his delivery personnel. If they're overworked, it would ultimately be counterproductive. In addition to purified water, we offer a selection of staple food items such as rice, flour, and vegetables, along with various essential daily necessities. Although we currently lack meat and eggs, we are confident that they will be available for purchase in the near future. After an enthusiastic introduction, Chu Chu took her leave, for she had already heard the system's notification that she had successfully delivered 500 meals. She was eagerly anticipating the rewards that awaited her. On her way back, her face radiated excitement as she fantasized about what the system would bestow upon her. She had not anticipated completing 500 deliveries in a single day. One must commend the remarkable efficiency of the personnel at the base, as well as her 2 exceptional delivery riders. Forgive me. Chu Chu suddenly exclaimed, turning to Tiani, leaving him perplexed. By inviting you out today, I missed out on many deliveries and consequently earned fewer points. Gu Tianai shook his head dismissively, a nonchalant expression gracing his features. There is no need for an apology. I volunteered for this. Besides, I do not currently lack points. Your safety holds far greater significance than any points. Upon hearing her words, Chu Chu found herself unable to suppress a sudden blush. Her heart raced inexplicably. Was she unwell? Detecting abnormal heartbeat. Shall the medical system be activated? The system's voice intruded at an inopportune moment, leaving Chu Chu utterly speechless. She was perfectly fine. Why would she need to activate the medical system? No, I wish to see what the reward is for delivering 500 takeout orders. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The delivery system has now upgraded to level 2, with the position of delivery personnel expanded to 5, although currently only 3 are employed. Please proceed with the expansion. Following the system upgrade, the speed of delivery vehicles will significantly increase, and the capacity for related delivery personnel will be expanded, with a multiplier ranging from 0.5 to 1.5, depending on the physical condition of the delivery personnel. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You are now eligible for a lottery. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? Yes. As soon as Chu Chu's voice faded, the golden turntable began to spin continuously, ultimately landing on a golden segment. Congratulations, host. You have received 6 chicks, 5 hens, and 1 rooster. Please nurture them with care to ensure that the patrons of the delivery system can soon enjoy fresh eggs. The items available in the delivery system are all products that can be found in supermarkets. While the residents of the bathhouse may not find their preferred foods in the supermarket, they can dine at nearby restaurants. However, for those from the outside world, venturing into the bathhouse for entertainment and sustenance is no easy feat. The base has also begun to engage in some farming. Yet due to adverse weather conditions and water scarcity, all the animals perished swiftly, leaving only the resilient plants to survive. It can be said that since the onset of the apocalypse, they have not consumed meat or eggs. If the delivery system were to offer meat and eggs, it would undoubtedly thrive. Would the host require chicken feed? For first-time purchases of chicken feed, the system offers a 20% discount. Chickens fed with the system's feed grow exceptionally fast. We eagerly await your patronage. Can the system not function in a more conventional manner? Why is it even selling chicken feed? Chu Chu internally grumbled, yet gritted her teeth and purchased a substantial quantity of chicken feed, sufficient to sustain the flock. She contemplated her plans. The spacious courtyard on the first floor was devoid of any furnishings, and she resolved to construct a cozy nest for the chickens within the hall. Is the purchase of a chicken coop necessary for habitation? Rest assured, our system guarantees excellence. A mere 10,000 points is required for a chicken coop, ensuring these fowls enjoy a lifetime of favorable weather and prosperity. Faced with the allure of the system, Chu Chu found herself utterly unable to resist, promptly purchasing a chicken coop. Wasn't it merely 10,000 points? She now considered herself a petite fortune holder, and at this rate, she would likely achieve an upgrade within half a day. There was no need for her to scour and search. She could buy whatever her heart desired, simply for the sake of immediate gratification. Chapter 33. The wishes of all. After indulging in their feed, the little chicks nestled down to rest within the coop. The following morning, Chu Chu was awakened by the crowing of a rooster, leaving her in a state of astonishment. Just yesterday, they were mere chicks. How could they have transformed into roosters overnight? Surely, she must still be dreaming. Warm reminder. After a night of nurturing, the hen has laid eggs. Please proceed to the coop to collect the eggs. As soon as Chu Chu reclined, she heard the system's notification. With a sudden jolt, she sat upright. Indeed, the features provided by the system were all remarkable. Even the growth cycle of the chickens was notably brief. Without even having the chance to change her clothes, Chu Chu stepped into the courtyard, where 6 chickens wandered leisurely, led by a rooster that occasionally crowed in a piercing voice. As she slowly approached the chicken coop, she was astonished to discover 50 eggs nestled within. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Indeed, these were extraordinary system chickens. For a single hen had laid an astonishing 10 eggs in just one night. Chu Chu reserved several eggs, intending to prepare boiled eggs for herself and her employees, while the remainder were made available on the food delivery marketplace. To our astonishment, we had begun raising chickens. Early in the morning, Xiaobao heard the sound of clucking and eagerly searched for its source. He soon spotted a few chickens, and his face lit up with excitement. Could this be the legendary chick? My grandmother told me these are chickens, yet I had never seen one before. Upon encountering the chickens, Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with wonder. He was born into a post-apocalyptic world where he had never heard of or seen such creatures. Today, witnessing living beings beyond humanity thrilled him immensely. Xiaobao, take the eggs to Grandma. You both can enjoy boiled eggs. Chu Chu generously handed him 2 eggs, explaining that these were laid by hens, quite different from the eggs served at fast food restaurants. The eggs from fast food establishments are produced hastily, lacking the flavor and nutritional value of those from hens. Thank you, sister, Xiaobao exclaimed, bouncing away with the eggs, eager to share the news with his grandmother. Within the base, Aunt Song noticed that eggs had been listed on the delivery app, and, fearing they might sell out, she promptly placed an order. However, due to their rarity, there was a limit of 1 purchase per person. Aunt Song then procured some rice and vegetables, urging her 2 grandsons to place an order on the app as well. They secured the eggs and added other essentials to their cart. The other inhabitants of the base were equally determined, and within moments, 40 eggs had vanished from the shelves, alongside numerous other items. Task released. Sell 100 eggs. Reward of 2 random items awaits. Please, host, strive for success. Please, host, expedite your upgrade to level 8. 80,000 points are required for this advancement. Keep up the good work, host. Chu Chu calculated that with over 40 eggs each day, she would require 2 more days to complete her task. However, her curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of the 2 random items. Given that eggs sell rapidly, disappearing almost instantaneously once listed, she wondered if the system could possibly accommodate a request, perhaps to sell her a few more chicks? With a delicate arch of her brows, Chu Chu realized that she must strive to acquire more hens, for only then could she ensure a continuous supply of eggs. Apologies, dear host, but the system currently lacks the authority for such transactions. Should you wish to continue purchasing chicks, it is imperative for you to endeavor to upgrade. Upon meeting certain criteria, you shall have the freedom to make such purchases. The smile on Chu Chu's face vanished at a visible pace. How long must she upgrade before she can purchase chicks? With only a few eggs available each day, it is simply insufficient. By the time the leader within the base discovered the eggs, they had already sold out. He lamented, why had he not noticed the eggs sooner, allowing him to make a purchase? Now he has missed the opportunity to savor a delightful treat. The takeaway service includes a feature to contact the store owner. By simply activating this feature, the leader could converse directly with Chu Chu. He opened the function and began to type, Dear Chu Chu, eggs are a necessity for everyone. Could you possibly increase the supply? This time there were only a little over 40 eggs, which is far from adequate. I suggest visiting the bathing center, where we offer a variety of unlimited food options. And the fast food restaurant serves egg fried rice as well. There is no need to purchase raw eggs. Chu Chu patiently offered her suggestions, and after the leader expressed his gratitude, he furrowed his brow. Generally, it was impossible for them to leave the base, as doing so meant confronting the zombies face to face. Any misstep could result in the loss of life. Venturing out to the bathhouse for a meal posed a significant risk that hardly seemed worth it. The leader, lacking any alternative, promptly issued a directive within the base. Currently, the delivery app had imposed a limit on egg purchases, and he urged everyone to be conscientious in their buying practices, aiming to ensure that all could enjoy eggs, even if it meant only acquiring them every few days. For those unable to procure eggs, he suggested they indulge in fried rice or other meat dishes available through the app, emphasizing the importance of variety in their diets. The leader was truly devoted to the health of the base's inhabitants, meticulously considering every detail. There was an inexplicable yearning among the people for eggs, as they believed that consuming one egg a day was the epitome of nutrition. Moreover, eggs were not expensive, costing merely 5 points each. Even consuming 10 a day would not evoke any regret. The inhabitants of the base regarded the delivery app as a divine instrument sent to rescue them. Unbeknownst to Chu Chu, the personnel at the base had already arranged for her daily supply of eggs, with each household taking turns to procure them. Moreover, a meticulous schedule was established, dictating the purchase of eggs according to a designated list. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, and the 100 eggs had been entirely sold out. Chu Chu eagerly anticipated the forthcoming rewards. She could hardly contain her excitement as she inquired about the system, which, without hesitation, revealed the rewards. Congratulations, host! You have unlocked 2 essential feminine products, toilet paper and sanitary napkins, now available in the grocery store and supermarket. Would you like to synchronize these items with the delivery application? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chu Chu promptly synchronized and listed sanitary napkins and toilet paper on the delivery app. Today's reward is an extraordinary boon for women. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, sanitary napkins have long been deemed a luxury. The opportunity to access clean and hygienic sanitary products is a universal desire. Chapter 34. The hatching egg song Jiar had been feeling unwell for several days. Upon discovering that the grocery store stocked sanitary napkins, her face brightened with joy. Throughout the apocalypse, she had relied on her handmade alternatives, and now, with the availability of sanitary napkins, her previous discontent evaporated in an instant. She eagerly purchased the style that suited her and left with a buoyant spirit. The denim-clad gentleman, upon noticing the availability of toilet paper, was instantly captivated. His usual choice had been rather coarse, nearly leading to discomfort. He promptly bought 2 large rolls, using one himself and sending the other to Guti and I, inviting him to experience the softness as well. The news of the newly stocked sanitary napkins and toilet paper spread like wildfire. Not only did patrons of the bathing center rush to purchase them, but even those from the base discovered this treasure and eagerly joined in the buying frenzy, determined not to miss out. In just half a day, over 1,000 rolls of toilet paper and 1,000 packs of sanitary napkins were sold. Chu Chu stared in astonishment at the situation, realizing that everyone had accumulated plenty of crystal cores during the apocalypse, showing no hesitation in their spending. Inside the bathing center, The hens, having laid several batches of eggs, found themselves unable to continue. They belonged to a rapidly growing breed, thus their egg-laying capacity was indeed limited. With a sigh, Chu Chu lamented the unfortunate fate of the hens, but there was no other choice. They would have to be slaughtered for their meat. 5 hens and 1 rooster amounted to a total of 6 chickens. Chu Chu decided to reserve 1 for a hearty chicken stew to enhance everyone's sustenance, while the remaining 5 were swiftly entered into the takeout system. The base leader diligently refreshed the delivery app, and as soon as the 5 chickens were listed, they were snatched up in an instant. Fortunately, my quick reflexes saved the day, where those 5 chickens would have been lost to others. Although 5 chickens may seem plentiful, they were hardly sufficient for the thousands of inhabitants in the base. The leader resolved to store these chickens for the time being, hoping that once a sufficient quantity was amassed, they could feast together in a grand communal meal. However, the challenge of storage loomed over the leader. With external temperatures soaring to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, the luxury of a refrigerator would have been ideal. Yet, despite the presence of many idle refrigerators within the base, they remained unused due to energy constraints. Consequently, when night fell, the inhabitants could only lie in bed, gazing at the stars, reluctant to even turn on a light. A notification chimed, prompting Chu Chu to open the delivery app and read the message from a leader. "Hello, I have purchased these chickens. Have they been slaughtered already?" Although she currently lacked for nothing, she still wished to distribute any excess supplies equitably rather than allow one person to monopolize them. The leader articulated his thoughts, lamenting that the chickens were too few to share among the base's residents. He expressed his desire to store them with her, inquiring if that would be convenient. Chu Chu readily agreed, suddenly realizing that there remained numerous tasks before her, at the very least, ensuring that everyone could live and work in peace. Congratulations, host. The first batch of chickens has been successfully raised, and the privilege to freely purchase chicks is now unlocked. Each coop can accommodate only 6 chicks, and purchasing additional coops will increase the number of chicks you can buy. Please feel free to make your selections. Chu Chu let out a sigh, pondering whether it was profitable for her or for the system. By combining chicken coops with chicks for sale, she could enhance the sales of the coops. After calculating, it seems she could amass a considerable fortune. Bring me 5 more chicken coops, making a total of 6. I can purchase 36 chickens this time, and they all must be hens. Chu Chu is now set to meet the demand for eggs on the delivery app. 30 hens can produce 360 eggs daily, with a limit of 2 per person. It is anticipated that in the near future, eggs will no longer be in short supply. All right, host, please hold on. A total of 5 chicken coops and 36 chicks require 50,360 points. Please confirm your purchase. Confirmed. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Chu opted for the assured purchase, recognizing that a modest investment of several thousand points could secure a permanent sanctuary for raising chickens, a rather advantageous endeavor in her eyes. Should she forego the chicken coop provided by the system, the chicks would require several months to mature, and even under optimal conditions, it would take at least a month before they began to lay eggs. Furthermore, during that month, unforeseen circumstances could arise. For instance, if the weather were excessively hot, the chicks might succumb to the heat, rendering her investment futile. A gentle reminder, the host should seek someone to care for the chicks, and Grandma Xiao Bao would be an excellent candidate. The host is encouraged to extend an olive branch to her. Are there any particular precautions to consider when caring for the chicks? Chu Chu, having never raised chickens before, harbored concerns about potential issues during the rearing process. Our system's chicks require only 1 meal per day, but it is imperative that they have access to ample, clean drinking water. Feeding them contaminated water could expose them to the zombie virus. However, the host need not worry, for within the confines of the bathing center, there is absolutely nothing contaminated. Ensuring the chicks' well-being is all that is required. The system could not elucidate the precise methods of care, hence the designation of Grandma Xiao Bao, an elderly woman likely possessing a wealth of experience in this regard. Chu Chu, feeling perplexed, decided to disregard the confusion and directly sought out Grandma Xiao Bao, leading her to the side of the chicken coop. The conditions proposed by Chu Chu are exceedingly favorable. With merely 2 eggs a day, she can ensure the nutrition for both herself and her grandson, thereby saving several hundred points this month. Leave this matter to me. I am a seasoned poultry farmer and can guarantee that the chicks will thrive, plump and white. Grandma Xiaobao had previously witnessed the remarkable growth rate of this batch of chickens. Initially astonished, she later came to terms with it, realizing that in such an absurd establishment as the bathing center, it is hardly surprising for chicks to mature overnight. Upon hearing that Grandma Xiaobao possessed experience in chicken rearing, Chu Chu immediately felt a wave of relief. No wonder the system had designated Grandma Xiaobao as the caretaker. Very well, I entrust this task to you. I have never raised chickens before and am utterly clueless about it. Now that I have such a seasoned poultry expert by my side, I feel much more at ease. Following the proper procedures for chicken husbandry, Grandma Xiaobao began tending to the chicks. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback the next morning upon discovering that the hens had laid eggs. Just yesterday, they were mere chicks, and today they're already producing eggs. Truly, they're the unsung heroes of the bathhouse. As Grandma Xiaobao collected the eggs one by one in her basket, she suddenly noticed that one of the eggs had hatched. Chapter 35. All enjoying meat, the egg has hatched. Grandma Xiaobao immediately shared the news with Chu Chu, exclaiming, "Boss, we did not raise any roosters. Yet we have hatched a chick. How extraordinary!" Chu Chu found herself enveloped in a deep melancholy. Previously, she had gone to great lengths to acquire a rooster in hopes of hatching chicks. Yet now, without purchasing a rooster, she was still able to hatch them. Was this not a tale spun from the fabric of fantasy? The system proclaimed, "Products of this system are guaranteed to be exquisite." It continued, "We wish to present the host with a surprise. Are you astonished or not?" "Thank you." It was indeed a delightful surprise, leaving her utterly at a loss for how to respond. Chu Chu lifted her gaze towards Grandma Xiaobao, revealing an enigmatic smile. There is no need for alarm. Within this realm, all possibilities abound. Nurture them with care, and they shall undoubtedly bestow upon you even greater surprises. Grandma Xiaobao beamed with delight. After several days of husbandry experience, she had deduced a rule. A hen can lay eggs for a maximum of 5 days, after which it is ready for the market as meat. If a single egg is capable of hatching into a chick, the outcome is usually evident on the very first day. If the eggs laid on that day are not promptly incubated, the only likely fate is to sell them as eggs. The takeout business flourished, inciting protests from the patrons of the bathing center. Despite residing there, they found themselves bereft of these fresh eggs and chicken, which left them quite discontented, prompting them to voice their grievances to Chu Chu. "Please be patient," they implored, "as the current yield of chickens and eggs is exceedingly low. Let the delivery patrons make their purchases first. This is unjust. We reside within the bathing center and should be given priority. Indeed, we must be the first to buy." Chu Chu gazed intently at them, aware of their keen desire to purchase these provisions. "I shall strive to balance both sides. While eggs are readily available at our fast food establishment, chicken remains elusive. I will promptly expand our breeding operations to ensure that everyone has access to meat. Should anyone possess a more effective solution, please feel free to propose it. I shall consider all suggestions within reasonable bounds." Chu Chu recognized that this was her inaugural experience managing such a substantial operation, and, at times, certain aspects eluded her consideration, much like today's matter, which she had somewhat underestimated. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing that their initial protests stemmed from a sense of unfairness. Had they known she was so accommodating, they would not have approached with such fervor. "You are the owner, and we trust your words. Please do not let us down. Our singular wish is to enjoy meat as soon as possible," a representative declared earnestly, voicing the collective desire of everyone at the bathing center. Even if it meant offending the owner, he felt compelled to speak out. This sentiment was not solely the aspiration of the entire bathing center, but also reflected Chu Chu's own hopes. In order to meet the demands of the delivery service, she had only tasted one chicken, and to be frank, it was remarkably delicious, far superior to the home-raised chickens she had previously known. "Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter. I shall not disappoint you." Chu Chu resolved to engage in negotiations with the system, feeling that the initial offer was woefully inadequate. Her intention was to procure a substantial quantity of chicks, yet such a large purchase seemed less than economical. She yearned for the system to lower its prices. If a reduction were granted, her burdens would be alleviated. The host's desires align with my own. Should you purchase over 1,000 chicks at once, I shall extend a generous 20% discount, along with several complimentary chicken coops. Such a splendid opportunity. Why was I not informed sooner? Chu Chu thought that acquiring 1,000 chicks with the bonus of chicken coops was an exceptionally advantageous deal, lamenting the system's failure to disclose this information in advance. Regrettably, dear host, we do not fully grasp your intentions. If you could articulate your needs directly and engage in dialogue with me, I would be able to operate in accordance with your desires. Previously, I was uncertain of the number of chicks the host required. Hence, I refrained from making any rash suggestions. I feared that, upon receiving my advice, the host might impulsively purchase chicks, ultimately resulting in a regrettable outcome and subsequent blame directed at the system. Chu Chu did not dwell on the intricacies of the system. After all, it was the system that held the ultimate authority. She was merely a humble host, lacking the standing to negotiate. Regardless, she decided to request 1,000 chickens, ensuring that they were accompanied by the finest coops. As for past grievances, she chose to overlook them. Yet she expressed her desire for the system to keep her informed of any advantageous opportunities. How could she be aware if they were not communicated to her? Chu Chu repeatedly emphasized to the system, which readily acquiesced, for it was its inaugural experience in such a role and lacked considerable expertise. The bathing center's courtyard had been graced with the presence of 1,000 chickens, bringing immense joy to its residents. Previously, there had been so few chickens that they could scarcely enjoy chicken meat. Now, with this abundance, they were certain to savor it. If they were still denied, they playfully threatened to roast the owner instead. Grandma Xiao Bao, upon witnessing the multitude of chickens, felt a tingle of apprehension, yet she diligently cared for them. Fortunately, these chickens were remarkably low maintenance, requiring little more than regular feed and water, and they were quite capable of resolving their own restroom needs. The bathing center boasted a self-cleaning feature, ensuring that despite the numerous chickens, the air was imbued with a refreshing scent, devoid of any unpleasant odors. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had elapsed. Early in the morning, patrons of the bathing center began queuing in front of the chicken coop to purchase chicken meat, each arriving at the crack of dawn, eager not to miss out. The owner had stipulated that each person was limited to 1 chicken, assuring them that a batch would be ready every 5 days, thus alleviating their concerns about scarcity. As the overseer of the chicken coop, Grandma Xiaobao was tasked with delivering each chicken into the hands of the customers. Any subsequent matters were to be resolved by the patrons themselves, as the bathing center would not offer extensive services. Fortunately, having lived through the apocalypse, they were accustomed to dispatching zombies, making the task of slaughtering chickens a rather effortless endeavor. The base could only utilize 500 chickens, so the remaining 500 were listed on a food delivery app. The base's leader promptly ordered 400 chickens, requesting that they be delivered alongside the previous stock, to which Chu Chu readily agreed. Congratulations, host. The bathing center has been upgraded. The bathing center is now at level 8, unlocking a cinema and electronics store. The electronics store will initially offer only televisions and radios, with the system ensuring a stable signal for their operation. Task issued: plant trees. Many trees have withered in the post-apocalyptic world. The host is requested to plant 100 trees of any variety. Best of luck. Chapter 36. Will my brother protect me? With the unlocking of eggs and chicken meat, the fast food restaurant has introduced all dishes related to these ingredients. Patrons are encouraged to explore. At the mention of this development, Chu Chu's eyes sparkle with excitement, for it indicated that they would have chicken to eat daily. She pondered the necessity of her arduous chicken-raising efforts. Friendly reminder: sometimes raw food is easier to store. Patrons may occasionally indulge in the food from the restaurant, but most prefer to stockpile provisions. The host is encouraged to continue raising chickens for eggs. The system will never deceive the host. Chu Chu firmly believes that the system would never deceive or play tricks on her. They are inseparable, sharing both glory and misfortune. Fortunately, 1,000 chickens do not occupy much space, and the bathing center's yard can be as expansive as desired. Her only concern is whether her points are sufficient. The question of adequate space does not even enter her mind. Chu Chu consistently purchases 1,000 chickens every 5 days, each time accompanied by a complimentary chicken coop. Occasionally, some chicks hatch from the eggs, transforming the farm into a veritable poultry haven, with Grandma Xiaobao rightfully recognized as the proprietor of this thriving establishment. Daily, customers flock here to purchase chickens. The bathing center has recently expanded to include a cinema and an electronics mall, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the vicinity. The bathing center occupies a modest space, and many individuals eagerly await the arrival of fresh attractions. For contemporary society, cinemas and electronic stores are undeniably alluring. It has been years since I last indulged in a film experience, and here, movie tickets are an astonishingly low 5 points. I simply must enjoy it to the fullest. There are even some highly popular films that I had previously hesitated to watch, but today, I am determined to satiate my desire. I wish to invite my girlfriend to join me, but I have recently met a young lady outside whom I would like to bring to the bathing center. Unfortunately, she is part of a group, and I have lacked a valid reason to invite her, until today, when I finally found the perfect excuse. In this post-apocalyptic world, with everyone struggling for survival, who has the time for romance? I must inquire, are there any single women in her group? Please introduce one to me. If one desires love, one must seek it out. Nowadays, some young women exhibit remarkable boldness. If you pursue them with courage, you are sure to capture their hearts. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the single young man in the base immediately began to entertain thoughts of romance. Before the apocalypse, one young man had been a lifelong recluse. Not only had he never experienced love, but he had not even held a girl's hand. Yet, after the cataclysm, he unexpectedly awakened extraordinary powers, earning newfound respect from those around him who sought to bask in his fortune. Having spent so long in isolation, he developed an intense fear of social interactions, rejecting all advances, even from the most beautiful women. However, after enduring the trials of the past few years, he found himself compelled to confront various situations, and his courage began to grow. He yearned to find a woman with whom he could experience a normal relationship and eventually marry. He understood that everything prior had been in vain, but now, with the bathing center, circumstances were drastically different. In this haven, there is food and drink, and one need not worry about the perils of the outside world or the fluctuations in temperature, an ideal environment for living and nurturing future generations. Should someone be willing to share a lifetime with him, he would gladly venture out daily to combat the undead to provide for her. With unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze on the cinema, as if having resolved to pursue love earnestly. He was resolved not to squander any more time. Without hesitation, he departed the bathing center, aimlessly wandering in search of companionship. Yet after a long search, he found no sign of women. All I desire is to experience love. Why must it be so elusive? His cries did not attract the attention of any young women. Instead, they drew a horde of zombies. The zombies have evolved to an extraordinarily advanced level. They can determine the direction of a person's location merely by hearing sounds. One by one, they encircled the Eternal Dweller, intent on capturing him entirely. The Eternal Dweller was in a foul mood, his extraordinary abilities amplifying infinitely, as he prepared to confront the zombies in a battle to the death. His powers were exceedingly intricate. The more enraged he became, the greater the intensity of his abilities. Now, consumed by fury, he obliterated 5 or 6 zombies into mere fragments with his wrath. Not far off, an individual wielding binoculars observed the situation with an expression of admiration. This person was undoubtedly a promising talent, one who needed to be recruited into their team, for they would undoubtedly secure victory in the competition. The team captain, a young woman, wore a joyful expression. After all, wasn't the other party simply seeking a girlfriend? While she may not fulfill other requests, this one was entirely within her power to grant. I believe I can fulfill his wish. The captain smiled subtly, setting down her binoculars and tossing her hair back with confidence as she approached the Eternal Dweller. Help! Help! The female team member, known as Xiao Yao, bore the surname Yao, though few knew her name. Most simply referred to her as Captain, while those more familiar called her Xiao Yao. She appeared disheveled and ragged. running and pleading for assistance. Upon seeing the eternal dweller, a fleeting smile of concealed delight graced her face, and she launched herself at him. However, the eternal dweller's initial response was not to embrace the woman before him, but rather to push her away, his impatience unmistakable. "Brother, do you truly despise me so? I am merely being pursued by zombies and am a bit frightened. Can you help me?" Xiao Yao suppressed her anger, yet her exterior was feigned vulnerability, evoking a desire to protect in others, except for the eternal dweller. He stared at Xiao Yao, and after a moment, recollected his ambitions. "Brother will protect you. Brother, where's this place? It seems like a paradise on earth. I haven't seen such cleanliness and order in ages." Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with hope. "How wonderful it would be if I could stay here. Brother, you'll take me in, won't you?" At this moment, the eternal dweller had completely lost his reason, utterly captivated by Xiao Yao's few words. "Brother will protect you. I promise you can live here, enjoying exquisite food and drinks, far removed from danger." Chapter 37. Why should the boss listen to you? Warm reminder. Abnormal humans have been detected entering the bathing center. Please exercise caution and prevent any troublemakers from disrupting the sanctuary of the bathing center. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Chu promptly pushed open the door and entered the hall, only to behold a scantily clad woman clinging tightly to Wan Yantai. Wan Yantai wore a look of utter enjoyment, evidently having succumbed to temptation. Logically, this affair bore little relevance to her. After all, Wan Yantai was merely an ordinary guest, and she need not expend excessive effort on him. However, she could not permit anyone to jeopardize the sanctity of the bathing center. Provided the woman before her behaved herself, she could overlook many things. But should she cause trouble, she would not hesitate to unleash her wrath. "Boss, this is a new friend of mine. Please issue her a card and arrange a room for her." Wan Yantai beamed with a naive smile, instinctively withdrawing his arm. Xiao Yao immediately fixed Chu Chu with a hostile glare. Was this woman her rival? "No, I wish to share a room with my brother. I don't know anyone here, and I truly feel frightened." Xiao Yao quickly tightened her grip around Wan Yantai, ensuring she would not let go. The flush on Wan Yantai's face lingered. Who could possibly refuse the embrace of such a stunning beauty? "This is your card." Chu Chu thrust a card toward Xiao Yao, her tone sharp. "I do not care where you reside, but to survive in this bathing center, one must adhere to its rules. Without a card, you are to leave at once." Chu Chu left no room for courtesy towards the other party, which explained her utter disdain for the woman she had just met. It became apparent that this woman exuded an insufferable air of pretentiousness that was utterly repugnant. "Brother, can you truly bear to watch someone be bullied like that? She is genuinely heartbroken," Xiao Yao pleaded, shaking Wan Yanzai's arm and adopting a tone that sent shivers down one's spine, yet was remarkably effective on Wan Yanzai. Initially, she had been drawn to Wan Yanzai's abilities, wishing to claim him for herself, but she soon discovered that some things held greater allure than him, namely, this bathhouse. However, one could surmise that running a bathhouse in a post-apocalyptic world required considerable skill. Thus, she must tread carefully. Her immediate task was to discern the true nature of the proprietor. Should he lack any substantial power, she would not hesitate to claim this establishment for herself. How could such a loathsome woman exist? The mere thought made me wish to cast her out, though Gu Tianai refrained from voicing his opinions. His distaste was palpable upon his countenance, revealing his aversion to such women. "Don't all men prefer those delicate, innocent flowers?" Chu Chu shook her head, convinced that men were all cut from the same cloth. Otherwise, she would not have faced betrayal in the past. Yet, she now found herself grateful for those past experiences, as they had paved the way for her to enjoy such a luxurious life. "Chu Chu, you have misunderstood us. We certainly admire individuals like you who are self-sufficient and resilient. Those delicate flowers are simply not to our taste." The cowboy began to shower her with flattery, incessantly praising Chu Chu and declaring their fondness for her, which delighted her immensely. Meanwhile, Guti and I maintained a serious demeanor, aware that the seemingly innocent flower was far from simple. He could only hope she would refrain from causing any trouble here. Otherwise, he would personally ensure her expulsion. Upon hearing his words, Chu Chu's expression immediately turned grave. "Guti and I, Are you implying that you know that woman? The cowboy, his curiosity piqued, gazed intently at Gu-Tianai, unable to restrain his speculations. Boss, could it be that you share some undisclosed secret with her? Is it possible that the delicate flower is your first love, and she heartlessly rejected you, thus prompting your assertion that she is extraordinary? As he spoke, he nodded, increasingly convinced of the validity of his own conjectures, for after all, the boss was a quintessentially straightforward man. How could he possibly discern the complexities of a woman? Chu Chu gazed at Gu-Tianai with a curious expression, a twinge of envy unexpectedly stirring within her, yet she consciously chose to disregard it. Gu-Tianai remained unfazed, stating firmly, "Please refrain from such nonsensical chatter. I have never been in a romantic relationship." He had encountered this woman prior to the apocalypse, and she was no ordinary character. She played with the hearts of many, leaving them to fight amongst themselves, only to dismiss it all with a light-hearted remark about wanting to be friends with everyone. She claimed that love was not selfish and should be about mutual fulfillment, questioning why everyone could not coexist harmoniously. As Gu-Tianai recounted this, a look of disdain crossed his face. He could scarcely tolerate such a woman. The cowboy, intrigued, inquired, "Boss, aren't you usually uninterested in gossip? How do you know so much about this delicate flower? You must have been secretly keeping tabs on her." Gu-Tianai sighed and shook his head. "She is a prominent figure at our school. Even a fool like me cannot help but overhear some gossip when others discuss her. Besides, I have a roommate who is an ardent fan, devoting all his time to tracking her every move." Although Gu-Tianai appeared to be explaining himself to the cowboy, his gaze remained fixed on Chu Chu, making her uncertain of where to direct her eyes. She could only hope that no trouble would arise. Lowering her head, she attempted to shift the conversation, expressing concern for Wan Yin-Jai, a rather naive man whom she feared might be deceived by this woman to the point of ruin. Who knows who might deceive whom? Wan Yin-Jai is no saint either. Otherwise, how could he share a room with a woman he just met? They are two of a kind. The cowboy scoffed, clearly dismissive of Wan Yin-Jai. Gu-Tianai, rarely one to share his thoughts, interjected, "Their affairs are none of your concern. When it comes to mutual consent, no one can intervene. Just remember to keep your distance from this delicate flower, or she will surely harm you." "Boss, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" The cowboy's audacity was growing bolder. Chapter 38. The imposition of punishment measures. "All right, I will." Chu Chu seemingly ignored the cowboy's remarks, nodding at Gu-Tianai and offering a gracious smile. She understood that he meant well, and she had no intention of getting involved with the delicate flower. Sometimes, circumstances do not unfold as one desires. Even if one does not provoke certain individuals, they may still seek you out. As Chu Chu indulged in her hot pot, Xiaoyao took a seat directly opposite her, sweetly inquiring, "Sister, do you enjoy spicy hot pot?" "I adore it as well, although I am fearful of chili peppers, which is why I only dare to eat the clear broth." "Is your fondness for spicy food due to the unpalatable nature of vinegar?" Xiaoyao feigned innocence, blinking her eyes. "Nothing has transpired between my brother and me. You are mistaken, dear sister. Would you be so kind as to treat me to hot pot?" "Absolutely not," Chu Chu replied, forcing a smile. Was this woman out of her mind? She was not one to indulge in gossip and had no interest in their affairs. It was entirely irrelevant to her. Xiaoyao continued to play the part of the wronged, asking, "Sister, are you upset with me? I realize I should not get close to my brother, but apart from him, I know not who else can safeguard me." With a sharp clatter, she cast her chopsticks onto the table and fixed her gaze upon Xiaoyao. "Regardless of your sentiments towards Wan Yin-Jai or any grievances that may exist between you, I implore you to keep me out of this matter. To me, he is merely an ordinary tenant, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. So rest assured, he will always belong solely to you. There will be no one to contest your claim." Xiaoyao blinked with innocent eyes, tears welling up as she replied, "Sister, you have truly misunderstood me. I did not mean it that way, and I would never seek to restrict his freedom to make friends." Chu Chu found herself beset by an unshakable gloom throughout the day. Why did fate conspire to place her in the presence of this woman? What prompted such an unwarranted intrusion upon her peace? Enough was enough. Rising abruptly, Chu Chu unleashed a torrent of grievances upon Xiaoyao. "I know not whence you have emerged, but this bathing center is mine, and I implore you to adhere to its established decorum. Furthermore, I harbor a profound disdain for you. I wish for you to keep your distance whenever you encounter me. Should you dare to cross my path, be assured that I shall reprimand you without hesitation. Your infatuation with an ordinary recluse is your own affair. Do not impose your sentiments upon others. I shall reiterate, your affection for him does not reciprocate in me. If you seek to engage in a battle of wits, I suggest you find another opponent, for I have no intention of participating. After Chu Chu finished speaking, she stormed off in a huff, the sound of the system's warning echoing in her ears. Please do not waste food, dear host. Please do not waste food. Please do not waste food. Detection of food wastage has been noted, and punitive measures have been activated. A penalty of electric shock for 1 hour will be enforced. Please prepare yourself, dear host. Chu Chu was taken aback for a moment, but swiftly regained her composure. System, she implored, you must not treat me in this manner. There are reasons behind my actions, and I cannot be punished, regardless of the circumstances. The squandering of food is a grave transgression, utterly unforgivable. With a clever glint in her eyes, Chu Chu swiftly devised a plan. System, she said, if I sit with Xiao Yao, it won't be considered wasteful if she finishes the hot pot. However, if she doesn't, shouldn't there be a consequence for her? She's the last to leave. My unfinished meal is merely because I intended for her to enjoy it. Her inability to finish it would indeed be the true waste. The system found Chu Chu's reasoning quite compelling. Initially not very astute, it was now completely ensnared by her logic and proceeded to monitor Xiao Yao, assessing whether she would consume all the food on the table. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Xiao Yao wore an exceptionally fierce expression. She had not come here to humiliate herself, but rather to test the waters. Today, she finally realized that Chu Chu was not to be trifled with, having the audacity to attempt to drive her away. Did she not fear that Xiao Yao would spread the word, causing everyone to vacate the bathing center? Or did she possess some extraordinary influence that intimidated others into staying? Though Xiao Yao relished hot pot, she had no appetite for the remnants left by others. She deliberately ordered her own hot pot, relishing the fact that she could accrue points without using her own card, allowing her a sense of carefree indulgence. While waiting, she meticulously observed her surroundings. Yet no matter how she analyzed the situation, she could not decipher the underlying dynamics of this place. How could one achieve such sophistication? However, that was of little concern. For now, her focus was on savoring life. Once she had successfully ousted Chu Chu and claimed the bathing center for herself, she would finally have the opportunity to delve into her inquiries. Chu Chu attentively observed every move of Xiao Yao through the television in the living room. The bathing center, with the exception of a few private areas, was equipped with surveillance cameras to safeguard everyone's interests. When she noticed Xiao Yao ordering a lavish spread of hot pot for herself, a portion of her anxious heart eased, for she believed that Xiao Yao could hardly consume such a feast, and she would surely face the consequences she deserved. Before long, Xiao Yao finished her meal, and as she exited the hot pot restaurant, she began to dance exuberantly on the spot, her hair resembling a disheveled nest, rendering her appearance quite comical. It must have been the wicked owneress doing. In an instant, Xiao Yao shifted the blame onto Chu Chu, for it was not beyond the realm of possibility for a couple of ability users in this apocalyptic world to tarnish her reputation. Fortunately, Xiao Yao's physical constitution was relatively robust. Though her body ached terribly, she persevered through sheer willpower. Clenching her fists, she silently vowed to reclaim the bathing center, determined to exact her revenge. Chu Chu couldn't help but burst into laughter at Xiao Yao's disheveled state, and all her previous frustrations vanished in an instant. Well done, system, she thought. Yet, a flicker of concern crept into her mind. Was this perhaps too excessive? Having always been the obedient girl who had never engaged in wrongdoing, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to her newfound mischief. Host need not ponder excessively. The bathing center is your domain, and here you are the law. Everyone shall adhere to your rules. Should you find someone unfit or someone who causes you discomfort, you may initiate punitive measures. Chu Chu grew increasingly exhilarated. In the past, she had always believed that enduring was the wisest course of action. So could it be that this time, the host remains composed? Should the host commit any wrongdoing without cause, The system shall not remain indifferent. Please keep this in mind. Chapter 39. You must not be deceived. Chu Chu did not express dissatisfaction with the system's prompts. Without the constraints imposed by the system, the bathing center would descend into a place devoid of law and order. She feared that in her pursuit of personal pleasure, she might overlook the feelings of others. What would be the difference between her and a tyrant? She had no desire to become a despot. Rather, she aspired to improve the bathing center, transforming it into a truly viable establishment for all. Task announcement. Accumulate sales of 10,000 chickens. Reward 3 piglets. Please, host, strive onward. Soon you shall savor pork. The system issued tasks while daydreaming of a bright future. Its host was remarkably capable, exhibiting an extraordinary talent for task completion that required no concern from it. Unlike other hosts, who would dawdle over a single task and impose various conditions, after conversing with the neighboring system, it realized just how exceptional its own host was. It too wished to be a commendable system, one that would not add to its host's burdens. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu became invigorated. She opened the task panel, which displayed the following prompt. Task: sell 10,000 chickens. Current progress: 7,652,10,000. Please, host, persevere. With just over 2,000 chickens remaining, she noted a significant decline in the purchasing power for chicken recently. Whereas previously the poultry sold out each day, now half remained unsold daily. Fortunately, the temperature within the bathing center differed from that outside. Otherwise, these chickens would likely have spoiled by now. She realized she must expand her sales channels, lest the number of chickens continue to grow. Upon stepping outside, Chu Chu was taken aback to discover approximately 30 individuals, each bearing varying degrees of injuries. How did you all end up in such a dire state? She inquired with genuine concern, as she proceeded to issue them points cards and permitted them the freedom to select their accommodations. Currently, both the second and fourth floors were open for occupancy, with each floor boasting 50 rooms. The availability on the second floor was dwindling, prompting a discussion among them that ultimately led to the decision to reside on the fourth floor. Together as a cohesive unit, they could provide mutual support, ensuring that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would not face them in isolation. Chu Chu naturally emphasized their choices. After the little cat had prepared the cards for them, it instructed Xiaoyu to lead them upstairs. A total of more than 30 individuals were accommodated in 5 rooms, specifically rooms 426 to 430, which were conveniently connected. They expressed their satisfaction with such arrangements and settled in after expressing their gratitude. Sister Chu Chu, these individuals were gathered from an open area nearby, not far from a base known as base number 2. It is said that they were expelled from base number 2. With a delicate smile, Chu Chu chose not to comment on Xiaoyu's perspective. After all, every individual possesses a unique fa. Some may appear harmless, yet harbor a deeply sinister nature, while others might seem fierce, yet are, in fact, gentle and considerate. Thus, she refrained from judging a person's character solely based on outward appearances. For true understanding comes only through prolonged acquaintance. The cowboy rolled his eyes, asserting I hold a black belt in Taekwondo, though my abilities may be somewhat lacking. In hand-to-hand combat, I dare say everyone present here would fall short. He clarified, I am not targeting any individual. I speak of the entire establishment. Xiaoyu immediately donned an expression of incredulity. You cannot be serious. With your slight frame, a black belt in Taekwondo? Surely you jest. I would not believe a word you say. Why then do you place your faith in those 30-odd strangers? The cowboy retorted. So, you would rather trust unfamiliar faces than those you know? You are right. Xiaoyu, you are far too trusting of others. Could it be that they are wrongfully accused? Let's put that aside for now and instead observe their behavior. I remain uncertain whether they are good or ill. Only through careful observation can we draw a conclusion. With a delicate smile, Chu Chu, having endured a betrayal, has grown increasingly discerning and has come to understand many profound truths. Thus, when assessing others, she refrains from hastily drawing conclusions. Let us observe a little longer, she suggests. Xiaoyu may be slow to react, yet remains obedient. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, she relinquishes her own viewpoint. Chu Chu focused her attention on base 2, as she was in urgent need of a new location to expand her business. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, she accompanied Xiao Yu to base 2. This time, she did not arrive empty-handed. Instead, she brought a plethora of eggs and 2 expertly prepared chickens. As they unveiled the chickens at the entrance of the base, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, teasing their senses. The guard, unable to suppress a gulp, realized it had been ages since he had encountered such a delectable scent. Compelled by curiosity, he approached the pair. "This is private property. What brings you here? Are you attempting to sway the troops?" he inquired, feigning a stern expression while eyeing their fragrant feast. A smile graced Chu Chu's face, for the guards had been drawn to them, indicating that their plan had succeeded to a degree. She could now confidently introduce them to the details of the bathing center. "We dine here and not far from this location. We operate a takeout establishment at the bathing center. Whatever you require, we shall endeavor to deliver it to you. Might you be interested in learning more?" Chu Chu, straightforward and unambiguous, pointed to the pot on the ground and declared, "This contains the chicken prepared by the takeout shop, fragrant and delectable. If you doubt it, feel free to taste it. It won't cost you a thing." He was already overwhelmed by the enticing aroma of the chicken, yet his rationality prevailed, preventing him from falling into the enemy's trap. Such a delightful offering, given away for free, surely harbored some hidden agenda. He resolutely refused to be deceived. Chapter 40. Just because it's not available now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. How fragrant! Xiao Yu, following Chu Chu's lead, savored each bite while exclaiming, "Since the onset of the apocalypse, I have not tasted chicken this fresh, accompanied by eggs and fresh vegetables. It is simply exquisite. Do not spread such fallacies here. How could there possibly still be fresh chicken? This must be zombie meat. Do not attempt to fool me." The guard struggled mightily to resist the alluring scent. Yet even if it were indeed zombie meat, he hadn't eaten in ages. In these times, one could only speculate what kinds of viruses infested the wild creatures outside. Taking a single bite could lead to infection with the zombie virus. No one dared to take such a risk. Gurgle, gurgle. The guard's stomach betrayed him with an embarrassing growl. Chu Chu filled a bowl with chicken and offered it to him. "Will you truly not taste it? Perhaps it will bring you an unexpected delight." Few could resist the temptation of such culinary delights, and the guard was no exception. After a fierce internal struggle, he accepted the bowl without hesitation. At that moment, he cared not for the consequences. Indulging in a hearty meal was the only remedy for his wounded spirit. As he savored the chicken, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. After years of struggling through the apocalypse, this was the first time he experienced such physical and mental relief. He finished one bowl and eagerly reached for a second, dismissing any thoughts of poison, should it exist. He would accept it. Once satiated, a look of contentment illuminated the guard's face. After years of subsisting on meager rations, he finally relished the sensation of being human again. "Would you like to get a membership card?" Chu Chu seized the opportunity to expand her business. "Once you have the card, you can enjoy this delicious food whenever you wish. As much as you desire, no limits." Having tasted the chicken and felt no ill effects, the guard promptly decided to acquire a card. After Chu Chu's explanation, he quickly signed up and called over his companions. Before long, the entire base was aware of this development and began to get their cards, revitalizing the takeout business. However, everyone was poised for action. It had been quite some time since any takeout orders had been received from base 2. Chu Chu couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Logically, such a situation should not arise. After obtaining their loyalty cards, everyone should have been eager to shop. Was there an issue? Shall we head to base 2 to investigate? Chu Chu felt a hint of unease upon hearing his proposal. Apart from Xiao Bao, none of the other 2 delivery workers accompanied them, while Xiao Yu followed Chu Chu to base 2. Upon their arrival, the sounds of combat echoed within, and the ground was awash with blood. Many had perished, only to rise again as zombies, rejoining the fray. Because these zombies were once their friends, numerous individuals found themselves paralyzed by hesitation, and soon enough, they fell victim to the very creatures they once knew. This could not continue. They must not falter in their resolve. Those zombies were no longer their friends. They had lost their humanity. I believe that if your friends were aware of their transformation into zombies, they would wish for a swift end. The leader of Base 2 gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, directly slaying a zombie that had lunged at him, a creature that was once his closest companion. Inspired by the leader's resolve, everyone comprehended the dire consequences of mercy. In the ensuing confrontation, they hardened their hearts, treating the zombies as mere foes. Yet, in that fleeting moment of action, a pang of sorrow still echoed within them. Chu Chu gazed at the fierce battle between the two factions, horrified as humans, upon their demise, transformed directly into zombies. To her utter disbelief, the invaders of Base 2 had chained the undead, compelling them to launch attacks on the defenders of the base. Such a heartless act was beyond comprehension. Filled with indignation, Chu Chu believed that in the face of the zombie menace, humanity ought to unite and resist the encroaching threat together, rather than engage in fratricidal conflicts, for such actions bear no benefit for mankind. Chu Chu rushed forward, her voice ringing out, "Stop! Everyone, cease this at once." As her words echoed, the zombies surprisingly stood still, as if some unseen force had immobilized them. The guards, who had remained unharmed, brightened at the sight of Chu Chu. They recognized her as the proprietor of the delivery shop, marveling at her prowess that even the undead seemed to fear her. The intruders immediately fixated on Chu Chu, sensing an unusual aura about her. Upon her arrival, the zombies became as docile as obedient children. "Who are you?" The intruder regarded her with caution, asserting, "This conflict is between us. It does not concern you. Kindly remove yourself and do not interfere in our affairs." Chu Chu paid no heed to the words of the other party. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Base 2 is my client. I rely on them for profit. How could it possibly be unrelated to me?" The intruder fixed his gaze upon Chu Chu and commanded the zombies to attack her, leading to her demise. Despite not hearing the commands, the zombies remained motionless, obediently standing still. "Useless." The intruder, infuriated, kicked one of the zombies. The creature turned its head and opened its gaping maw, intent on biting the intruder. Fortunately, the intruder reacted swiftly and evaded the attack. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate at the hands of the undead. "Bite him," Chu Chu tentatively suggested, and to her astonishment, the zombies indeed began to move, lunging at the intruder, who fled in terror, abandoning even those few zombies behind. What manner of monstrosity is this? Merely a single utterance had redirected the zombies' aggression towards them. It was utterly terrifying. After the intruder's departure, the leader of Base 2 promptly executed the remaining zombies and ordered their removal. Chu Chu found herself increasingly perplexed. Why did the zombies heed her commands so readily? Was it merely because she was the proprietor of the bathing center? "Boss, you are akin to a living bodhisattva. We hold you in the highest esteem. You have saved our Base 2, and we wish to express our heartfelt gratitude. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. We will dedicate ourselves to your service, unwavering and resolute, with no intention of shirking our duties." The leader of Base 2 clasped his fists in a gesture of sincere appreciation, fully aware that had it not been for Chu Chu's timely intervention, their comrades would have likely faced annihilation. Chu Chu did not have any immediate need for them. However, she made a note of this statement. For what is absent now may not be so in the future. Chapter 41. Unlocking the Little Piglet. With a resolute and dignified gaze, she looked at them. Though we find ourselves in a post-apocalyptic world where many systems remain imperfect, it is imperative that we steadfastly adhere to our principles. There are certain actions that must never be contemplated. However, when faced with the invasion of others, we must take up arms to safeguard ourselves. My bathing center is an unequivocally secure haven. Should anyone be inclined, I invite you to consider taking refuge there. Alternatively, if residing there does not pique your interest, we offer a diverse array of takeout options, ensuring that all your daily necessities are readily available through our delivery system. Chu Chu constantly remembers her mission, which is to promote the bathing center and the takeaway system, striving to ensure that more individuals become aware of and utilize these services, thus achieving a mutually beneficial situation. The second leader immediately made a promise, and upon opening the takeaway app, He felt an exhilarating sense of discovery, akin to uncovering a new continent. Boss, the items in your takeaway system are truly remarkable. Where on earth did you procure such an abundance of daily necessities? Are the items within authentic? The second leader incredulously bombarded with questions. Not only was he astonished by what he beheld, but everyone at base too shared in his disbelief. The takeaway app boasted a plethora of products, spanning food, clothing, housing, and daily life essentials. While it may not rival the vast variety of offerings from the pre-apocalyptic era, it was nonetheless enough to leave one utterly astounded. With a mysterious smile, Chu Chu confidently stated that she had her own methods. You may simply place your orders. As long as the items remain available on the delivery app, you can proceed. I assure you, I would never deceive your affections, for I rely on you to earn crystal cores. The inhabitants of Base 2 harbored no doubts regarding Chu Chu's prowess. In a post-apocalyptic world, encountering someone capable of commanding zombies was a rare phenomenon, and they had already come to regard her as a goddess in their hearts. Only a deity could procure such an abundance of treasures. Only a goddess could instill fear in the undead. The cowboy's smile was unwavering as he listened, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Boss Chu, to think that even zombies heed your command. Just how many secrets do you possess that we remain unaware of? Chu Chu was enveloped in confusion. Until today, I was only aware that zombies would not attack me. But now I have come to the realization that I possess the ability to command them. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Every advantage carries its own disadvantages. I believe you should conceal such a talent and refrain from revealing your capability to control zombies to others, lest ill-intentioned individuals seek you out. Guti and I did not perceive the ability to control zombies as a positive trait. He listened as Chu Chu repeatedly cautioned her. Chu Chu immediately nodded in agreement, assuring that she would not easily disclose this matter. She hoped that they too would refrain from revealing her ability to control the zombies. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. The expressions of the group were exceedingly grave, yet they all pledged solemnly that they would never divulge this secret to anyone else, lest they face dire consequences. Chu Chu harbors great trust in these individuals, for they are friends who have journeyed together through thick and thin. She believes they would never betray her. Congratulations, dear host, on successfully completing the task of selling chicken and eggs. As a reward, you are bestowed with 3 piglets and a pigsty. The growth cycle of the piglets spans 7 days, after which they will be ready for market, allowing everyone to indulge in delicious pork. Each piglet has the potential to weigh up to 500 pounds. Is there any special feed required for their nourishment? Congratulations, dear host, on mastering the art of prompt responses. You may purchase pig feed in the marketplace, with a single meal required each day. Chu Chu seemed to have discerned the true nature of the system. Here, every action required points. Fortunately, her companions were quite generous, as they continuously contributed points daily. Thus, purchasing a bit of pig feed to accelerate the growth of pigs was but a trifling matter for Chu Chu, hardly worth mentioning. With a grand gesture, she allocated feed to each little pig, determined to treat them well, for they would surely repay her kindness in the future. While feeding the chickens, Grandma Xiaobao suddenly spotted the 3 pigs and couldn't help but chuckle. The boss truly has a knack for this. 3 pigs have appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Once they grow, will we not be able to enjoy some pork? The more she spoke, the more her excitement grew. Just the thought of the taste of pork filled her with nostalgia. In her eyes, it was the most delectable food in the world, unmatched by anything else. Moreover, she had not savored pork for many years, and her longing for its flavor deepened her joy. She wished fervently that the pigs could grow overnight. Hastily, she sought out Chu Chu, eager to take on the responsibility of feeding the pigs as well. Grandma Xiaobao, you already have enough on your plate. Why would you want to add feeding pigs to your tasks? Are you not concerned about exhausting yourself? Chu Chu seldom encounters individuals as fervently devoted to labor as Grandma Xiaobao. While most people choose to recline in complacency, Grandma Xiaobao stand apart. Not only does she engage in work with enthusiasm, but the more tasks she undertakes, the greater her joy. Such minor labors are hardly exhausting. After enduring numerous hardships during the apocalypse over the past few years, How could she possibly find this carefree existence tiresome? Moreover, she harbors no fear of toil. Rather, her dread lies in the absence of work. A lack of tasks signifies that this world has met its end. Chu Chu is not a heartless employer who exploits labor without compensation. On the contrary, she is an exceptionally generous individual. As long as her employees treat her well and dedicate themselves to the bathhouse, she ensures that they are well rewarded. Grandma Xiaobao initially intended to raise pigs without charge, but to her pleasant surprise, Chu Chu's generosity extended to granting her additional points. Naturally, she joyfully accepted this offer and silently vowed to work diligently, determined not to betray Chu Chu's trust in her. With prior experience in raising chickens, Grandma Xiaobao felt no apprehension regarding pig farming. Although chickens and pigs differ, both are exquisite products of a system, and there is no cause for concern. All that is required is to feed them on schedule. Chapter 42. Xiao Yao Causes Trouble. Chu Chu was filled with joy as she awaited the growth of the little piglet. Suddenly, the hall was permeated with the sound of wailing. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed outside to discern the cause of the commotion. To her dismay, she found Waniansai and Xiao Yao, both battered and bruised. Xiao Yao, tears streaming down her face, pointed an accusing finger at Waniansai. Why did you not accompany me in search of my family? Am I truly so insignificant in your eyes? Waniansai, scratching his head, attempted to refute her claims. Xiao Yao, you witnessed the circumstances at the bathhouse. There is no danger here, and a plethora of food is available for your choosing. It is my belief that you should remain. Leaving would lead to a life devoid of comfort. Xiao Yao, gritting her teeth, gazed at him imploringly. I understand that this place is safe, but I yearn for my family. After all this time together, are you truly unwilling to help me find them? Her sorrowful weeping evoked sympathy from many present. You must not be so callous. It is not easy for a girl to be alone with you. In a world so fraught with peril, it is only natural for individuals to worry about their loved ones. Yet, who could say whether Xiao Yao's parents still lived? If they were gone, would venturing out not be a path to certain demise? Xiao Yao, we comprehend your deep concern for your family, as does everyone here. However, we must prioritize our own safety. Without any news of them, it is prudent to remain still. Otherwise, one truly risks self-destruction. Xiao Yao had initially sought to evoke the compassion of the crowd, yet it seemed their hearts were steeled against her plight. Rather than offering sympathy, they sided with Waniansai, urging her not to seek her family. Are you not human? Do you lack compassion? You would restrain me from searching for my parents? Xiao Yao's astonished expression was one of disbelief. Do you wish to be devoid of all kindness and loyalty? We merely wish to prevent you from courting death, came the response. If you perceive it otherwise, we are powerless to change your mind. The residents of the bathhouse were predominantly kind-hearted, genuinely concerned for the two individuals. Yet they found themselves unjustly accused. How much can one endure? If they continued to persuade her, would they not risk incurring her wrath? Let us disperse. Let us disperse. Their affairs do not concern us. Why should we become the villains in this tale? Upon overhearing their conversation, Chu Chu couldn't help but furrow her brow. This woman was indeed remarkable, daring to leave the warmth of her surroundings to face the tempestuous storm. Were she to embark on this journey alone, she might disregard the consequences. However, Waniansai was a long-standing patron of the bathhouse, having made numerous significant contributions. If he wished to depart, she felt compelled to offer counsel. Moreover, Waniansai had no genuine desire to leave. It was Xiao Yao who persistently urged him to go. As the owner of the bathhouse, she could not remain indifferent in such circumstances. The two of them were embroiled in a commotion, and whatever grievances they had, it was only fitting that she listen to Xiao Yao's heart-wrenching sobs and inquire into Waniansai's sentiments. As soon as Chu Chu began to speak, everyone else departed, confident that the boss would manage the situation adeptly. Xiao Yao and Waniansai were led to a tranquil corner by Chu Chu, initiating a heartfelt conversation. Xiao Yao, is there something amiss here? Why do you wish to leave? Chu Chu's impression of Xiao Yao was less than favorable. However, it mattered little as long as she remained at the bathing center. Her presence would not be unwelcome. Xiao Yao, with her features in disarray, expressed her intent to seek out her parents. I believe, as a child, You too must have parents. It is only natural for us to search for them, is it not? Yet, Wanniantai refuses to accompany me, which understandably frustrates me. Xiaoyao gazed up at her, asserting, I see no fault in my actions. I simply long for my parents. The apocalypse has persisted for so long, and now you decide to seek them? This only suggests that your timing for such a realization is rather peculiar. Chu Chu instantly grasped the crux of the matter and retorted directly. Xiaoyao was taken aback. But in that fleeting moment, she found an excuse. I began searching for them the moment we got separated. Yet I have not been able to locate them, she exclaimed. So why pursue the search again now? Do you truly believe that having another person assist you would increase the chances of success? What is the current situation? The zombies are continuously evolving, and venturing outside undoubtedly poses a grave threat to your life. Nevertheless, it is commendable to possess filial piety, and I shall not hinder your quest to find your parents. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from dragging others into your plight as mere scapegoats. Chu Chu unreservedly criticized her, stating, if Wanniantai is willing to leave with you, I have nothing to say. However, the crux of the matter is that he is not inclined to depart with you. Why must you continue to pressure him? She advised, I suggest you refrain from leaving as well. The outside world is chaotic and your parents are in peril. Leaving now would be futile. If they are indeed safe, seeking them out would only put them in jeopardy. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, Wanniantai immediately nodded in agreement as he shared her thoughts. He was simply at a loss for words, and articulating his feelings clearly would only provoke Xiaoyao's anger. Xiaoyao's initial intention was to lure Wanniantai into her team, as her companions possessed only mediocre abilities and stood no chance of excelling in the upcoming competition. Now, she sought to deceive Wanniantai under the pretext of this competition, believing that once he joined her team, he would have no choice in the matter. However, Chu Chu's interference disrupted her carefully crafted excuses, rendering them ineffective. She then took out a deadly invitation and gazed at Wanniantai, declaring, I must find my parents. If you refuse to accompany me, then we shall part ways, and everything that has transpired between us will be erased. You may as well have never known me. Wanniantai, utterly inexperienced in matters of love, felt a surge of panic upon hearing Xiaoyao's ultimatum. He had invested numerous crystal cores in her, yet received nothing in return. If you wish to break up, then return the crystal cores I gave you. Otherwise, forget it. Wanniantai fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyao, exclaiming, I have sacrificed so much for you, and now you want to abandon me? How can such a fortunate turn of events exist? I am willing to cherish our time together, yet you have never regarded me with sincerity. How can I be with you under such circumstances? Moreover, those gifts were freely given. I shall not return them. Xiaoyao had no intention of relinquishing her crystal cores to a man like him. Chapter 43. Gu Tianya's guilt. Chu Chu gazed at the ancient residents, refraining from voicing any objections, for it was ultimately their affair, beyond her control. Her sole concern was to do her utmost to retain patrons for the bathing center. Unbeknownst to both parties regarding the unfolding events, Xiaoyao, in a huff, departed with her luggage in hand. With a furrowed brow, Chu Chu pondered when Xiaoyao had accumulated such an abundance of luggage. The prolonged residence had evidently cost her an exorbitant amount of energy crystals. It was no wonder that they would quarrel over such matters. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading to an 8-level bathing center. Please continue your diligent efforts. The upgrade to an 8-level bathing center has unlocked the arcade and bookstore. The host is encouraged to explore on their own. Task issued. The host is to attract 1,000 individuals to the arcade and bookstore for consumption. A reward of 2 mysterious gift packs awaits. Task issued. The host is to engage in afforestation, planting 1,000 trees within 10 days. A reward of 2 mysterious gift packs awaits. Task issued. The host is to recruit sufficient guests to fully occupy the 2nd and 4th floors of the bathing center, which will unlock a new location. The host is encouraged to strive for this goal. The series of tasks swiftly pulled Chu Chu's attention away from the matters concerning Xiaoyao and the prolonged residence. She hurried to the 3rd floor, where the arcade and bookstore stood side by side, surprisingly in harmony. Those who favored the arcade and those who cherished the bookstore were undoubtedly 2 distinct types of individuals. Was the system truly wise to place these 2 establishments in proximity? Detected host's disparagement of the system. A minor reprimand has been issued. Never doubt the system, and the host is advised to take heed. Chu Chu gazed helplessly as the system deducted 1,000 points from her account, her mind seething with invectives, deeming it utterly inhumane. Host, to be frank, this system has never been human. Please try to understand. Chu Chu let out a sigh, pondering why she was engaging in a futile contest with a system. It was nothing short of embarrassing. Instead, she opted to directly command the system to send a message to everyone's points cards, announcing that the bathing center had unlocked access to the arcade and bookstore, and that books had been added to the delivery app. As for the arcade, regrettably, it could not be incorporated into the delivery service. However, one might consider establishing arcade equipment in other bases, which should also yield points, wouldn't it? Regrettably, there has never been such a precedent. Items from the bathing center are not available for delivery. Why are you so stubborn? Never mind. I want to discuss it further. Someone is approaching. Chu Chu promptly emerged with the intention of introducing them to the arcade and the bookstore. However, before she could utter a word, they ventured straight into the arcade, casting not even a glance towards the bookstore. It mattered little. They were youthful individuals, inclined towards amusement, while those of a more mature age would undoubtedly prefer the literary haven. Yet, Chu Chu's smile began to falter, for the next wave of elderly patrons also made their way into the arcade. Chu Chu sighed softly as she observed the cowboy and Xiao Bao approaching. The night had fallen, and they were no longer required to deliver food, as their delivery schedule was fixed. Any orders placed beyond that time would simply have to wait until the following day, unless exceptional circumstances arose. Upon catching sight of the bookstore, Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had heard tales of the treasures contained within books, although he did not quite grasp the concept of golden houses. Nevertheless, he often heard his grandmother mention it. The moment he learned of the bookstore's existence within the bathing center, he could hardly contain his eagerness. After completing his final delivery, he hurried over, eager to witness the wonders of a bookstore. "We have come to read," declared Xiao Bao, his youthful face radiating unwavering determination. "I have never known what books are, nor can I recognize many characters, but I yearn to learn. I aspire to better myself." Chu Chu gave a thumbs up to Xiao Bao and said, "Remember my words. Dear brother, it is through the pursuit of knowledge that one can truly excel, regardless of the tumultuous state of the world around us. And irrespective of whether education seems beneficial at present, there is no detriment in studying. Perhaps one day in the future, you will realize that you have not squandered the time you invested." Xiao Bao did not fully grasp the meaning behind Chu Chu's words, yet he nodded in acknowledgement, taking to heart the essential lesson of reading more. He vowed not to disappoint his sister's earnest advice. Upon entering the bookstore, Xiao Bao found the tranquil establishment welcoming its first patron. Here, one could indulge in reading without the necessity of purchasing books or accruing points, thereby acquiring knowledge without financial expenditure, a rare opportunity that few chose to embrace. The cowboy nodded at Chu Chu before stepping into the bookstore, where he began to peruse the volumes with utmost seriousness. Chu Chu was utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that the seemingly carefree cowboy, who appeared so unreliable, would actually indulge in reading. Was the world truly so surreal? Before the apocalypse, he was a scientist. Guti and I approached, observing Chu Chu's expression, and promptly dropped another bombshell that left her speechless. How could he possibly be a scientist? He must be deceiving you, Chu Chu declared resolutely. In her mind, scientists epitomized rigor, while he seemed entirely at odds with that notion. He graduated from our school. I worked alongside him in the same laboratory before the end of the world. So your assumption is unfounded. Guti and I, unusually verbose, continued. We were researching the zombie virus. Approximately a year later, the laboratory doors were breached by zombies, revealing that the virus was beyond control. Fortunately, we had sheltered in a pre-prepared safe haven, thus narrowly escaping disaster. However, for reasons unknown, many within our group still succumbed to becoming zombies, forcing us to personally execute our friends with whom we had shared countless days and nights. In the end, only the two of us remained. Since that day, the cowboy has undergone a profound transformation, morphing from the previously reserved old man into the current rebellious figure. I can only accompany him. As long as he remains, my guilt diminishes. Gu and I furrowed his brow. He hadn't spoken so extensively in a long time. He had long suppressed these thoughts within, and now that they were articulated, he felt significantly lighter. Chapter 44. Tasks cannot be repeatedly completed. Chu Chu never anticipated that they would encounter such a predicament, nor did she foresee the early emergence of the zombie virus, which arrived far sooner than she had imagined. Furthermore, the authorities had already exerted considerable efforts in response, and although the reasons for the outbreak's uncontrollability remained unclear, they bore no guilt towards the populace. Gu and I, what is past is past. Our focus now must be on the future, Chu Chu said, gazing at Gu and I as she offered words of encouragement and solace. In truth, Gu and I harbored a thought of his own, the desire to continue researching the zombie virus in hopes of developing an antidote. However, after years of living in this apocalyptic world, finding a secure place to conduct such research proved exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the greatest challenge lay in the lack of raw materials. Although he had preserved the research data, the urgency of the situation rendered him unable to transport the necessary materials, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. In response to Chu Chu's comforting words, a rare smile graced his face. I have come to terms with it. Life must continue day by day. You need not worry about me. I shall go read some books. Chu Chu discovered 3 individuals engrossed in reading within the bookstore, and a sense of joy welled up within her. After all, at this rate, she would complete her task in merely 333 days. How delightful! Previously, the base where Sue Honching resided was known as Base 1, the very site where the food delivery application first initiated its services. The leader of Base 1 diligently searched for essential items on the application each day, and today, to his astonishment, he stumbled upon books. It was truly unexpected. In this post-apocalyptic world, very few people indulged in reading anymore. All shops had been stripped bare, save for bookstores and libraries, which remained untouched and intact. After perusing the selection, the leader shook his head and meticulously chose a few management books, convinced that anything available on the delivery app must hold value, especially since he lacked managerial experience and yearned to learn. Upon placing his order, he noticed a notification on the app, a gentle reminder that it was now after working hours, and his selected items would be delivered the following morning at 9 o'clock. Dear customer, please do not be anxious. The leader's trembling hands, filled with excitement, ultimately faded into the shadows, as his mind was solely preoccupied with those books, reminiscent of a primary school student awaiting the start of a new term. As night fell, the tasks at the arcade had long been completed. Yet the bookstore had only 5 patrons, including Chu Chu herself. Eager to expedite her mission, Chu Chu hurried to the bookstore the following morning to fulfill her task, only to find that the count had remained stagnant at 5. System, please elucidate. Chu Chu suspected there might be an issue with the system, or perhaps she had arrived too early, before it was adequately prepared. Please do not be overly agitated, dear host. When counting task participants, each individual can only be counted once. Repeated attempts will not yield additional counts. We appreciate your understanding. In a state of poignant despair, she felt as though tears had abandoned her, and under such circumstances, it seemed unlikely that she would ever fulfill this daunting task. System, you cannot passively witness my inability to accomplish this mission. For without the prospect of success, I find myself unable to focus on even the simplest of pleasures, nor can I summon the motivation to oversee the bathing center. Chu Chu cannot forcibly drag someone in to read, for that would make her akin to a thief. Dear host, please embark on your own exploration. I trust that with your capabilities, you will undoubtedly discover the perfect solution. Keep going, dear host. I have faith in you. Yet, I harbor doubts about my own abilities. Chu Chu resembled a deflated balloon, but suddenly, an idea sparked within her mind. She pondered whether the system would grant her wish. If it did, she would undoubtedly ensure a bustling bookstore. System, may I have a word with you? Chu Chu's voice was exceptionally gentle, startling even the emotionless system. Host, please express your thoughts clearly. Do not adopt a sarcastic tone, as this system is quite apprehensive. With a smile that neither fully graced her lips nor entirely eluded them, Chu Chu found herself contemplating a rather formidable idea. Could it be that such a thought rendered her so intimidating? I aspire to organize an event that would entice individuals to gather and immerse themselves in the world of literature. Chu Chu articulated her plan, and the system fell into a momentary silence. Indeed, the host possesses remarkable ideas. However, this matter requires further contemplation. Please grant me some time to conduct a comprehensive data analysis. If all is in order, we shall proceed. The system, steadfast and methodical, found itself at a loss in the face of such an initiative from Chu Chu. The wonders of big data beckoned, and it resolved to employ this powerful tool for analysis. Should any concerns arise, it would undoubtedly withhold its consent. Chu Chu shrugged her shoulders, unfazed by the system's response. She resolutely took a seat in the bookstore and began to read with utmost seriousness. Although Chu Chu may not be an academic prodigy, she is certainly a well-behaved girl. She finds the atmosphere of the gaming hall utterly unappealing, preferring instead to immerse herself in novels within the tranquil confines of a bookstore. Time passed unnoticed as several individuals scoured the entire bathing center before finally approaching Chu Chu. Chu Chu, do you possess the key to the eternal residence? We haven't seen him for 2 days, and despite our knocking, there has been no response. I am genuinely worried that something might have happened to him. 10-year residents and 100-year residents spoke breathlessly, their concern for the eternal residence palpable. Chu Chu promptly arrived at the threshold of the Wan Yin residence, silently praying that nothing would go awry. Otherwise, her bathing center would surely transform into a haunted dwelling. Wan Yin, are you there? Open the door. If you remain silent, I shall enter uninvited. Wan Yin, do not despair. It is merely a woman. My brother can introduce you to 10 or 8 more. She insisted, open the door. I shall say this for the last time. If you do not comply, I will enter directly. Yes, Chu Chu is here as well. We are genuinely concerned for you. Host, please hold on for a moment. This system will open the door shortly. Opening door. Door opened successfully. Please ensure to disguise yourself, so others do not realize it was I who opened the door. Chu Chu nodded slightly, producing a key to unlock the door. The other 2 individuals, solely focused on the ancient residence, rushed inside the moment the door swung open, entirely indifferent to her method of entry. After surveying the interior, their expressions darkened, as if sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 45. This system is not what it seems. The ancient residence is not within. The 10-year resident spoke up, furrowing his brows, as an unsettling intuition informed him that something was fundamentally wrong. Chu Chu let out a sigh of relief and reassured them, do not fret too much. Perhaps he simply ventured out alone. After all, his girlfriend has left him, and he may just need some fresh air to clear his mind. 10 years of solitude found Chu Chu's reasoning somewhat plausible, yet he remained skeptical. We know Wan Yin Zhai exceedingly well. We have been friends for many years. If he were to go out, he would certainly inform us and not vanish without a trace. As he spoke, a chilling gesture accompanied his words, mimicking a throat-cutting motion that sent shivers down the spines of the 2 individuals present. Zhang Chu opened her mouth in astonishment. No way. Their acquaintance has not spanned a lengthy duration, and Wan Yin Zhai is a rational individual. He would never act impulsively out of emotion. That may not necessarily be the case, replied by Yin Zhai. After all, my brother is experiencing his first romance. A frown creased his brow, as an incessant thumping echoed in his chest. He harbored a growing apprehension that Wan Yin Zhai might indeed be in trouble. Sure, Yin Zhai exchanged glances with by Yin Zhai, ultimately nodding in resignation. Perhaps love truly transforms individuals in unforeseen ways. Meanwhile, Guti and I delivered a meal to Leader No. 1, who had risen early that morning. He frequently gazed outside. Truth be told, he had no aptitude for managing a base. His position as leader felt akin to being thrust into a role he was ill-prepared for. Although the base was developing steadily, he sensed an intangible void, compelling him to immerse himself in literature and elevate his intellect. He fixated on the GPS tracking on his phone, arriving at the base entrance just as Guti and I neared. It's my delivery. Leader number 1 waved at him, eagerly receiving the meal like an excited schoolboy, and he could scarcely contain his anticipation as he tore it open. Guti and I, well-versed in various encounters, had never witnessed a leader behaving so childishly. The meal has been delivered. I would appreciate a 5-star review. Thank you. Having spent considerable time in the delivery business, Guti and I understood the significance of stellar ratings, which greatly influenced his earnings. A 5-star review signified a 5 increase in points earned per order, while a single-star rating could render the delivery worthless, sometimes even costing him. Nonetheless, during his deliveries, he consistently received 5-star ratings, as no one dared offend a delivery person associated with the app. After all, one could never predict what mishaps might occur on the next delivery. 5-star reviews are essential. May I trouble you for a favor? Leader number 1 inquired, tucking the book away, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He wished to read at a bathhouse, yet feared encountering zombies on the way, which could lead to dire consequences. The delivery personnel traversed the route between the base and the bathhouse daily without incident. They surely possessed their own strategies. If he could learn from them, wouldn't he be able to make that journey each day? Leader number 1 grasped Gu T and I's hand firmly. You must assist me, or I shall come to you each day to plead. Gu T and I felt a wave of frustration. He had anticipated a threat, but instead found himself met with a fierce tone wrapped in gentle words. He subtly withdrew his hand, allowing a smile to grace his face. Rest assured, I shall convey your request. Chu Chu sat in the bookstore when suddenly she noticed the task progress bar advancing. Bewildered, she realized she was alone in the store. Could it be some sort of trick? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. This world was so fantastical, not only inhabited by zombies, but also. The host is overthinking. Who is speaking? Do not attempt to frighten me. I am unafraid. Chu Chu chuckled, only to belatedly realize it was the system conversing with her. Upon detection, the leader of Base 1 has placed an order for books via the delivery app, which is now being circulated. Please rest assured, host, there is nothing in this world that you may be fearing, so there is no need for alarm. Am I panicking? Am I scared? Chu Chu was reluctant to admit it. She was not afraid at all. Nevertheless, thank you for the reminder. It turns out that not only reading inside the bookstore counts as a task, but so does reading outside. Chu Chu promptly organized an event on the food delivery app, where customers could receive a complimentary book upon spending 100 points. The selection was entirely at their discretion, as long as the book was available at the bookstore. Once everything was set up, she felt a sense of delight, believing that this would allow everyone to access books, and that the allure of a bargain would ensure no one could resist the offer. Chu Chu waited eagerly, yet as time passed, despite numerous orders placed on the delivery app, and many individuals accumulating over 100 points, not a single person claimed the free books. Has society truly abandoned reading? How can one progress without literature? To neglect reading is to dwell in ignorance. Everyone perceives reading as a burden. Thus, the host's strategy has faltered. I suggest the host recalibrate their approach. The method we previously discussed seems viable. Why was this not mentioned sooner? Chu Chu believed her initial proposal had met its demise, prompting her to seek alternative solutions. Had she known, she would not have squandered so much time and effort. I apologize, host. I only just conducted the analysis, so please do not be upset. We can implement it immediately. This time, I sincerely hope you can truly function as a human. Chu Chu had lost faith in the system, having been let down repeatedly. Yet fortunately, their mutual objectives aligned. I apologize, host. This system has never been human, so it cannot behave as such. Please understand. Very well, you non-human entity. A smile spread across Chu Chu's face. The exhilarating feeling of venting her frustrations was delightful. This system is not any sort of entity, so please refrain from misstatements. Chapter 46. Waiting in vain for an appearance. As Chu Chu was preparing for the bookstore event, the little piglets in the yard had grown into hefty pigs. Grandma Xiao Bao beamed with delight as she watched one pig after another, each weighing around 500 pounds. In just 7 days, a mere week, they would be ready for slaughter, totaling an impressive 1,500 pounds of pork. She felt compelled to report this remarkable news to the owner. Chu Chu was utterly engrossed in her tasks when, upon hearing the words of little Bao's grandmother, she swiftly made her way to the courtyard. The system had not deceived her. These pigs could indeed be slaughtered for meat. She began to strategize, contemplating stocking approximately 300 pounds in the supermarket of the bathing center, while the remainder would be listed on the delivery app. After all, the customer base for the delivery service was thrice as extensive, and the demand was undoubtedly greater. Congratulations, host. The piglets are ready for sale. Please choose whether to purchase the piglets. Having learned from her previous experience, Chu Chu refrained from making an immediate purchase and instead inquired with the system about the quantity that would yield a complimentary item. Purchasing 10 piglets grants you a free pig pen. Please make your selection. While 10 might not seem excessive, considering the pig pen's limitations, Chu Chu opted to purchase 20 piglets along with 1 pig pen. Each pig pen could accommodate 5 piglets, making this the most economical choice. 3 adult pigs have been processed. You may keep 10 pounds of meat for your own use, while the remainder will be listed in the supermarket and delivery system as per your instructions. 20 piglets have been delivered. Please confirm receipt. Would you like to purchase pig feed? Of course. She needed feed for 20 pigs. Chu Chu promptly responded, and soon, the pig feed appeared beside the pig pen. Congratulations, host. The fast food establishment is now authorized to sell pork-related dishes. Please invite friends to come and indulge. Chu Chu entrusted a 10-pound portion of pork to Grandma Xiaobao, kindly requesting her to prepare it for a communal feast, a gesture of employee welfare. Upon seeing the pork, Grandma Xiaobao nearly salivated. It had been ages since she had indulged in such a delicacy. Although she had been able to enjoy chicken during these days, it lacked something essential. Pork. All right, just you wait. I shall create a delectable pork dish. With that, she promptly departed with the meat. Suddenly, Chu Chu recalled that Grandma Xiaobao resided in a place devoid of a kitchen. Where would she cook? Having lived in the bathing center for quite some time, Grandma Xiaobao had formed close bonds with many of the elderly residents, becoming like sisters and brothers. Her warm-hearted nature meant that she often shared surplus food with others. And now that she was in need, everyone was eager to lend a hand. In return, she ensured that she would not accept help without giving something back, frequently leaving little treats for them. This reciprocal kindness had fostered familiarity among them, so she took the pork to visit her dear friend. Upon seeing the 10 pounds of pork, her friend's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Sister, where did this pork come from? She inquired. Let me tell you, it's still available at the supermarket. Hurry and buy some. This was given to me by Boss Chu Chu to enhance our meals. Rest assured, I'll save you a bowl. Understanding the value of such a gift, Grandma Xiaobao deliberated and decided to reserve her portion for her friend, reasoning that she could manage with vegetable soup while ensuring others had their fill. However, her friend adamantly refused. Sister, you frequently assist me, and I simply cannot accept this meat. I will go to the supermarket and purchase some myself. With meat being so scarce, it wouldn't be right to accept this from you when the boss has provided it to improve our meals. How could I face him if I did? Do not feel uncomfortable. This portion is indeed mine, and since I want to be consuming it, I am giving it to you, Grandma Xiaobao explained. Here, everything operates on a points system. Using your gas stove will surely cost a considerable amount of points. I cannot take advantage of that. Without the boss, we are nothing, and it is our duty to work for him. So, let us not be so formal. Hurry and prepare the meal, so they aren't kept waiting. Upon hearing her words, her friend hurriedly grabbed a basket and rushed out to the supermarket to procure pork. News of the pork being stocked at the supermarket spread swiftly among the residents of the bathing center. Each time, there was a new delicacy available. Chu Chu would be the first to inform everyone via the points card system. While some were out battling zombies and missed the news, those who received it flocked to the supermarket to seize the pork. Though there are no sales attendants present, everything is remarkably orderly. The pork is meticulously divided into portions of 1 pound each, with a total of 300 portions available, ample enough for their eager consumption. Moreover, the fast food establishment has also introduced pork-related dishes, allowing patrons to enjoy pork without venturing into the supermarket, albeit at a slightly elevated price and with a less exquisite taste. Other than that, there is little difference. Grandma Xiaobao has prepared a large pot of pork, accompanied by another pot of rice and sought 2 small greens, thus readying a steaming hot dinner. Song Jiaer and Grandma Xiaobao began to neatly arrange the bowls and chopsticks, while Chu Chu, eager to assist, was gently dissuaded by the two. Chu Chu, "Dear boss, please sit back and await your meal. Leave the rest to us." Song Jiara reassured her, "You have already done so much for us. There is no need for you to concern yourself with such trivial matters." Indeed, Grandma Xiaobao echoed her sentiments, encouraging Chu Chu to sit quietly and refrain from meddling in these minor affairs. Chu Chu wore an awkward smile, realizing that since their intentions were benevolent, she would remain seated. She understood that at times it was not her diligence that was required, but rather her ability to fulfill the psychological needs of others. For instance, when others were laboring while she sat idly, those who toiled would undoubtedly feel a sense of joy. Chapter 47. Transforming You into a Zombie. Chu Chu anxiously gazed outside, aware that everyone had toiled throughout the day. She lifted the lid from the dish, and in an instant, the rich aroma of meat filled the entire courtyard, causing one to involuntarily swallow. "I'll set aside some for Guti and I. You all may begin to eat," Chu Chu said as she served a bowl of meat for Guti and I, then beckoned everyone to commence their meal. "Shall we perhaps wait a little longer?" suggested Song Jier, as some felt that it was rather inappropriate to eat at this moment, especially with the night having already fallen, rendering any further delay brief. Grandma Xiaobao concurred, emphasizing that they were all together and should partake in the meal as a group. It would be improper to indulge individually. "Should we wait a moment longer?" The cowboy, having picked up his chopsticks, set them down once more. Since everyone else chose to wait, he too would not seek any special treatment. Meanwhile, Xiaobao's stomach rumbled uncontrollably, having never tasted pork before. The enticing scent overwhelmed his already ravenous appetite, leaving him unable to restrain himself any longer. Chu Chu gazed at them and made a swift decision. She had already reserved a portion for Guti and I believe you would not mind if we indulged in a meal first. If everyone is famished, let us feast without delay. Once it cools, it shall lose its delectable charm. Chu Chu was the first to begin eating, and upon seeing this, the others followed suit. Initially, their dining was rather restrained, for the absence of one individual cast a shadow over the atmosphere. None could fully indulge. However, as the dishes dwindled, their pace of consumption quickened, and it was not long before the pot was nearly empty. Could something truly have happened to him? As his thought crossed her mind, the meat in her mouth suddenly lost its savor. In comparison to this trivial meal, Gu Tinya's safety held far greater significance. Chu Chu remained undeterred, feigning that she was full, and then made her way to the entrance of the wellness center, where she patiently awaited him. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, save for the faint illumination cast by the lights at the entrance. She incessantly messaged Guti and I and began to inquire of the system. "System, do you have any updates on Guti and I? System is currently detecting. Please wait. Detection in progress. Detection in progress. Why is this system so sluggish? Matters of life and death necessitate a swifter response." Chu Chu's tone revealed a tinge of urgency. The points card would remain valid at all times, unless the individual encountered peril and was unable to check the card in a timely manner. Detection successful. Gu Tinya's location is positioned between Base 2 and the bathing center. He appears to be in trouble, currently engaged in a confrontation with someone. Without uttering a word, Chu Chu mounted her electric scooter, resolutely setting off to rescue Guti and I. A person of his caliber, ensnared and unable to extricate himself, must surely be facing formidable adversaries. "Chu Chu, where are you headed?" "We are coming too," declared the cowboy and his companions with unwavering determination. They were a united group, wholly committed to the well-being of one another. Chu Chu gazed at them and expressed her concerns, stating that Guti and I was undoubtedly in trouble this time. With numerous uncertainties ahead, she implored them to safeguard their personal safety. "Xiaobao Grandma and Jiaer, it would be best if you do not accompany us." She turned to the cowboy. "You shall accompany me on this journey, but should you be unwilling—" "Boss, what are you saying?" The cowboy interrupted Chu Chu resolutely. "Guti and I is my friend. I would never abandon him. Moreover, throughout these years of calamity, he had always been my leader, and I must go to rescue him." Chu Chu nodded at him, and the two mounted their respective motorcycles, setting off towards Gu Tinya's location. The other three, recognizing their own limitations and inability to assist, could only wait anxiously at the entrance. They understood that their mere presence without causing further chaos was the best support they could offer. I must alert the others. Chu Chu cannot come to harm. Songjire, clenching her fists, though devoid of any remarkable skills, knew the personnel at the bathing center were not to be trifled with. I shall join as well. Let us split up and act independently. Baba Xiaobao was also stirred into action. The three individuals dispersed in search of allies and soon convened a formidable team. What a tough adversary. I wonder how long you can endure. The leader, who had previously attacked base number 2, laughed heartily. He had been lurking here for quite some time, having observed that this man always arrived alone, which emboldened him to strike. He was a man who sought revenge. Though he had sustained grave injuries last time, it mattered little. He had employed suppressive drugs, ensuring he remained human and did not transform into a zombie, which allowed him to control the undead with impunity. Gu Ti and I placed unwavering trust in Chu Chu and even more in the cowboy. He firmly believed that they would come to his rescue. It was merely a matter of time. He was confident in Chu Chu's abilities and knew she would ascertain his whereabouts. At that moment, he remained calm, though he felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. Speak. Where's the woman who accompanied you that day? The leader, bent on vengeance, would not hesitate to retaliate against anyone who had wronged him. Lacking any sense of camaraderie in this harsh society, he believed that once interests were at stake or harm had been done, everyone would undoubtedly betray others to ensure their own survival. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information. Gu Ti and I, a robust man of flesh and blood, could never betray others for his safety, especially when that person was his benefactor. The leader approached Gu Ti and I, syringe in hand, the elongated needle gleaming ominously. Silence is acceptable. Within this syringe is the blood of a zombie. Once injected into your body, you shall transform into one of them. It would surely be a blessing for you. Free from worry, simply reveling in life. I will care for you diligently. As he spoke, the leader raised the syringe, aiming for Gu Tian's arm. Chapter 48. Yet I have a plan. Gu Ti and I found himself restrained on both sides, struggling to evade capture, but feeling utterly powerless. Was he destined to accept this fate? To become an emotionless zombie? No, absolutely not. As his thought crossed his mind, he let out a tremendous roar, his body radiating a brilliant light that sent those around him reeling backward. Before us, a flicker of fire beckoned. Let us hasten to investigate. The cowboy, having spotted the glow, shouted aloud, and with keen eyes, Chu Chu needed no prompting to see the light. The two immediately accelerated towards its source. The leader's group had been injured in the explosion, and Gu Ti and I, perhaps due to excessive exertion, had collapsed. Quick, he has fainted. Help me restrain him. I must transform him into a zombie today. Otherwise, I am unworthy to lead you. Yes, boss. Fueled by anger from a blast, each member harbored a deep-seated hatred for Gu Ti and I. The prospect of turning him into a zombie and tormenting him filled them with sinister delight. I dare anyone to try. At a critical moment, Chu Chu arrived, her voice piercing the air to draw everyone's attention. She instantly recognized the man before her as the scoundrel responsible for the zombie invasion of Base 2. How dare he come to trouble them today? Such an affront could not be tolerated. The leader turned his gaze upon Chu Chu, cursing vehemently. You vile creature! How dare you appear before me? It seems fate has delivered you right into my hands for retribution. Release him. Chu Chu deklet sukin din. You ought to know my capabilities. If you set him free, we can negotiate. Should anything happen to him, you shall all pay the price. We shall see. The leader, prepared for this encounter, had laid thorough plans to capture this woman and convert her into a zombie. Cowboy, you go save the boss. I will deal with them. They are mere scoundrels, and I shall not let them escape. The first part of her statement was whispered to the cowboy, while the latter half was directed at the leader and his men, intending to divert their attention. The cowboy parked the vehicle and, with all eyes on Chu Chu, stealthily approached Gu Ti and I. The leader, convinced of his advantage, chuckled at her words. You speak boldly. We may be scoundrels, but we possess our own prowess. Today, I shall let you experience the torment inflicted by scoundrels. With a command, he directed his men, focus on that man. The rest of you, seize that woman. She is but a solitary female. Can a dozen of us subdue her? Obeying their leader, The group encircled Chu Chu, their faces twisted with wicked smiles. The woman, with her alluring figure and delicate skin, was a prize they intended to relish before turning her into a zombie to serve them. Yet, if she could amuse their leader, perhaps she might extend her life a few days longer. This band had long forsaken their humanity, believing their actions devoid of wrongdoing. They had captured a score of women, each meeting a fate alarmingly similar. Blame could not be cast elsewhere. They could only attribute their cruelty to the fact that these women were, indeed, women. Brothers, be gentle. If you injure her, the enjoyment may not be as exquisite. The leader's grin took on a more lascivious quality as he licked his lips, seemingly convinced that he had achieved his objective. A mere dream, Chu Chu unleashed her lightning abilities directly at several individuals, bolts of electricity crackling incessantly, causing a few of the weaker ones to collapse under the onslaught. The leader staggered back a few steps, but managed to regain his footing, a playful expression gracing his face. The stronger the woman, the more he relished the challenge. His interest in the woman before him only deepened. "My dear, I truly admire you. Why not become my queen? I shall share my empire with you." The leader exuded confidence, certain that with his hundreds of subordinates, no one would dare to refuse such a tantalizing offer of wealth and power. Chu Chu was amused by the leader's audacity. "Brother, look at your current state. You still desire for me to be your concubine. If I do not bring you all to your knees today, I shall take on your surname." Chu Chu subsequently unleashed her lightning abilities, relentlessly assaulting the leader. The leader, lacking any sense of martial ethics, summoned several henchmen to shield himself from her strikes. "Boss, you cannot treat us this way. We are all part of one entity," one henchman exclaimed before being knocked unconscious. The leader, however, remained indifferent, declaring, "There are hundreds like me in our base, but there is only one as formidable as I am. Fair maiden, you should consider your position carefully." Chu Chu remained indifferent to him, her speed in unleashing lightning intensifying. The leader sensed something amiss, his eyes darting as he immediately dashed towards Gu Tianya's location. The cowboy, summoning all his strength, pushed Gu Tianyi away, yet the zombie blood in the leader's grasp penetrated deep into the cowboy's body. "Are you all right, cowboy?" Chu Chu roared, a surge of formidable power erupting from within her, propelling those around her several meters away. She swiftly reached the cowboy's side, discovering he had been injected with zombie blood. Gu Tianyi, having unleashed an extraordinary surge of abilities, had exhausted most of his strength and lay unconscious in the room. The cowboy was dragged into the bathroom to wash off the zombie blood, hoping to rid his body of the toxin as swiftly as possible. Astonishingly, the bathroom possessed the capacity to neutralize the zombie venom. However, having received an entire syringe of zombie blood, the cowboy's fate appeared grim. Chu Chu was engulfed in profound guilt. Both the unconscious state of Gu Tianyi and the fact that the cowboy had been registered as a zombie are inextricably linked to her. She feels an overwhelming sadness. Yet, as the proprietor of the bathing center, she must project an image of unwavering strength. She orchestrates everything, ensuring that all appears orderly. While the turmoil of guilt and sorrow within her is meticulously concealed, surfacing only in the solitude of the night when she can communicate with the system. "System, they should be all right, shouldn't they?" Chu Chu's voice is laden with uncertainty. Chapter 49. "I'm truly happy to be able to save you." Upon hearing this, Chu Chu swiftly rose from her bed. Her previously despondent expression vanished. She was certain that the system would have a solution. "System, I knew you would come through," Chu Chu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed upon her, she would have embraced the system wholeheartedly, relishing in the moment. "I indeed possess a solution, yet it necessitates a substantial amount of points to procure the antidote for repelling zombies. Host, I advise you to contemplate your actions carefully." The system coldly reminded her. Currently, the bathing center is expanding and requires a considerable accumulation of points to fortify various establishments. Should we squander excessive points on a single individual, our future endeavors will become increasingly arduous. The system, devoid of emotion, failed to grasp the complexities of human joy and sorrow. As long as there is a way, regardless of the cost, I shall rescue him. Thank you for your counsel, but I cannot allow my friends to feel disheartened. Chu Chu is not a person of saintly compassion, nor would she indiscriminately save another. However, this individual is different. He is the cowboy man, a selfless soul willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of others. How could she possibly turn a blind eye? The host has made her decision, and thus the system shall refrain from further discourse. The host needs to conduct a test for the toxins within the cowboy man's body. This examination is complimentary. A mere sample of blood will suffice for the system to proceed. The system unconditionally supports any decision made by Chu Chu, for it is bound to her will and shall never contravene her desires. With determination, Chu Chu procured a syringe and needle from the pharmacy and entrusted them to Song Jiaer, instructing her to extract a vial of blood from the cowboy man, while emphasizing the utmost importance of safety, ensuring that none of his blood touches her. After a refreshing shower, the cowboy man's emotions have stabilized, and he no longer feels the urge to consume blood. Yet, he remains securely bound. Boss Pig, you have finally come to see me. I have been injected with zombie blood. I implore you to end my life. I do not wish to become a zombie, nor do I desire to feast upon human blood. The cowboy man is still conscious, and through a haze, he perceives Chu Chu. He understands that once infected with the zombie virus, transformation into a zombie is inevitable, a fact that cannot be altered. The only recourse now is to act swiftly before he fully transforms by ending his existence. Upon hearing the words of the cowboy, Chu Chu displayed a bitter smile, genuinely admiring him for still thinking of others at such a moment. She spoke to comfort him, saying, "Do not worry with me by your side. I shall not allow you to become a zombie. Right now, I need your cooperation. I will have Song Jiaer draw a vial of your blood, which I will take to study thoroughly to determine how we can restore you to normalcy." Upon realizing that there was hope for his recovery, the tension on the cowboy's face instantly dissipated. "Boss Chu," he said, "I entrust everything to you. If I regain my normal self, I shall serve you faithfully without hesitation. However, if I cannot return to my former state, I ask of you one favor. When the moment comes that I transform into a zombie, please do not hesitate to put me down. I do not wish to become one of those soulless creatures, devoid of conscience, who wreak havoc upon the world." In an effort to soothe his worries, Chu Chu nodded and assured him, "I will not allow you to become a zombie. You must trust me, as well as your own willpower. I believe in myself." The cowboy murmured to himself, then in a voice barely audible, questioned, "Can I still believe in myself?" After Song Jiaer extracted blood from the cowboy, she promptly locked the door and handed the sample to Chu Chu, stating, "Boss Chu, we all have faith in you. You can certainly save the cowboy." "I certainly can," Chu Chu affirmed resolutely, for she had the system backing her, a source of boundless potential. Following a series of examinations, the system reached a conclusion. It is merely 200,000. Heal him. Although Chu Chu found this some exorbitant, it paled in comparison to the value of a human life. Deductions of 200,000 points will yield an antidote from the system, to be taken 1 pill daily for 3 days, effectively suppressing the toxicity temporarily. For normal activity, daily baths are required. After 14 days, he can resume normal functions. The host need not worry excessively. However, the toxin within the cowboy remains. We hope to develop a permanent antidote soon, as the system cannot guarantee what may transpire otherwise. Thank you. Chu Chu sighed in relief, then recalled Gu Tianya's condition, expending a considerable amount of points to procure energy-restorative food for him. Early the next morning, Gu Tianyi opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented and unaware of his surroundings. Upon seeing Chu Chu's worried expression, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I had a terribly frightening dream, one where the cowboy was injected with the zombie virus." As he spoke, his face paled, realizing that it was not merely a dream, but a harrowing reality. "Do not worry, he is unharmed. I have procured the antidote, albeit it can only temporarily suppress the toxins within him." With her head bowed, Chu Chu explained that, if possible, she too wished for the cowboy's recovery. However, the system's capabilities were limited, or rather, everyone's abilities were constrained, rendering the resolution of this issue unattainable. "It is all my fault, all my fault." Gu Tianyi plunged into a deep abyss of self-reproach, lamenting that had he not sought to be a hero, he would not have fallen victim to such a treacherous scheme. Chu Chu, that needle was originally meant for me. He has borne my suffering. Accompanied by Chu Chu, Guti and I arrived at the cowboy's location, and the moment he laid eyes on him, his heart shattered. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Beyond these 3 words, Guti and I could utter nothing more. He was at a loss for how to alleviate the other's anguish. The cowboy had already taken his first pill, and a smile graced his face. Boss, you saved me once. I'll save you once. You need not feel overly guilty. If you were in my position, would you not shield me from that needle as well? Chu Chu has assured me there is an antidote. Do not worry too much about me. Boss, it brings me great joy to be able to save you. Chapter 50. When did she ever harbor feelings for him? Let them experience the taste of being injected with zombie blood. Chu Chu, accompanied by Guti and I, cast a strange smile as they surveyed the multitude within the room. How dare you harm my people? Today, you shall experience the true essence of suffering. Chu Chu delicately retrieved the prepared zombie blood, her gaze playfully fixed upon them. The individuals trembled uncontrollably, having witnessed the devastating power of the zombie blood, instilling a profound fear within each of them. Are you frightened? Chu Chu inched closer to those tightly bound by ropes, famished after a day and a night without sustenance, unable even to struggle. What choice do you have? After all, you harm my people, she uttered, her hands quivering as she swiftly injected the syringe into the arm of one of the captives. Once the first injection was administered, the second soon followed. She and Gu Tian worked in unison, quickly administering the zombie blood to all present in the room. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, and with a mere wave of her hand, these individuals were transported into a horde of zombies, not yet fully transformed. The zombies relentlessly gnawed at them, the combined agony becoming unbearable. You shall wait. I've already informed the boss. They will not spare you. The leader snarled, vowing retribution. Our boss will undoubtedly bring the zombies to exact vengeance upon you. It appeared they had a formidable leader lurking in the shadows. Chu Chu calmly collected the syringes and disposed of them in a trash bin, her demeanor unruffled. Gu Tian observed the grim fate of those individuals through the large screen. While it could not restore the cowboy to normalcy, it provided a measure of satisfaction. The leader behind them likely harbored a grand, nefarious scheme, perhaps intending to cultivate zombies to combat humanity. Unbeknownst to them, an abominable organization lurked here. Nevertheless, he was resolute. He would confront any adversary, whether one or two. He would not falter. With narrowed eyes, Gu Tian vowed that anyone who dared to bully his brethren would face dire consequences, even at the cost of his own life. In a distant cave, the boss received word of the leader's message, learning of their complete annihilation. Intrigued by the mention of a bathhouse in their dialogue, he deemed it worthy of a visit. 3 days passed, and under the influence of the drug, the cowboy could now move slowly, appearing almost like any normal person. Yet, everyone was acutely aware of the zombie genes coursing through his veins, uncertain of when they might manifest. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of the bathhouse welcomed him without disdain, and they all engaged in a harmonious existence, immersing themselves in their daily lives and studies. Chu Chu was persistently plagued by an unsettling sense of incompletion. Upon accessing her taskboard, she was struck by the realization that she had completely forgotten about the afforestation task. With a daunting deadline of 1,000 trees to be planted within 10 days, she was dismayed to discover that 9 days had already elapsed without a single tree being sown. System, why did you not remind me? She inquired. I apologize, host. I assumed you had your own plans. As a system, I cannot question the host's decisions. Chu Chu is truly exasperated with this old trickster. If she hadn't suddenly remembered, this task would likely have been rendered futile. With only 1 day remaining to plant 1,000 trees, the situation seemed daunting. However, with enough hands, the completion of the task appeared feasible. That very afternoon, 500 individuals arrived to assist in the tree planting, which meant that each person only needed to plant 2 trees, alleviating the burden significantly. Given the current drought conditions, it was doubtful that the trees would survive long, even if planted. Speculations circulated among the group. Yet once the trees were nestled into the earth, A surprising dampness emerged from the soil, and a refreshing coolness enveloped those who took shelter beneath the branches, a sensation long forgotten. United in their efforts, the group swiftly completed the planting of 1,000 trees. Chu Chu rewarded each participant with 100 points and treated them to a meal. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are awarded 2 random items as a special reward. Please hold on. Before the system's message could conclude, a commotion erupted outside. Where's your boss? I want to check in. If the boss doesn't appear, how am I to know if I can stay? Sir, our boss is currently resting. If you have any issues, please speak with me, and I will make the necessary arrangements. If you truly wish to see our boss, please return tomorrow. Xiaoyu spoke politely, attempting to negotiate. But her interlocutor showed no appreciation and even seemed inclined to threaten her. I demand to see your boss, and you must find her for me. Otherwise, I will not hold back. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak in such a manner at a bathing center? You seem unaware of who our boss is. I do not care who she is. If I do not see her today, I will create chaos here, and no one will escape unscathed. The individual remained unfazed, meticulously surveying the bathing center's environment. It was quite appealing. If they could seize it, it would undoubtedly serve as an excellent haven for raising zombies. Upon being roused by the commotion, Chu Chu found it impossible to return to her slumber. She swiftly opened the door and stepped outside, inquiring, "Who seeks my presence? Is it not common knowledge that everyone is asleep at this hour?" Before Chu Chu could finish her words, she caught sight of the man before her. She was momentarily taken aback, for he was someone she knew all too well. He was her. "Get out. Leave immediately. I do not wish to see you." "Chu Chu, I thought you were dead. How is it that you appear here, having transformed into the owner of a bathhouse?" The man's tone was laced with astonishment as he scrutinized Chu Chu, noting her radiant demeanor and the allure she now possessed, which he had previously overlooked. "It has nothing to do with you." Chu Chu had no intention of engaging in further conversation with the man before her. She feared she might lose control and strike him down with a single blow. "It has nothing to do with me, but who else does it concern? Have you not always harbored feelings for me?" A smug expression spread across the man's face, while Chu Chu wore an expression of disbelief. Well, had she ever liked him? I certainly do not recall such feelings. Chapter 51. It seems I have overlooked something. Even if I were fancy a ghost, I would never fancy you. Chu Chu was utterly perplexed by the other's reasoning. Could it be that the 2 women had sought to bring about his demise due to this man? How could that possibly be? At the outset, everyone in our team had remarked that you harbored feelings for me, yet I did not reciprocate your affections. Out of consideration for your pride as a girl, I refrained from outright rejecting you. The man, wearing an air of smugness, proclaimed, "I understand now. You must be too shy to admit your feelings. Sorry, but I have no interest in weaklings." Chu Chu rolled her eyes and, at that moment, spotted Guti and I descending the stairs. She swiftly linked her arm with his, raising an eyebrow as she declared, "Now, this is the type I appreciate. Spare me the rest." The man in question was none other than Chu Chu's former squad leader, Chu Tiange, who had been a remarkable singer before the apocalypse, amassing a considerable fan base. People of all ages adored him, and he welcomed admirers indiscriminately, believing that their affection would bolster his abilities. "Thus, I implore you to take your leave." Chu Chu fixed her gaze upon him, nearly ready to usher him out herself. Chu Tiange cast a disdainful glance at Gu Tianai, a sneer gracing his lips. He was the true weakling, utterly defeated by my subordinates, a sight utterly laughable. "It is you." Gu Tianai, like a ferocious beast, fixed his gaze upon Chu Tiange. "Are you the one who harmed my brother with zombie blood?" "Indeed, that was I. However, do not speak with such certainty. My initial intention was merely to inflict pain upon you. He suffered for your sake. If blame is to be assigned, direct it towards yourself for dragging others into this plight." Chu Tiange displayed not a shred of remorse. On the contrary, he reveled in his triumph. Has he already transformed into a zombie? Did you manage to deliver a fatal blow? As long as you bestow upon me the bathhouse, I can provide you with an antidote. The remedy I possess can help him suppress the zombie virus, granting him a fleeting return to normalcy. Chu Tiange, possessing a well-conceived plan, has dedicated an immense amount of effort to develop this antidote. Although its side effects are quite severe, He deems it unnecessary to disclose such information. Furthermore, the bathing center proves to be rather impressive. Upon observation and in light of prevailing rumors, it is evident that this establishment is a haven of safety, replete with sustenance and refreshments. Should he successfully seize control here, he would be able to further his ambitions. When the apocalypse descends, the entire world shall be under his dominion. Tianai finds himself on the verge of losing control over his impulse to strike him. Yet he remains acutely aware of the center's regulations prohibiting violence. Thus, gritting his teeth, he exclaims, "Get out of my way, and let us engage in a proper duel." Chu Chu suddenly burst into laughter, remarking that in your current state, you are utterly unworthy of engaging in combat with him. However, if you seek to court death, he might consider escorting you on that journey. Chu Chu could not tolerate the opponent's arrogance, and, with a mere thought, intended to cast him into a horde of zombies. Indeed, he was transported there. Faced with the ferocious undead, Chu Chu smiled slightly and, with an air of calmness, effortlessly dispatched the zombies, ultimately waving goodbye to them with a demeanor of serene satisfaction. Chu Chu's prowess far exceeds their expectations. Effortlessly handling such a multitude of zombies is a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Chu Chu harbored similar thoughts. He could not directly seize the bathing center, for the opponent's tactics were exceedingly enigmatic. He was utterly perplexed by the sudden transportation that had occurred, and thus he resolved to exercise utmost caution. Nevertheless, he was determined to claim the bathing center as his own. Congratulations, host! You have unlocked the protective garment. As long as you wear this garment, you will be able to withstand cold, heat, and zombie attacks. Furthermore, it will also provide a degree of resistance against supernatural assaults. This item can be sold in the general store and on food delivery platforms. Please note that purchasing the protective garment requires a certain amount of credibility. Only those recognized by the system are eligible to make a purchase, as the system will make its own judgment. Chu Chu understands that the protective garment is a remarkable artifact. If it falls into the hands of malevolent individuals, it would bring no benefit to their bathing establishment. Only friends of the bathing center are permitted to purchase it. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the toy store. The little zombies by the roadside are notoriously playful. One can utilize the toys within the store to captivate their attention, thereby gaining precious time to escape. A toy store? The host need not be overly concerned. As long as the bathing center remains, everyone will be safe and sound. Chu Chu is acutely aware that the bathing center serves as a sanctuary for them. She must expedite her mission to unlock the next location. Although her abilities are limited, she is determined to exert every effort to safeguard more individuals. The following day, Chu Chu communicated her plan to protect a toy store to every resident at the establishment, urging them to purchase the necessary items before venturing out, thus ensuring preparedness for any eventualities. Although the others were somewhat perplexed, they respected Chu Chu's directives. She is their unwavering belief, and they trust she would never deceive them. As they ventured outside, they were encouraged to attract more patrons to the bathing center. With just a few more individuals, they would reach full capacity. Gratitude was extended to all. The bookstore's promotional event had also commenced. Anyone who spent 10 minutes reading within its confines would earn 10 tokens for the arcade, with no upper limit. Typically, 1 point could be exchanged for 10 tokens, but now, a mere 10 minutes of reading could yield the same reward. This was particularly beneficial for the younger crowd. The number of visitors at the bookstore was steadily increasing, and Chu Chu breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that this marketing strategy was indeed effective. She hoped everyone would engage in reading, even if just for 10 minutes each day, as it would greatly enrich their inner lives. For several consecutive days, Shi Jian and Bai Nian had been stationed at the entrance of Wanyan residence, yet they had not caught a glimpse of him. This time, they could no longer remain idle. Chu Chu, I suspect that Wanyan residence has been kidnapped, Shi Jian declared with unwavering conviction. We have been unable to contact him, nor have we seen him. The last time we met was on the day he quarreled with Xiaoyao. He would not allow himself to be. Chu Chu initially believed that Wanyan's Hai was merely heartbroken and had chosen to seclude himself, yet she had overlooked a crucial detail. She furrowed her brow, sensing that something significant had slipped her mind. Chapter 52. The decision to research the antidote, she held a profound respect for her guest's privacy. Astonishingly, Wang Yanzai's points card was not located within the confines of a spa, but was instead traversing a distance of several kilometers away. The status of the points card indicated that Wang Yanzai was still alive. Had the owner of the points card perished, the card would have been rendered void, and its points would have been unconditionally transferred to the spa. You need not worry excessively. He is alive and unscathed. His current position is approximately 10 kilometers in the direction of base 2, so you may venture out to search for him. Should any danger arise, do not hesitate to contact me immediately. Chu Chu generously bestowed upon the two individuals a protective garment, reminding them to visit the toy store to acquire a few toys to divert the attention of the zombies. The two, one a decade-long recluse and the other a centennial hermit, vowed with unwavering sincerity that Wan Yin, their dear friend, would never be forsaken by them. Chu Chu finds herself at a loss, uncertain of the current circumstances surrounding the 10,000-year residence. Acting recklessly would undoubtedly alert the enemies, so it will be wiser to send the two of them to assess the situation. Chu Chu repeatedly urged, expressing her fervent desire that no one encounter misfortune. If you're unable to guarantee your own safety, do not act recklessly. Instead, you may reach out to me through the points card, and I shall send assistance to rescue those in need. Chu Chu has observed a growing number of incidents at the bathing center lately. Despite her desire for a tranquil existence, danger seems to perpetually knock at her door. With the departure of the 10-year and century-old dwellers, she now places her hopes in the rewards from the bookstore, yearning for something greater. The delivery service continues to operate smoothly each day. The cowboy, despite his frail health, approaches each task with unwavering enthusiasm, appearing no different from the average person, though those around him are acutely aware of the changes within his body. Tianai is also recovering swiftly. He has recently discovered an additional extraordinary ability. However, amidst the switching of his various powers, he occasionally finds himself entangled in confusion. As the day progressed, half of the bookstore's tasks were accomplished. Chu Chu gathered everyone, closed the door, and prepared to hold a meeting. The cowboy now harbors zombie blood within him, which, while temporarily suppressed, necessitates the urgent creation of an antidote. Chu Chu believes that if a cure for zombies can be developed, it would undoubtedly rescue the world. While her brother, Chu Tian, is tasked with turning everyone into zombies, her mission stands in stark contrast. She aims to restore all zombies back to their human forms. Our previous laboratory was dedicated to researching the antidote for the zombie virus. Now, although I possess the formula, we lack the necessary raw materials, rendering this endeavor exceedingly challenging for us. Tianai inhaled deeply, expressing his earnest desire to discover the cure. Yet, boss, Chu Chu, do not dwell on such thoughts. Am I not well right now? Life inevitably leads to death, and having met you all has been sufficient for me in this lifetime. The cowboy spoke with an air of nonchalance, adding, even if peril should arise, a mere shot to my head would grant me liberation. I will not allow you to find solace in that way. Tianai replied solemnly, fixing his gaze upon him. Cowboy, when we survive the laboratory, I vow that our lives are intertwined. I cannot bear to witness you succumb to the zombie virus. You are our comrade, and as the proprietor of the bathhouse, I command you to dismiss any thoughts of despair. As long as you possess the formula, leave the procurement of the raw materials to me. I will exhaust every avenue to acquire what you need. You must focus solely on the research of the antidote. Chu Chu's words evoke an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Perhaps only the boss can instill such reassurance in them. As a young woman, where would you procure so many materials? I do not wish for any of you to suffer losses on my account. The cowboy is not a selfish individual. He harbors a desire for the well-being of those around him, while he himself is willing to endure for as long as he can. Have you forgotten that I am no ordinary person? A mysterious smile graced Chu Chu's face, for the zombies heed my commands, and I can venture out alone without fear of peril. What about us? Grandma Xiaobao considers herself a part of the bathing center. They are all busy, and she certainly cannot afford to be idle. Chu Chu smiled gently at Grandma Xiaobao, saying, You are indeed the head of our logistics department at the bathing center. Our sustenance, from chicken to pork, greatly relies on your care. Thus, your diligent attention to these chickens and pigs is the most significant assistance you can provide us. Since Guti and I was destined to delve into the research of a cure for the zombie virus, it was evident that the delivery personnel would remain occupied, particularly as our takeout business flourished. I wonder if you could recommend a few suitable candidates? The cowboy immediately sprang forth, eager to advocate for his former comrades. Chu Chu nodded, entrusting this matter to him and imploring him to take charge. Chu Chu arranged for Guti and I and the cowboy to move into a family room, since their accommodation and meals were already covered. Even though they no longer needed to deliver takeout, their points were not deducted. Instead, they decided to grant them a monthly allowance of 10,000 points as a token of appreciation for their hard work. Chu Chu retrieved paper and a pen from the cupboard. Items at the grocery store had yet to offer. These were collected from various places by her. She handed the paper and pen to them, suggesting they write down whatever came to mind. It would take her a few days to gather the necessary materials, and she entrusted them with the task during that time. Why the formality among us? The cowboy remarked generously, adding, moreover, if the antidote is successfully developed, it would greatly benefit me as well. I ought to thank you. Guti and I remained silent, poring over previous documents in hopes of discovering something useful. Chapter 53. Such cruelty, he had fallen to the depths of subsisting on meager rations. With their group's leader being Xiao Yao, Bai Nianzhai found it difficult to articulate his feelings as he watched his friend being treated like livestock. A tumult of emotions stirred within him. In the stillness of the night, Chu Chu accompanied the two individuals to the outskirts of the base where Nianzhai was located. The base was small, lacking formidable defenses or facilities to fend off zombies, housing merely 20 to 30 individuals within, filled with laughter and chatter. Captain Xiao Yao, you're truly remarkable for having found someone who brings immense benefit to our base. The captain's keen eye had indeed discerned the potential in this individual. Yet Nianzhai remained obstinate, failing to comprehend the captain's wisdom. If he had simply complied, they would not have arrived at such a dire state. Everyone exchanged words of criticism towards Nianzhai while praising Xiao Yao. After taking a sip of his drink, Xiao Yao made a decision. Let him fend for himself, hoping he would not perish on the battlefield. Captain, we have painstakingly acquired such a capable person, and if you release him, what shall we do in the future? Will we be suppressed by other teams? The mere thought of this situation made Xiao Yao sigh. He would leave it to fate. If the man survived, it would be a testament to his resilience. If not, then it was simply his destiny. I am sorry, Nianzhai. It is my fault. Xiao Yao took another drink, feeling a tinge of regret. Though she recognized that regret was the most futile sentiment in this world, she was unworthy of it. Where's Nianzhai? Chu Chu was aware that they were celebrating, which suggested that the management of the eternal residence was not excessively tense. Thus, she felt compelled to seize this opportunity to rescue the individual within. I have gathered the necessary information. Follow me. Upon entering the decade residence, the trio began to search eagerly. Fortunately, the area was not extensive, and they quickly located the designated spot. The three of them stealthily approached the location where the eternal residence was confined, revealing that the individual was in a pitiful state, every inch of their skin marred and evidently subjected to significant mistreatment. Eternal residence, awaken. Your savior has arrived. Bai Nian called softly, then commenced her search for the key to the cage, intent on liberating the captive. Chu Chu effortlessly lifted her hand to open the cage, as if she were merely unfastening a plastic bag. Both the 10-year and the 100-year residents were left in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the remarkable prowess of their boss. The melodious voice of Chu Chu captured the attention of the two individuals, who promptly flanked Nianzhai, cautiously assisting him as they made their way outside. Nianzhai, devoid of consciousness and incapable of walking unaided, relied entirely on the support of the two, resulting in a rather sluggish pace. Halt! Who goes there? An individual emerged from the restroom, sensing something amiss, and immediately bellowed, "Are you here to pilfer from our crew?" Growing impatient with life? Someone has stolen something. Summon help to apprehend the thief. Chu Chu had initially intended to depart quietly, yet she was unexpectedly mistaken for a thief, which was utterly absurd. Do not panic. Allow me to confront them. Chu Chu recognized her own considerable abilities, though she was uncertain of their full extent. However, dealing with these minor adversaries should pose no challenge. As she spoke, they found themselves encircled by a group, with none other than Xiao Yao at the forefront. Xiao Yao, it has been quite some time. How do you come to be in this state? Chu Chu spoke calmly, having stealthily taken someone away from my bathing center without anyone noticing. This was a first. Hee hee. Xiao Yao sneered. Who told you to be so foolish? I swaggered right past you, and you displayed no reaction at all. I was nearly terrified. I thought you were a formidable figure, but it turns out you are merely a small fry, utterly devoid of any sense of crisis. Xiao Yao fixed her gaze on the perennial recluse and laughed. Do you still wish to keep such a useless person? He is already finished. Even if you take him, he won't last long. You speak nonsense. Shijian's eye retorted. He is in excellent health. We will surely save him. The others ignored Shijian's eye's words as if they had not heard them at all. Since he is a useless individual, he holds no value for you. Does he? If we take him away, you will not oppose, will you? Chu Chu probed, to which Xiao Yao opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. We shall depart. Chu Chu recognized this as Xiao Yao's tacit consent and commanded the group to leave. Captain, are we just letting them go? What shall we do tomorrow? Captain, he is our sole hope of securing first place. How can you be so foolish? Captain, do you not care about our lives? Everyone voiced their concerns. Yet none dared to defy Xiao Yao's orders. The captain must have her reasons for such actions, but they did not wish to become sacrifices. I will personally take the field tomorrow, regardless of the consequences. I will bear it all alone. Xiao Yao finally declared after much contemplation. But, no buts. I am your captain, and you must obey me. Xiao Yao had made up her mind, and no amount of persuasion would alter her resolve. Boss, he has not a single intact patch of skin left. Song Jiaer exclaimed, suppressing her discomfort as she rushed out. Those people are simply inhumane. Why must they resort to such brutality? Can he be saved? Chu Chu could imagine the scene, but could not bear to witness it. Song Jiaer nodded. His will to survive is incredibly strong. As long as he rests well and complies with treatment, he will be just fine. Chu Chu nodded thoughtfully, suspecting that Xiao Yao might be connected to Chu Tiange, as both exhibited such cruelty. Chapter 54. Let them stay. Congratulations, host. The foot traffic in both the bookstore and the arcade has reached 1,000 visitors. You have completed the task and earned 2 mysterious gift packages. Mysterious gift packages can yield a variety of items. However, their utility is entirely a matter of luck. The host may choose whether to open them now. Open. Without hesitation, Chu Chu opted to unveil the gift package, her eagerness to discover its contents palpable. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 ability enhancement pill. Consuming it will enhance your abilities, but be cautious not to let it fall into the wrong hands. Congratulations, host. You have received air. Please continue your efforts to avoid receiving mere air. Is there only 1 ability enhancement pill? Is it not available for sale? Curiously, Chu Chu inquired. For all the rewards previously granted by the system were indeed available for sale. The system cautioned, the effects of the ability enhancement pill are exceedingly potent. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it could spell disaster. Furthermore, the process of creating the ability enhancement pill is extraordinarily intricate and valuable. I hope the host will utilize it wisely. The system's words underscored the formidable efficacy of the ability enhancement pill. Chu Chu carefully stored away, recognizing that she must not act rashly. She must wield this precious item with utmost precision. Yet, what does the term air signify? Chu Chu pondered, does it merely imply emptiness? The system replied, apologies, host. This system is also somewhat perplexed. Logically, it signifies the absence of anything. Yet these 2 words have inexplicably emerged. Please, host, explore this on your own. Chu Chu firmly etched those 2 characters in her mind, convinced that one day they would prove invaluable. Early the next morning, an urgent knocking echoed at the door, and as Xiao Yu opened it, a throng of people surged inside. Close the door, please, quickly. Xiao Yu promptly shut the door. Having spent considerable time in the bathhouse, she had encountered all manner of individuals. Under such circumstances, there was no need for excessive conversation. Merely ensuring they understood the premises were secure sufficed. Once the door was closed, the outside world grew tranquil, and the pursuing zombies, having lost their target, wandered off in another direction. Are we safe? Someone gazed incredulously at their companions. Indeed, this place is absolutely secure. The speaker was none other than Xiao Yao. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yu's expression darkened considerably. She even contemplated expelling her. What brings you here? How dare you show your face? Xiao Yu fumed, attributing the dire circumstances of one Yin Zhai to this very woman. This time, Xiao Yao's demeanor was far from arrogant. Instead, she appeared contrite. I acknowledge my previous errors, and I am at my wit's end, seeking refuge with you. If you refuse to accept me, I shall leave. Xiao Yu, being soft-hearted, found herself at a loss in the face of Xiao Yao's expression. Ultimately, she decided to let them wait until Chu Chu awoke to make a decision. I have a card. Let me take you to get something to eat. Xiao Yao attempted to usher everyone inside, but Xiao Yu halted her. Please observe the rules. 1 card per person. No sharing. We merely wish for 1 meal. Should you deny us, I do not wish to squander too many crystal nuclei. Xiao Yao meticulously calculated her expenditures, unwilling to waste even a single crystal. Xiao Yu donned a formulaic smile. If you choose not to stay, the points card remains useful. We have launched a delivery service. Whenever you need, you can place an order, no matter your location, rain or shine. Huh, you cannot be serious? A delivery service? In this day and age, let alone delivery, there is scarcely enough food. One individual scoffed, finding the notion preposterous. Clearly, it was a trap. Fine, I will recharge. The first to affirm was Xiao Yao, who trusted Chu Chu implicitly, knowing she was not avaricious. The initiative could only be viable if it were indeed feasible. Thus she chose to believe. Once the captain recharged, the others saw no reason to hesitate, placing their trust in the captain's judgment. If they could not trust the captain, why would they elect her as leader? Upon hearing of a business opportunity, Xiao Yu's demeanor shifted dramatically. May I inquire how much each of you wishes to recharge? Everything here is replete with offerings, ensuring that you shall not be disappointed. Each individual presented a crystal core to Xiao Yu, and shortly thereafter, a pristine points card materialized in their hands. Possessing this card grants them the liberty to indulge in shopping within the bathing center. However, should they desire accommodation, they must first await the proprietor's approval before proceeding with check-in. Failure to comply will result in expulsion, with no refunds on the points accumulated. This particular stipulation was hastily imposed by Xiao Yu, as it was evident that these individuals had previously offended them. Thus, the decision of their stay lies solely with the owner. Famished, they followed Xiao Yao to partake in a meal. They were akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, utterly unacquainted with such splendor. To their astonishment, there was meat, rice, and even scrambled eggs with tomatoes, as well as shredded potatoes. Steamed buns and soy milk were abundant in this celestial haven. They expressed their awe in a continuous stream of exclamations, their faces reflecting an uncontrollable amazement. Chu Chu glanced at the number of individuals in Xiao Yao's group. The count was neither excessive nor insufficient, perfectly accommodating all the available rooms. She found herself ensnared in a profound dilemma. Should she expedite the completion of her task by recruiting a sufficient number of guests? Or should she kindly ask this group to leave? Chu Chu, I want those few to stay, but I am aware they are not virtuous individuals. I fear their presence could bring calamity to our bathing center. Xiao Yu expressed her concerns candidly. Moreover, that woman, Xiao Yao, appeared quite difficult to engage with. She had previously left the Wan Nian residence in a state of utter disarray. Chu Chu quietly listened to Xiao Yu's words, and the little cat, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Boss, may we keep them here? They can wreak havoc anywhere else, but in the bathing center, they are bound by its regulations and cannot harm anyone. Chu Chu believed that she must heed the words of the little cat. After all, it was a gift from the system, a unique attendant unlike any other, surely possessing its own set of rules. Chapter 55, Unveiling a New Location. Chu Chu had already arrived at her conclusion, yet she did not intend to extend an invitation for them to stay. As the host, she deemed it necessary to await their request for permission. After dining, Xiao Yao and her companions felt as though the bathhouse was a veritable paradise, reluctant to depart. Do you wish to remain? Xiao Yao discerned their collective sentiment, and her motivation for bringing them here was indeed to facilitate their stay. Leave it to me. I shall negotiate with the owner to ensure that we can all stay. Xiao Yao was resolute. As long as her team could remain, her own fate was inconsequential. She had erred in the past, and it was only natural for others to harbor disdain towards her. Captain, we shall stand united. Suddenly, one individual fixed a serious gaze upon Xiao Yao, declaring, if they do not permit you to stay, then I shall not remain either. I, too, share this sentiment. As members of a team, we must advance and retreat together. Some expressed their stance, while others remained silent, heads bowed. Xiao Yao gazed gratefully at this group of people. With your support, I am already content. Rest assured, the owner is a reasonable person. She will surely allow us to stay together. As Xiao Yao and her companions descended the stairs, Chu Chu awaited them on the sofa in the lobby. Long time no see, though. I should say we met just a few days ago. Have you found yourselves in dire straits so soon? Chu Chu initiated the conversation, lamenting. Had I known this would be the case, why act as we did? Xiao Yao inhaled deeply, a smile gracing her lips. Chu Chu, I must apologize. The previous events were my fault, as I was considering my teammates. I implore you to forgive me. You think of your teammates, yet you harm others' teammates? Chu Chu could not fathom how someone could possess such a mindset. Were not others' teammates human as well? I apologize. I now realize that no amount of I am sorry can alter the outcome. I am willing to spend my remaining time atoning for my mistakes. Xiao Yao was determined to ensure her teammates could remain at the bathhouse. This time, she was genuinely humbled. Regardless of the insults hurled at her, she resolved to endure. You have not harmed me. Do not speak of atonement. I cannot forgive anyone on behalf of Wan Yinzai. If you truly wish to make amends, go and apologize to him. If he grants you forgiveness, then all will be well. Chu Chu was acutely aware that the only one truly injured in this situation was Wan Yinzai. She held no right to forgive on his behalf, nor to weigh any grievances against him. However, at present, Wan Yinzai lay in a state of unconsciousness, and it would require a considerable amount of time for him to awaken. Rest assured, I will certainly apologize to him, and I shall take diligent care of him until he fully recovers. Xiao Yao declared with unwavering resolve. Boss, I have an additional humble request. We wish to remain here. I recognize that my previous actions may have caused you distress, but this time, I genuinely understand my mistakes. I implore you to allow us to stay. With her eyes closed, Xiao Yao bowed deeply to Chu Chu, maintaining her posture as if she would not rise until she was granted permission. Given the chaos outside, it is understandable that you wish to stay here. However, I do have a few conditions. Chu Chu had long anticipated their decision to stay, yet she felt compelled to establish several regulations to ensure the safety of the bathing center. First, those residing in the bathing center must not inflict harm upon others. Second, anyone wishing to remain must take care of the everlasting abode until she awakens. Third, and most crucially, I shall be your leader from this point onward. Do you all comprehend these rules? If there are no objections, you may take residence, but once you do, you must adhere to them. On what grounds do you assume the role of leader? Our previous leader was formidable. One individual protested, glaring at her with an intensity that suggested a desire for confrontation. Here, I embody the rules. There are no ground for dispute, for this is my domain, and my word is law. If you refuse to comply, I suggest you vacate this place immediately. Chu Chu's demeanor was remarkably composed. She regarded the other party with a measured gaze, reminding them of their respective positions and urging them to be mindful of their attitude. I possess the authority to expel you from this place. Once all guests have checked in, the bathing center will be at full capacity. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. As a special reward, you have received 2 mysterious gift packs. You may choose whether to open them now. Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new location. This new site is situated near a medical city, with the staff dormitory having designated an additional entrance. By entering through the door marked with the words Medical City from the staff dormitory, you can access the bathing center directly. Please be advised that the staff dormitory passage is exclusively for employees of the bathing center. Unauthorized individuals will be prohibited entry and may face dire consequences. Congratulations, host, on receiving your second reward, a fully upgraded room. Please expedite the recruitment of tenants to maximize occupancy. A friendly reminder, all items from the post-catastrophe bathing center can be replicated one-to-one at the Medical City Bathing Center, also known as Bathing Center 2. Bathing Center 2 will encounter greater dangers. Please prepare yourself to face them. Bathing Center 2 will officially open in 7 days. Ensure you are ready. Should the opening fail, host, you may have to start anew. Are you prepared? Chu Chu did not comprehend the meaning of these 4 characters. She had completed all her tasks and was on the verge of an upgrade. Was the preparation a prompt for her to upgrade in a timely manner? Chu Chu glanced at her points, relieved to find that they were quite substantial, and she would soon be able to ascend to the next level. The system, ever astute, remarked, "Indeed, host, once you reach level 9, the second part of the bathing center shall be officially unlocked. Please make haste to elevate yourself to level 9 within 7 days." While the system could not directly inform Chu Chu of her needs, it could freely express itself as long as she sensed it. In her eagerness to level up swiftly, Chu Chu decided to fully enhance the decoration of all the rooms. Fortunately, everyone was exceedingly pleased with the newly renovated spaces, and the price increase was minimal, leading to their enthusiastic acceptance. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed, and on that very morning, the bathing center ascended to level 9. Chapter 56. Reluctance to depart. Chu Chu gathered a select group of trusted employees. Xiao Yu, Song Jier, Xiaobao's grandmother, the cowboy, and Gu Tianai. Although there were some newly joined staff members, she chose not to invite them, as they were, in her eyes, not yet worthy of her trust. They were all led into the employee dormitory, a place where only Xiao Yu had previously been deemed worthy of residing. The others had never even set foot inside. However, with the inauguration of this new location, it was imperative for them to swiftly familiarize themselves with the layout of the dormitory. Dear colleagues, from today onwards, the bathing center unveils its new section. Through this door, you can access the second part of the bathing center. You are the individuals I hold in the highest regard, and I sincerely hope we can work together harmoniously to enhance the development of the bathing center. After counting down 3 numbers, Chu Chu directly opened the door to the second section of the Dongguan bathhouse. The expressions of shock on the faces of several individuals lingered, yet they obediently followed him into the second section. The facilities in the second section were nearly identical to those in the first, with the only distinction being the greater number of zombies outside, making the scene all the more terrifying. Is this not the largest pharmaceutical factory in our homeland? The location is right here. Acquiring raw materials would be a matter of utmost ease. Upon seeing the factory sign, the cowboy felt his heart racing furiously, realizing that he had evaded death. Truly, the heavens had not forsaken him. However, Gu Tianya's expression turned grim upon observing both the factory and the overwhelming number of zombies surrounding it. The zombies here appeared more formidable. They had likely consumed the factory's raw materials, and even their speed of movement was markedly different from that of ordinary zombies. As if on cue, a zombie dashed forward, its speed rivaling that of a car. The group standing at the entrance collectively swallowed hard as they beheld the creature. Can this still be called a zombie? It was akin to a relentless little motor. Fortunately, the zombies posed no threat to us. In their eyes, we were akin to their kin. Thus there was no need for fear. Chu Chu's voice trembled for the first time, and she could envision that while the zombies here were somewhat formidable, she had not anticipated their terrifying strength. With a sudden crash, the previously fleeing zombie collapsed, followed by several individuals clad in camouflage descending from above to extract the crystal core from the zombie's skull. Indeed, there are always greater forces beyond our own, and we have lingered too long within our comfort zones. Gu Tianai furrowed his brow, reflecting that they had remained in relatively confined areas where the zombies evolved at a slower pace. It was likely that such swift zombies appeared entirely normal to the inhabitants of this place. Captain, trouble is brewing. A horde of zombies is rushing in, and these creatures have consumed pharmaceuticals from the medical factory. They are utterly unlike ordinary zombies. A voice shouted, revealing that their squad consisted of only 5 or 6 members, drawn here by rumors of aberrant zombies to undertake their mission. Surrounded by chaos, their gaze fell upon the illuminated sign of the bathhouse, which stood out conspicuously amid the apocalypse. A few of them dashed inside, and before they could exhale in relief, they were met with the synchronized stares and waves of Chu Chu and her companions. Instantly, they raised their weapons, aiming at Chu Chu and her group. "Who are you?" one demanded. "Gentlemen, ease your stance. You have intruded upon my territory and yet inquire about my identity? Is this your code of conduct?" Chu Chu observed their attire and immediately discerned that they were regular troops, at the very least organized and disciplined. "Welcome to the second branch of the bathing center. May I inquire how many of you require accommodation or dining services?" Without waiting for a response, Xiaoyu commenced her usual duties. "Here are the regulations. Please peruse them carefully. Your stay at the bathing center will undoubtedly yield unexpected delights. Chu Chu has meticulously upgraded all the rooms in the second section of the bathing center to an impeccable state, resulting in a correspondingly higher price. Remarkably, upon reaching the 9th level, the bathing center offered a rebate of half the points, which she devoted entirely to the renovations. After all, this is a bustling metropolis. One cannot afford to appear shabby." The group exchanged uncertain glances, pondering the intentions of the individual before them. Following a brief discussion, their leader cleared his throat softly and inquired, "May I take a tour?" "Of course," replied Chu Chu. "Cowboy, please escort them for a visit, should everything meet their approval. They are welcome to check in." Chu Chu harbored no intentions of coercive sales. However, she firmly believed that once someone set foot in the premises, they would find it difficult to depart. The group ascended the stairs for a tour, and as Chu Chu exchanged a glance with Gu Tianai, a shared understanding flickered between them. "Shall we take a stroll outside to ascertain the situation?" Chu Chu proposed, and Gu Tianai, in accord with her sentiment, promptly acquiesced, and they departed together. The sky outside was shrouded in a gloomy gray, as though a somber hue had been painted across the expanse, lending an air of oppressive melancholy. Surrounding them were sluggish, shambling figures of the undead, who upon spotting something edible would suddenly surge forward. Out of nowhere, a zombie charged towards the two of them at alarming speed. Chu Chu grasped Gutienya's hand tightly and closed her eyes. "We must remain calm. Panic is not an option." Gu Tianai instinctively sought to evade, but upon hearing Chu Chu's words, he stood his ground. Miraculously, the zombie halted abruptly a mere 5 centimeters from their faces, as if it had lost its objective and turned to wander in another direction. "That was terrifying," Chu Chu exclaimed, patting her chest, embodying the relief of having narrowly escaped a dire fate. Indeed, the zombies here displayed an unusual nature. Yet, as long as they treated the patrons of the bathing center as mere air, there was little difference in their peril. "We are safe for now. At least in the eyes of the zombies, we are but air." Gu Tianai exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that this indicated their safety as long as humanity refrained from provoking the undead. Thus, their true caution must be directed towards humans. For it is wisely said that the most terrifying entities in this world are not the anomalies, but rather the hearts of men. Let us wander about today. With so many zombies around, I doubt humanity can roam freely within. Unbeknownst to them, the two had arrived at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, which was securely locked. The zombies loitered at the door, as if something of great significance lay within, unwilling to depart for an extended period. Chapter 57. A cold breath inhaled, there must be something within that possesses a fatal allure for them, Chu Chu asserted emphatically. Thankfully, the factory's robust entrance prevented the zombies from gaining entry. Gu Tianai furrowed his brow, as if he had an inkling of what resided inside. Previously, while researching the antidote, I discovered that if misused, these antidotes could inadvertently strengthen the zombies. I believe this factory contains the raw materials I require. Having traversed countless paths in vain, it appears our sought-after materials lie within this very place. Chu Chu's gaze fell upon Gu Tianai, who coincidentally was also looking at her. The unspoken understanding between them grew increasingly evident. They must devise every possible means to gain entry into the factory. "Who goes there?" No loitering allowed. Suddenly, a loudspeaker at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory blared a warning. Anyone lingering here could expect to become a zombie. Chu Chu and Guti and I surveyed their surroundings, finding no signs of life aside from the loudspeakers, indicating that they had taken great care to shield themselves. Engaging with the adversary at this moment would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. To their astonishment, they had managed to escape peril and stumbled upon such a haven, one that offered sustenance and refreshment. I wish to linger here for several days. If possible, I would desire to reside here for a lifetime, for the outside world is fraught with hardship, and only this sanctuary can grant me a fleeting respite. What nonsense am I uttering? We have our own mission yet to fulfill. How can we indulge in idleness? The group exchanged remarks, while their leader silently sipped on bottled water, his expression growing increasingly grave, lost in contemplation. Captain, what occupies your thoughts? Captain, we wish to inquire about certain matters. Are you available? Guti and I intercepted the captain, prompting several team members to rise, casting unfriendly glares in their direction. Rest assured, we mean no harm to your captain. We merely seek to gather information. Allow me to treat you to some milk tea. Chu Chu placed a cup of milk tea in front of each person. Including the captain. Being young, they found themselves quite intrigued by the beverage. With the milk tea in hand, their guarded demeanor relaxed somewhat. Feel free to ask any questions. The captain nodded to several team members and seated himself at another table. I wish to understand why the zombies here exhibit such swift movements. Have they perhaps ingested some sort of drug? Chu Chu did not beat around the bush. Rather, she confronted the matter directly, inquiring about the information she sought. We are currently investigating the incident of the zombie mutations as a specialized team. However, we have been unable to gain access to the pharmaceutical factory. Most of the zombies here were employees of the factory, who were expelled by their colleagues after their transformation. The current state of affairs within the factory remains a mystery to all. The number of individuals inside and the extent of the zombie presence are both enigmas yet to be unraveled. Without hesitation, the captain divulged all the information he possessed, expressing our relentless efforts to infiltrate the pharmaceutical factory in search of the truth, only to be pursued by a horde of zombies, which led us to take refuge here. How can you assure me that you speak the truth? Chu Chu was not inclined to place her trust in someone she had only met once, though the other party's demeanor did not suggest deceit. The captain's expression grew particularly grave as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Chu, stating, in this matter, I have no reason to lie. The occurrence of zombie mutations is no longer secret. If you have been in this vicinity for any length of time, you should be aware that the mutation rate of the zombies here is extraordinarily rapid. With a nonchalant shrug, Chu Chu remarked, to be honest, we only just arrived here. This bathing center serves as our sanctuary. Prior to this, we were unaware of the circumstances here, which led to our skepticism towards you. I apologize for that. Upon hearing these words, the captain's expression grew increasingly tense. Who exactly are you? He inquired. As far as I know, there are no true sanctuaries in this world, and such a vast establishment must require an extensive amount of time to maintain. You need not concern yourself with such details. All you need to know is that you are safe here. Chu Chu spoke in an enigmatic manner, resolutely declaring that she would never divulge any details about the system to anyone. Moreover, you have merely contributed a small amount of crystal cores, have you not? The captain refrained from elaborating further, engaging instead in a private wager to ascertain the outcome of his gamble. The night outside was exceptionally desolate, yet the temperature remained unseasonably high, as if the zombies were aware that nightfall called for rest, for not a single undead silhouette was in sight. Everything appeared unnaturally normal, and it was precisely this excessive normalcy that felt out of place. Without hesitation, the two approached the entrance of the pharmaceutical plant. Guti and I effortlessly leaped over, and to her surprise, Chu Chu glanced at him and, with determination, managed to follow suit. Chu Chu covered her mouth in astonishment, for unbeknownst to her, her abilities had inexplicably soared to remarkable heights. She herself was unaware of when she had become as light and agile as a swallow. Let us proceed separately. No, let's act together. Chu Chu nodded, for she was still naive and had not contemplated the depths of certain issues. The pharmaceutical factory was immense. It would take two ordinary individuals 4 to 5 hours to circumnavigate its expanse. Today, they intended to explore a portion of it. Suddenly, a series of howls caught their attention, and they turned toward the source of the sound, instinctively gasping in shock. Chapter 58. The elder in the white coat. Before them emerged a dog from within the pharmaceutical company's building, closely followed by an elderly man clad in a white coat. Having seen them on surveillance during the day, their nocturnal visit aroused suspicion regarding their intentions. The elderly man, a scholar, clutched the dog leashed tightly, fearful that his canine companion might break free and flee. We have found ourselves in this predicament, unaware that such a vast pharmaceutical company resided nearby. We merely sought to acquire some medicine. As you know, in this era, pharmaceuticals are scarcely produced, and even a common cold can be fatal. With a playful and light-hearted demeanor, they expressed that they had exhausted their supply of medicine and were contemplating entering to procure some cold remedies or wound ointments. The elderly gentleman in the white coat appeared to be skeptical of their claims. If that were the case, why not be forthright? Why resort to subterfuge? Moreover, I noticed that those zombies seemed utterly oblivious to their presence. With a bashful smile, Chu Chu was taken aback by the remarkable observational skills of the elderly gentleman. My dear sir, one possesses their own ingenious strategies. If we were entirely devoid of abilities, we would likely not have survived until now. Should you wish to know more, I suggest a trade for some medicine. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, the old man in the white coat erupted into hearty laughter. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an amusing young lady as yourself. My pharmaceutical company is quite substantial, indeed remarkably so, filled with an abundance of raw materials. However, we find ourselves devoid of finished medicines, as they have all been consumed. Chu Chu displayed an expression of incredulity as she instinctively glanced towards Guti and I. The sheer volume of medication produced by an entire pharmaceutical company was undoubtedly vast. Yet most of the individuals here had succumbed to zombification. Who would consume such an abundance of medicine? Indeed, it was precisely as you might envision, not intended for human consumption, but rather for the undead. The elderly man in the white coat nodded, revealing a hint of desolation upon his countenance. On the day the zombie virus erupted, many within the pharmaceutical company had already been infected. Relying on our advantages, we administered various antibiotics, but ultimately, they transformed into zombies regardless. In the initial stages, their excessive intake of antibiotics led to an insatiable frenzy for medication after their transformation. They began to perceive medicine as sustenance, and their evolution accelerated at an alarming rate. Our only recourse was to expel them to ensure our own survival. However, as time progressed, an increasing number of individuals sustained injuries, and upon being wounded, they immediately began their transformation into zombies. We were utterly powerless. There was no solution available to us. As the elderly man spoke, a look of bewilderment crossed his face, and tears threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes, which he struggled to contain. Meanwhile, an employee, bleeding profusely, found no relief from any medication. Just as they prepared to transport the employee to the hospital for urgent care, he suddenly transformed into a zombie. Fortunately, everyone was clad in protective gear, and although the zombies' blood splattered upon them, they remained uninfected. Only after managing the situation with that employee did they realize that the world was indeed facing a zombie virus outbreak. Yet, each person harbored a sense of false hope, believing they would not suffer such misfortune nor contract the virus. Upon learning of the incident, the leadership merely disposed of the corpse and allowed production to continue, as everyone lived in a state of cautious apprehension. However, it was not long before another worker inadvertently injured his hand and, without any warning, transformed into a zombie, voraciously consuming the medications on the production line. Initially, the higher-ups attempted to suppress news of the incident, but as time went on, such occurrences multiplied, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Many were paralyzed by fear and ceased attending work, yet even those who chose to stay away could not evade the impending doom. Gradually, the majority of the individuals here succumbed to zombification. Only a handful of senior personnel escaped this fate, remaining secluded within laboratories and offices. avoiding contact with the production line staff, which allowed them to survive. The elderly man in the white coat was among them. How many of you remain here? Chu Chu pondered, formulating her own plans. These individuals, being senior personnel, possessed profound knowledge of pharmaceuticals and were invaluable assets. If they could be recruited, it would greatly aid in the development of a remedy for the zombie virus. The elderly man in the white coat sighed. To prevent mutual infection, only one person was allowed in each building. I have been here for an indeterminate duration, unaware of the circumstances surrounding others. Fortunately, there is an ample supply of food. Otherwise, I fear I would have transformed into a ghastly creature. What do you usually eat? Instant noodles, of course. We often work overtime, and the warehouse is stocked with plenty of instant noodles and bottled water. The elderly man in the white coat sighed again, remarking that he had never consumed such fare before. Yet now he felt he might as well be named Instant Noodle. May I take a look inside? Chu suddenly proposed. I used to be a pharmaceutical researcher, and I have a keen interest in observing similar items from my past. The elderly man in the white coat, naturally, did not refuse. On the contrary, he warmly led them inside, creating an atmosphere that felt quite unusual. The two exchanged glances, each discerning a cautionary intent in the other's gaze. The nature of the other, friend or foe, remained ambiguous, preventing them from placing complete trust in him. After a thorough tour, they uncovered nothing of substantial value. Chu Chu quickly memorized everything she saw, contemplating how to discreetly procure the raw materials from this place, which would make everything much simpler. As it was their first encounter, all parties maintained a degree of reserve during their conversation, ultimately failing to exchange any significant information before parting ways. Observing Chu Chu and Chu departing figures, the elderly man in the white coat revealed a mysterious smile. Teacher, is it truly acceptable for them to intrude? A young man appeared behind the elderly man, sharing the same concern for the departing duo. The elderly man sighed, stating that if they could genuinely alter their predicament, he would be willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 59. We have grown weary of it. This was a pharmaceutical laboratory. The items on the experimental table were disorganized, clearly indicating that someone had been conducting experiments prior, but for some reason, there had been no time to tidy up. Chu brushed his hand across the table, thick with dust, and observed the weathered footprints scattered across the floor. What experiments were being conducted? What had transpired that caused the staff to flee in distress? As a fellow researcher, Chu would never have acted in such a manner, even in the face of an urgent crisis. He would have ensured that everything on the table was secured before leaving the laboratory, unless his life was at stake. Chu Chu, utterly naive about the pharmaceutical industry, blinked at Chu and pondered aloud whether the sudden invasion of zombies might have caused them to neglect tidying up. Yet, that seemed implausible. Zombies are devoid of emotions and would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the laboratory equipment. Chu Chu increasingly felt that a colossal secret lay concealed within this pharmaceutical factory, her brows furrowing as she sensed the presence of something she had overlooked. Chu had spent an entire day here without uncovering any valuable clues. Could it be that his time this evening was wasted? Amidst the thick layer of dust, a piece of paper gradually revealed itself. This handwritten note bore chaotic scrawl, unmistakably penned in haste. Greetings. By the time you read this note, I will likely have departed from this world. However, the following message is of utmost importance, and I implore you to remember it. The pollution in this world has escalated alarmingly, and the source of all this contamination lies within the pharmaceutical laboratory. The failure in the development of certain drugs has resulted in the leakage of a virus, causing the human body to exhibit symptoms akin to rigidity and vampirism. I cannot divulge more specifics, but I earnestly urge you to expedite the creation of an antidote. The laboratory harbors the formula responsible for this viral outbreak, and I hope you will locate it and produce the corresponding remedy based on the provided formula. I understand that placing this burden upon you is quite challenging, and if you find yourselves unable to resolve it, please do not disclose this information to anyone. Chu Chu and Chu exchanged glances, believing that the zombie virus was merely a natural phenomenon. Little did they know that a deeper truth lay hidden beneath the surface. No wonder we were brought into the laboratory to assist in the research for a cure. I had assumed they had already unraveled the mysteries of the zombie virus. After reading this person's letter, a realization dawned upon him. The virus had long since emerged, yet remained shrouded from public awareness. Chu Chu inhaled sharply, her mind clouded with confusion. Why were they conducting research on such a drug? What advantages could it possibly hold for them? Her brow furrowed as the implications grew increasingly terrifying. Could it be that someone was orchestrating this, intending to transform the entire world into a realm of the undead? It was imperative that they locate that prescription without delay. Chu Chu recognized that she could not afford to indulge in despair. Their mission was to act swiftly, even more so than others. Together, Guti and I and Chu Chu scoured the entire laboratory, yet they found no trace of the prescription. Had it perhaps been taken by someone? After uttering this thought, Chu Chu fixated on the letter, wondering if they had overlooked something of great significance. Guti and I shared her apprehension, suggesting, Chu Chu, why not return tomorrow during the day? We could pay a visit to the elderly man in the white coat. He surely possesses a wealth of secrets. Chu Chu nodded gently. All right, then let us reconvene tomorrow during the day. Chu Chu carefully picked up the letter and tucked it away, for such a valuable item should not be exposed to prying eyes. Although the two bathhouses were quite distant from one another, they possessed secret passages, allowing for visits at any hour. Indeed, while separated by vast distances, they felt as close as neighbors. They presented the letter to the cowboy, hoping he might uncover some clues. As he scrutinized the handwriting, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered it before. This resembles the script of our laboratory's professor. I have seen his writing, and I am absolutely certain. His conviction grew stronger with each assertion that these characters belonged to the professor. If that is the case, Chu Chu, where did you find this? The cowboy gazed at them with a sense of urgency. Have you met him? His rapport with the professor was amicable. Beyond being student and teacher, they shared a friendship, which explained his heightened excitement upon discovering the letter. We found this letter in the pharmaceutical laboratory, and tomorrow, we intend to visit an elder who has long been associated with this medical company, in hopes of gleaning some secrets from him. Chu Chu cast a glance at the cowboy, extending an invitation. Would you care to join us? The cowboy, in good health, faced no restrictions on his actions, allowing him the freedom to do as he pleased. Chu Chu felt a sense of reassurance in having him nearby. The following day, the trio returned to the entrance of the pharmaceutical company, bearing a modest amount of steaming food. To their surprise, the door opened automatically. Exchanging glances, they stepped through without the slightest hesitation. Once inside, the door wobbled and closed behind them. Welcome to the pharmaceutical company. Dear friends, please come in. With the emergence of the voice, the bespectacled elder in a lab coat waved to them from a window. Without a moment's pause, they entered. As they did, the elder caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Though he had already had breakfast, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the scent. What have you brought? He inquired, clearly perturbed. You do realize this is a laboratory, and food is not permitted inside. Yet, the subtle act of him licking his lips betrayed his true feelings. Chu Chu placed the insulated lunchbox on the table. Today, there was nothing particularly appetizing, merely some eggs, milk, and noodles. Items we had grown weary of. Will you partake? If not, I shall feed it to the zombies. As Chu Chu retrieved each item, the aroma became increasingly tantalizing. Chapter 60. Despite the proposal, the elderly man in the white coat gazed at the steaming array of food before him, swallowing hard. Since the apocalypse, he had not savored a proper meal. He had not even enjoyed eggs, resorting instead to cold bottled water to prepare instant noodles. While this approach kept starvation at bay, it certainly did not equate to a satisfying meal. Teacher, if you do not eat, I shall. I am nearly driven to hunger madness. The student in the white coat, enticed by the delectable scent, could no longer resist and rushed out from the hidden door. Previously, his favorite was instant noodles, but after such a prolonged diet, he had truly had enough. Eat. The white-coated professor gritted his teeth and commanded. Thus, the two of them began to devour the food ravenously. In less than 5 minutes, the table was cleared, save for the remnants of eggshells, hinting at the existence of a meal that once graced the surface. How could they have been so reluctant to eat before, yet now consume everything so swiftly? Chu Chu silently expressed her discontent, yet refrained from voicing it directly due to the identity of the other party. The individual in the white coat, aware of the slight impropriety of his actions, invited the three of them to take a seat. "I understand you must have questions," he said. "Feel free to ask. I will share what I can." The man in white harbored his own secrets. Some matters were permissible to discuss, while others were not within his discretion to reveal. "Good sir, I seek to understand the primary pharmaceuticals produced by this company. Yesterday, we visited another laboratory, and, as a seasoned member of the lab community, I presume you are familiar with its purpose, are you not?" Chu Chu, forthright and candid, believed that the astute figure in the white coat must have already discerned their route from the previous night. Thus she saw no reason to conceal any further details. "I expected you to beat around the bush, yet you spoke plainly. I truly admire such straightforwardness. Therefore, I shall be equally forthright with you. As the saying goes, he who eats from another's hand must speak the truth. Since the man in the white coat has partaken of our hospitality, he ought to be honest, for it is no longer a secret to them. Our pharmaceutical factory typically produces cold remedies and antibiotics, but one day, an oddly dressed individual approached us, requesting our assistance in developing a particular drug. He claimed that this medication could liberate humanity from suffering. Anyone who fell ill could recover swiftly upon taking it. Initially, we were skeptical, for no medicine is universally effective. Only targeted treatment can save a life. However, his overwhelming confidence and the substantial research funding he offered convinced our director to acquiesce to this unreasonable request. As the white-coated figure recounted this, his excitement was palpable. His fists clenched and his expression twisted in anguish. Had he foreseen the calamity that would ensue, I am certain the director would have never acquiesced to such a ludicrous proposition. The injuries and subsequent transformation of the factory workers into zombies were entirely due to the so-called miraculous drug produced on that assembly line. By the time we realized the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. Chu Chu comprehended that in this apocalyptic world of zombies, these individuals harbored no fear of unforeseen circumstances. Rather, their actions were deliberate. Who, then, were these individuals? After the emergence of the undead, had any of you encountered them? The doctor in the white coat shook his head along with the student, remarking that those people seemed to have vanished into thin air, never to reappear. What are the others? The cowboy's primary inquiry was directed toward the professor, as he had not seen a third individual since his arrival. All the others have departed. The doctor in the white coat uttered this statement, suggesting that they might be alive or perhaps deceased. The advent of zombies had thrown us all into disarray. Some chose to remain, while others opted to flee. Regardless of their decisions, ultimately, only my student and I remained within the confines of this medical facility. The doctor sighed, lamenting the fate that had befallen so many. The student's spirits were also dim, having lived here for an extended period. Neither he nor the teacher knew when it would come to an end. They were genuinely terrified of potentially contracting the virus with each passing moment. After all, even the air was permeated with the contagion, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. It had been quite some time since the student had spoken so much, and he was now gasping for breath, struggling to inhale. The doctor approached him, gently patting his back, and soon enough, the student returned to a more normal state. He suffered from asthma, but fortunately, I had left him with some medication. Without it, he would not have been able to endure. The doctor sighed once more, reflecting on the hardships that everyone faced in this dire world, uncertain of how much longer he himself could hold on. With a glimmer in her eyes, Chu Chu donned a smile and said, "Old sir, I happen to know of a safe haven, a place where one need not fear the zombie virus, hunger, nor the scarcity of medicine. Might you be interested?" The man in the white coat was taken aback for a moment, but soon a smile graced his face. "Such a place cannot possibly exist in this world. You needn't elaborate. I shall not believe you, nor can I leave the pharmaceutical factory. Is that so?" Chu Chu, undeterred by his skepticism, found herself admiring his ability to remain calm and rational, thinking independently rather than merely accepting what others proclaimed. "I reside in such a place, and it is replete with a variety of food. If you doubt my words, I can bring you lunch at noon and dinner in the evening." Chu Chu has made her decision, and no one can alter her resolve. The cowboy remains despondent, pondering when he might finally locate his professor. Although the doctor in white and the student are reluctant to accept their suggestions, they find it impossible to decline the delectable lunch. They muse on how splendid it would be if they could indulge in such exquisite meals perpetually. After 3 consecutive days of delivery, it is Chu Chu who remains silent, while the doctor in white can no longer contain his curiosity. "What is your true intention?" Chu Chu brought out the meal and remarked, "I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to spare our researchers from undue hardship. You all toil so diligently here. I possess an abundance of food that could never be consumed alone. So why not share it with you to bring a moment of joy to everyone?" Chu Chu's words were grounded in reason, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. It was only during their meal that they sensed something amiss. How could they indulge in another's bounty so freely? Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. During one of the meal deliveries, the figure in the white coat could no longer contain themselves. Chapter 61. An opportunity not to be missed. "I merely wish to collaborate with you." Calmly and unhurriedly, Chu Chu spoke, assuring them that she could genuinely provide a safe haven and ample sustenance. "You may take your time to contemplate. Collaboration? There is no necessity for such a partnership. The one thing that the doctor in the white coat detests most is collaborating with others. Had they not allied with others in the past, the pharmaceutical industry would not have descended into its current state." Chu Chu, far from being angered, gracefully departed, yet she would certainly return. "Teacher, what shall we do now?" The student ravenously devoured his meal, devoid of any thoughts of his own. He adhered strictly to the teacher's directives, exhibiting absolute obedience. The doctor in white, though indulging in the delectable fare, found it tasteless, akin to chewing wax. He had steadfastly safeguarded the pharmaceutical factory. Yet he understood that this burden could not be borne indefinitely. It was time to entrust it to others. Provided that a few among them were dependable, he could relinquish the responsibilities here and embrace a carefree existence. Taking it one step at a time, he felt reassured by their reliability as they consistently delivered sustenance, liberating him from the monotony of instant noodles soaked in mineral water. The doctor in white also joined in the meal. They had been here for several years, and their stock of instant noodles was nearly depleted, now limited to just 1 bowl a day, leaving them often hungry. Now, with 3 meals a day, they were unlikely to resist being won over by Chu Chu and her companions. The doctor in white and the student were confined within this building. All the zombies dared not approach. For the moment they neared, they would enter a frenzy, ensuring the safety of those inside. After considerable contemplation, the doctor in white resolved to collaborate with Chu Chu and her group. Upon receiving the news, Chu Chu could hardly contain her delight. Since they were to collaborate, would there be a sharing of resources? It was essential for him to reside at her place, albeit with a fair exchange of goods. What were his thoughts on this arrangement? The nature of their partnership was not one of employment. Chu Chu could not offer him a salary, and all expenses would have to be borne by them, though she would extend certain discounts. Naturally, should they achieve results, the spoils would be equally divided, with no one claiming it all for themselves. "That sounds agreeable, yet I possess no valuables to offer. I am unsure what I can contribute," he replied. The man in the white coat was resolute. Having made his decision, he would not waver. "What about the raw materials in the pharmaceutical factory?" Chu Chu was motivated by the prospect of these materials, and now she had a legitimate reason to gather them. Why not seize the opportunity? The man in the white coat gazed at the towering edifices and sighed. "That is acceptable, but I am unaware of what else remains here or in what quantities. If you desire them, they are yours. System, they must visit the pharmaceutical company daily for research. Is there a means to shield them from zombie attacks?" Upon returning to her dormitory, Chu Chu resolved that it was her duty to safeguard the man in the white coat and the students. Individuals of their caliber were rare, and their safety was paramount. Why not enlist individuals to plant trees? If we connect the entrance of the bathhouse with that of the pharmaceutical company, it will transform the pharmaceutical site into a secure zone. The trees produced by the system are of exceptional quality, capable of withstanding all adversities, including natural disasters and the zombie virus. Chu Chu mused, marveling at the notion that the end of the universe could indeed be found in reforestation. Yet, She lamented the insufficient manpower at present, and the elderly gentleman did not seem particularly adept at labor. At Bathhouse 1, Xiao Yao had seamlessly integrated into the community, diligently caring for the eternally homebound, treating them as if they were cherished loved ones, leaving no room for criticism. Each tree planter received daily commissions, prompting many to volunteer. Chu Chu needed to link the 3 bases with the bathhouse, ultimately selecting 3 teams and drafting plans. Given that it was a passageway, an abundance of trees was unnecessary. Considerations of orderliness and convenience were paramount. Fortunately, among the residents were several experts in this domain, making the implementation of the plan quite manageable. Assigned tasks to connect the Guangming base, Base 1, and Base 2 with the bathhouse, allowing individuals from each base to experience its services. Rewards will include 2 lottery chances. Best of luck, host. As soon as Chu Chu issued the task, the system promptly dispatched its own assignment. To her astonishment, she found herself at the forefront of the system's operations, filling her heart with delight. However, the system interjected, advising, "Dear host, there is no need for excessive joy. The task had been prepared long ago, but remained dormant until now. You have merely met the triggering conditions, hence the system has released the task." The system's intent was to clarify, ensuring Chu Chu did not mistakenly believe she could exert control over it. The system is sacred and inviolable, beyond the reach of any individual's influence. Chu Chu remains utterly indifferent to the system's opinions. Her sole desire is to execute her grand plan, which involves connecting the 3 bases with the bathing center. This connection would enable her to attract a greater number of patrons and consequently accrue more points. Those selected for the tree planting initiative are primarily residents of the bathing center, individuals who once resided within the 3 bases. Now, with a pathway leading to the bases, they are more diligent in their endeavors. After Chu Chu meticulously arranged everything, she entrusted the matters to Grandma Xiaobao and the little cat, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch over the bathing center. Should anything seem amiss, they were to promptly report back to her. "Rest assured, Boss Chu Chu," Grandma Xiaobao declared with unwavering confidence. "If any issues arise that cannot be resolved, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity." The little cat nodded in agreement, yet refrained from speaking in front of others, fearing that he might be taken away for research. Chu Chu left the bathing center with a sense of relief, her primary focus now being the establishment of the 2nd department. Within this 2nd department, the individuals who had taken residence in the bathing center were hardly preoccupied with the study of pharmaceuticals. Rather, they indulged in pleasures, particularly the students. These students, merely in their mid-20s, were at an age ripe for enjoyment. Previously confined to a small room with no means of escape, they now relished the opportunity to truly savor life. The camouflage-clad figures and the white coats, having longed for this encounter, had come with the intention of resolving the issues plaguing the pharmaceutical company. Upon finally meeting the white coats, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 62. I am reassured, Professor. We have searched for you for quite some time and have finally located you. Had I known you would be residing in the bathing center, I would not have been so anxious, which cost me several comrades, the figure in camouflage stated, sitting across from the white coat, his tone tinged with reproach. His brothers in arms, who had faced death alongside him, had fallen prey to the zombies, and he found himself left with no one else to blame but the man before him. The white coat nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I apologize. The pharmaceutical company harbors many secrets. Even in the apocalypse, we must safeguard these secrets from being discovered. Your previous behavior was rather crude, leading me to suspect you were spies sent by the enemy, and there is little to say about spies. Now that I understand your true identities, I formally apologize. I have lived here for several years, and I believe those above had forgotten about me, which explains my previous uncomprehending actions. I hope you can forgive me." The misunderstandings arose from a disparity in information. Each side had thought the other had defected, resulting in dire consequences and casualties. The events of the past could not be undone. The dead could not be resurrected, and thus, the professor could not dwell excessively on these matters. However, those at the top had always hoped to develop an antidote. "Might you be able to provide the formula for the antidote?" The figure in camouflage inquired. striking at the heart of the matter. They had amassed considerable human and material resources, and despite testing the zombie blood, the results were shockingly identical to those of tap water, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Should the professor provide the antidote formula, he would be hailed as a hero. The white coat shook his head regretfully. I am sorry, but I have already entered into a collaboration with Boss Chu, and I do not possess the formula for the antidote. The expression of the figure in camouflage darkened. He realized he was one step too late. What was the true intent of this boss? There had never been an antidote. The white coat added ominously, everything is false. It is all a deception. The figure in camouflage was puzzled by the white coat's words, yet he firmly believed that everything was indeed real. Those in authority would not deceive him. Chu Chu overheard their conversation. Undoubtedly, an antidote exists in this world, though the white coats remain oblivious to it, until the true purpose of the camouflage uniforms is ascertained. She would refrain from speaking further, for at times, discretion is of utmost importance. In the courtyard of the second division of the bathing center, Chu Chu selected a vacant plot and, with the assistance of the system, constructed a house. Although this endeavor cost her some points, it remained well within her capabilities. Given the perilous journey from the bathing center to the pharmaceutical company, Chu Chu instructed her companions to conduct their research here. Should they require anything, she would either send someone or go herself, ensuring they would not face any unnecessary risks. A few individuals gathered together for a meeting, and she was aware that the doctor in the white coat possessed no knowledge regarding the antidote. Nevertheless, she shared all the information they had at their disposal. The doctor furrowed his brow, a grave expression adorning his face. Is there truly an antidote in this world? The cowboy nodded, stating, We all hail from a laboratory dedicated to the research of antidotes, but alas, our efforts were obliterated by the zombies, rendering our hard work futile, all reduced to naught. I exerted tremendous effort to preserve the data, yet some fragments remain missing, significantly heightening our challenges. Guti and I interjected, Professor Bai, you will assist us in completing the formula, won't you? The professor, inherently a researcher, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the prospect of engaging in research once again. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. It had been several years since he last delved into scientific inquiry, and his yearning for research was profound. Now, an opportunity had finally presented itself, and he was determined to seize it with fervor. Absolutely no problem. A joyful expression blossomed on his face as he declared, I am quite adept in the realm of blood research. If granted time, I shall undoubtedly develop the antidote. Professor Bai, with your assurance, I am reassured. However, this matter must remain confidential. Apart from those present, no one should utter a word regarding this affair. Chu Chu perceives that in this apocalyptic world, everyone yearns for an antidote. And currently, there exists an organization that exerts control over the zombies. If they were to discover that someone is researching a cure for the undead, it is likely they would encounter insurmountable challenges. The expressions of the group were notably grave, fully aware of the significance of this matter, and resolutely unwilling to disclose it to outsiders. One student scratched his head and chuckled, assuring them, Rest assured, I shall not utter a word. Here, apart from the teacher, I am unfamiliar with anyone else. Noticing their intense gazes, he promptly vowed to them, I know my student well. He has been by my side for many years, exhibiting meticulousness in both his work and experiments. So you need not worry. I added with conviction, I can swear here that should I ever divulge even the slightest detail of our project, may I meet a most unfortunate fate and become a zombie myself. The white-coated figure declared resolutely, having dedicated my life to research, I am acutely aware of the gravity of leaks, and if I may be so selfish, I aspire to be the savior, hoping that the antidote can emerge from my endeavors. Chu Chu harbors unwavering faith in the man clad in a white coat. As the saying goes, one should not doubt those they employ, and thus, having chosen him, she wholeheartedly trusts in his capabilities. Due to her lack of understanding, Chu Chu had no choice but to leave space for the four of them. She quietly stepped outside, only to find the camouflaged figure waiting for her at the door. Boss, I'm aware of your activities. Should you require my assistance, feel free to ask. I shall not betray you. Chu Chu hesitated to trust the words of the camouflaged figure. Yet she found herself in dire need of help. If she could persuade the figure to pledge allegiance to the bathing center, she would feel secure in enlisting his aid. I know you are a good person. Are you willing to work for the bathing center? If so, you may join us. After communicating with the system, Chu Chu learned that there are also vacancies for employees in the second department of the bathing center, which is currently lacking staff. Recruiting even one person is essential. I serve the public and the people. I cannot work for the bathing center. My allegiance lies solely with the masses. The camouflage uniform may appear sharp, but in reality, the mind behind it lacks flexibility. Once a decision is made, it remains unalterable. Chu Chu rolled her eyes, asserting that the bathing center serves the public, and that her research findings would ultimately benefit everyone. Thus, by working for the bathing center, one is effectively working for the greater good. However, amidst the prevailing chaos, she felt compelled to ensure that her associates were genuinely virtuous individuals. Only by employing them could she find tranquility in her endeavors. Chapter 63. Better to sacrifice myself. After considerable contemplation, the individual clad in camouflage finally acquiesced, agreeing to the terms, albeit with the condition that he and his team would advance together. Could you accommodate us all? Absolutely. Chu Chu was undaunted by the number of people. Rather, she feared a lack of them. She gathered several individuals and facilitated the signing of agreements, thereby integrating the group in camouflage into the ranks of employees at the bathing center, now designated as number 2. Chu Chu now possesses a sense of assurance, allowing her to approach tasks with greater confidence. You all shall proceed to plant trees. Our objective is to cultivate a pathway connecting this place to the pharmaceutical company. For every row, we shall plant 2 trees, and within a radius of 1 meter, we will plant 1 tree. Chu Chu gathered 5 individuals together to commence task assignments. I shall provide each of you with a monthly base salary of 5,000 points. For every tree planted, there will be a corresponding commission. Should you complete the planting within a month, substantial rewards await. Boss, did you hire us just to plant trees? Camouflage questioned, convinced that his ears must be malfunctioning. For how could such incredulous statements be uttered? In this day and age, is it truly feasible to plant trees? Boss, tree planting is a futile endeavor. The drought outside renders any such efforts doomed to failure. We possess skills that should be directed towards combating zombies and defending our homeland, not engaging in such trivial pursuits. Indeed, boss, your expectations are rather unrealistic. While I understand the merits of afforestation, one must consider the current circumstances. The others chimed in, voicing their discontent with Chu Chu's impracticality. Yet, Chu Chu remained unfazed, indifferent to their opinions. Silence. Camouflage suddenly interjected. We are here to serve the boss, and whatever the boss demands, we shall comply. But there are no buts. If you cannot obey the boss's directives, then I suggest you take your leave. Camouflage showed no leniency, acting thus to preserve Chu Chu's dignity. They had lost contact with the main force, and this place was their only refuge. Naturally, he kept this matter to himself, intent on not making it known. Captain, how could you treat us this way? We are brothers who have faced death together. It is precisely because we are brothers that I speak to you thus. I have your best interests at heart. Heed my words, for they are undoubtedly sound. Camouflage's gaze swept over everyone present. We share life and death. I would deceive the world before I would deceive you. Chu Chu was confident in their ability to handle the situation, so she entrusted the matter to them, as she had far more pressing concerns to attend to. This was a new territory for her, the medical city, and she needed to ensure that its inhabitants became aware of the existence of the bathing center. The very essence of medical city lies in its predominant pharmaceutical industry, and it spans a vast area, surrounded by 4 or 5 smaller bases where life has become increasingly arduous. Many harbor a deep-seated fear of the zombies lurking within medical city, rendering them too terrified to venture inside in search of supplies. Even those with a modicum of courage have often succumbed to becoming prey for the undead. Chu Chu mounted her small electric scooter. Her mission today was to venture to Base 3. It was said that many formidable individuals resided within, enjoying a life of considerable comfort with ample provisions. Most importantly, Base 3 was in close proximity to the bathing center, and since she was not yet familiar with the medical city, she preferred not to wander too far. Base 3 presented itself as a splendid choice. Following the map provided by the system, Chu Chu arrived at Base 3. As she approached, the sound of joyful singing reached her ears. "Who goes there?" A cautious voice echoed from within the base. "Leave immediately. Base 3 does not harbor anyone, regardless of your identity. Please depart at once." "Good sir," she called out, "I bring delectable treats, steamed buns, tea, eggs, and pristine bottled water. If you permit me entry, I shall bestow these upon you free of charge." Chu Chu possesses a considerable amount of points, which are not particularly valuable items. Thus, parting with them does not evoke any regret, and in fact, it may pave the way for new opportunities. Do not be swayed by fanciful words. Such precious offerings cannot possibly be given away for free. Pray tell, what is your true intention? The guard is meticulous and possesses a clear mindset. He is not one to seek petty gains. Therefore, even if Chu Chu were to offer numerous benefits, he would remain unmoved. My intentions are quite straightforward. I recently opened a bathhouse that offers a comprehensive range of services for leisure and enjoyment. Today, those who purchase a membership with me can indulge in a complimentary meal. Chu Chu articulated her intentions with utmost clarity, asserting her truthfulness. If her interlocutor harbored any doubts, they could accompany her to witness the reality firsthand. Thus, a business opportunity would naturally arise. The guard, perceiving her words as a grand jest, erupted into laughter. "Sister," he quipped, "are you foolish or am I? In this day and age, grain is the most precious commodity. Rather than safeguarding your provisions, you propose to establish a shop. Pray tell, how much grain do you possess?" Chu Chu was amused by his astonished expression. "Regardless of the quantity of provisions I possess, rest assured, there will be ample sustenance for you. Not only will there be enough for your arrival, but even if several more from other bases were to come, I can guarantee you will be well fed." Initially, the guard thought Chu Chu was jesting. However, in this apocalyptic world, he could not afford to overlook even the slightest possibility. "I shall report to our leader, and if the leader consents, I will grant you entry." The guard's demeanor visibly relaxed. With provisions secured, many troubles within the base could be averted, ensuring everyone would be satiated and devoid of ill intentions. The third leader of the base paced restlessly, his mind a tumult of anxiety. Their supplies had been depleted, and they had resorted to consuming whatever could be found. Today marked the first instance of this dire measure, which he found unbearable. He could not bear to send his sister away. After all, their family had finally reunited, and he could not possibly surrender her to be consumed. Cannibalism was an affront to morality. A young man whispered counsel to the leader's ear, suggesting they devise additional strategies. If need be, they could resort to foraging the land and stripping bark from trees. Surely, no insurmountable obstacle lay before them. They had not tasted proper food in ages, and if this continued, doom awaited them all. This notion had garnered widespread acceptance, with the order determined by lottery. As the leader, he had to adhere to this rule to maintain order. The third base leader was profoundly distressed, yet he recognized that the lives of so many outweighed the life of his daughter. To sacrifice one, or to sacrifice dozens or hundreds, such calculations were clear. Must his sister be the one to perish? If it must be so, then let it be himself instead. Chapter 64. I hope you can understand me. Do not ponder too deeply. Your turn will come in due time. The leader of the third base had seen through it all. With so few people, they would inevitably take turns, and none could escape their fate. The eldest brother's expression drooped significantly. "Father, I will surely find a way." "Leader, someone has brought food." A guard burst in, breathless, having confirmed the news was true. With a command from the leader, they would soon savor hot meals once more. The leader was troubled. After all, it was his own daughter, and to claim he felt no pain would be disingenuous. If there were even the faintest alternative, he would never sacrifice his daughter. Upon hearing the news, he sprang from his chair. "Is there truly food? Take me to meet this person at once." Not only the base leader, but others had also caught wind of this development. They were all anxious about provisions, aware that while this solution could alleviate their immediate crisis, it was far from a sustainable solution. This time it was the leader's daughter. Would they be the next to face such a fate? Dozens of individuals gathered at the entrance of the base. Once they were exceedingly affluent, lacking for nothing. However, As the zombie threat within the city intensified, their numbers dwindled, leading them to their current plight. Upon entering the base alongside the guard, Chu Chu was met with a pair of eyes brimming with aggression, fixated upon her. She could not help but swallow hard. The sensation was indeed quite unsettling. "I hear you possess provisions. What price must we pay?" spoke an unkempt old man, introducing himself as the leader of Base 3. "Pleasure to meet you." "Greetings. I am the proprietor of the bathhouse. You may call me Chu Chu." Chu Chu opened the trunk of her electric vehicle, revealing it to be brimming with food. The onlookers exchanged glances, and in unison, they rushed forward, their sole desire being sustenance. Chu Chu found herself pushed aside as the leader of Base 3 displayed an expression of embarrassment. "I sincerely apologize. Everyone has been famished for far too long. Please, name the amount of crystal cores required to procure this food, and I assure you, I shall provide it," he implored. "I ask but one favor of you, that you continue to deliver meals for us." Though his stomach growled incessantly, the leader suppressed his urge to indulge, prioritizing the future and the protection of his daughter, and instead posed a question to Chu Chu. Chu Chu observed the ravenous behavior of the crowd and realized that her decision to come here was indeed the right one. "These provisions are my gift to you," she proclaimed. Noticing their expressions, it was evident that your base had exhausted its supplies. The leader of Base 3 had little to conceal and eventually divulged their circumstances, lamenting, "Your arrival today has saved our family. Otherwise, our entire base would inevitably face ruin." Chu Chu never anticipated that the horrifying reality of cannibalism would emerge. It is evident how desperate individuals can become in their struggle for survival. "Leaders, you are welcome to reside in my bathing center for a modest fee. You can enjoy a life free of want. We have just opened and are currently offering generous promotions." After a charming display of eloquence from Chu Chu, the leader of the base immediately felt compelled to relocate the entire community. Others readily concurred. Rather than clinging to a hopeless stronghold, it was far more prudent to seek out a new haven, where perhaps they could carve a fresh path. The night was a tranquil time for the zombies, as their movements were not as agile in the darkness, often appearing somewhat clumsy. Thus, the group opted to venture to the bathhouse under the cloak of night. An insatiable curiosity about the unknown world stirred within them, and they packed their meager belongings, merely a few articles of clothing and some remnants from the pre-apocalyptic era, along with a handful of crystal cores, though not many. Under Chu Chu's guidance, the group made their way to the bathhouse when suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. "Wife!" A man knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. "Please wake up. Who could be so shameless as to attack you? Li Bin, do not despair." The leader spoke to console him, noticing the anguish etched on the woman's face. He rose and surveyed the 30 or so individuals present. "I do not care who among you is responsible for this atrocity, but do not let me uncover the truth. If I do, you shall face dire consequences. We are one entity, a family. How could you turn against your own kin? Who killed my wife? Do not let me find out, or I will fight you to the death." A profound sorrow enveloped Li Bin's visage, regarded as a good man within the base. He was gentle with children and cherished his wife dearly, yet fate often targets the most afflicted. Their child had passed away just half a month prior, leaving the couple to wallow in grief, and now, with the loss of his wife, his anguish was palpable. As Li Bin had been walking towards the rear with his wife, shrouded in darkness, the group had not discerned the assailant's identity. However, glancing at one another, a flicker of wariness crossed their faces. In this post-apocalyptic world, even those who had shared years of camaraderie could not be trusted. They were compelled to remain ever vigilant. Otherwise, they risked becoming the next victim, like Li Bin's wife. Chu Chu never anticipated that her noble intention of saving lives would inadvertently lead to harm. With one life lost, she felt a profound discomfort within, yet she chose to conceal her emotions. Every individual present was shrouded in suspicion of wrongdoing, and she realized that she must uncover the truth behind the incident. Otherwise, the safety of everyone in the spa would be compromised. Only Li Bin appeared somewhat unwell, trailing beside Chu Chu. He ventured a suggestion. "May I bring my wife along?" Throughout their journey, Li Bin had been carrying his wife, and now, Having set her down at the entrance of the spa, he remained unable to shake off his lingering thoughts of her. Chu Chu cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body at the entrance of the bathhouse, her countenance betraying a semblance of regret. She felt a twinge of remorse, for the establishment within was inhabited solely by the living, and her presence might prove inconvenient. Furthermore, given her precarious condition, should she unexpectedly transform into a zombie, it would endanger everyone's lives. I hope you can comprehend my predicament. Chapter 65. All will face peril. Li Bin's expression was far from favorable, yet he uttered not a single word, opting instead to ascend the stairs to his room. Everything progressed with remarkable ease. However, when Chu Chu emerged for inspection early the following morning, she was taken aback to find the body at the entrance had vanished. Could it be that it had transformed into a zombie? Chu Chu immediately became alert. If Li Bin's wife had turned into a zombie, they could potentially be infected. She searched around, but could not find any trace of Li Bin's wife. Could it be, "Boss, we lack enough points. I would like to venture out to confront the zombies. Do you happen to have any extraordinary tools here?" Li Bin's sudden voice startled Chu Chu, causing her to pat her chest in relief. The general store had protective gear, and the toys from the toy store could divert the zombies' attention. However, these items required points for purchase, significantly enhancing the chances of successfully battling the undead. Chu Chu immediately donned a professional demeanor. The bathhouse features a myriad of shops, where one can make selections as needed, ensuring you will not be disappointed. Chu Chu gazed at Li Bin, suddenly struck by the system's notification echoing in his mind, and an absurd thought took shape. "Li Bin, do you truly have the inclination to combat zombies right now?" Chu Chu pondered how a man who had lost his wife could possibly appear unaffected, as though nothing were amiss. Instantly, a look of despondency crossed Li Bin's face. "I too have no desire to engage in this battle against the undead, yet in the wake of death, those who remain must continue to live, carrying forth the essence of those who have departed." Chu Chu gazed intently at Li Bin, her heart filled with doubt. Could it be that he truly was a good husband and father? She dared not make a judgment, for appearances can be deceiving, just as the vastness of the sea cannot be measured in mere buckets. "Did you witness your wife's murder?" Chu Chu scrutinized Li Bin, determined to unveil the truth. A person burdened by guilt would surely reveal some telltale sign. Suddenly, Li Bin broke into tears, lamenting, "My wife, my poor wife. She died right before my eyes. And yet I know not who the perpetrator is. I feel utterly helpless." The sight of a grown man weeping seemed incongruous, leading one to ponder if his sorrow was genuine. "Li Bin, please refrain from weeping. Every grievance has its source, and I firmly believe she will not easily forgive the one who has harmed her." Chu Chu gazed intently at Li Bin, instilling in him an unsettling sense of dread, leaving him genuinely perplexed about how to respond. "I must go purchase some items. I am about to venture forth to battle zombies and earn some crystal cores. I shall take my leave." Li Bin hurriedly departed, not even casting a glance in her direction. Chu Chu felt certain that Li Bin harbored some hidden troubles. Otherwise, he would not have persistently evaded her. She resolved to seek out clues, striving to accomplish her task at the earliest opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, the nature of this task bore no apparent relation to the bathhouse, yet only by fulfilling it could she hope to uncover the connection between the two parties. Observing Li Bin's retreating figure, Chu Chu made up her mind to consult with the personnel from Base 3 to ascertain the situation and discern the true nature of Li Bin. Li Bin was fundamentally a man of integrity, characterized by his warm-heartedness. He frequently extended his assistance to others. Indeed, he was a devoted father and a loving husband, serving as a paragon for our community at Base 3. No one could match the standards he upheld. Li Bin treated his wife with exceptional kindness, and their relationship was notably harmonious, earning them the admiration of their peers. Surely, he must be feeling profound sorrow. I witnessed him venturing out to confront the zombies. Could it be that he no longer wished to live? We must endeavor to rescue him, for the number of individuals at Base 3 is already limited, and we cannot afford to lose anyone further. Chu Chu is well aware that the general impression of Li Bin is rather favorable. However, she remains deeply conflicted about where to begin in her quest to uncover the true culprit. With Li Bin's wife deceased, who do you believe could potentially be the murderer? Chu Chu gazed intently at them, hoping they would reveal their true intentions. However, those capable of committing murder undoubtedly possess formidable psychological resilience. If they could expose themselves through Chu Chu's mere utterances, they would hardly be fit for survival. I firmly believe that the perpetrator cannot be from our Base 3. It could be anyone else. The members of Base 3 are united, and it is inconceivable that they would turn against their own. Might it be that a zombie devoured Li Bin's wife? That seems implausible, as zombies lack such prowess. And why would it target only Li Bin's wife? And so quietly at that? It does not align with the typical portrayal of zombies. I suspect that Li Bin's wife took her own life. Ever since they lost their child, she has exhibited signs of madness, often speaking incoherently. I cannot conceive of anyone else being involved. Yet, suicide seems unlikely. If she intended to end her life, she would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? The discussions among the crowd were fervent, each person contributing their thoughts. While in the corner, a small girl remained silent. Those engaged in speculation surely do not know the truth, and that little girl is decidedly suspicious. One cannot dismiss the possibility that she holds the key to identifying the culprit. My sole intention is to assist Li Bin in uncovering the truth. I wish for no one to meet an untimely and unexplained demise. As the proprietor of the bathing center, I assure everyone present that as long as you conduct yourselves with honesty and refrain from causing trouble during your stay, I will diligently investigate the matters you wish to know. Chu Chu repeatedly emphasized, hoping they would firmly remember not to cause trouble at the bathhouse, or she would expel them. Everyone departed, leaving only a little girl who tugged at Chu Chu's sleeve, her face a picture of distress. "Sister, I know who killed Li Bin's wife, but can you promise to protect me?" The girl looked at Chu Chu with pleading eyes. "I understand that once I reveal that person, they will certainly not spare me. But I cannot bear to see Li Bin's wife perish in vain. Their son's death was just the same." Upon hearing this, Chu Chu immediately grew anxious. Could it be that there was more to the story of Li Bin's son's death than what they had been led to believe, that it was not merely an accident? "Rest assured, sister will protect you. No one at the bathhouse will lay a hand on you." Chu Chu realized that the young girl was an exceedingly crucial clue and immediately assured her, fixing her gaze upon the child. "I understand that these matters may appear somewhat terrifying to you, yet I implore you to speak the truth. The individuals at the bathhouse are innocent. I wish not for the innocent to reside alongside a murderer. Should you fail to disclose the truth, the safety of everyone at the bathhouse will be jeopardized." Chapter 66. Consideration. Since the moment the young girl sought out Chu Chu, she had resolved to speak the truth. Now, with the gravity of the situation weighing upon her, she felt an even stronger compulsion to be honest. Li Bin had killed his own wife, and he had also taken his son's life with his own hands. As the girl recounted this harrowing tale, a wave of agitation washed over her, having witnessed him murder his son and then his wife. She could scarcely comprehend the existence of such cruelty in the world. "How do you know this?" Chu Chu asked, unable to bear the sight of the girl's anguish. However, the necessary inquiries had to be made. If the girl were to lie, dire consequences could ensue. Initially, Li Bin's father had put on a facade in front of the girl, but as time passed, his true nature was inevitably revealed. On that fateful day, while the two were playing together, Li Bin's father abruptly cast the girl aside and began to beat Li Bin mercilessly. Hearing the commotion, the girl wished to rush out to help, yet fear of Li Bin's father compelled her to hide. She witnessed Li Bin's father reduce him to the brink of death, ultimately discarding him into the river. She yearned to emerge and confront him, but terror gripped her heart. Li Bin believed that no one was aware of his deeds and concocted a story about his son drowning in the sea. "I'm the sole bearer of the truth, yet when I confided in my parents, they dismissed my account as a mere dream. They cautioned me against revealing this matter, warning that Li Bin would kill me if I spoke out. I was engulfed by fear, unsure of how to proceed, and could only acquiesce to my parents' wishes and remain silent. Last night, I had been secretly observing them, only to discover that he truly turned on his wife. I could not afford to conceal this any longer. They surely sensed something amiss, yet they were too cowardly to speak the truth." Chu Chu remains oblivious to the intricacies of human nature, still believing that those individuals are genuinely unaware. Little does she know, they are willing to utter falsehoods for their own gain. However, she reassures herself that she will diligently teach them the essence of humanity. Within the confines of the bathhouse, no one shall dare to engage in deceitful antics. The only consequence for such treachery is her merciless expulsion. Sister, now that I have spoken the truth, can you ensure my safety? The young girl gazes nervously at Chu Chu, truly terrified of the prospect of death. Chu Chu nodded gently, assuring that as long as you remain within the confines of the bathing center, you shall be safe. I will steadfastly protect you, ensuring that no harm befalls you. Remember, you must not leave the bathing center. Otherwise, I will be unable to safeguard you. Chu Chu was well aware that within the confines of the bathing center, she was virtually invincible. Moreover, should anyone engage in nefarious deeds, the system would promptly expel them. Thus, the bathing center was an unequivocally safe haven. She could only hope that the little girl would not act foolishly. The little girl nodded in understanding. At that moment, a flustered couple hurried over, nodding at Chu Chu before whisking the child away. Faintly, she could hear them reprimanding the girl, chastising her for meddling. Chu Chu let out a sigh. In every era, speaking the truth invariably entails enduring excessive pressure, particularly when one's own interests are at stake. She yearned to rush out and explain on behalf of the little girl, only to realize that she found herself utterly lacking in standing. Chu Chu resolved to confront Li Bin, yet before taking any action, she deemed it essential to comprehend the intricate circumstances surrounding the matter at hand. It would be unjust to condemn him solely based on the words of a young girl. Today, fortune smiled upon Li Bin, as he successfully vanquished 2 formidable zombies, aided by the props he procured from the bathhouse. Li Bin, I have something to discuss with you. Chu Chu was undeterred by the possibility of Li Bin posing a threat to her, for this was her territory. Should anyone dare to challenge her, the system would undoubtedly intervene. Li Bin was acutely aware of the unpleasant odor emanating from himself. Feeling disdain for his current state and wishing to shield others from witnessing his disarray. Boss, could you grant me a moment to tidy myself up? Li Bin remained oblivious to Chu Chu's intentions, perhaps captivated by his own charm. Chu Chu was not fearful of Li Bin's potential escape. She merely nodded in agreement, her gaze lingering thoughtfully on his retreating figure. He gazed into the mirror, a satisfied expression gracing his face. In this world, he was undeniably the most handsome man, destined to capture the attention of his employer. Upon seeing Li Bin emerge, Chu Chu could not help but shiver in fright. What a peculiar attire. Words fail to capture the essence of it. Boss, are you perhaps enchanted by my strikingly handsome visage? Do not be infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. Li Bin, inexplicably full of confidence regarding his appearance, tossed his hair and raised an eyebrow. I am ready. Whatever you say, I shall not refuse. If the other party were indeed exceptionally handsome, Chu Chu might have considered overlooking her revulsion, but alas, the situation was utterly repugnant. Li Bin, I implore you to speak properly. I seek you for a serious matter, not for frivolity. Chu Chu asserted with unwavering resolve, her expression grave, as if she were on the brink of proclaiming, keep your distance. Li Bin merely nodded nonchalantly, understanding the girl's slight embarrassment. Nonetheless, it matters not. I am willing to oblige, for you possess a certain charm that aligns with my aesthetic. Could you please silence that foul mouth of yours? Chu Chu had never felt so exasperated. As the proprietor of a bathing center, she was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Even if there was no excessive flattery directed her way, she had never encountered such shamelessness. Li Bin shrugged and mimicked zipping his lips, eager to see what tactics this bathing center owner might employ to capture his attention. However, he was reluctant to agree hastily. Yet, should the bathing center be offered to him, he might consider fulfilling Chu Chu's wish to be with her. Chapter 67. Punishment for Li Bin. I know who killed your wife. Chu Chu's words rendered Li Bin restless. He immediately rose, a serious expression overtaking his features. Certain truths could be spoken, while others must remain unvoiced. I am deeply saddened by my wife's death. You cannot cast suspicion upon the people of Base 3. We have fought alongside one another for so long. They would never harm her. I have faith in them. Chu Chu gazed intently at Li Bin, astonished by his remarkable composure in the face of impending doom. If he were indeed the architect of this calamity, one could only marvel at the strength of his psychological resilience. That person is you. Someone has already identified you to me. Not only your wife, but even your son has fallen victim to your own hands. As Chu Chu spoke, she fixed her gaze upon Li Bin, meticulously observing his expressions. It is not I. They speak nonsense. I have treated my wife and son with utmost kindness. Why would I wish to harm them? Li Bin spiraled into despair, exclaiming, I did not take the initiative to kill them. They provoked me. They refused to heed my words, and thus I had to administer a slight punishment. At this juncture, he promptly covered his mouth, aghast at his own utterances, which seemed utterly nonsensical. Continue speaking, do not halt, commanded Chu Chu, eager to unearth the justifications that could embolden him to commit such heinous acts. My son neglects his studies, associating with the wrong crowd. Though we find ourselves in a post-apocalyptic world, one should still possess the ambition to strive for betterment. I chastised him daily, urging him to improve, yet his defiance grew. In a moment of inability to endure any longer, I resolved the matter. As Li Bin recounted this, a semblance of satisfaction graced his countenance. After I dealt with him, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy. From that point onward, no one would dare contradict me in this world. However, he had not anticipated that the insufferable woman, en route to the bathing center, would incessantly complain about carrying too many belongings. Since she found the burden too great, she need not carry it any longer. Yet, her incessant prattling drove him to the brink, compelling him to silence her permanently. After all, in these times, the death of an individual has become a mere triviality. What can you do to me for taking her life? These words were the innermost thoughts of Li Bin, long held back due to various circumstances, but now finally expressed, bringing him a sense of relief. Li Bin, the end of the world does not justify murder, especially when the victims are your own wife and son. Even with the most compelling reasons, you must never take a life. Chu Chu is a person of integrity who firmly believes in the principle of equality among all individuals. Even in the apocalyptic world, she maintains that taking a life without cause is fundamentally wrong, with the exception of those who provoke her. I only kill my own. She asserts there is no fault in that. Meanwhile, Li Bin, in his relentless pursuit of resources during the apocalypse, has taken the lives of numerous individuals. To him, human life holds little value, especially when it comes to those who are his own. Chu Chu had no desire to engage in futile conversation with him. Individuals like him should be unceremoniously cast into the horde of the undead, where he could receive the punishment he so rightfully deserves. As soon as Chu Chu's voice faded, a radiant golden light enveloped Li Bin, and he was transported into the midst of a horde of zombies. Those who had been secretly observing Chu Chu handle the situation were equally astonished to see Li Bin vanish in an instant, replaced only by a small television screen that displayed the dire circumstances he faced among the undead. Surrounded by a dozen high-level zombies, each one a genuine threat, they had not feasted on fresh blood for quite some time. Upon catching the scent of Li Bin, they swiftly descended upon him. Li Bin met his demise with eyes wide open, for he had no chance to become a zombie himself. He was reduced to a mere pile of flesh. The personnel at Base 3 gasped in shock, and those who had harbored ambitions of causing mischief immediately quelled their inappropriate thoughts, realizing the peril of provoking their superior, lest they too be transformed into nothing more than a gruesome puddle of remains. Chu Chu also sensed that someone was observing her from the shadows, and immediately called those individuals out. Do not hide any longer. Come forth. I have already seen you. As soon as Chu Chu's words fell, the individuals from Base 3 lined up one by one, their heads bowed in silence, afraid to utter a word. You must have witnessed my prowess. As long as you abide by the rules of the bathhouse and conduct yourselves with propriety, I assure you that your safety here is guaranteed. However, should any of you dare to breach the regulations of the bathhouse, you shall meet the same fate as Li Bin. Living under my authority necessitates adherence to the norms of a civilized society, aside from combating zombies. You are forbidden from inflicting harm upon anyone. I am the sole master here, and should you choose to defy my edicts, I will show no mercy. Chu Chu understood that each individual harbored their own thoughts. Her objective was to instill a sense of order among them, she was unafraid of their intentions, but rather concerned about their adherence to the established regulations, as any deviation could tarnish the reputation of the bathhouse. Boss, I am aware of your immense capabilities. We assure you that we will adhere to the rules of the bathhouse and will not cause you any trouble. The first to comprehend the situation was the leader of the third faction, who felt an immense gratitude towards Chu Chu. Yet, this gratitude was now intertwined with a layer of trepidation, causing him to speak with utmost deference. What are the rules of the bathhouse? Are there any specific guidelines we need to follow? Inquired another individual cautiously. Since his arrival, he had not discerned any regulations within the bathhouse and wondered if they had overlooked something. The rules are quite simple. I will take a few days to compile them and subsequently send them to your loyalty cards. Please review them when they arrive. As long as you do not contravene the rules, I will not consign you to the zombies. Previously, Chu Chu lived in a small town where everyone was amicable, and there had never been any incidents of murder. Thus, she never contemplated such matters. Now that she has arrived in a bustling metropolis, where the population is vast and desires abound, it has become imperative for her to swiftly establish regulations. Otherwise, she fears she may lose control over the inhabitants of the medical city. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, the individuals from Base 3 nodded eagerly and expressed their hope that she would promptly organize the rules. Although Chu Chu aspires to cultivate a harmonious society, her foremost desire is to protect her people from harm and injustice. Chapter 68. Establishing rules. The individuals from Base 3 departed with a sense of trepidation, exhaling a sigh of relief only after they had left the premises, for the pressure they had endured was indeed overwhelming. Might you have been a bit too harsh on them? Gu-Tian'ai inquired, having completed his experiment. He observed Chu Chu's striking transformation within just a few days. She had evolved from a delicate flower into a formidable tigress. A remarkable progression. Upon seeing Gu-Tian'ai, Chu Chu's face transformed into a gentle expression. I, too, am reluctant to feel this way. Yet how can I not, when their actions are so outrageous? That man had the audacity to slay his own wife and son. It is simply intolerable. In the presence of Gu-Tian'ai, Chu Chu found herself speaking with remarkable ease, her complaints flowing effortlessly, yet her demeanor radiating a sense of relaxation. Establishing rules is undoubtedly a matter of great importance. However, these regulations must allow for a degree of flexibility. Overly stringent constraints may yield counterproductive results. Drawing from his own experiences, Gu-Tian'ai offered pertinent suggestions, yet he emphasized that when it comes to significant matters, one must steadfastly maintain their boundaries. No one, regardless of their status, should transgress that critical line. Before this, Chu Chu was merely an ordinary individual, having never managed such a large bathing center. However, after heeding the advice of Gu-Tian'ai, she has begun to jot down and sketch ideas in her notebook. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received a complete set of tools for capturing zombies, now stored in your backpack. Please check your inventory. Upon examining the backpack, Chu Chu indeed discovered a complete set of tools for capturing zombies. These tools enable the host to personally ensnare the undead, with the ability to select the state of the zombies. Once captured, the zombies will not pose a threat to humans. As long as the host captures a sufficient number of zombies, the undead will cease their attacks on humanity, ensuring the safety of all. Chu Chu gazed at the tool's introduction, unable to suppress a gulp. Was this not an apocalyptic survival artifact? If she were to capture all the zombies in the city and then release them, the inhabitants would be rendered safe, allowing for a harmonious coexistence between the undead and the living. However, Chu Chu would not entertain such an undertaking. Firstly, it would be excessively exhausting, and secondly, placing zombies alongside humans could lead to confusion, blurring the lines between those that had been captured and those that had not, ultimately endangering humanity. Nevertheless, Chu Chu considered this to be a fortuitous opportunity. She could capture a few zombies to bring back to the base for experimentation by Gu-Tian'ai and his team. After 2 days of diligent effort, the group in camouflage had successfully planted half of the trees. They noticed that the soil where they had planted the trees was slightly damp, distinct from the surrounding ground, and he promptly reported this discovery to Chu Chu. Chu Chu was aware that the quantity was provided by the system. No matter the circumstances, it would not lead to demise. And it would even lower the temperature of the apocalyptic world. Astonishingly, it could induce moisture in the soil. Upon receiving this news, she immediately ventured out with several individuals clad in camouflage. They arrived beside a cluster of trees and observed that the roots were slightly damp. Chu Chu promptly knelt down to investigate and, after a thorough examination, her eyes sparkled with excitement. There truly was moisture. Chu Chu exclaimed enthusiastically that by planting more trees, they could transform the current environment. Once the environment was altered, the issue of arable land would be resolved. The commander of the camouflage team nodded in agreement, affirming that once the land problem was addressed, they could cultivate vegetables, alleviating any future concerns about a lack of food. How could you only think of food? Hasn't my bathing center satisfied your appetite? Chu Chu lamented the inadequacy of his captain, who, despite his leadership role, seemed to be preoccupied solely with the pursuit of food. The camouflage-clad captain scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile. Had he truly spent too long in this post-apocalyptic world, allowing such trivial concerns to consume his thoughts? Chu Chu resolutely determined that the planting of trees must be intensified, for it is only through the proliferation of trees that the ecological environment can be swiftly restored and more effectively combat this natural calamity. Continue to plant trees, do not cease. With Chu Chu's command, the group became increasingly vigorous in their efforts. Previously, they had lacked a clear objective and often lamented their toil, but now, imbued with purpose, their complaints vanished. Their endeavor transcended mere tree planting. They were cultivating the hope of all humanity, and thus their commitment was imperative. Chu Chu comprehended the true significance of the system's directive to cultivate trees when suddenly the voice of the system resonated in her ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the tree planting mission at Bathhouse Base 1. You are now awarded 2 chances to draw from the lottery. Please decide whether you wish to proceed with the draw at this moment. You may utilize this opportunity to combat the zombies. However, I earnestly hope that you will promptly cleanse the area. The forest is a product of our diligent efforts, and I do not wish to see it harmed. Chu Chu observed with admiration as they cleverly utilized the safety of the woods to lure and assault the zombies. However, she felt compelled to impose restrictions on their actions to prevent environmental degradation. The individuals from Base 3 displayed remarkable prudence, diligently clearing out the zombies with unwavering compliance. Consequently, the once formidable zombies appeared as mere trifles in their eyes, easily dispatched by a few collaborating together. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the rules for the bathing center. As long as the host silently recites the keyword in their mind, the system will automatically generate the bathing center rules and disseminate them to each person's points card. Chu Chu found this reward rather commendable. Just as she was pondering how to establish a set of rules, the regulations were conveniently delivered to her. Truly, the system has proven itself to be exceptional. Chu Chu first filtered the rules through her mind, extracting the essential keywords before commencing the formulation of the regulations. Congratulations, host. The rules have been successfully established. Would you like to distribute them to each individual's point card? Chu Chu unhesitatingly chose the path where not only the individuals from Bathhouse No. 2 received the regulations, but even those from Bathhouse number 1 were also informed of the rules. Upon viewing these regulations, everyone immediately commenced their studies. Indeed, the establishment of rules was imperative. Now that I've seen the rules, my mood has settled significantly. I no longer need to worry about sudden unforeseen changes. I have never been fond of regulations, yet I must reside in the bathhouse, which proves to be quite challenging. The rules are rather agreeable. I find myself with no opportunity to err, thus I will continue my stay in the bathhouse, enduring indefinitely. Chapter 69. The arrival of leadership with the issue of the rules resolved. Chu Chu proceeded to conduct the second lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an inexhaustible supply of saplings. From this day forth, any tree planting will incur no additional points. You shall have as many saplings as you desire. Chu Chu finds this reward rather disappointing. Is she truly in need of points? What she lacks is not points, but resources. By posting a task to connect the saplings to the second division of the bathing center, and the medical factory, 2 random items will be rewarded. Please continue to strive. Host. Before Chu Chu had the opportunity to fully comprehend the system, she promptly issued the next task. However, for her, this task was exceedingly simple. After all, the trees had already been planted halfway. It is believed that within a week, everything could be accomplished completely. The system will undoubtedly resolve it swiftly. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope that these 2 random items can be a bit more enriching and refrain from including any useless items. Chu Chu confronted the system with a warning, asserting that she would refrain from undertaking any tasks until it demonstrated its capability to compel her. The system, aware of its own shortcomings, ambiguously acquiesced, while genially contemplated strategies to ensure the satisfaction of her host. The personnel at Base 3 had settled in, and Chu Chu distributed promotional flyers to them, encouraging the advertisement of the bathing center during their encounters with zombies. She specifically selected several individuals to serve as employees for the bathing center, hoping to facilitate its swift development. The manager of the second branch of the bathing center was Xiaoyu, and all employees were mandated to adhere to her directives. Any requests from the staff were to be directed to Xiaoyu, as direct communication with Chu Chu was strictly prohibited. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu remained obedient in Chu Chu's presence. Otherwise, Chu Chu would not have allowed her to exert such authority. On one particular day, 2 unexpected visitors arrived at the bathing center. Upon recognizing them, the soldier in camouflage was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly approached them, exclaiming with excitement, "Leaders, you have finally arrived. I feared we would be unable to contact you." The leaders, invigorated by this revelation, expressed their relief, stating, "Comrades, you have worked tirelessly. I thought you had perished. Now that I see you alive, my heart is at ease. Why did you not contact headquarters? We were led to believe you had." The leader sighed upon seeing the soldiers in camouflage, relieved to have found them, as he was uncertain how he would report their absence otherwise. "I apologize, leader. We lost many supplies while evading the zombies, including our communication devices. It was not our intention to avoid contacting headquarters. We simply had no means." The soldier in camouflage gritted his teeth, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the zombies, yet feeling utterly powerless. The leader patted the shoulder of the soldier in camouflage, reassuring him, "My good comrade, do not dwell on it. Your safety is paramount above all else." The soldier replied, "Our survival is largely thanks to the owner of the bathing center, who offered us shelter and employment, allowing us to live here in peace." At this moment, he pushed Chu Chu forward, expressing his profound gratitude, for without her, it was likely they would not be standing here today. Upon learning of such a remarkable individual in Huaxia, the leader adopted a serious demeanor and turned his gaze to Xiaoyu, mistakenly addressing her as Chu Chu. "Boss, thank you for your assistance. If there is anything we can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask." Xiaoyu responded with a formulaic smile. "Leader, may I interest you in a points card? Acquiring one comes with numerous benefits that you will undoubtedly appreciate." The leader, possessing an abundance of crystal cores, had come upon seeing the promotional flyer, eager to experience the various services offered by the bathing center. Thus, obtaining a points card was indeed his intention. With a decisive gesture, he procured a points card for both himself and his assistant, subsequently beginning to explore the bathing center's offerings. The bathing center is impeccably clean, reflecting the owner's meticulous attention to hygiene. The leader expressed satisfaction at every corner, but was momentarily taken aback upon discovering a bustling street of gourmet delights. "Assistant, did you see that? There are hot pot and fast food restaurants, and look, people are actually dining inside. The aroma is simply irresistible." The leader, like any ordinary person, has a need for sustenance. Since the onset of the apocalypse, although his circumstances have been better than most, they still fall short of his previous life. The tantalizing sense prompted an involuntary swallow. Fortunately, he had chosen to bring only his personal assistant, sparing himself from potential embarrassment. This must be the wondrous allure of the bathing center. I now comprehend why their promotional materials are so boastful. They truly deliver. As an assistant, it is essential to uphold the leader's dignity while also attuning to his inner desires. Gently rubbing his stomach, he ventured, "Leader, I am famished. Would you accompany me to have hot pot?" Observing the leader's expression, he noted a smile, confirming his intuition. Then let us enter. I am eager to discern the flavors of this hot pot and see how it compares to that of the pre-apocalyptic era. The leader and his assistant stepped into the restaurant, mimicking the ordering habits of others. Initially concerned about their appearances, they soon lost themselves in the moment, devouring their meal with unabashed enthusiasm, barely pausing for breath. After satisfying their appetites, they sat across from each other, sharing shy smiles. Yet, in the interest of maintaining decorum, neither mentioned their earlier indulgence. The offerings at this hot pot restaurant are quite commendable. If only we could establish a branch at our base, it would surely attract a great deal of attention. The leader broke the silence, pondering whether the bathing center's owner would be amenable to such an arrangement. Instantly, the assistant resumed his role of flattery, proclaiming that it would be a privilege for the owners to join their central base. I'm certain they would be thrilled. The leader, however, shook his head gently. I doubt it. Those with extraordinary talents often have their own temperaments. It will be prudent for us to proceed with caution, lest we provoke them and jeopardize our access to such delectable fare. Chapter 70. A subtle inquiry, Sister Chu Chu. Today, we welcomed a high-ranking official at our bathing center, and the camouflage-clad staff show him great respect. Chu Chu blinked her eyes, perplexed by her own intense reaction, which left Xiaoyu utterly distressed. Why can't you comprehend what I am saying? This is a significant leader. Our bathhouse will undoubtedly flourish and prosper in the future. Chu Chu appeared utterly indifferent. Xiaoyu, isn't our bathing center quite satisfactory at present? Is our time together not rather enjoyable? We have ample food and drink. Why must we rely on others? Moreover, the arrival of a leader may not necessarily be a boon, so temper your enthusiasm. Chu Chu gazed earnestly at her, asserting, the bathing center is our domain, regardless of who arrives. Our position remains unshaken. Chu Chu has never held her superiors in high regard. After years of navigating the apocalypse, she has received little concern from anyone. Had there been even a modicum of care from others, her plight would not have been so dire. As for the leaders, they are preoccupied with their own survival, leaving them no time to attend to others. She bears them no ill will, yet it is inconceivable for her to lower herself before them. At that moment, Xiaoyu's smile faded, and with a sigh, she expressed her unwavering trust in Chu Chu's words. If they are indeed here for our bathhouse, do not worry about me. Do as you see fit. If necessary, I am willing to be sacrificed, and I will wholeheartedly support you. Chu Chu chuckled, ruffling Xiaoyu's hair playfully. Why would I sacrifice you? Remember, I am the sole proprietor of this bathhouse, and no one can compel me to do what I do not wish to do. As they spoke, the leader arrived at the cash register area, accompanied by an assistant. Chu Chu exchanged a glance with Xiaoyu before stepping forward to face the leader. Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Chu Chu, the owner of this bathhouse. It is a pleasure to welcome you to our establishment. Do you have any guidance for us regarding our services? We learned about you from your promotional materials. If there truly exists a place where one can indulge freely in culinary delights, we surely would not miss the opportunity. The leader emanated an aroma reminiscent of hot pot, which made Chu Chu's mouth water, yet she maintained her practiced smile. I trust you have already experienced our offerings. Our bathhouse is well stocked with a variety of supplies, and even if we lack something at present, it will surely be available in a few days. Chu Chu lavishly extolled the virtues of the bathing center, expressing her utmost satisfaction. She inquired if the leader had any valuable suggestions. The leader gently shook his head, stating that this was your domain, and you are in charge. My advice holds little significance, yet I hope for our collaboration. Collaboration? This was the first time Chu Chu had heard such word from the leader, and she smiled faintly, feeling quite flattered. This individual possessed little of material worth, being devoid of anything beyond the bathing center. How can one expect me to collaborate with you? As long as you have this bathing center, it suffices. I am unaware of the origins of your resources or why they continuously flow, and I am not concerned. My focus lies on whether you can supply our central base with the necessary materials. After all, a leader is a leader. He speaks without excessive contemplation. Rest assured, we shall reciprocate with the appropriate crystal cores or whatever else you desire. It will certainly not be a case of unearned gain. Upon hearing her superior's words, Chu Chu fell into a deep contemplation. The collaboration with the central base undoubtedly promised a fruitful partnership. Although their products were prohibited from being taken off-site, they could certainly be delivered through a designated platform, thus adhering to the regulations of the bathing center. We are most eager to assist the central base and are equally enthusiastic about collaborating with you. However, I require some time to ponder this significant matter, as it is not one to be decided lightly. Very well, I shall grant you 3 days to deliberate. During this period, I will remain at the bathing center, hoping to receive favorable news from you. I too wish for our cooperation to flourish. Chu Chu conveyed her cordial sentiments to her superior, and after a firm handshake, they each returned to their respective tasks. Chu Chu had resolutely decided to collaborate with the headquarters, yet she aimed to maintain an air of mystery. After all, if the other party found everything too easily accessible, they would not come to value it. She had no desire to become a mere fleeting presence, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. The leader had stayed here for 3 days, while Chu Chu continued to plant trees daily, never making an effort to seek him out. This led the leader to believe she was not particularly eager for collaboration. Assistant, what exactly does this boss mean? Collaborating with the headquarters is an opportunity that many would covet, and my presence here was to extend that chance to her. Yet, she seems indifferent, which is utterly infuriating. The leader, a significant figure at the headquarters, had never experienced being overlooked until now, and this sensation was quite disheartening. Calm down, leader. The appointed time has not yet arrived. Perhaps the other party is waiting as well. In this game, the one who bends first is the one who loses. The assistant, astute as always, had discerned the underlying dynamics, a simple psychological battle. The one who falters first would be the one to suffer a complete defeat. However, they were not entirely without leverage. Losing a single client was one matter, but losing them would pose a far greater dilemma. The leader understood this clearly. He was the one in need of assistance, not the other way around. Thus, if he could not yield, they risked losing this supplier altogether. Leader, I comprehend your concerns. Why not allow me to serve as an intermediary to discuss matters? If our negotiations falter, you can then step in and claim my inexperience. The assistant promptly proposed his thoughts, which aligned with the solution the leader sought. However, the leader refrained from expressing agreement outright, preferring to let his subordinates contemplate the matter. Is that acceptable? If so, then let us proceed with the trial. The leader swiftly made a decision, distancing himself from the situation. Yet he remained somewhat skeptical of the assistant's proposal. If you wish to take this on, then do so. In Chapter 71, within a week, the assistant, having served alongside the leader for many years, understood that the leader's words implied consent, albeit a reluctance to bear the consequences. As the dedicated assistant, he had to take the initiative. Without further ado, he sought out Chu Chu, his countenance adorned with a sycophantic smile. Boss, I wish to discuss the matter of our collaboration. Chu Chu did not disdain him merely because he was a junior assistant. With a raised brow and a smile adorning her face, she expressed, I would very much like to collaborate with you. However, I find myself lacking for nothing and have no particular desires. Upon hearing this, the assistant realized it was a subtle refusal. After enduring so many years, he had finally positioned himself near the leadership. How could he possibly let them down? Boss, please feel free to articulate any requests you may have. We are committed to fulfilling whatever is within our capacity. Although our leader holds a modest rank within the central base, the very fact that he represents the base signifies his authority to make decisions. Eager to achieve results and complete his task swiftly, the assistant began to make endless concessions. Chu Chu fixed her gaze upon him and spoke, questioning why he, possessing the authority, had not taken the initiative to discuss matters himself, but instead delegated the task to her. The assistant, feeling a pang of embarrassment, scratched his head. At this juncture, he had to bear the brunt of the situation. Our superior is indeed eager to engage in dialogue with you and has been contemplating how to forge a beneficial collaboration for both parties. I could not bear to see him in such distress, which prompted me to take the liberty of initiating this conversation with you. Please, I implore you, do not disclose my visit to the leadership, for he would surely reproach me for meddling. The assistant's face instantly transformed into one of fright as he cautiously inquired, "Boss, what exactly are your needs?" "My needs are rather simple. I wish for everyone to have enough to eat, warm clothing, and protection from the threat of zombies. Is this within your capacity to achieve?" Chu Chu, with profound understanding of the situation, expressed her unwavering belief in their capabilities, for they were indeed individuals from the headquarters, possessing extraordinary skills. The assistant found the matter somewhat absurd. Did he not desire the same outcome? If it were truly feasible, he would willingly sacrifice everything without a hint of regret. As long as they collaborated, everyone would be assured of sufficient sustenance and warmth. Concerning the issue of zombies, they had been tirelessly researching potential solutions. The assistant stated this earnestly, yet due to the complexity of the problem, a definitive resolution had yet to be discovered. Nevertheless, they continued to strive, with no thought of surrender. Given time, they were certain to conquer the enigma of the undead. Chu Chu rolled her eyes. If she were a novice, she might have been swayed by the assistant's grandiose proclamations. Unfortunately, she was a seasoned employee with years of societal experience. Such empty promises held no allure for her. "Assistant, I believe it would be wise for you to ponder your words more carefully," she remarked, shaking her head. "We are already in a post-apocalyptic world, and your superfluous chatter has become entirely ineffective on me. I recognize that you lack the authority to make decisions. So let those who do engage in dialogue with me. I am not a ferocious beast, nor do I harbor any intent to harm. Are you truly so afraid of me?" Chu Chu gazed at her assistant, perplexed by how what was initially a straightforward matter had suddenly morphed into something so convoluted. She truly could not fathom it. The assistant, disheartened, departed, never anticipating that a seemingly naive young girl would prove to be so challenging. Ultimately, he resolved to summon someone from higher up. There would surely be a solution. Chu Chu was taken aback by their unexpected prompt arrival. The leader gazed at her with a grave expression and bowed deeply. "Dear Chu Chu, I sincerely apologize for any offense my assistant may have caused you. I hope you can exhibit magnanimity and not hold it against him." Chu Chu gazed at her leader with sincerity, a smile gracing her lips. Acknowledging one's mistakes allows for the continuation of collaboration. "I wonder what matters occupy your thoughts. My intention in seeking you out is indeed for the sake of our partnership. Regrettably, my assistant acted without my consent and uttered words that may have caused you discomfort. In light of our desire for a more seamless collaboration, it is imperative that I extend my sincerest apologies. I genuinely wish to engage in this partnership with you. Moreover, as we're the central hub, the official base, we possess an enhanced capacity to provide you with the resources you seek." This time, Chu Chu felt the sincerity of the leadership, and today their demeanor was not aloof. The tone of their speech was considerably more agreeable. "Dear leader, we are not particular about the items. As long as they can be converted into points at the spa, I am content. Therefore, regardless of what you choose to credit to the points card, it brings me joy." Chu Chu discerned the amicable disposition of her counterpart, and thus refrained from further pressuring him. Instead, she candidly articulated her thoughts. "We remain uncertain about the precise distance from the central base to this location, which introduces a certain degree of complexity in our operations. Should the distance prove to be excessive, the frequency of our deliveries may not be as prompt, and we would also need to impose a delivery fee." Upon hearing Chu Chu's remarks, the leader's countenance brightened with delight. The central base may lack certain resources, but it possesses an abundance of crystal cores. As long as we can procure ample supplies, they are willing to bear any expense. The delivery fee is not a concern. As long as you can provide sufficient food and clothing, the fee can be whatever is deemed necessary, provided it remains within a reasonable range. The leader spoke with resolute conviction, asserting that while the central base is not lacking in resources, it must extend subsidies to the subordinate bases. If your prices are excessively high, the subsidies will diminish. Rest assured, I am a person who values fairness and integrity in my dealings, and I shall not place you in a difficult position. However, you must also ensure that I do not incur losses. As the saying goes, all matters must be documented in black and white. Only that which is inscribed on paper is immutable, while verbal agreements are subject to change. The leader nodded in agreement. Had Chu Chu not produced a written contract, he himself would have been inclined to do so, thus saving him the trouble. Chapter 72. The Need for Live Specimens. Chu Chu nodded gently, reassuringly, and said, "Do not worry. I am not in haste. It is you who should feel the urgency." Chu Chu felt no need to rush. After all, it was not her who required the resources. Her collaboration with the central base merely aimed to expedite her points accumulation. She had been stuck at level 9 and was on the verge of ascending to level 10. However, she firmly believed that hasty advancement would never compel her to compromise her principles. Rather than merely leveling up, she yearned to remain true to herself and to lead the life she desired. "Chu Chu, you are truly remarkable. I can't even utter a word in front of our superiors. How do you manage to remain so composed?" Xiaoyu remarked, feeling a pang of inadequacy. When faced with authority, she could only stammer a few words. If only she could exhibit the same poise as Chu Chu, how splendid that would be. If collaborating with them means we must grovel, then I would prefer to forego the partnership altogether. "Are you not afraid of their underhanded tactics?" Xiaoyu questioned, still not comprehending the gravity of the situation. If they were scheming behind the scenes, their bathing center would be perilously vulnerable. "That is impossible," Chu Chu asserted with unwavering confidence. Her assurance stemmed from the fact that the bathing center was a gift from the system, designed solely for her benefit. If anyone sought to forcibly take control, they would first have to earn the system's recognition. "You are an employee of my bathing center. In the future, do not be subservient in your speech. Always remain true to yourself, regardless of who you face, for I possess the ability to protect you. You now embody the essence of the bathing center. You represent me. If you approach them with excessive humility, they will look down upon our establishment." Xiaoyu had not considered this deeply until Chu Chu's words enlightened her. She realized her own significance. "Chu Chu, I understand what I must do now. I will overcome my fears and ensure that everyone knows our bathing center is not to be trifled with," Xiaoyu declared, clenching her fists with determination. She knew she must comprehend Chu Chu, become Chu Chu, and ultimately surpass her. "I have faith in you. I believe that one day you will stand strong on your own." Chu Chu harbored an unwavering trust in Grandma Bao Bao. With her advanced years and vast experiences, approached her interactions with a wisdom that contrasted sharply with the more carefree demeanor of Xiaoyu. Chu Chu recognized the imperative to nurture Xiaoyu diligently, for she was convinced that in the near future, there would be the emergence of the third and fourth branches of the bathing center. She realized that managing such an expansion alone would be unfeasible, necessitating the presence of a trustworthy individual to assist her. Thus, she resolved to begin Xiaoyu's training at once. Given Xiaoyu's youth and the plethora of knowledge yet to be acquired, it was essential for her to guide him effectively. "Chu Chu, I can't do it," Xiaoyu instinctively protested, feeling vulnerable. "You must help me. You cannot abandon me." "Very well, I understand. Until you possess the capability to stand independently, I shall take good care of you. Rest assured, I will provide you with the time you need to prepare." Chu Chu made a promise, yet she harbored a different plan in her heart. She knew that she must allow Xiaoyu to handle matters on her own, for it was the only way to foster her growth. Chu Chu arrived at the laboratory, where the experiments had come to a standstill. Although they possessed previous data, it was insufficient and lacking in vital components, rendering it unworthy of being called an antidote. To develop a true remedy, additional information was imperative. "How is the research progressing?" Chu Chu inquired, donning a pristine protective suit. Upon entering, she noticed their furrowed brows, prompting her to cautiously speculate that they might be facing difficulties. Gu Ti and I, with a grave expression, nodded in affirmation. "We are currently at a standstill due to a lack of samples. Without these samples, we cannot advance our research. If we could procure the necessary samples, our work could continue. However, obtaining such samples is exceedingly challenging, and we are unwilling to sacrifice anyone, which leaves us in this impasse." Chu Chu remained oblivious to his words, so she decided to speak candidly. "Gu Ti and I, tell me honestly, what kind of samples do you require? I will certainly procure them for you. Zombie blood samples. It would be even better if we could have a living zombie for our research." Gu Ti and I gazed at Chu Chu, realizing the futility of her request. He acknowledged that this matter was utterly impossible. His previous Navet had led him to believe that finding a cure was within reach. As he spoke, A look of despair crossed his face, for even the mere acquisition of zombie blood samples was already proving to be a formidable challenge. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu felt an overwhelming sense of serendipity. She had just acquired a remarkable artifact, and now she was being tasked with capturing zombies. What a fortuitous coincidence. After all, it was merely a matter of obtaining living samples. Entrusting this responsibility to me, I assure you, I shall not let you down. A confident smile graced Chu Chu's face. With the divine artifact in her possession, she felt invincible and determined to capture a robust zombie. Chu Chu, please do not act impulsively, urged the doctor, adjusting his glasses perched precariously on his nose. Even with a living specimen, we may not be able to develop an antidote. If you were to be bitten by a zombie, we would truly be remorseful. Others echoed their dissent, as they too were merely speculating without any definitive conclusions. They all hoped Chu Chu would refrain from taking unnecessary risks. Chu Chu remained unconvinced. However, the mere existence of such speculation suggested that this avenue might indeed be valid. There exists a potential to discover an antidote, so why not venture forth? Even if this approach proves futile, we shall have no regrets for having attempted it. Should we succeed in developing a remedy, the rewards would be substantial. Chu Chu continues to inspire everyone with unwavering encouragement. Entrusting this matter to me, I assure you, I shall not let you down. Must you truly go? How confident are you? Among Gu Tianya's group, he is the sole individual who voices no dissent, for his primary concern lies in Chu Chu's freedom. A confident smile graced Chu Chu's face as she proclaimed, I am 100% certain, and I can assure you that I will not be harmed. Furthermore, I can guarantee that I will bring the zombie before you, rendering it non-aggressive. Her words left everyone present in a state of shock. Could it be possible that there exists someone unafraid of zombie attacks? Each of her assertions, taken individually, bore consequences that were incalculable. Chapter 73. Refusal to sign the non-disclosure agreement. Gu Tianyi, I understand your concerns, which mirror my own. I possess a miraculous artifact capable of capturing zombies and neutralizing their aggression towards humans. However, this endeavor is not yet certain, and I seek your assistance in conducting an experiment. Absolutely not. I vehemently oppose this. The cowboy firmly rejected Chu Chu's proposal. Gu Tianyi is my leader, and I will protect him at all costs. He has sacrificed so much for our safety. How can we allow him to take such risks again? Yet, only he can execute this task perfectly. I initially intended for you to undertake it, but given that you already carry zombie blood within you, I cannot permit you to endanger yourself any further. Chu Chu sighed and remarked, moreover, it would be even more unwise to go with the students, as they lack the capacity for self-preservation. Should the zombies launch an attack, they would be left to await their demise. Chu Chu's words were starkly realistic, yet they left many feeling discontent. The doctor in his white coat and the student were devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Confronting zombies was tantamount to courting death. However, Gu Tianyi had long been prepared. He wholeheartedly concurred with Chu Chu's perspective. There was no need for further discussion. He would proceed. He was confident that with the owner of their bathing center at the helm, no harm would befall him. Gu Tianyi gazed upon Chu Chu, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Chu Chu, I entrust my life into your capable hands. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. Chu Chu patted his chest, fervently affirming, even if something goes awry, the bathroom on the first floor will provide a safety net. I fear nothing. Regarding the potential dangers, he was certain that Chu Chu would not face any peril. Even if danger did arise, he would not concern himself with it. Tonight, they would set out to capture zombies, and the operation must be executed with utmost discretion. No one must be made aware. The others nodded in agreement. Gu Tianyi, understanding the gravity of the situation, pounded his chest in assurance. Fear not, both the cowboy and I are tight-lipped. However, I wonder what Professor Bai and the student think. The doctor nodded. I harbor no particular opinions. I am solely interested in academic research. As long as I can continue studying the zombie virus, I remain oblivious to everything else. The student echoed his sentiments. The teacher's stance is my stance. I shall heed my teacher's guidance. Chu Chu gazed intently as she presented a contract before several individuals. Would everyone be amenable to signing a confidentiality agreement? I assure you that each of you will be able to partake in this research, provided you refrain from discussing it with others. It will be perfectly acceptable. Without a moment's hesitation, Guti and I and the cowboy signed their names on the contract without even glancing at it. The doctor in the white coat picked up the contract, scrutinizing it carefully, and, finding no issues, he too affixed his signature. Observing their swift compliance, a student hesitantly spoke up. Boss Chu Chu, signing a contract feels overly formal. We are all free individuals, and I am reluctant to sign a contract that might restrict my freedom. Chu Chu gazed intently at the student's expression, which was notably grave. Let's elaborate, she said. I merely requested that you refrain from divulging this matter. How does that infringe upon your freedom? To whom do you intend to reveal this incident? Or have you already contemplated betraying us? Upon mentioning the notion of betrayal, the student's countenance visibly shifted to one of alarm. I would never betray you. I simply wish to avoid entanglement in an inequitable contract, the student fervently assured. I have consistently stood by the teacher's side and have never harbored thoughts of treachery. Boss Chu Chu, to suggest otherwise is to tarnish my reputation. A sardonic chuckle escaped her lips. Chu Chu pays him no mind, for it is imperative to remember that you currently reside in a wellness center, where all provisions, food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and entertainment are generously supplied by me. As you're now my employees, it is essential that you enter into a contract. I shall not impose restrictions upon your personal freedom. I merely request your discretion regarding our project. Is this too much to ask? If you find these terms unacceptable, you are free to withdraw from the project group. The world is vast, and whether you remain or depart makes little difference. Chu Chu fixed her gaze upon him, declaring, I grant you a mere 5 minutes to deliberate. Should you come to a decision, sign the contract with utmost sincerity. If not, I kindly ask you to vacate this laboratory, never to return. The student, emboldened by a sense of invincibility, believed that true scholars and skilled individuals were a rarity, and thus the boss would not easily relinquish someone like him. However, upon hearing her words, he realized his miscalculation. Preserving his dignity, he resolved not to concede regret, instead sulking as he retreated to a corner to scrutinize the contract. After all, he had 5 minutes to spare, and he intended to stretch it to the very last second. A figure in a white coat approached the student and escorted him away. Professor, do you see her demeanor? We are researchers. How can she treat us with such indifference? As they stepped outside, the student could hardly contain his frustration, eager to lodge a complaint, hoping the professor would advocate on his behalf. To the student, the teacher was an esteemed figure, deserving of respect. Otherwise, the teacher might abandon them, leaving them helpless. The figure in white, however, had come to terms with reality. Patting the student's shoulder, he spoke earnestly, Child, those who recognize the times are the true talents. The circumstances now differ from the past. They can choose to research the zombie virus or not. It is our privilege to be included. Moreover, observe how her 2 associates possess experience in this domain. Had we not previously dabbled in related topics, they would not have permitted our participation in this experiment. Furthermore, Chu Chu, the proprietor of a bathhouse, is our laboratory's sole benefactor. We must heed her demands. Even in other laboratories, confidentiality agreements must be signed. Did you not sign one before? Now, why do you hesitate to comply? Are you truly considering betraying us? Chapter 74. The poison testing robot. The student's eyes widened in disbelief. Professor, do you too doubt my loyalty? I swear, I am utterly devoted to you. I shall sign this contract. As he spoke, he inscribed his name upon the document, doing so in deference to the professor rather than out of fear of Chu Chu. It was his own immaturity that had led him astray. Having already committed to a confidentiality agreement, he hoped the esteemed Chu Chu would show leniency and not hold his earlier folly against him. Chu Chu accepted the contract and gazed at the professor in his white coat. I trust that you will manage this matter adeptly. After all, no one is infallible. Who among us is without fault? He was merely momentarily confused, and surely he would not disclose anything regarding the zombies. Would he? After the professor reassured her repeatedly, Chu Chu finally tucked the contract away. With the agreement in place, she felt untroubled by the possibility of certain individuals reneging on their word, for the system would intervene if necessary. Chu Chu entrusted several confidentiality agreements to the system, believing that their placement in the designated space was the most secure option. Must the choice of punishment for violators be made at this moment? She pondered, having never considered that anyone might breach the contract. The only individual who might potentially transgress was a student. The host may make a selection. When a breach occurs, the system will issue a reminder. It fears that the host may sometimes be unable to respond in time, leading to dire consequences. Understood, host. The system has been configured accordingly. Please continue your diligent efforts. Chu Chu prepared an array of supplies, all of which would prove useful in the endeavor of capturing zombies. It was her inaugural experience in such an undertaking. Thus a hint of anxiety lingered within her. As night descended, Guti and I, fully equipped, appeared at the entrance. Chu Chu stood at the entrance, taking a deep breath. I know you're feeling anxious right now, but with me by your side, there is nothing to fear. Let's embark on our journey. At that moment, Guti and I emerged from the bathing center. Due to the ongoing tree planting efforts, the individuals inside the center had successfully eliminated numerous zombies, resulting in a significant reduction in their numbers nearby. They had walked for quite some time without encountering a single one. Could it be that there are no zombies left? Chu Chu mused aloud. The medical city had once been teeming with the undead, yet even the most numerous could not withstand the relentless pursuit of so many. A grave expression crossed Gu Tianya's face. If there are no zombies, we may need to venture further afield in search of them. The two continued their journey, passing by Base 3, where they were astonished to discover that life had resumed within its confines. It seemed that as one group departed, another had indeed arrived. Chu Chu couldn't help but exclaim, yet she did not perceive any wrongdoing on the part of the other. After all, an unoccupied base could be inhabited by anyone. Why not venture inside for a closer look? Gu Tianya's mind whirled. If Base 3 housed not only people, but also zombies, would that not eliminate the need for aimless searching? Excellent. Chu Chu gently pushed open the door of Base 3. As the door had not been maintained for a long time, it cannot be locked at all and swung open effortlessly. Who is it? A wary voice called from within. Be quiet. I will divert their attention while you take the opportunity to hide. Upon hearing the voices from within, Chu Chu immediately discerned that they were indeed human and not the undead. She spoke up. Please, do not be overly anxious. We're merely passing through. Just two of us, and we pose no threat to you. Guti and I instinctively positioned himself protectively behind Chu Chu, adding, we apologize for any unintentional disturbance. If our presence is inconvenient, we shall take our leave at once. Upon hearing their voices, the others began to respond in a sparse manner, until a towering figure emerged before them. A robust man named Biao, whose formidable physique suggested he was not to be trifled with. This is our territory. Should you wish to enter, you must offer something in return. Crystal cores or food will suffice. We have food, Chu Chu exclaimed, producing a bag of meat buns, which immediately captured their attention. A youthful voice piped up, Mom, I think I smell meat. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Shoo, be quiet. Do you not comprehend the situation we are in? Came a woman's sharp reprimand, silencing the child's voice. Gviting, Chu Chu. These buns are edible, please. Do not stand on ceremony. Chu Chu was acutely aware of the wariness the other party held towards them. Naturally, in tumultuous times, one must exercise caution with unfamiliar individuals. Abayo gazed at her with a puzzled expression, hesitating to accept even the bun she offered. Who are you? What is your intent? I shall never accept your offerings without reason, unless you consume one before my eyes. Abayo's throat was dry, but he remained resolute. One must harbor no ill intentions. Yet vigilance against potential threats is essential. Who could ascertain what lay concealed within those substantial buns? If they were poisoned, his entire group would be doomed. Very well. Since you doubt my sincerity, I shall partake of one before you. Chu Chu reached out to grab a bun, only to be interrupted by the other party. Abayo personally took the bag, rummaged through it, and selected a bun to hand to Chu Chu. Eat this. Without uttering a word, Chu Chu took a bite, and only then did Abayo feel a sense of relief. However, when Chu Chu desired a second bite, the bun was snatched away by Abayo. Give this one to Xiaobiao, he declared, as he produced another bun to offer to Chu Chu, his intentions unmistakably clear. Chu Chu has become a poison-testing robot. However, in her endeavor to ensure others are satiated, she has taken a bite out of each bun. Chapter 75. Can we manage? Only then did Abayo and his companions dare to grasp the buns and devour them heartily. In Chu Chu's presence, their demeanor softened slightly, yet they remained exceedingly vigilant. We are immensely grateful for your generosity in sharing your provisions. What are your future plans? Should you find yourselves without a suitable destination, you are welcome to accompany us. As the leader of the group, Abayo extended this invitation. Observing the plight of the two individuals before him, he felt a sense of compassion, realizing that should they encounter nefarious characters, their fate could be dire. We have been residing in a bathing center. I am the proprietor of this establishment. My name is Chu Chu, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Chu Chu would undoubtedly seize every opportunity to promote her bathing center. Our establishment boasts an inexhaustible reserve of resources. Once you reside here, you can live comfortably within its confines. A bathing center? Are you attempting to lure customers? If we were to accompany you, would we not be thoroughly exploited? Biao let out a cold laugh, his expression transforming into something quite fearsome. I once believed you to be a decent person, but it appears you seek to gain our trust only to ensnare us completely. He thought. Prior to his arrival, he had encountered numerous similar situations, yet they had always managed to escape, albeit at the cost of many lives. You have truly misjudged us. We would never engage in underhanded dealings. If you do not believe us, you are welcome to visit in person, but we cannot accompany you, as we have far more pressing matters to attend to. In the face of their skepticism, Chu Chu remained unperturbed. She could empathize with their perspective. This is Base 3, and the inhabitants of Base 3 are also residents of my bathing center. The zombies in the medical city are more agile than ordinary ones, and you must be newcomers, unaware of the challenges of surviving in the medical city. Chu Chu maintained an extraordinarily calm demeanor as she recounted the events with utmost clarity. The inhabitants of Base 3 had resorted to cannibalism, and I led them to my bathing center, where they now live rather comfortably. I understand that my words alone may not suffice. Only through personal experience can you truly grasp the reality of the situation. However, the choice remains yours. Feel free to visit if you wish, yet I shall not compel you. Consider your decisions wisely. With that, we shall take our leave. Chu Chu harbored no desire to engage in extensive conversation with these individuals. Those who believed in her needed no persuasion, while those who did not would remain unconvinced, regardless of her eloquence. Guti and I dutifully followed in Chu Chu's wake, adhering to her words without a hint of dissent. Wait a moment. I find myself quite intrigued by the bathing center you mentioned. After pondering for a brief moment, Abayo called out to Chu Chu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Might you share the precise directions with me? The third base is fraught with danger. Thus we are eager to explore this alternative. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu's face broke into a smile, which she quickly concealed as she turned to look at Biao. I can provide you with the location of the bathhouse, as well as a detail map. However, should you choose to stay there, it is imperative that you do not harbor any doubts about us in the future. Trust between individuals is reciprocal. While we may not have been acquainted at first, my offering you dumplings should suffice to establish a semblance of friendship. Wouldn't you agree? Biao sheepishly scratched his head. I apologize for any discomfort I may have caused you. However, one must exercise caution when venturing outside, especially in these apocalyptic times. I do not wish to justify my actions. If my words have caused you any distress, I sincerely apologize. Chu Chu cast a glance at Guti and I, who then produced a map and handed it to Abayo. This map delineated the route to the bathing center, accompanied by detailed descriptions of the establishment. Prior to their visit, they could peruse the information provided. The bathing center boasted multiple locations, so their minds could be at ease. This map served as a flyer for the bathing center, indicating that as long as they followed its guidance, reaching the destination would not pose a challenge for anyone of reasonable intellect. Upon receiving the map, Abayo was further bewildered by the descriptions. In this day and age, could such a remarkable place truly exist? I understand your skepticism, yet wouldn't a first-hand experience alleviate your doubts? To prevent any unforeseen complications, they needed to locate the zombies swiftly. After deliberating, Abayo and his companions resolved to head towards the bathing center, recognizing that Base 3 offered limited protection. Should zombies appear or unexpected visitors arrive, their defenses might crumble. If the bathing center was indeed as splendid as the map suggested, why not take the chance? If it turned out to be a sanctuary, they would no longer have to wander aimlessly, nor live in fear of various dangers. Boss, are we truly heading to this bathing center? A young man voiced his concerns. Caught in a quandary, they had invested immense effort in searching for a safe haven, yet had yielded no results. Abayo nodded thoughtfully at the map, asserting, regardless of the circumstances, we must give it a try. We cannot continue to dwell in instability. Otherwise, we may not even comprehend the depths of our predicament. You are our leader. We trust your judgment entirely. As long as we are united, we can find joy even in the most remote corners of the world. Boss, lead the way. We are wholly at your command, without a shred of doubt. It was this unwavering trust in Abayo that amplified his sense of responsibility. For a single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire group. Very well, we shall set off towards the bathing center now. Everyone has just had their fill. Let us strive to reach our destination with renewed vigor. Abayo decisively proclaimed, and the group promptly followed in his wake. Meanwhile, Chu Chu and Guti and I had been searching for quite some time without encountering any sign of zombies. Where could they be hiding? Chu Chu, who had previously evaded zombies, now faced the daunting task of seeking them out for the first time. Guti and I frowned, clearly anxious. Zombies should not require rest, and the darkness merely slowed their movements. We might explore abandoned factories or similar locations, but be warned, enclosed spaces could harbor numerous zombies. Are we equipped to handle that? Chapter 76. Better to die by my hand. Chu Chu gently tapped Guti and I, reminding him, let us not forget, we are individuals from the bathing center. The zombies shall not pose a threat to us. Chu Chu uttered these words, her heart filled with uncertainty. However, at this juncture, she found herself devoid of alternative options. The pharmaceutical plant number 2 is situated not far from base number 3, and as they arrived at the facility, they were greeted by an unusual sound, the unmistakable moans of the undead. Chu Chu and Guti and I exchanged a glance, both their faces illuminated with excitement. Indeed, their arduous search had yielded fruit effortlessly. We must not open the door. Guti and I understood that this was an enclosed space, and as long as the zombies remained confined within, they could not escape to cause harm to others. As Chu Chu nodded, she surveyed the surroundings, pointing towards the upper floor. We can leap up from here and infiltrate the area occupied by the zombies. It should pose no problem. Guti and I glanced upwards, finding Chu Chu's suggestion feasible. The two decided to jump from one building to the other. Fortunately, the distance between the two structures was not overly vast, and their enhanced physical capabilities assured them of success. Upon reaching the other building, they discovered it was an open structure, its entrance long dismantled and devoid of any zombies. Their ascent was remarkably smooth, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the predetermined location. I will go first, and then you follow. If it proves difficult, I can pull you along. Guti and I noted that Chu Chu's slender limbs might make the jump somewhat challenging for her. Chu Chu bestowed upon him a reassuring gaze, encouraging him to proceed while assuring him of her own capability, urging him not to fret excessively over her. Although Guti and I harbored a hint of skepticism, he acquiesced to Chu Chu's counsel, confident that should she encounter any peril, he would readily lend his assistance, as his abilities rendered such concerns trivial. Taking a deep breath, Guti and I gracefully leapt onto the balcony of the adjacent building, while Chu Chu, undeterred, followed suit with a leap that left onlookers astonished. Chu Chu, you truly are remarkable. You have earned my admiration. Guti and I acknowledged, aware that zombies feared Chu Chu and, having witnessed her extraordinary agility, he now recognized her as a veritable treasure of a girl. Chu Chu raised her proud head, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Of course, you must consider who I am. I am Chu Chu, the owner of the bathing center. Very well. You are indeed impressive. Now, we shall proceed to capture some zombies. I hope you won't let me down, Boss Chu Chu. Guti and I was eager to discover the extent of Chu Chu's abilities. Previously, he had underestimated her, believing her skills had reached their limit. However, witnessing her capabilities today revealed a depth beyond measure. That will depend on you. I'm certain I can capture the zombies. Yet, I wonder if you can ascertain whether the zombies will attack you. As Chu Chu and another person hurriedly descended the stairs while conversing, they were taken aback to discover that several zombies had astonishingly mastered the art of climbing stairs, bounding their way up to the upper floor. Chu Chu could not help but exclaim, "The abilities of the zombies truly are enigmatic. Perhaps they are an untapped reservoir of potential." After being struck, the zombie suddenly ceased all movement, frozen on the staircase. "Come, let us approach and take a closer look." Chu Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had not anticipated that this miraculous artifact would prove so effective, incapacitating a zombie with just a single blow. But first, we must ascertain whether it will launch an attack against us humans. As a member of the bathing center, I possess a natural immunity. To conduct this test, I will need to select someone who is not affiliated with the bathing center. I intend to temporarily remove you from the bathing center's roster to observe the zombie's reaction. Chu Chu places great emphasis on safety, resolutely refusing to place anyone at risk within the bathing center. "Thank you for your assistance." Guti and I remained entirely unperturbed within mere minutes. He had severed his ties with the establishment, emerging as a liberated individual rather than a mere employee. Perhaps sensing the presence of humanity, the other zombies began to emit guttural sounds. However, their capabilities were rather limited, preventing them from ascending the stairs. Only a handful managed to climb up, only to be swiftly dispatched by Chu Chu. These few zombies, upon reaching the upper level, were acutely aware of Guti and I's presence, growling lowly in their throats. Yet they were unable to launch an attack, relegated to watching him move about helplessly. Guti and I circled these zombies, extending his hand near their mouths. But they exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Witnessing such a scene, even Guti and I, who remained composed, could not suppress a surge of excitement. If Chu Chu could gain control over all the zombies, might the world not become significantly safer? This thought flickered through his mind briefly before he noticed an individual clad in black ascending from below. "What have you done to the zombies?" the figure in black inquired, furrowing his brow. These were exceptional specimens, his most esteemed creations, now reduced to mindless shells, incapable of independent action. He felt a profound shock, coupled with an insatiable curiosity. Chu Chu was taken aback to discover that amidst the horde of zombies, there were indeed living individuals, and they appeared to be faring quite well. This revelation warranted contemplation. Could it be that he had affiliations with that organization? "Let's depart," commanded Chu Chu. Instantly, the zombies obediently trailed behind her, moving at her pace, speeding up when she did, and slowing down when she did. Everything revolved around her. With numerous zombies lurking below, "Are you not afraid of losing your lives here?" The man in black spoke, seemingly with good intentions. "Perhaps you should consider hiring me to guide you out. I assure you, you will emerge unscathed." Chu Chu appeared to be oblivious to the words of the man in black, continuing her descent with the zombies in tow. These undead beings posed no threat to her. She had also included Guti and I in the roster of the bathhouse staff, ensuring that the zombies would not turn against him either. "Halt! Did you not hear my command? Since we are all destined for death, why not perish in my hands?" Chapter 77. There will be no mercy. Chu Chu turned her head to gaze at him, a subtle smile gracing her face, embodying the audacity of a young calf unafraid of tigers. She seemed to ponder who truly possessed the greater prowess. This young girl dared to challenge me. Should I not reduce you to a state of disarray, you would remain oblivious to my formidable nature. The man clad in black was unperturbed by provocations, but rather feared the silence of those who would not incite his wrath, for once aroused. He would find justification to unleash his fury upon them. Chu Chu has utterly dismissed her opponent, for she is now empowered by a formidable system, rendering ordinary individuals no match for her. Furthermore, this mysterious figure clad in black is merely capable of intimidating the average person. Attempting to instill fear in her is a futile endeavor. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. While you may perceive yourself as formidable, I am by no means lacking in strength. Chu Chu launched her attack with unwavering confidence, believing it would be a fatal blow. To her astonishment, her opponent effortlessly evaded her strike, prompting her to adopt a serious demeanor. The figure cloaked in black revealed a newfound seriousness, taken aback by the girl's undeniable prowess. However, he declared, "Today, you shall learn the true meaning of defeat." An array of formidable energies emanated from him, causing the zombies to emit hoarse cries, each suffering intensely, as if yearning to escape this world. With unwavering resolve, she immediately harnessed her abilities to engage in battle with her opponent. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle, each proving to be an equal match for the other. Never before had she encountered someone of such caliber. Realizing that brute force alone would not suffice, she resolved to strategize, seeking to exploit her adversary's vulnerabilities. Once those weaknesses were identified, her opponent would undoubtedly be left reeling from the onslaught. Chu Chu deliberately concealed some of her strength, leading her opponent to underestimate her capabilities. As anticipated, the adversary fell into the trap. The cloaked figure seized the moment, infused with power, intending to capture Chu Chu entirely. However, to his astonishment, he was swiftly vanquished by her. The zombie appeared to sense the scent of blood, emitting a low growl as it approached the cloaked figure step by step. Yet, it seemed to be hindered by something, refraining from attacking the opponent. The cloaked man, spitting blood, gazed at the zombie with an increasingly dreadful expression, knowing that should the creature dare to advance, he would be prepared to slay it himself. Chu Chu seemed to perceive the intentions of the figure in black. With a swift glance, she asserted her authority over the zombies she had captured, uttering softly, "Come here." Upon hearing her command, the zombie closed its mouth and resumed its expressionless demeanor, obediently trailing beside her without any further reaction. The figure in black was taken aback, inquiring, "Who on earth are you? How is it that you can control the undead? What are your intentions?" Chu Chu replied coolly, "Apologies, but you are merely a defeated foe. There is nothing more to discuss, and you lack the right to know my affairs." With that, she turned and departed, while the injured figure in black limped behind her. Chu Chu understood that she could not leave the first floor. She must not release the zombies from this location. Therefore, she needed to find a secure place to contain these few zombies. The second floor provided a relatively safe refuge, as long as she exercised caution. She would not harm the zombies. Such an act would not only frighten herself, but also disturb others. Even scaring the flowers and plants would be undesirable. In a bid to ensure the safe descent of the zombies, Chu Chu retrieved a length of rope from her spatial dimension and carefully strung the undead together before gradually lowering them down. Meanwhile, Guti and I stood below, skillfully receiving the zombies and arranging them into an orderly line, creating a visually pleasing and harmonious formation. The man in black earnestly pondered whether the two were afflicted with some peculiar madness. After all, they were merely a horde of insignificant zombies. Yet they had taken the effort to organize them into a formal procession. "Where are you headed? Might I accompany you?" The man in black found himself increasingly intrigued by their antics. Having always wandered alone, he now yearned to join their ranks. For there was an undeniable thrill in stringing the zombies together. Chu Chu was utterly perplexed. Was there something amiss in the mind of the cloaked figure? "Hey, are you all right? We just had a confrontation, and you still wish to accompany us? Aren't you afraid I might take you down?" The mysterious man wore an expression of exhilaration. He was unfazed by such threats. As long as he was intrigued by a person or an object, he would pursue it relentlessly, never letting go. "Fear not. If you possess the capability, you may indeed dispose of me. However, as long as I draw breath, I shall follow you, for I find you quite fascinating." The cloaked figure did not shy away from expressing his admiration for her. He had remained in hiding for quite some time, yet had not encountered anything as intriguing as this. "Since you are willing to accompany me, I have but one condition. You must not attack me or my companions, or I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Chu Chu is indeed quite intrigued by the man in black. After all, to coexist with such a multitude of zombies while remaining unscathed surely indicates some extraordinary abilities, though the specifics of those talents remain to be observed. "Are you truly willing to allow me to accompany you? That would be simply splendid." The man in black has entirely disregarded Chu Chu's warning. His failure this time stemmed from being deceived. As long as he stays close to them, He is confident that one day he will exact vengeance for today's grievances and ensure that they pay in blood for their transgressions. Chu Chu felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet she could not articulate the source of her discomfort. She decided to set aside her thoughts for the moment. Without further ado, let us proceed. Your assistance is required in the endeavor of vanquishing the zombies. Remember, every single one of these undead must be accounted for. Should any be missing, I shall hold you solely responsible. With a frown, Chu Chu realized that this free labor was an opportunity not to be missed. She effortlessly delegated all tasks to the man in black. Living in confined quarters with zombies, the man found it rather amusing to observe them openly now. He began to mimic Chu Chu, commanding the zombies beside him. However, they paid him no heed, standing still as if devoid of vitality. The man in black grew anxious, having witnessed Chu Chu's ease in commanding the undead. Why then did they ignore him? This simply would not do. He had to assert his authority over the zombies. Fair lady, if you expect me to assist you, might I also be granted a modicum of guidance? He inquired with a smile. Otherwise, how can I help if these zombies refuse to heed my words? He was determined that once he learned to drive away the zombies, they would leave this woman utterly defenseless. He would show no mercy. In Chapter 78, the zombies seemed to respond to his commands, following him closely as he moved left or right. When he quickened his pace, they matched him, and when he slowed down, they did the same, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Undeterred, he remained steadfastly beside Chu Chu, much to Gu Tianya's vexation. Logically, given their longer acquaintance and good rapport, it was inconceivable that another would vie for her attention. Clearing his throat, Gu Tianyi subtly interjected, "Excuse me, sir, would you kindly maintain your distance? It is customary for men and women not to engage too closely, especially given your recent introduction. Surely, you do not intend to take advantage of her." Chu Chu regarded the man in black with evident wariness, sensing that he was no virtuous character, and pondered how to navigate this precarious situation. She instinctively tugged at her clothing, anxious that he might glimpse something he should not. The man in black, however, earnestly asserted, "You must not doubt my integrity. I have no interest in trivial matters, but rather in those of substance. Who do you dare to call trivial? Speak again, and I shall make you regret it." Chu Chu, as a woman who held her figure in high esteem, found it intolerable that someone would dare to criticize her physique. This was an affront that could not be borne. "Brothers, charge!" Chu Chu bellowed, and immediately the zombies surrounded the man in black, incessantly growling at him. The man, unaccustomed to such a menacing display, quickly confessed, "My apologies. Beautiful lady, I was mistaken. I assure you, I shall never speak ill of you again. Please spare me." Having traversed the world for many years, he had encountered countless zombies, yet those he faced now exuded an aura of threat that he had never felt before. A wise man recognizes the tides of fortune. He too was astute and knew when to concede. What was a mere admission of fault if it ensured his safety? Without hesitation, he surrendered. With a mere snap of her fingers, the zombies fell into an orderly line, an astonishing convenience that required no direction from her. Their neatness was a source of great relief. Gu Tianyi harbored no objections. He shared her sentiments, and the two were in perfect accord, disregarding the intentions of the cloaked figure. Upon entering Base 3, the group promptly secured the main entrance. In the current tense atmosphere, it was imperative that no one witnessed their ability to control the undead, lest chaos ensue. The cloaked figure, seizing the opportunity during their respite, sought to uncover the secret of their dominion over the zombies. He furrowed his brow, his small eyes fixated on them, when suddenly a blade was pressed against his throat. "Cloaked figure, I care not for your intentions, but I advise you to abandon them. Chu Chu is soft-hearted, but I am not." Gu Tianyi remained unaware of the cloaked figure's true motives, but unlike Chu Chu, he was not inclined to trust a stranger easily. "Leave now, or I shall take your life." His instincts warned him that the cloaked figure was no benevolent soul, and he wished to avoid bloodshed. For he did not want to instill fear in Chu Chu. "I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. If I must express a purpose, it is my profound interest in the undead. I yearn to understand why they obey her so readily." The cloaked figure had been transparent all along, yet his sincerity seemed to fall on deaf ears. Is it truly as simple as that? Guti and I laughed derisively, pressing the knife with greater force. Am I the fool? Or are you? I am the fool. The cloaked figure, adopting a cowardly demeanor, swore to Guti and I. I guarantee I harbor no intention of harming you or disrupting your peace. My only interest lies with the zombies. I swear, if any word I utter is false, may I be devoured by the undead. Guti and I scoffed. Your oaths are impressive, yet I remain unconvinced. He was not a cold-blooded killer. He merely found the stranger's sudden appearance suspicious. After issuing a stern warning, he finally lowered his weapon. The cloaked figure sat in silence, too frightened to make a sound. And soon his breathing became even, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Guti and I, too, closed his eyes, though not truly asleep. He remained vigilant for their safety. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu paced anxiously in the bathing center, having not seen Chu Chu for an entire day and night, a feat previously unimaginable. She pondered what Chu Chu could be doing, her mind racing with worry about what she would do if trouble befell the bathing center. Just as she was lost in thought, the doors swung open, revealing a group led by a Biao, who entered slowly. Is this truly the fabled bathing center? The surroundings were pristine and orderly, with staff present, resembling the world before the apocalypse. Greetings. Welcome to the bathing center. Do you have any point cards? A cheerful voice inquired. If not, I can assist you in obtaining one. Each person requires an individual card, which can be recharged using crystal cores or valuable items. Xiaoyu's face radiated a formulaic smile. Even though she harbored worries within, she presented an untroubled facade, her delicate features impeccable. We were referred here by Chu Chu. Might there be a discount? A Biao and his companions had already begun to trust Chu Chu's words. In such a harmonious environment, they wished to settle down and remain. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback by Chu Chu's ability to attract customers from the outside, indicating that he was indeed fine. A joyful smile graced her face. I apologize, but our bathing center does not offer discounts. However, if each of you applies for a membership card, I shall treat you to breakfast. After a Biao consulted with the others, he nodded in agreement. The combined cost of breakfast for so many was no trivial matter. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Chapter 79. Had I known it was you, a Biao's group had amassed a considerable number of crystal cores, with several among them having unlocked abilities. Yet, none were willing to expend their cores for upgrades, as they were ordinary individuals merely desiring a stable life. Can we enjoy breakfast now? A Biao decided to take advantage of the free offer, believing that only by consuming it could they truly benefit. Xiaoyu's smile remained undiminished. Of course, but breakfast can only be consumed at the fast food outlet. You may choose whatever you desire, but wastage is strictly prohibited. Is there no limit? A Biao caught the implication in her words. They had only eaten the buns provided by Chu Chu the previous day and had not consumed anything since, leaving them ravenous. Would they not deplete the establishment's resources? Xiaoyu gestured invitingly, reassuring them that as long as they did not waste food, they could eat to their heart's content. However, there will be a time limit. This is breakfast, and it cannot be considered lunch. Though the group was impoverished, they occasionally relished small advantages. Yet, with Xiaoyu's clear stipulations, they naturally refrained from overindulgence. The group entered the fast food outlet, marveling at the selection of food. It had been ages since they had encountered such a well-organized establishment. Standing there felt like stepping into another world. I want soy milk, I want eggs. I want soup dumplings. I crave noodles. They even have meat and vegetables here. It's simply astonishing. I believe residing here is incredibly cost-effective. If possible, I truly do not wish to leave. As they reached this point, Abayo suddenly remembered that they had yet to arrange accommodations. However, at that moment, such concerns felt trivial. The pleasure of savoring delectable food brought him contentment. Xiaoyu observed their ravenous consumption and regretted having spoken too soon. Each person was entitled to a single breakfast. It seemed that one individual would devour 2 or 3 portions, with even the children taking at least 2. Alas, Xiaoyu felt a pang of sorrow. If this were to be measured in points, it would amount to thousands. Yet, she could not retract her words, and thus could only sit by and watch, hoping to compensate for the points later, for she was determined not to let sister Chu Chu suffer any loss. Nevertheless, with each breakfast consumed, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of heartache, as these were her precious points. When Abayo reached his fourth serving, Xiaoyu could no longer restrain herself. She set down her bowl and exited the fast food establishment, unable to bear the sight any longer. It was simply too painful. After they had satisfied their appetites, Abayo inquired about their accommodations, and Xiaoyu provided them with detailed answers. Of course, recommending the luxurious rooms that would earn points. "Miss, do you have any more modest rooms? We are but humble folk, unable to afford such extravagant lodgings." Abayo sighed. If prices were indeed as steep as suggested, they would prefer to forego staying there altogether and simply endure the daily hardship of traveling for meals. Xiaoyu, with a sigh, introduced them to more ordinary accommodations, and they promptly checked in. The bathing center soon became lively with the influx of guests. As darkness descended, Chu Chu stirred from her hazy slumber, glancing around until she remembered she was at base 3. Although Gutianai kept his eyes closed, he remained on high alert. Upon Chu Chu's awakening, he immediately opened his eyes. "Chu Chu, first have something to eat," he said, producing 2 apples that he had plucked from a tree outside. "Apples?" The figure in black gazed at the apples with shining eyes, wondering if these were indeed the legendary fruits. Chu Chu, who typically has little fondness for apples, found herself yearning for one today, particularly after catching a glimpse of the mysterious figure in black. It was as if an unspoken understanding dawned upon her. She simply had to indulge in that apple. As she took a bite, the figure in black appeared to hear the sound of his own heart shattering. Was that coveted apple slipping away from him forever? Guti and I also began to partake in the apple. It was not as delectable as he had imagined. Had he not spent so long at the bathhouse, he might have savored the moment. But now, as he indulged in lavish delights within the bathhouse, the sourness of the apple failed to entice him. Not particularly enjoyable. "Forget it. I shall not eat any more," he remarked, glancing at the figure in black before deciding to leave the apple on the table instead of offering it. Chu Chu disdainfully placed the apple upon the table, her thoughts untroubled, merely disinterested in consuming it. The man in black licked his lips. He was exceedingly hungry, and the allure of the apple was formidable. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, he stealthily approached the fruit, pilfering 2 apples, and began to indulge with great relish. "I have meat buns. Would you care for some?" Chu Chu inquired as she retrieved the meat buns from her space. Prior to her departure, she had thoughtfully packed these delectable treats for their convenience and ease of consumption. She also produced some cups of soy milk, which further captivated the man in black, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Meat buns? You actually have meat buns?" he exclaimed, unable to contain himself, for it had been ages since he had savored such a delicacy. Not only had he not tasted meat buns, but he had also been deprived of any form of noodles. His gaze was fixed upon them, the 2 apples in his hands having vanished entirely, and he hesitated to discard the apple cores. Guti and I raised an eyebrow, unabashedly biting into a meat bun and deliberately displaying a look of satisfaction. "These meat buns are truly exquisite, a pity that certain individuals cannot partake. What a shame indeed." "Guti and I, are you doing this on purpose?" The man in black could no longer suppress his frustration. A reasonable person would simply enjoy their meal without flaunting such an irritating expression. Guti and I winked. "I am indeed doing it on purpose. What will you do about it? Do you wish to try a meat bun?" Chu Chu pondered the idea of issuing a loyalty card to the man in black, potentially gaining another customer. He nodded eagerly. Who could resist the fragrant allure of meat buns? "If you wish to eat, I can provide, but you must acquire a loyalty card, using points to purchase buns from me. Not only buns, but also soy milk." Chu Chu emerged from the space, presenting soy milk, which proved to be an even greater temptation for the man in black. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement to obtain a membership card, exclaiming, "Proceed with the arrangements. Are you the owner of the bathing center? Had I known it was you, I would have acted sooner." Chapter 80. A grave concern. "This is my crystal core. Expedite the issuance of my membership card. Swiftly, do not delay." The man in black eagerly produced a gleaming crystal core. In truth, he had already devised a plan, intending to linger for a few days before heading to the bathing center. He had amassed a considerable quantity of crystal cores, ensuring that even a leisurely retirement at the bathing center would pose no difficulty. Upon catching sight of a crystal core, Chu Chu's smile remained unwavering. She promptly prepared the points card for the cloaked figure and presented it to him. Your points card has been successfully issued and is now ready for transactions. May I inquire if you require meat buns and soybean milk? Indeed. How many do you have? The cloaked man, gazing at the points displayed on the card, boasted extravagantly. I have not eaten anything today. I shall take as many as you can offer. Sir, I must advise you to exercise prudence in your consumption. We possess an abundance of meat buns and soybean milk, far exceeding what you could possibly consume. Chu Chu, ever the conscientious soul, did not wish for the other party to endure the torment of excessive dumplings, and thus gently urged him to consume with moderation. There is no need to ponder excessively. I am an insatiable eater, capable of devouring much. I have not tasted ordinary human food in many years. Are you still attempting to control me? My points card is brimming with credits. I intend to indulge. The man in black began to lose his composure. Previously, he faced deprivation, but now that sustenance was available, he could not accept such an unfair treatment of being denied. How about this? I will sell you 10 dumplings and 2 cups of soy milk. What do you think? Reluctant to witness anyone waste food or to see his guest in such a frenzy, he compromised. Ordinarily, the dumplings at the bathhouse are quite substantial. 2 or 3 would satisfy an adult. Selling him 10 was already a generous concession, considering it was his first time using the card. The man in black could only accept this begrudgingly, still feeling that 10 dumplings were insufficient and far from his expectations. As 10 dumplings were laid before him, he could not help but swallow hard. Individually, a dumpling seemed inconsequential, but now, with 10 before him, he contemplated that even 2 or 3 more would be too much to consume. He swallowed again and began to devour the dumplings. However, by the time he reached the 4th dumpling, he found himself unable to continue. These dumplings are crafted with real ingredients, filled with ample meat. Are you unable to finish? I warned you not to buy so many, yet you did not heed my advice. Chu Chu shook her head gently, issuing a stern warning to the man in black. We must not squander food. If you cannot finish it, you may save it for your next meal. Should you dare to waste it, we shall blacklist you from our establishment. The man in black sighed, for he had a fondness for buns, and though he could not finish them this time, he intended to save them for the next occasion. Rest assured, my dear proprietor, I would never waste food. I have endured hunger for far too long, and these buns are my sustenance, he declared with conviction, asserting that it would be a grave mistake to waste such precious provisions. Since the onset of the apocalypse, food had become an invaluable commodity. Now, with an abundance of meat-filled buns before him, he vowed to safeguard them with utmost care. Chu Chu was resolute in his conviction not to waste food. Thus he refrained from uttering anything further. As night had fallen, they could proceed to the bathing center, hoping to arrive safely. I shall enter first and take a look, Guti and I said, nodding at Chu Chu. They could not allow others to discover the existence of the zombies. It was imperative for him to first ascertain if anyone was inside before determining their next course of action. Chu Chu nodded, stealthily leading the zombies into the depths of darkness. The man in black could hardly contain his eagerness and rushed inside, captivated by the allure of the bathing center. He had also studied the points card and reserved a room for himself. However, instead of heading directly to his room, he found himself amidst a plethora of restaurants. Overwhelmed by the abundance of choices, he was at a loss as to what to eat. Burp! The aroma of meat buns filled the air, intoxicating his senses. Ultimately, he settled for a cup of milk tea to satisfy his cravings, realizing that he could not indulge in anything else. It dawned on him that Chu Chu had his best interests at heart, and seeing those meat buns now incited his frustration. What a nuisance they were, obstructing his culinary exploration. Guti and I wandered around the bathing center, discovering that everyone had already succumbed to slumber. There was no one around. He stepped outside to inform Chu Chu. Walk softly and refrain from running. Chu Chu admonished the zombies, who, though unable to comprehend human speech, understood her commands, rendering her words not entirely superfluous. Chu Chu walked at the forefront, a horde of zombies obediently trailing behind her. Guti and I stood at the entrance, meticulously counting as the last zombie entered. Once the final one crossed the threshold, he silently closed the door. The zombies were ushered into the laboratory situated within the courtyard, which was eerily silent. They had prepared cages in advance to contain the zombies, who complied without a hint of resistance as they entered. Chu Chu secured the cage and tucked the key away in her space. This was her inaugural experience in raising zombies, and she was uncertain of the taboos that might accompany such an endeavor. However, confining them and preventing their interaction with humans seemed undoubtedly prudent. Guti and I, remember this. Should you desire to acquire samples from the zombies, you must inform me. Only in my presence shall you be permitted to take any action against them. Chu Chu, filled with concern, earnestly reminded, I have entrusted the laboratory to you. You are now its steward. I fervently hope that we all remain safe and untroubled by the undead. Guti and I recognized the gravity of his responsibility and assured her that he would never allow anyone to suffer harm again. To his astonishment, it appeared that this bathing center was harboring zombies. Would they become the unfortunate prey of these creatures? In the darkness, a furrowed brow reflected a cascade of thoughts racing through his mind. He resolved that he must disseminate this alarming information. Everyone needed to be aware that the bathing center was a perilous place, and they must vacate immediately, lest they fall victim to the undead. Just as he was about to seek someone to relay this urgent warning, a grave concern surfaced in his mind. Chapter 81. A desire to see the sea and savor seafood beyond the bathing center. There existed no sanctuary in this world. If he were to leave or offend the proprietor, he would find himself without refuge. Contemplating this, he reluctantly abandoned his intentions. He would simply need to exercise greater caution in the future, deeming it unnecessary to discuss the matter with others. He departed quietly, preparing himself for the eventuality of a zombie attack, vowing to ensure his own safety. Life resumed its seemingly tranquil facade. That morning, a group clad in camouflage approached Chu Chu to report on their progress. Chu Chu, we have connected the entrance of the pharmaceutical company with trees. Traversing our path guarantees immunity from zombie assaults, they exclaimed, their enthusiasm palpable, eager for her commendation. Chu Chu has also received a notification from the system. She nodded towards the individuals in camouflage uniforms and raised her thumb, commending them for their excellent work. You have all done remarkably well. I grant you 3 days of paid leave. After this respite, an even more significant task awaits you. Thank you, boss. We shall serve you with utmost dedication until our last breath. The entire squad in camouflage echoed with resounding voices, eager for their commendations to be heard. All right, enough. Go rest. I require a moment of solitude. System, the task has been completed. Please expedite the delivery of my rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 2 random rewards, a barbecue restaurant and a karaoke venue. As you have already established 2 bathing centers, these 2 establishments will simultaneously operate alongside them. Best of luck, host. A barbecue restaurant and a karaoke venue? Recently, Chu Chu has grown weary of hot pot, and now a new barbecue restaurant has emerged, piquing her interest immensely. As for KTV, she harbors no enthusiasm whatsoever. Before the apocalypse, she was undoubtedly a homebody, spending her time solely on eating, sleeping, and working, even avoiding company gatherings whenever possible. Chu Chu stretched lazily. With the emergence of a barbecue restaurant at the bathing center, as a connoisseur of culinary delights, she could not possibly miss this opportunity and made her way directly to the 2nd floor. The barbecue establishment had a sign that read, "Welcome. Your enjoyment is my aspiration." Suddenly, a voice in black echoed, revealing a sense of curiosity. He had recently unraveled the mysteries of this place, and now, out of the blue, a barbecue restaurant appeared. What an extraordinary venue this was, and a KTV as well. His intrigue deepened. Just this morning, the area had been desolate. Even if renovations had commenced then, it seemed implausible for such swift completion. "Boss, who exactly are you?" he inquired as he approached Chu Chu, his interest in her growing. "What talents do you possess that remain hidden from my view?" With a delicate smile, Chu Chu revealed, "If you see through me, then I shall possess no secrets. I assure you, you will never truly perceive my essence. Please step aside. I wish to enter and indulge in barbecued delicacies. I wish to partake as well." The figure clad in black closely trailed behind Chu Chu, embodying an audacious disregard for modesty. If you desire to eat, simply place your order. Do not linger idly. Chu Chu gestured towards a corner, prompting you to commence your own ordering. Chu Chu maintained a considerable distance from the figure clad in black, cherishing the solitude of her culinary indulgence. She yearned to relish her meal without the burden of distractions. Having cultivated the remarkable ability to remain impervious to external influences while dining, she remained blissfully unaware of the intense gaze directed at her by the mysterious stranger, savoring her food with unbridled delight. Meanwhile, the man in black found himself in a state of discontent, his mouth watering at the tantalizing flavors of the meat. Unable to cease his consumption, the establishment offered a limited selection, only chicken and pork, but his heart longed for beef. It was only the savory delight of grilled beef that could truly satisfy one's appetite. Chu Chu, esteemed proprietor, when might we be graced with the presence of beef? He inquired, inching closer and taking a seat opposite her, his eyes filled with hope, for she was his goddess, a woman of boundless capabilities. I do not know, she replied. Chu Chu harbored a strong desire for beef, and though she initially refrained from voicing it, her yearning grew increasingly fervent. The woman, with her fierce demeanor, seemed destined to remain unmarried, as a touch of gentleness eluded her. Despite the low murmur of the cloaked figure, Chu Chu's keen ears discerned every word with clarity. A mere glance from her was enough to intimidate the figure into silence. Beef. Chu Chu feels an increasing desire for various indulgences lately. This time, it is beef. But might it be seafood next? To be honest, she has not savored seafood in quite a while. Since childhood, it has been her greatest delight, and she could consume it endlessly whenever available. Dear host, do not be disheartened. As long as the system remains, your desires can be fulfilled, though it requires your own efforts, for the system alone cannot achieve it. Upon hearing the system's words, Chu Chu felt a surge of excitement. Her eyes sparkled with realization as she quickly understood that seafood might indeed be attainable. System, is there a way for me to indulge in seafood? I would be eternally grateful to your ancestors. Chu Chu's voice resonated with exuberance as the crayfish and hairy crabs beckoned to her. She licked her lips, yearning to capture all these delectable morsels at once. Dear host, venture into the ocean and complete tasks related to the sea to unlock these exquisite delicacies. Please continue to strive forward. The ocean? Chu Chu furrowed her brows, pondering where she might fulfill her mission. For there was not a hint of the ocean in the vicinity. Was there truly any sea nearby? Chu Chu grasped the arm of an individual from base 3 and inquired with earnest curiosity. Of course, there was a sea before the apocalypse. However, I am uncertain of its current state. Sister, do you wish to behold the ocean? Might you take me along? I have never seen the sea. A youthful voice chimed in. Chu Chu glanced over, recognizing the little girl who had assisted in exposing the murderer. Chapter 82. A quest for the ocean. The girl's name was Dandan. Her parents had ventured out early to confront the zombies, leaving her alone at the bathing center. Bored, she roamed about, her interest piqued upon overhearing their conversation. I recall that during my childhood, my parents would take me to the seaside every weekend. It only took us a little over half an hour to drive to Harbin. Yet, I cannot remember the exact route we took. Dandan resided at base 3, and Chu Chu had explored 2 of its directions, leaving only 2 uncharted paths. The ocean was likely in one of those directions. Would you be able to accompany me to the beach? Chu Chu playfully pleaded, resembling a child. I promise to bring you delectable seafood. Dandan, an obedient child, refrained from undertaking anything her parents disapproved of, fearing their distress should they find her missing. Overjoyed, she leaped up, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. I have been so bored at the bathing center. If I can go out to play, I am certain I can find the sea. Just be cautious. Your parents may not agree." Chu Chu had not witnessed such a joyous smile in another's eyes for quite some time. Such innocent and romantic expressions are typically found only on the faces of children. Not only was Dandan filled with anticipation, but Chu Chu too longed for the delightful prospect of playing by the seaside. Recently, their fortunes had notably improved. They managed to eliminate 2 to 3 zombies each day, alleviating concerns for Dandan's safety and inspiring them to work with greater diligence. "Hello, you must be Dandan's parents," Chu Chu exclaimed as she approached them. The couple exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. What could their employer want with them? Had Dandan caused some trouble? What had she done? And had it resulted in any significant damage? Dandan's father was the first to speak. If she has done anything, please inform us. We will take responsibility. I assure you we will not turn a blind eye. Dandan's mother chimed in. She is our daughter. If she has erred, we will certainly provide her with proper guidance. Chu Chu's perception of Dandan's parents instantly improved. Parents like them, who possess understanding and empathy, are becoming increasingly rare. Some individuals resort to violence against their children without a second thought, hardly deserving the title of human. She recognized their misunderstanding and began to explain, "You are mistaken. Dandan is a well-behaved child and has caused no trouble. I sought you out for another matter. I am planning to visit the seaside to search for something, and Dandan mentioned she knows where the ocean is. If it is convenient, I would like her to guide us. I wonder if you have any objections?" Dandan's opinion is of utmost importance, so, as long as she consents, there is no reason to impede their plans. Dandan's mother turned to her daughter, a smile gracing her face, and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Dandan clutched her mother's hand tightly, hesitating before speaking. "Mom, I want to go out and have fun with him because it's really boring at the bathhouse. However, if you disagree, I want to go. I will listen to you." Dandan's thoughtfulness further affirmed to Chu Chu that she is indeed a wonderful child, and one can only imagine that her parents are equally reasonable. "Dandan, the decision rests with you. If you wish to go, then go. If you do not, then do not. Whatever choice you make, your mother will support you." Upon hearing this, Dandan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she gazed intently at her mother. "Is it really okay? Aren't you afraid zombies will hurt me? You never let me go out before. Silly child, you lack the ability to protect yourself before, which is why I didn't allow you to go out. Now, with our Chu Chu looking out for you, I trust she will keep you safe and ensure nothing goes wrong. Right, boss?" Dandan's mother glanced at Chu Chu, seeking her assurance. "That will not be a problem." Dandan's father patted her head. "When do you plan to set off? I will prepare some things for her. This time, you need not prepare anything for me. I will take care of everything. Just let me Dandan." Chu Chu is currently employing child labor. If she does not offer any benefits, would she not become akin to the infamous Zhou Pa Pai? How embarrassing. The responsibilities that we ought to fulfill, we shall certainly undertake ourselves. Dandan's parents, steadfast in their stance, chose not to elaborate further, and at worst, they might discreetly provide a little financial support. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and Chu Chu was already prepared to embark on their journey early in the morning. Dandan appeared before her, brimming with excitement. "Sister, it has been ages since I last visited the seaside. We want to encounter any zombies this time, will we?" Dandan seemed unconcerned about anything except the possibility of a zombie attack. Just the other day, her grandparents had gone missing amidst such an assault. Since the encounter with the zombies, her grandparents had not been seen again, and she understood the implications of that absence. Yet, her family continued to deceive her, and she had chosen to believe their words. "I will protect you. Do you not trust in my abilities?" Chu Chu, confident in her capability to safeguard her companion, wouldn't have suggested taking someone out if she were not certain of her skills. Dandan's parents remained anxious, reiterating their warnings at the door, urging them to exercise caution. "We're off, goodbye." A radiant smile adorned Dandan's face as she waved at her parents, joyfully linking arms with Chu Chu as they departed from the bathing center. Chapter 83. Eat freely without fear of losing your life. Chu Chu mounted her petite motorcycle, providing Dandan with a helmet, and together they embarked on their journey. Under Dandan's guidance, they finally discovered the fabled sea. The surface of the water lay tranquil, occasionally disturbed by the leap of a fish, creating a gentle splash. The air was imbued with the briny scent of the ocean, evoking a sense of serenity. "At last, I have arrived at the sea," Dandan exclaimed with exuberance upon witnessing the water, her long-suppressed emotions finding release in that moment. Chu Chu closed her eyes, inhaling the salty air by the seaside. "Dandan, we have finally found the ocean. Let us go fishing, and I shall grill the catch for you." Dandan, equally exhilarated, responded, "Sister, your fish must be delicious, right?" "Of course. The fish I prepare is the most delectable. Today you are in for a treat." Chu Chu began to roll up her sleeves, her eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. "My seafood, here I come. Who goes there?" Stand still and raise your hands. As Chu Chu was about to embrace the ocean's embrace, a voice suddenly pierced the air, prompting her to instinctively raise her hand and glance around. To her dismay, she found herself encircled by 5 or 6 men wielding weapons, their eyes fixed on her with palpable vigilance. We are merely bystanders, harboring no ill intentions. Chu Chu understood that weapons are indiscriminate, and there was no need for her to sustain injury over a moment of pride. Dan, paralyzed by fear, could not contain her tears, yet she stubbornly refrained from sobbing aloud. Having long acclimated to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, she felt a tinge of fear. But she knew that crying would likely draw even more disdain. Search them, commanded the leader, a man named Tianyi, and with a mere glance, he signaled for someone to step forward and conduct a search. Chu Chu fixed her gaze upon the other party, challenging, "Do you dare? What is there to fear?" Replied the man with unwavering resolve. "The orders of our leader are the standards by which we execute our tasks. As long as he speaks, I would brave any peril, be it climbing mountains of knives or traversing seas of fire." He reached out toward Chu Chu, but she maintained her steadfast glare, ready to confront any consequences should he make a move. "Wait," Dandan interjected, positioning herself protectively behind Chu Chu. "My sister is a girl. Do you not possess any common sense?" Tinya's expression shifted momentarily before returning to its stoic demeanor, unnoticed by others. "Cease. Fetch a woman to conduct their examination." "Yes, boss." The man turned to depart, unperturbed by the prospect of Chu Chu launching a surprise attack from behind, for he had trustworthy allies by his side. "Congratulations, host. You have received a mission to resolve the troubles faced by the seaside residents, unlocking a seafood restaurant where a plethora of seafood delights await your indulgence." Chu Chu, initially in a state of despondency, found herself invigorated upon receiving the task from System. Indeed, arriving at the seaside heralded fortuitous events. "Oh, how commendable you are, dear System. I hold you in high regard." Chu Chu was brimming with joy, and Dandan, believing she had successfully protected her sister, shared in the delight. She vowed to safeguard her sister diligently, ensuring that the smile on Chu Chu's face would remain ever present. Soon, the examination was complete, and Chu Chu emerged, bearing some essential supplies for daily life, all of which had been discreetly stored away, eluding any scrutiny. "Where on earth did you come from? How could you possibly ride an electric scooter?" The curious aunt, tasked with assisting in the inspection, was plagued with questions. In this era, electric scooters had become a rarity, particularly given the challenges surrounding electricity access. How could one even charge such a vehicle? To be frank, I discovered a supplier of batteries, enabling me to replace the battery whenever necessary, thus allowing the electric scooter to traverse great distances. Moreover, we utilized the power stored within the battery, which contains a vast number of cells, sufficient to last for several years. Chu Chu wore a serious expression, and no one doubted the veracity of her words. Rather, they marveled at her good fortune. "Your luck is truly remarkable. If it were me, I would have likely been devoured by zombies long ago. We owe our survival to T&I, who was taken in our frail and vulnerable group. He is merely exercising caution, so please do not hold it against him." The elderly woman began to speak on Tinya's behalf, for he was inherently a serious individual. "Moreover, we have endured numerous hardships to attain the stability we now enjoy, which is why everyone tends to be a bit more cautious when encountering strangers." Chu Chu certainly comprehended their intentions. Were she in their position, she would act likewise. "Aunt," she continued, "we too possess our own base. However, my sister and I are rather playful and ventured out, eager to behold the ocean. For it has been an eternity since I last savored seafood." Every word spoken by Chu Chu is the unvarnished truth, devoid of deceit. Upon hearing her words, the elderly woman let out a deep sigh. She lifted her gaze towards the vast expanse of the ocean and confessed that it had indeed been a long time since they had indulged in seafood. No one dares to venture into the sea to fish, for those who previously braved the waters have long since vanished. Ever since they plunged beneath the surface, I have not laid eyes on them again. As time passed, the fear of the ocean has grown, and even those who might attempt to fish are unlikely to return ashore. One by one, they are claimed by the sea. As the elderly woman spoke, A look of anguish crossed her face. Her own family had perished in those very waters, and she would never see them again. You must not venture into the sea, she implored. Life is far more precious than seafood. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu was momentarily stunned. She had initially anticipated indulging in grilled fish or similar delights, only to discover the grim possibility of losing one's life. Could she perhaps leverage this revelation to address their predicament? After the aunt conveyed her report to Tianai, she withdrew, while Tianya's gaze remained fixed upon Chu Chu, as if he were deep in contemplation. "Hello, Mr. Tian," she began, introducing herself. "I am Chu Chu, and this is my sister Dandan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The graceful and poised demeanor of Chu Chu alleviated some of Tianya's doubts. He nodded in response, urging her to remain in the vicinity. Yet he reminded her of one crucial point. She must absolutely refrain from approaching the shoreline. "If you dare venture near the sea," he warned, "do not expect me to be courteous. But I long for fish." Chu Chu replied, for her very purpose in coming here was to seek out fish. If she was forbidden from nearing the coast, her visit would hold no significance. Tianai was taken aback. He had never encountered a girl quite like her. Did she truly value fish over her own life? Which was more important, sustenance or survival? "If you disregard your life, will you then eat as you please?" Tianya's tone was exceedingly grave, leaving no doubt that he was not merely trying to frighten her. Chapter 84. Marry my son. What indeed had transpired in the depths of the ocean? Chu Chu gazed intently at the other party, sensing that this was no mere exaggeration. There was likely something amiss, and she must ascertain the truth to better address the situation. Tianai remained silent, apologetically declaring, "I'm afraid this is classified information that cannot be disclosed to you. Do not attempt to pry it from others, as our personnel will maintain absolute confidentiality, fully aware of the repercussions of leaking secrets. Should you choose to visit my base, each of you will require a second-level crystal core. Should you wish for sustenance, an additional fee will be required." Tianai relayed the regulations of the base before attempting to usher them away. "The ocean is vast. Do you claim dominion over it all?" Chu Chu arched an eyebrow, finding the assertion laughable, truly embodying the saying, "What business is it of yours? Do you reside in the ocean?" Was Tianai not, in essence, a resident of the sea? Tianai nodded. "This area is indeed my territory. My word is law. If you lack a crystal core, I must kindly ask you to leave. I can assist you with your oceanic dilemma." Chu Chu, possessing no shortage of crystal cores, felt a sense of irritation at Tianya's arrogant demeanor. "You, a mere girl, unable to resolve issues we have grappled with for years? Surely, one must adhere to facts in conversation." Tianai scoffed, deeming Chu Chu's claims absurd. "Chu Chu, if you can indeed solve the ocean's problems, I shall wash my hair while standing on my head. Those are your own words. I have yet to encounter anyone capable of such a feat. Be prepared, lest you leave me with a diminished opinion of you." With a radiant smile illuminating her features, she felt an undeniable sense of confidence, believing there was no challenge in this world she could not conquer. Even in the face of adversity, she had a system at her disposal to assist her. "I shall take you to meet my father. He is the one who governs everything here." In that moment, Tianai adopted a more serious demeanor, for the dilemma posed by the ocean had troubled them for an extended period. If left unaddressed, it seemed likely that they would all be consumed by the encroaching sea. Chu Chu playfully remarked, "So, you are not the head of the base. Are you merely wielding the power of another?" Silence. Tianai suddenly interjected. "At present, my father holds authority over the base, yet he is advanced in age. I oversee many matters. Hence, I am the true master of this base. Do not attempt to sow discord." Chu Chu shrugged her shoulders, remaining silent, as her intuition warned her that Tian Yi was not an ordinary individual. It seemed prudent for her to exercise caution. Offending Tian Yi could jeopardize her future visits to the seaside, unless she could bring this place under her influence and transform them into patrons of a bathing center. It would not obstruct her. As they spoke, Tian Yi led them before the leader of the Tian clan. Even before entering, they could hear the leader's cough, followed by a sparse voice declaring, "Those outside may enter. I am ready." Upon hearing this, Tian Yi opened the door and invited them inside. Upon their entrance, The leader's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Tianyi, who are these people? I do not believe I have encountered them before. Father, please do not be angry. They may be mere travelers. I noticed their desire to venture to the sea and intervened. They claim to possess a solution to the problem. So I brought them to you. Leaders, what hidden troubles do you bear? Feel free to speak candidly before me. Though I may seem inconspicuous, I am well acquainted with many and can assure you that I can provide assistance. Chu Chu earnestly declared her awareness of the other's inherent distrust towards her. It was no surprise, considering it was their first encounter. This matter was a closely guarded secret of the base, not suitable for disclosure to outsiders. Leader Tian coughed gently, adding, however, if you wish to learn this secret, simply become one of us, and I shall unreservedly share it with you. Chu Chu's curiosity was insatiable. She was eager to uncover the mystery and had resolved to join, with the possibility of withdrawing later if necessary. How can I become a member of your esteemed base? She inquired directly after making her decision. There are two ways to become one of us, Leader Tian explained. One is to be a native. The other, he deliberately paused before continuing, is to marry someone from our base. If you wed my son, I shall reveal the secret to you. To think you would barter your secret for my marriage is utterly absurd. Chu Chu retorted, Leader, have you even considered your son's perspective? Surely he would not consent to such a notion. What era are we living in that still entertains the idea of arranged marriages? Chu Chu promptly and resolutely declined, declaring, I shall not marry him. He is a splendid individual, yet I am unworthy. Leader Tian sneered, if you do not wed him, you shall no longer be one of us at the base. T and I ensure our guests are well accommodated. At dawn tomorrow, see them off. Chu Chu wished to express more. It was interrupted by T and I, who candidly remarked, Please, allow me. My father is weary today. Let's discuss matters tomorrow. Do not take his words to heart. He is growing old and often confounded. With a glance at Leader Tian, he continued, Father, you ought not to fret so much. I can manage my own affairs. To which his father retorted, You rascal. At your age, you still lack a girlfriend. Our base is filled with elderly women. I'm only considering your well-being. Yet you speak ill of me. Chu Chu's gaze settled upon the father and son, and in that instant, she realized how to win Chief Tian's heart. Chief Tian's greatest concern was his son's inability to find a partner. If she could introduce a suitable match for his son, they would undoubtedly regard her with newfound respect. At that moment, he would be inclined to share the secrets of the vast ocean with her. In a moment of inspiration, Chu Chu identified a suitable candidate, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, also in her 20s, was in need of someone who could understand her warmth and coolness. If the two could find mutual affection, it would be nothing short of splendid. However, Chu Chu recognized that she could not make this decision unilaterally. She wished to seek Xiaoyu's opinion first. Should Xiaoyu disagree, she would resolutely refrain from introducing her to anyone. T and I led them to a house nearby, declaring it their accommodation for the day. With nightfall rapidly approaching, he advised them to take care of themselves. Once T and I departed, Chu Chu promptly retrieved her points card and initiated contact with Xiaoyu. Is there something you need, Chu Chu? I am ready to face any challenge for you. Xiaoyu, feeling rather idle at the bathhouse, responded with fervor upon receiving Chu Chu's message, eager to assist her. Chapter 85. I will never like you, Xiaoyu, if I recall correctly. You're in your 20s now, right? To avoid any lapse in memory, Chu Chu inquired about Xiaoyu's age. Xiaoyu nodded, replying, I am already 24 this year, Chu Chu. What does your question imply? Chu Chu pondered for a moment before speaking. To be frank, I have encountered someone here whom I believe would be quite suitable for you. If you're at all interested, you might consider coming over to take a look. I have already secured a location here, and you can easily teleport to me. Sister Chu Chu, why would you bring this up out of the blue? It makes me feel rather embarrassed. A hint of crimson crept onto Xiaoyu's cheeks. Recently, she had been indulging in television, captivated by the romantic narratives portrayed, yet she had not harbored much interest in the individuals at the spa. However, upon hearing Chu Chu mention the prospect of an introduction, she felt a flicker of excitement. It's a simple matter, really. We have known each other for quite some time now, so there's no need for you to be shy with me. The man is quite decent, albeit a bit reserved. Come over, and I can introduce you to him immediately. Chu Chu began to convey the characteristics of the fields to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, intrigued by the archetype of the domineering CEO, felt a flutter of excitement upon hearing Chu Chu's introduction. I shall go and take a look, but could you refrain from calling it a matchmaking introduction? I fear that if it does not go well, it might lead to an awkward situation, Xiaoyu expressed, revealing her youthful naivety and concerns. She implored Chu Chu to keep it discreet. Silly child, fret not. I shall not utter a word. It's merely a meeting between ordinary friends. I understand. A smile graced Chu Chu's face, for deep down, she had always yearned to play the role of a matchmaker, yet had never found the opportunity until now, which brought her great joy. The transition of Xiaoyu arriving was but a fleeting moment, and soon she stood beside Chu Chu. Sister Chu Chu, where's the man you mentioned? Please take me to meet him, Xiaoyu eagerly inquired, her curiosity about this individual palpable. Did you not claim to be uninterested? Yet here you are, inquiring about him the moment we meet. With a radiant smile, Chu Chu jested. As the saying goes, a daughter should not be kept too long at home. Indeed, this adage holds true. Xiaoyu, feeling both embarrassed and angry, retorted, Chu Chu, if you continue to speak such nonsense, I shall truly be upset. All right, I want to say another word. I understand that you have a delicate disposition, dear sister. Chu Chu was aware that even jokes must be tempered, for if taken too far, they could surely dampen her spirits. Chu Chu rose to her feet, grasping Xiaoyu's hand. Let me take you to have a look. If it aligns with your preferences, I shall take the liberty of arranging a match for you. As the three young women stepped outside, they encountered T&I, who was vigorously practicing his punches in the courtyard, each strike embodying the essence of a tempest and lightning. Upon seeing T&I, Xiaoyu was momentarily captivated. His muscular physique and strikingly handsome, resolute face effortlessly caught her attention. As T&I approached them, he inquired, Didn't T you come with just two? If there are three, an additional crystal core is required. Enchanted by his presence, Xiaoyu quickly produced a crystal core, exclaiming, This is my share. May I stay here a few more days? Although Xiaoyu found his demeanor somewhat brusque, she soon reconsidered. After all, it was their first encounter. If he were overly warm, it might indeed seem peculiar. Very well, I shall stay with Chu Chu. Rest assured, I will present you with a crystal core each day. However, could you assist me with a small favor? Xiaoyu understood instinctively that for a bond to blossom, frequent interaction was essential. Mutual assistance could lead to sweetness in their relationship. Of course, T&I was not devoid of emotions. Observing the two delicate young women stirred a hint of sympathy within him. As long as it did not disrupt his routine, he was more than willing to lend a hand. Thank you in advance. Would you be able to show me around the base? I have never seen a seaside base before, and I am curious about its interior. Externally, T&I appeared intimidating, yet he was, in essence, a simple young man. He thought little of Xiaoyu's suggestion. After all, they were merely seeking the secrets of the ocean. Even if he were to guide them through the entire base, they would never uncover any maritime mysteries. He could guarantee that. Certainly, just let me know when you're free, and as long as I have no prior engagements, I shall take you. T&I hope to extend their stay for a few more days, allowing him to accumulate more crystal cores. Their desires were misaligned. One sought love, while the other sought crystal cores, yet neither realized the true intentions of the other, mistakenly believing that the other was aware of their thoughts. Chu Chu always felt that something was amiss, yet she did not dwell on it too much, believing that once her objectives were achieved, the secrets of the ocean would be hers, filling her heart with delight. T&I, what kind of girl do you prefer? Xiaoyu cautiously inquired, trailing behind him. T&I scrutinized Xiaoyu, realizing that he had no intentions of pursuing romance. In this apocalypse, where survival was uncertain, love was merely a hindrance. However, upon catching his first glimpse of Xiaoyu, he sensed something unique about her, stirring feelings within him that he had not anticipated. Yet, the moment he recalled her possibly impure motives, he swiftly shut his heart off from those emotions. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of marrying or dating, so please do not waste your time on me. I will never come to like you. T&I completely disregarded Xiaoyu's feelings, and his words indeed inflicted pain upon her. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu, who merely harbored a slight affection for him, was taken aback by his arrogance. You truly think I like you just because I asked? Keep your distance, she retorted, kicking him in a rather sensitive area. Chapter 86. Xiaoyu awakens her powers fuming. Xiaoyu left Tianai behind without a second thought, completely oblivious to her surroundings. As she walked, she sensed something was amiss. The area was becoming increasingly desolate. Although Tianai initially intended to ignore her, witnessing her anger left him feeling helpless. Glancing in the direction she had departed, he realized with alarm that it was infested with evolved zombies. Ordinary people venturing there would surely be harmed. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted after her, determined to ensure her safety at all costs. The surroundings grew darker, and as Xiaoyu contemplated retreating, she noticed several zombies advancing toward her. Instinctively, she felt the urge to flee, but then recalled that she was now among the bathing center's personnel, rendering her invisible to the undead, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to stealthily slip away, she spotted a familiar figure rushing towards her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you," Tianai shouted, inadvertently drawing both Xiaoyu's attention and that of the zombies. "Fool," Xiaoyu thought, exasperated. She could have escaped unscathed, but this imbecile had thrown himself into danger. "Run," she urged, yet a smile crept onto her face, her heart swelling with gratitude. Having been abandoned in the past, it warmed her to know that someone was willing to risk themselves for her. Without further hesitation, she dashed toward Tianai and grasped his hand. The zombies moved with alarming speed, closing in effortlessly. "Be careful." As the zombies lunged at them, Tianai instinctively shielded Xiaoyu with his body. "No," she suddenly shouted, and, to her astonishment, the zombies were repelled by a mysterious force. As the zombie collapsed to the ground, it instantaneously erupted, yet the other zombies remained oblivious to any change, relentlessly charging forward, only to be effortlessly vanquished by Xiaoyu. Bewildered, Xiaoyu could hardly comprehend her newfound ability. Devoid of any special powers, she was now triumphing over the undead with remarkable ease. Indeed, a miracle. In no time, the horde of zombies was entirely dispatched by her skilled hand, leaving Tianai astounded as he gazed at her with a newfound admiration. "Xiaoyu, it seems you are a formidable expert. I failed to perceive your true capabilities before. I sincerely apologize for my previous ignorance and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Tianai's eyes sparkled with respect as he regarded her, his initial affection for her deepening in light of her impressive prowess. "Humph, maintain your distance. Do not presume that your attempt to rescue me has earned you my forgiveness. Keep away." Although Xiaoyu felt a surge of warmth at his words, she resolutely refused to show him any kindness. To do so would complicate their future interactions. "I am truly sorry." Tianai recognized that his earlier demeanor had been excessive, and now he could only bow his head in contrition. Previously, Xiaoyu had approached merely as a seeker of information. Now, she had transformed into a savior, which naturally altered his attitude entirely. Such insincere apologies are of little worth. "What is wrong with a person like me? Have I wronged you in any way that warrants your hostility?" Xiaoyu expressed her indignation, feeling genuinely exhausted. Sometimes, the scales of right and wrong could not be balanced. She found herself in a tumultuous conflict, torn between her disdain for his actions and her gratitude for his timely intervention. "I'm sorry." Tianai, a man of clumsy words, typically exuded an air of superiority, yet in truth he was but a fade, handsome yet ineffectual, lacking anything to say beyond apologies. Xiaoyu, however, was consumed by thoughts of her newfound abilities. The sudden emergence of her powers was truly perplexing, leaving her in disbelief. Could it be that her daily baths in the first-floor bathroom had finally borne fruit? No longer was she a mere burden. She was on the cusp of becoming a formidable force. This time, Xiaoyu did not lose her way. She promptly located her dwelling, with Tianai trailing closely behind until she entered, at which point he turned to depart. Chu Chu and Dan Dan had been attentively observing Xiaoyu's situation. Upon witnessing the appearance of two individuals, their faces lit up with excitement. "Sister Xiaoyu, are you and Brother Tianyi on the verge of something wonderful?" Dun Dun, with her innocent curiosity, inquired about their relationship, her expression brimming with gossip, rivaling even the village's most talkative matron. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's smile vanished in an instant, and she began to lament. It's utterly infuriating. He shows not the slightest interest in me. I have truly overestimated my significance to him. I could never forgive him in this lifetime. Chu Chu stood calmly by, having discerned Xiao Yu's sentiments long ago. It was evident that she could not forgive him, likely because she had already surrendered her heart, feeling anger over his lack of appreciation. Do not be upset, Chu Chu urged, grasping Xiao Yu's hand. If it comes to it, one can always seek another companion. A three-legged toad may be hard to find, but two-legged men are abundant in the streets. After hearing Chu Chu's words, Xiao Yu fell silent. Sister Chu Chu, I hardly know how to express myself. It seems I am afflicted with a grave illness. For I find myself thinking well of T and I. He just saved me. Xiao Yu recounted the subsequent events in detail, exclaiming, I never anticipated he would come to my rescue. And even more astonishing is that I seem to have awakened some latent abilities. This is truly remarkable. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu had awakened her extraordinary abilities, Chu Chu cast aside the unimportant thoughts of the fields that once occupied her mind. The Xiao Yu of today is a far cry from her former self. Is that true? What is your ability? Chu Chu inquired. Xiao Yu, shaking her head in disappointment, replied, I have no idea what it is. All I know is that I shattered those zombies. I am truly formidable. If only I had awakened my powers sooner, my family would not have. But now you have us, don't you? We are all good friends, and with your abilities, you can protect others, which is indeed a wonderful thing. Chu Chu was not particularly adept at offering comfort to others. After much deliberation, she finally uttered her thoughts, exhaling softly as she cradled Xiao Yu in her arms, gently patting her back. Sister, I want a hug too. Dandan glanced around before squeezing herself between the two, embracing them tightly. Chapter 87. Bringing you food. The Daho base was not a particularly large establishment, and its inhabitants were thoroughly distressed over Tianya's marriage prospects. There were simply no young women at the Daho base. Today, someone observed Tianai chasing after a young lady, which piqued considerable interest, and the news swiftly reached the ears of Chief Tian. Chief Tian was utterly exhilarated. This is splendid. My son is on the verge of having a girlfriend, and my heart's desire may soon be fulfilled. I must go and see this young lady immediately. What are her stipulations regarding marriage? Chief Tian was a decisive individual, one who would never postpone what could be accomplished in the present moment. Is it the newcomer? I took an instant liking to her, even if she seems uninterested in him. It matters not. I shall go and take a look now. Chief Tian murmured to himself before leading a group toward the dwelling where Chu Chu resided. Upon hearing the sound of a knock at the door, Chu Chu descended to open it, revealing Chief Tian standing before her, which left her feeling quite perplexed. Do you seek something from me? I believe there is little left for us to discuss. Chu Chu harbored no fear of offending him. After all, they were equals now, so what harm was there in speaking boldly? I have heard that my son has pursued you for a day. Were you not previously disinterested? What has prompted this newfound appreciation for him? Leader Tian held Chu Chu in high regard, recognizing her as someone capable of achieving great things. As such, he was not angered by her tone. Instead, he engaged her in conversation as if they were good friends. However, you are mistaken. It is not I who is pursued by him, but my friend Xiao Yu. I believe you have confused the matter and wrongfully attributed it to me. Chu Chu pointed towards the petite figure of Xiao Yu seated within the room, raising an eyebrow with palpable excitement, and exclaimed, Do you see? That is Xiao Yu, who has captured Tinya's heart at first sight, only to subsequently offend her. Now, both are at a loss regarding how to proceed. I knew that scoundrel would prove more detrimental than beneficial, had it not been for his incessant prattling. They would have already tied the knot instead of lingering in this state of uncertainty. Whenever Leader Tian broaches this subject, it ignites a fury within him, his teeth grinding in irritation. His son possesses many admirable qualities, yet he lacks the finesse in communication. He tends to be forthright to the point of rudeness, often alienating others. I have previously introduced him to numerous potential partners, all of whom held esteemed positions within other bases, yet the moment he opens his mouth, he invariably manages to offend them. I find myself utterly at a loss as to how to rectify this situation. Chu Chu has indeed endured the brunt of Tinya's unfortunate demeanor, which can only be described as a catastrophic spectacle. As long as he refrains from uttering a word, he remains a strikingly handsome figure. However, the moment he speaks, his true self is laid bare. Xiaoyu, is it? I am Tianya's father, and I am here to extend my apologies on his behalf. If he has uttered anything that has caused you distress, feel free to deliver a punch. I would not be the least bit upset. Leader Tian is truly desperate this time. As long as his son can secure a partner, even if it means groveling, he is more than willing to oblige. Xiaoyu immediately straightened her posture, saying, Uncle, you need not be so courteous. I find him quite agreeable. Your words leave me at a loss for how to respond. Leader Tian, being perceptive, noticed Xiaoyu's nervousness and felt a surge of delight within. It appears that the girl harbors some interest in his son, for she would not be so anxious otherwise, nor would she show him such deference. Not to worry, just be yourself. Leader Tian chuckled lightly, and then gestured to Chu Chu to accompany him outside. With a twinkle in her eye, Chu Chu sensed an opportunity for mutual benefit that she must seize. Leader Tian, what brings you to me? A look of bewilderment crossed Chu Chu's face. It seemed there was little left for us to discuss. Dear Chu Chu, I implore you to lend me your assistance. The leader, Tian, transformed from his previous demeanor into a kindly old man. What aid can I offer? I am merely an outsider, lacking the authority to make decisions on many matters. Chu Chu feigned ignorance, determined not to allow her counterpart to bask in excessive pride. She was willing to lend her assistance, yet she insisted that they offer something in return. Her help would not come without a price. Are you good friends with Xiaoyu? Since my son has taken a liking to her, I wish to play matchmaker for the two of them. Leader Tian, now unconcerned with his own status, prioritized his son's lifelong happiness above all else. At this moment, adopting a more humble demeanor was of little consequence, as long as it facilitated his son's pursuit of a bride. Chu Chu understood that now was the moment for her to make a request, as Leader Tian had come to her for assistance. I am willing to help, she said, but I have one condition. You must unveil the secrets of the ocean to me. To resolve the mysteries of the sea, I must first comprehend its hidden truths. At last, Chu Chu expressed this sentiment with a sense of triumph. Leader Tian was taken aback. There was truly no room for hesitation in this matter. When weighed against his son's happiness, all other concerns paled in significance. Absolutely, Leader Tian graciously acquiesced. If they can be together, the secrets of the ocean shall be revealed to you, without reservation. Chu Chu reached an understanding with Chief Tian, yet she would never betray Xiaoyu. Should she discern any unfavorable tendencies in Tianai, she would undoubtedly prevent Xiaoyu from falling into peril. The terms were clearly stated beforehand. Both Chief Tian and Chu Chu established a mutual agreement, pledging in writing that as long as she earnestly facilitated their union, he would remain true to his word, regardless of the outcome of their relationship. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Chu Chu assessed the situation and discerned that the two harbored feelings for one another. All that remained was for her to play the role of a catalyst, swiftly aiding them in resolving their predicament. As night fell, Tianai appeared at their doorstep, holding 3 lunchboxes. What brings you here? Xiaoyu inquired, her expression one of displeasure. His presence alone irked her. Tianai chuckled lightly, disregarding her words, and stepped inside. I've come to bring you some food. I was concerned that you might not have eaten enough since you didn't go to the cafeteria, so I took it upon myself to deliver this personally. Tianai had intended to engage Xiaoyu in conversation during their meal, but she had offered him no opportunity. He found himself resorting to a more straightforward approach. They had, in fact, already finished their meal, with Chu Chu around, who could possibly go hungry. Yet Xiaoyu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Chu. Chapter 88. The secret of the ocean. Xiaoyu had just expressed her hunger, and now food arrived. What a serendipitous coincidence. Chu Chu smiled as she accepted the offerings and turned her attention to Tianai. But I've heard that you have no genuine affection for Xiaoyu. Your attentiveness might lead to misunderstandings. In a moment of panic, Tianai retorted, Who says I don't like Xiaoyu? I'm infatuated with her at first sight. You're speaking nonsense. You've clearly stated that you wouldn't be attracted to someone like me. Xiaoyu's pent-up frustration erupted at this instant. What do you mean by someone like me? Have I embarrassed you in any way? Besides, we've only just met, and you treat me with such disdain. I'm sorry. Tianai could utter little more than those 3 words. Gritting his teeth, he admitted, "I'm a simpleton, and I realize I've misspoken and upset you. You may scold or hit me as you wish. I merely implore you to grant me the chance to pursue Xiaoyu." Chu Chu's gaze settled upon Xiaoyu. "This matter is beyond my authority to decide. However, I firmly believe in the adage that where there is a will, there is a way. As long as you are sincere, I am confident that Xiaoyu will recognize your virtues." Xiaoyu lowered her head, still swaying from side to side. She possessed little experience in matters of the heart and was uncertain how to navigate her feelings. Chu Chu, lacking in experience within the realm of emotions, was but a novice, while Dandan, being merely a child, had even less insight to offer. Subsequently, Tianai pursued Xiaoyu. Although his methods appeared somewhat clumsy, he nonetheless conveyed his earnest affection. Xiaoyu, harboring a fondness for Tianai, found their relationship blossoming with each passing day, teetering on the brink of a definitive commitment. Tianai, the leader, gazed contentedly at the pair, while Chu Chu was invited to his home, where he intended to prepare a sumptuous feast to entertain them. "You need not be so courteous. We are not particular about food and attire. My sole desire is to uncover the secrets of the sea," Chu Chu remarked, having dined on exquisite delicacies at the bathhouse. What need had she to compete for sustenance here? Her singular aim remained steadfast, to unveil the mysteries of the ocean and fulfill the task assigned by the system. With a sigh, Tianai decided to reveal the truth. "Since you so earnestly wish to know, I shall speak candidly. This matter is one I can only share with you, and I hope others." Dandan, understanding and considerate, smiled at them. "I will play outside and will not disturb you." "Good child," Tianai replied, gently ruffling Dandan's hair. Recognizing her maturity beyond her years, almost possessing the thoughts of an adult. "Thank you, Grandpa. I will wait right here patiently. You mustn't go back on your word," Dandan playfully exclaimed before bounding off to play. A serious expression settled upon Tianya's face as he turned his penetrating gaze towards Chu Chu. This tale dates back several years, to a time before the apocalypse had descended, when life was comparatively prosperous. Our existence has always been intertwined with the sea, yet during one fateful voyage, none aboard the ship returned. We endeavored to resolve this predicament, but not only was the issue unresolved, but those who sought to remedy it also vanished. As he recounted this, Tinya's face lit up with fervor. "I cannot fathom what transpired beneath the waves, yet I shall never permit my people to risk their lives again. From that day forth, we have refrained from venturing into the ocean. In time, we realized that those who had once sailed were not victims of mere misfortune. They had been drained of their life essence by the very undead that lurked within the depths. These zombies roamed freely in the water, and any who dared to embark upon a vessel were inevitably ensnared by their grasp." Zombies in the ocean, even before the apocalypse? Upon hearing Tinya's revelations, Chu Chu felt an increasing sense of gravity regarding the situation. The end of days had arrived far earlier than she had anticipated, and yet she had not considered that the apocalypse had already permeated the globe. With a furrowed brow, Chu Chu realized that in order to resolve the persistent issue plaguing her, she must confront the zombies lurking beneath the sea. The crux of the matter lay in her inability to swim. Were she capable of diving into the depths? She could capture the undead and render them harmless, or perhaps even deliver a fatal blow to grant them eternal rest. "I confide in you as a friend, but I implore you not to venture into the ocean, for it may claim your very life. Cherish your existence and steer clear of peril. As long as you maintain your distance from the sea, it shall not inflict harm upon you." Leader Tian cautioned, his concern evident, for he had perceived Chu Chu's restless yearning. Though he could not dictate her actions, he sought to impart warnings that would compel her to take the matter seriously. "Rest assured, Leader Tian, I possess the ability to safeguard myself. My bond with Xiaoyu has flourished, and I yearn to witness their union in marriage." Chu Chu would never jest with her own life. Having fought so hard to survive, she absolutely forbade herself from courting death again. However, the matter concerning the sea was one she must address. With a glint of determination in her eyes, she inquired, "Leader Tian, do you possess any fishing vessels that venture out to sea? I wish to set sail." Initially, Chu Chu's assurances failed to sway Chief Tian. However, upon hearing that normal sea voyages could resume, his interest was piqued. Consequently, he ceased to obstruct Chu Chu and instead offered her a fishing vessel. Yet, the boat was in a state of disrepair, necessitating renovations before it could set sail. Chu Chu gazed at the fishing boat with great satisfaction. She resolved to repair it before venturing out to confront the issues at hand. Chapter 89. Setting sail upon learning of Chu Chu's intentions, Tianyi and Xiaoyu eagerly volunteered to accompany her to the sea. Tianyi, you cannot go. The ocean is exceedingly perilous, and many villagers have vanished at sea, Xiaoyu vehemently opposed. I can accompany Sister Chu Chu. You can take care of Dandan, Xiaoyu insisted, pulling Dandan closer to Tianyi. Our only concern when we set out is that there is no one to look after Dandan. Absolutely not. I will not look after her. I want to go to sea with you. We are a couple, and I refuse to leave your side. If you find yourself in danger, I can save you, Tianyi declared with unwavering conviction, determined not to let her embark on this adventure alone. The zombies will not attack me. It is safe for me to go out with Chu Chu. Xiaoyu had previously mentioned the bathing center to Tianyi, and now she reiterated the fact that zombies did not target her, clearly indicating her trust in him. Tianyi was taken aback. He could not comprehend why the zombies would spare her. Was it solely due to the bathing center? Was it truly that formidable? He inquired, if that is the case, I too shall join the bathing center. Our base members must also be part of it. His thoughts were entirely focused on the well-being of those at the base, his relatives and friends. He wished to ensure they had a secure refuge. The bathing center was indeed an excellent establishment. Those residing within were assured protection from zombie attacks. However, once one stepped outside its confines, the threat remained. Nonetheless, staying inside was undeniably safe. Xiaoyu began to elaborate on the operational model and benefits of the bathing center, while also acknowledging its drawbacks. She made it her responsibility to provide a thorough explanation, leaving their choices to their discretion. I too wish to become an employee at the bathing center. I want to sail with you all and protect you from harm inflicted by zombies. I cannot bear the thought of being apart from you. Tinya's final remark was directed at Xiaoyu, his gaze filled with affection, unwilling to be separated from her. Very well. We are in need of delivery personnel at our establishment. Should you take on a role of a delivery staff member, you will be considered one of us. After careful observation, Chu Chu concluded that Tianyi would be a commendable addition. Having him join the bathing center would be advantageous. Delivery staff? Tianyi felt a twinge of discomfort. He was the future heir of the sea base, and now he was being reduced to a mere delivery worker. Was this not a slight against him? Yet upon reflection, he thought that as long as he could be with Xiaoyu, he would gladly accept any role, even that of a server. Do not underestimate the delivery role. Our delivery personnel earn quite a substantial income at our bathing center, along with numerous additional benefits. I only recommended you for the position because I see your potential and commendable character. Chu Chu, not wishing to place Xiaoyu in a difficult position, began to explain, while Tianyi wore an embarrassed smile, taken aback that his subtle intentions had been so easily discerned. Chu Chu, I am not that kind of person. As long as I can be with Xiaoyu, I won't concern myself with trivial matters. Tianyi was a man of great generosity, and he realized that he had indeed misjudged the situation. Thus, he accepted her explanation. After signing the contract, Tianyi officially became an employee of the bathing center, which made their joint venture to the sea entirely feasible. Chu Chu entrusted Dandan to Chief Tian, imploring him to take good care of her. Because of his unwavering trust in Chu Chu, he believed that if she assured him there would be no issues, then indeed there would be none. As they set sail, Tianyi, an adept navigator, embraced the pivotal responsibility as the sole helmsman. The vessel gradually glided into the vast expanse of the ocean, drawing the attention of all at the maritime base, who silently prayed for their safe passage, fervently wishing for no calamities to befall them. Chief, why venture into the ocean? Are they unaware of its perilous nature? One individual inquired with a note of concern. Should misfortune strike, the collective fear of the sea would only intensify. Chief Tian sighed, hoping for their safe return, confident in their abilities to navigate the challenges that the ocean might present. Chu Chu stood upon the deck, the briny scent of the sea enveloping her senses. She inhaled deeply, ready to embrace the ocean. O sea, I have arrived. Unleash all that you possess upon me. She called out, "Is it true that the depths harbor zombies? How could they possibly survive in the ocean?" Observing their clumsy gait, it seems utterly implausible that they could swim. Xiaoyu was filled with questions. If zombies could indeed swim, what would distinguish them from so capable of swimming? Leader Tian could not have fabricated such tales without reason, and the fact that his son accompanied us lends considerable credence to his words. Chu Chu harbored a considerable trust in the words of Leader Tian, and now, adrift in the vast expanse of the ocean, they found themselves with no opportunity for retreat. The three of them floated upon the waters, and as darkness enveloped the sky, they had yet to glimpse the object of their hopes. Could it be that they had indeed been deceived? Chu Chu gazed intently at Tianai, pondering that the leader of the Tian family would not be so heartless as to make his son compensate them. For such an arrangement would be impractical. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Tianai asked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under her scrutinizing gaze, his demeanor awkward and a blush creeping onto his face. As Tianai watched Chu Chu retrieve an array of delectable food from her spatial storage, he couldn't help but swallow hard. It had been ages since he had encountered such a sumptuous feast. Memories of the time he had delivered food to them flooded his mind, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. "Do not hesitate. You are now a member of the bathing center staff, one of us. So feel free to let go of any burdens." Chu Chu is remarkably generous towards the employees of the bathing center, showing no reluctance whatsoever. Tianai, without a moment's hesitation, promptly joined the dining circle, overwhelmed by his ravenous appetite and oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. Suddenly, a series of distant shouts echoed, instantly heightening their vigilance. Chapter 90. The danger approaches ever closer. Do not rush. First indulge in the meal. Only with full bellies shall we muster the strength to confront them. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Chu discerned that the source was not far from them, allowing enough time for their meal. Following her remark, the group's pace of eating noticeably quickened, and within a mere 10 minutes, they had finished. At that moment, a vessel appeared not far from their location. "Is anyone there?" Chu Chu paused, realizing that while zombies were manageable, the unpredictability of human nature posed a far greater threat. Who were these individuals on the other side? "I am Tianai. Who are you?" Tianai, possessing keen eyesight, recognized the vessel as one that had mysteriously vanished many years prior. However, the voice of the speaker was unfamiliar to him. Something felt off about these individuals. Their approach grew increasingly menacing, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Without delay, Tianai leaped onto the deck, intent on departing. But the opposing party suddenly called out, "Mr. Tianai, please wait. We seek your assistance. We implore you not to leave." The voice of a fragile woman reached them, accompanied by the sound of her weeping. "Do not be deceived by them. Chu Chu advised us to maintain a distance from them, for once they boarded our vessel, our fate would undoubtedly be dire." In that fleeting moment, Tianya's compassion vanished, as the value of one's own life far eclipses the tribulations of others. "Are you truly so heartless? Can you even turn away a frail woman? I implore you, do not depart. If you spare my life, I shall willingly comply with any request you make, harboring not a trace of resentment." The woman observed the boat as it gradually drifted away, her voice suddenly rising, yet taking on an even more delicate timbre. "What is your true intention? In this apocalyptic world, could it be that you plan to lure us and only to devour us?" Tianai candidly spoke the harsh truth, for such scenarios were indeed all too common. When hunger strikes, the moral compass of humanity often falters, and sustenance becomes the sole focus. The woman's voice grew increasingly frail. Yet Chu Chu and the others remained skeptical of her words. After all, how could she sound so robust if she had truly gone days without nourishment? "Dear lady, I empathize with your plight. Why not send someone to retrieve some food? Though our provisions are limited, we would be more than willing to share a portion with you." With a glimmer in her eyes, Chu Chu thought to herself, since they are so eager to board the ship, why not let them come aboard? Once they are on, whether they can depart again remains uncertain. "Really? That's splendid. I will have my brother go over to fetch something." Chu Chu was increasingly convinced that the other party harbored ill intentions. In fact, such situations were quite common in the apocalypse. However, the sheer coincidence of events led her to harbor suspicions. Very well, he may approach alone, but no one else is permitted. Otherwise, we shall not bestow upon you what was promised. Chu Chu felt that they could manage if just one person approached, but if 2, 3, or more came, they would likely be overwhelmed. Before long, a delicate young man appeared, his face adorned with a shy smile. Hello, my name is Song Xiaojun. I am truly grateful to you all. Without your assistance, we might have continued to suffer from hunger. He bowed to them, appearing genuinely distressed. Could it be that they had misjudged the situation? Was this vessel not filled with villains, but rather ordinary individuals? If they were indeed ordinary, how could they have survived at sea? According to Chief Tian, survival in these waters was impossible due to the presence of zombies that could devour the living. This is our first time at sea, and there is little food left on land. The fish in these waters are elusive. We have drifted here for a day without sighting any. We truly do not know what to do. Yet if they had not encountered any zombies, how could the villagers have been consumed? Tian Yi appeared to have heard something unfathomable, unable to restrain his actions. Song Xiaojun instinctively distanced himself, apologizing. I have been adrift for so long without sighting any other boats. I fear I cannot assist you. He departed, having done nothing to aid them. The three on the boat began to ponder whether the reality before them was indeed different from their initial assumptions. He did not seem like a villain. Xiao Yu gazed intently at the departing vessel, musing, he really did not trouble us at all, although he had not acted against them this time. That could be a next time. We shall observe carefully and not trust others too readily. Chu Chu's intuition whispered to her that this matter was far from simple. Song Xiaojun could not possibly be as straightforward as he appeared. There were likely circumstances lurking in the shadows that they remained oblivious to. The two continued to drift upon the sea, taking turns to rest, and before they knew it, dawn broke on the second day. The weather was clear and bright, the sea breeze wafting in with a refreshing air. Chu Chu stretched languidly, her spirits suddenly lifted. The weather was splendid, she mused to herself, wondering if today would yield any rewards. Little did she know, a greater danger was stealthily encroaching upon them. Chapter 91. They are all deceivers on another vessel. Song Xiaojun examined the supplies that Chu Chu had provided, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Another group of impoverished souls, and the provisions were hardly fit for a dog. As if to validate Song Xiaojun's disdain, a dog approached the rations, sniffed, and disdainfully turned away. His sister, Song Xiaoling, brimmed with hope as she queried, Brother, do you think capturing them will afford us a hearty meal? Song Xiaojun enfolded his sister in his arms, his smile growing increasingly malevolent. Of course, those two girls are quite lovely, and the man is not too shabby either. We shall enjoy them thoroughly. As he spoke, he made a slicing gesture across his throat. The siblings exchanged a knowing smile, devoid of any unease, as if they had long grown accustomed to such thoughts. Last night, Song Xiaojun merely ventured to Chu Chu's boat to assess the situation. If there were too many people, he would refrain from action. However, if the numbers were few, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity presented to him. It would be foolish to let such an offering go to waste. Moreover, the night had not been conducive for his plans, but now, with the light of day, he could act freely without a hint of concern. Out on the vast ocean, they were entirely unobserved, with no one to witness their deeds or to fear interference from a third party. As their vessels drew closer, Chu Chu and her companions, feeling utterly bored, sat on the deck, gazing into the distance. There were certainly no zombies in the sea. Everything that transpired was of human design. Suddenly, Chu Chu uttered a remark that left the other two in contemplative silence. What shall we do now? In the vast expanse of the sea, only Song Xiaojun's solitary vessel was visible. Aside from them, there would certainly be no second party. Tian Yi calmly analyzed the situation, almost certain that the adversaries had yet to strike, which raised doubts about their earlier conjectures. Let us not overthink it. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall counter with earth. Should they dare to act, we shall not let them escape unscathed, Xiao Yu declared with unwavering conviction. Their intent was straightforward. Once the adversaries made a move, it would signal the moment for them to reap their rewards. Is it a ship approaching? Are they drawing nearer? Xiao Yu suddenly pointed towards a vessel in the distance, prompting shared glances among the group. It seemed the opponents could no longer afford to wait and were ready to strike swiftly. Let us conceal ourselves and feign ignorance to catch them off guard. Chu Chu understood that only when the adversaries relaxed their vigilance could they seize the opportunity. Should the opponents remain alert, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. The trio concealed themselves within the cabin, where a telescope awaited, granting them the means to observe the unfolding situation. The ship drew closer, and a man and woman aboard the opposing vessel seized the moment, leaping across with practiced agility, as if they had performed the maneuver countless times before. Brother, they must be within the cabin. Let us proceed stealthily so as not to reveal our presence. Fear not. I know precisely what to do. Song Xiaojun replied dismissively, regarding them as mere trifles unworthy of such meticulousness. Previously, he had boarded without incident. Rather, they had welcomed him with open arms, suggesting they were not on guard at all. As the two approached the cabin, Song Xiaojun kicked the door open, weapons in hand, and upon entry, they threatened with their arms raised. Raise your hands, otherwise do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Words cannot convey the sharpness of our blades. You must tread carefully. A smile graced Song Xiaojun's face as he kindly reminded them, for their aim was to capture the living, not the wounded, as the latter would diminish the enjoyment of their intended exploits. Several individuals, appearing naive and bewildered, raised their hands in unison, drawing disdainful glances from their counterparts. You worthless lot, one of them spat, I have long found you insufferable. Today, I shall deal with each of you in turn. The food you provided was utterly abysmal. It renders my efforts here futile. Song Xiaojun's ire intensified with each word, his frustration boiling over as he contemplated his next move. That was our finest provision, and we offered it to you. What more do you desire? Chu Chu deliberately shed tears, presenting a heart-wrenching visage that elicited profound sympathy. Brother, please refrain from speaking carelessly. Song Xiaoling sensed that Song Xiaojun was on the verge of uttering something foolish again. She cautioned him, hoping he would think carefully before expressing himself and avoid speaking nonsensically. Song Xiaojun quickly silenced himself, realizing he was indeed on the brink of uttering inappropriate words. Chu Chu observed the expressions of the two siblings, and an instinctive feeling whispered to her that the situation was undoubtedly complex. They might indeed be harboring issues. You all better hand over the food without any tricks. Even if it's something from within the space, we have our ways of detecting it. Song Xiaoling warned, possessing the ability of clairvoyance that allowed her to see through everything. However, she could not invoke this power lightly, for each use came at a cost, albeit minor. It still weighed heavily on her heart. I have already given you everything we can offer. What more do you desire? Are you repaying kindness with enmity? Chu Chu finally discerned the ill intentions of the others, her face etched with anguish as she gazed upon them. In this apocalyptic world, the convergence of our two vessels amidst the vast ocean was a twist of fate. We could offer each other assistance. We could forge a friendship. Why must you treat us in such a manner? Friendship is but a farce. We do not seek companionship, only your provisions. Song Xiaoling declared with unwavering resolve, having endured enough of the torment inflicted by so-called friends. In her reality, friendship was a mere illusion, replaced solely by self-interest. Have you ever faced betrayal? She challenged. Those are trifles. You must not lose your passion for this world. Xiaoyu, who too had once suffered betrayal at the hands of a friend, eventually rediscovered her path, and now thrived in life. One cannot dwell perpetually in hatred, for it only serves to impede one's progress. I harbor no love for this world, only hatred. My only kin is my brother. Spare me your empty words. Produce what you have, and I may let you go. Fail to comply, and you shall meet your demise. Song Xiaoling had grown weary of their incessant chatter, resolute in her disbelief of their sincerity. They were nothing but deceivers. Chapter 92. The disbelief in genuine affection. Chu Chu laid out all the provisions prepared for them by the ocean base before their eyes, declaring, "This is all we possess. Please take it and spare us further distress." The meager offerings consisted solely of coarse grains, devoid of any meat. Is this how you treat us? Upon inspection, Song Xiaoling's expression soured considerably. She had hoped for an improvement in their rations, yet was disheartened to find nothing had changed. These are our regular sustenance. The world outside has transformed. The sweltering heat has rendered poultry unsustainable, and the chances of cultivating vegetables are exceedingly slim. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented. My family has perished from starvation. We do not wish to share their fate and have ventured out in desperation. I know not what your intentions are, but I implore you to show compassion. Just take the provisions and leave. Xiao Yu echoed, we truly have nothing left. Meanwhile, T and I seized a weapon, resolutely glaring at them, vowing that should they attempt to harm them, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Since you lack meat, join us. We can fish together, ensuring you enjoy a bountiful meal. After all, you have no other kin. It would be wiser to align yourselves with us. A glimmer of cunning crossed Song Xiaoling's eyes as a smile replaced her earlier demeanor, creating an unsettling contrast. There is often something amiss when one behaves unusually. A person deviating from their norm may harbor ulterior motives. May we have some time to deliberate? Chu Chu sought to communicate her plan to the others, believing that clarity would fortify their resolve against their adversaries. Song Xiaoling patiently elucidated. Were it not for the desire to indulge in your resources or the loneliness that has lingered too long, I would not waste my breath on you. Once the other two expressed their stance, a triumphant smile broke across Song Xiaoling's face. None among this group were virtuous. They were all self-preserving individuals, and retaining them served no purpose. A mere diversion, and they could be discarded without a second thought. Song Xiaoling summoned an individual to observe the vessel, recognizing it as a potential asset. Should their own ship falter, they could transfer to this one. This was the secret to their prolonged survival at sea. Upon encountering a ship, they would seize it, stationing someone aboard to monitor it. When their vessel ran low on fuel or became unseaworthy, they could simply switch vessels. A few individuals were bound hand and foot and brought aboard the ship where Song Xiaoling stood. The vessel could accommodate around a dozen individuals, each with a stoic expression. However, upon sighting the trio, a flicker of excitement danced across their faces, akin to tigers spotting prey, eager to devour them whole. These guests are ours, and we must treat them well. Do you understand? Song Xiaoling's face radiated with a jubilant smile, as if she had already secured her victory. Quickly release them and escort them to our reception room, where, in the evening, we shall all rejoice together to welcome our esteemed guests. Guests. The crowd erupted in excited applause, every face adorned with a smile, yet each smile harbored an insidious intent. The three individuals remained silent, exchanging glances before dutifully following a reticent figure into the reception room. Inside, the room was not furnished with tables and chairs, but rather with several beds, upon which lay an assortment of tools that elicited an unsettling chill. Truly, they are perverse. In this apocalyptic era, they still indulge in such disturbing amusements. One cannot help but admire their audacity. Chu Chu's face flushed a deep crimson. She had never encountered such a plethora of novelties before, not even the most rudimentary items. Now, confronted with an array of intriguing artifacts, she felt a blend of curiosity and shyness. Were there no men in the room, she would likely have immersed herself in exploration. Wow, what an abundance of splendid treasures. I have never seen anything like this before. Xiao Yu exclaimed. T and I, have you ever encountered such things? Chu Chu felt that it was exceedingly difficult to be out with a couple, as they exchanged flirtatious banter. She felt like nothing more than a mere third wheel. How she wished for a hole to burrow into, away from it all. Just as she was grappling with her discomfort, the door swung open, revealing Song Xiaoling and Song Xiaojun, both adorned with mischievous grins. Song Xiaoling confidently took a seat, a smile gracing her lips as she observed the scene. With only one man present amidst two women, how fortunate her brother seemed. Yet, considering this gentleman's robust physique, she begrudgingly accepted the situation. Handsome sir, as long as you cater to my needs, I shall ensure you do not lose that which is most precious. Tian Yi shuddered at Song Xiaoling's words, feeling an unsettling discomfort. Miss Song, we are merely guests here. Such remarks seem rather inappropriate, he retorted, surveying the room. If you harbor peculiar inclinations, I suggest you seek others. I am already committed to my girlfriend, and my loyalty to her is unwavering. Ha ha! Are there still loyal souls in this world? Song Xiaoling laughed heartily, her disbelief apparent. You claim to be faithful only because you have yet to encounter someone who stirs your heart. But fear not. Soon you shall discover who it is you truly cherish. Aside from your girlfriend. Chapter 93. The formal negotiation. The group had initially intended to investigate the matter gradually. However, circumstances demanded immediate action, lest they lose their innocence. We shall not yield to you. You two scoundrels are utterly unworthy of respect. Chu Chu sprang forth to directly accuse the others, questioning how many lives they had harmed in pursuit of their selfish desires. I am certain that we shall not be the first, yet I assure you, we shall be the last. You wish to resist? Song Xiaoling erupted into laughter, gazing at them as though they were utterly oblivious to their own limitations. Many have risen against us before you, but they were all cast into the sea to feed the fish. However, we ultimately found it too difficult to spare the fish, and they were consumed instead. Should you demonstrate commendable behavior, I may contemplate allowing you to linger a few days longer. Yet if you prove to be of little use, I see no reason to extend your existence, and thus you shall merely survive for a brief spell longer. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu displayed a look of disdain on her face. Such confidence! Do they truly regard themselves as novices? Today, I shall make you experience the anguish of defeat, for I believe this sensation will be quite exquisite. Chu Chu is acutely aware of her own capabilities. Defeating the opponent is undoubtedly within her grasp. However, her intention is to resolve matters rather than exacerbate them. Yet, should the adversary display a lack of decorum, she shall not hesitate to respond with equal fervor. I have taken the lives of no fewer than 90. Failure has never been my companion. If one refuses a cordial invitation, they must be prepared to face the repercussions. The sharp gazes exchanged between Song Xiaoling and Song Xiaojun were laden with intensity, as they fixated on one another, poised to strike should either party make a move. Sister, it appears today we are destined for disappointment. We shall have to relinquish them to others. Song Xiaojun's expression bore the weight of disillusionment. Such disobedient individuals were hardly desirable, though it was a pity to waste such exquisite visages. Upon witnessing his sister being thoroughly bested, Song Xiaojun could no longer remain passive. Sister, I shall protect you. Though his skills did not rival those of Song Xiaoling, he was more than capable of handling ordinary opponents. Incorrect. Your adversaries are us. Xiao Yu and Tian Yi intercepted Song Xiaojun, engaging him in a vigorous confrontation. With grievances to settle and no lack of motivation, they were determined to unleash their frustrations. The imbalance of 3 against 2 would soon yield a decisive outcome, prompting Song Xiaoling to call for reinforcements in her moment of urgency. The ringing of bells echoed, causing everyone present to become immediately alert, converging at the entrance of the reception room. As the door swung open, dozens encircled them. Surrender, and I may consider sparing your lives. Bah, you vile creature, Xiao Yu spat derisively. I have never encountered someone as despicable as you. Unable to win, you summon help. Today, you shall experience the taste of regret for provoking us. Haha, so you're Xiao Yu? Among the trio, you are the weakest. Today, I shall make you feel pain, and in return, you will learn what it means to be defeated. In truth, Xiao Yu is not the weakest. She had merely recently awakened her powers and struggled to wield them effectively, often misfiring or lacking sufficient energy. Nevertheless, Song Xiaoling's disdain struck deeply, and she could not allow herself to be mocked in front of such a crowd. As the manager of a wellness center, the humiliation was unbearable. A skirmish between a few and a multitude could only end in exhaustion, with the former ultimately succumbing to the latter. Impulsively, Xiao Yu rushed forward to engage Song Xiaoling, inciting the others who could not bear to see Song Xiaoling suffer. However, Chu Chu intervened, halting them. Enough. This path leads us only to mutual destruction. Can we not sit down and discuss this matter amicably? Chu Chu has already discerned the intricacies of the situation. It is highly probable that she may find herself at a disadvantage. It will be prudent to sit down and engage in discussion to turn the tides of this confrontation. Song Xiaoling initially believed that Chu Chu and her companions were merely ordinary individuals. Even if they possessed extraordinary abilities, they would pale in comparison to her own. However, after this encounter, She has come to realize that Chu Chu is far more formidable than she had anticipated. If the conflict persists, it is unlikely that she would emerge unscathed. Now that the opposing party has extended an olive branch, it is only wise to accept it gracefully. Since you have earnestly requested an opportunity, I shall extend my magnanimity. Let us converse in a calm and composed manner. While Song Xiaoling outwardly expresses this sentiment, she is simultaneously plotting to soothe their emotions, biding her time until they fully trust her before taking decisive action. Thus, both parties reached a consensus, recognizing the necessity of a serene dialogue. Otherwise, neither side would reap any benefits and would instead risk mutual destruction. To ensure caution, Song Xiaojuan's team did not withdraw. Rather, they remained stationed at the entrance, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice upon command. Song Xiaojun, Song Xiaoling, you have deceived us most grievously. You never intended to engage in a genuine negotiation. Chu Chu spoke while casting glances at the individuals beside her, their piercing gazes instilling a sense of unease. I have already shown my sincerity, yet you still suspect my honesty? Song Xiaoling fixed her gaze on Chu Chu, directly informing her that this woman was not as straightforward as she appeared. Not only was she exceptionally skilled, but she was also astute. Dismiss them all, or close the door. I prefer to converse without the presence of so many. Chu Chu fixed her gaze on the individuals at the entrance, fully aware that should she utter any words displeasing to them, each would likely unleash their powers, rendering her frantic endeavors futile and instead leading her to meet the King of Hell. You may leave. Song Xiaojun felt a sense of discomfort being surrounded by these people. Now that someone had spoken up, he waved his hand, intending to dismiss them. Their eyes fell upon Song Xiaoling, who merely nodded slightly, prompting the group to depart with utmost respect. With only a few of them remaining inside the room, they commenced their formal negotiations. Chapter 94. Uncle T and I, Song Xiaoling shrugged. Acknowledging that there was no doubt about it, she would not retain those deemed useless, as their presence would merely waste resources. It was far better to send them away, allowing her to avoid the burdens of their existence. Moreover, no more acts of robbery are permitted. I shall frequently patrol the seas, and should I discover any wrongdoing, I will destroy your vessels. While she could acquiesce to the former request, the latter was utterly unacceptable. Without the means to rob, they would find themselves devoid of sustenance, ultimately facing starvation. Chu Chu, do not concern yourself with so many matters. Focus on your own well-being. Do you believe you can command me when you yourself are in peril? Am I merely a plaything to you, devoid of temper? Does this imply that we have reached an impasse? Chu Chu arched an eyebrow, casting a threatening glance in return, hoping to instill fear in her counterpart. Not at all. Song Xiaojun felt increasingly vexed. He prioritized sending them away. After all, they could not remain fixated on him indefinitely. Eventually, he would be free to act as he pleased. Contracts produced by the system are inherently effective. Any breach of the terms will invoke automatic penalties without the need for anyone's command. Let's sign the contract. Chu Chu smiled subtly, asserting that their agreement would be solidified upon the signing. Song Xiaoling seized the contract, tearing it to shreds without a glance. I shall never sign such a document. Do you take me for a criminal? What can you do if I refuse to sign? Is this to say we have reached an impasse? Chu Chu recognized that persuading them to concede would not be an easy feat. Slamming her palm on the table in frustration, she declared, since discussion has faltered, let us cease all negotiations. Bring forth the binding ropes. With a thunderous command, Song Xiaoling ordered the concealed individuals nearby to emerge and encircle them. Chu Chu and the others did not resist. Instead, they obediently allowed themselves to be bound. It's you. Tianyi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing a familiar face. The individual immediately bowed their head and began to tie Tianyi up, but fashioned a slipknot. Free yourself. The person whispered in Tianyi's ear. I'm already ensnared and cannot escape. You must absolutely find a way out. Tianyi's mind was in a haze as he witnessed the unbelievable revelation. The person before him was none other than his uncle, who had gone missing during a sea expedition. It was widely believed he had perished at the hands of zombies, and encountering him here today was truly astonishing. I have seen my uncle. He was once. Tianyi recounted his uncle's fate, his face etched with sorrow. With a deep sigh, Tian Yi felt utterly at a loss. His uncle had always been kind to him throughout his life, yet here he was, reduced to a pawn for others. Amidst a crew comprised of wrongdoers, his uncle had not escaped this grim fate either. The thought of his grandfather discovering his uncle's plight sent a shiver down Tian Yi's spine. Earlier, when my uncle was robbing me, he deliberately tied a slipknot. What does that imply for my ability to break free? After reflecting on the situation, Tian Yi voiced his concerns. Although he held the position of a team leader within the maritime camp, he had never faced significant challenges and lacked the composure of Chu Chu. Thus, he turned to her, hoping she could provide a satisfactory solution. Of course, we must untie ourselves first. Let us investigate how many personnel from the maritime base are aboard this vessel and what they have encountered. Chu Chu did not intend to remain passive. Instead, she actively sought a resolution. As long as a solution could be found, both siblings could be ensnared at once. After a few individuals were released, the trio moved together and ultimately located Uncle T and I. Uncle, it truly is you. Do you have any idea how long we have searched for you over the years? Upon catching sight of her uncle, T and I immediately called out to him. The surroundings were nearly deserted, as everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, ensuring that their conversation remained private. Today, pretend you have not seen me. Soon, I will prepare a small boat for your escape. In your hearts, I have already perished. So please do not concern yourselves with me any longer. Uncle, what has transpired? Why have you all changed so drastically? Upon witnessing the scar etched upon Uncle Tinya's face, Chu Chu could not help but draw in a sharp breath, realizing that they must have endured inhumane treatment to have transformed into their current state. Uncle T and I issued a warning to them, then lowered his head, fearful that his appearance might frighten them further. Might you enlighten me as to what has transpired here? Why are you confined in this place? Chu Chu, with relentless curiosity, sought to uncover the secrets of the vast ocean. To grasp the truth, she felt compelled to understand the intricacies of past events. Otherwise, no matter her immense capabilities, resolution would remain elusive. The tale is lengthy. When Uncle T and I broached the subject, his demeanor reflected a palpable discomfort, yet he persevered to share the narrative. In the wake of an apocalyptic event, many villagers transformed into zombies. We, in our desperation, cast them into the sea after their demise. A profound sense of guilt enveloped us, as these were our kin with whom we had shared our lives. Despite their transformation, the bonds of affection lingered, casting a shadow of remorse over our daily existence. During that tumultuous time, reports of missing persons at sea proliferated, leading many to believe that these lost souls were seeking vengeance. My elder brother, Tinya's father, proposed an idea. We should pay homage to them. Chapter 95. Unworthy of concern, entrusting the act of worship to others left him uneasy, so he sought my assistance in performing the maritime rites. On the first night of their voyage, the sea roared with fury, causing their vessel to sway perilously. Captain, the winds threatened to capsize us. What should we do? His crew expressed in a state of panic, their faces etched with fear. Prior to embarking, they had checked the weather, which had seemed calm, yet mere hours later, a tempest arose. With this declaration, murmurs of concern rippled through the assembly. It was plausible that those we had cast into the depths harbored resentment. Hasten your movements, everyone. We were compelled to resort to this desperate measure. You have all become zombies, and we acted out of self-preservation. Uncle T and I did not silence them. His thoughts mirrored theirs, as he hoped the rituals would quell the spirit's wrath. As the offerings were laid out, the tumultuous waves surprisingly subsided. Believing the ordeal had concluded, Uncle T and I was startled to witness a vessel drawing nearer, ultimately anchoring beside theirs. The frail voice of Song Shaoling evoked sympathy among the crew. Upon boarding, they removed the sacrificial items and took the crew captive. Some resisted immediately, only to meet a grim fate, transforming into zombies themselves. These soulless beings, devoid of humanity, cried out upon encountering others, resulting in the entire ship's crew succumbing to the same curse. In that dire moment, Uncle T and I awakened his latent powers, enabling him to survive the catastrophe. Before him stood Song Shaoling, her expression one of admiration. Since you have awakened your abilities, it seems fate has spared you. Why not join me? She proposed. How dare you? Uncle T and I retorted, his teeth clenched in anger. You wretched creature. You have slain my friends, and now expect me to assist you? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Song Xiaoling's face was adorned with a malevolent smile. If you do not wish to remain, you shall inevitably become like them. Surely, you cannot be that foolish? Uncle T and I, without a moment's hesitation, launched an attack against Song Xiaoling. However, she effortlessly subdued him, disfiguring his visage and threatening him to comply, or else his base would meet its doom. From that moment on, Uncle T and I was compelled to follow their lead, participating in their nefarious deeds. Subsequently, they hunted numerous fishing vessels, transforming all aboard into the undead. I cannot fathom how they accomplished such horrors, yet I am engulfed in fear, living each day in trepidation. However, I am acutely aware that as long as I remain obedient, they will not turn their wrath upon me. Had I not encountered Uncle T and I would never have dared to speak of these events. Chu Chu never anticipated that the legend of the sea zombies was the creation of Song Xiaoling. She had consistently slaughtered the fishermen aboard their vessels. The very air now bore the taint of corruption. Once a person ceased to breathe, they would inevitably transform into a zombie. T and I, you must flee. No one can contend with her. Those who dare to oppose her have all succumbed to the undead. I cannot bear to watch you walk into the jaws of doom. Uncle T and I grasped Tina's garment, only to release it as if weighed down by some unspoken concern. Uncle, if we are to leave, let us depart together. T and I, a person of unwavering loyalty, could not abandon him, regardless of what Uncle T and I had done or endured. They were kin, and that bond would remain unaltered. At a loss for words, as he often was, T and I directed his gaze towards Chu Chu. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, Uncle Tinya's expression grew even more astonished. How do you know what I possess? You can't possibly be one of them, can you? With a delicate smile, Chu Chu implored. Do not concern yourself with how I know. Simply remember that I possess the ability to resolve the matter at hand. I solemnly swear, should I fail to alleviate your troubles, let me be condemned to the fate of a zombie, doomed to an ungracious demise, in a world ravaged by chaos. The most sinister of oaths was to become a zombie, and thus, upon hearing Chu Chu's vow, Uncle T and I was instantly convinced, perhaps deep within him, he had longed to escape this terrifying realm, prompting his decision to accompany them. Very well, I shall follow you, declared T and I, Chu Chu, with unwavering resolve. Yet, Chu Chu's intent extended beyond merely escorting Uncle T and I. It was to utterly eradicate Song Xiaoling. If diplomacy proved futile, then force would have to suffice. Chu Chu retrieved the zombie blood from her storage and poured it directly into the pot in the kitchen. It was only by placing it here that she could ensure the complete eradication of those individuals. These people had committed numerous heinous acts, and now they were finally facing their just desserts. As Chu Chu and the others returned safely, Song Xiaoling and her companions consumed food tainted with zombie blood, instantly transforming into the undead. Clenching her fists, Song Xiaoling seethed, "You scoundrel, Chu Chu, even if I become a zombie, I shall not forgive you." Their vessel drifted slowly in the vast ocean, stranded in the middle of the sea. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would spend the remainder of their lives there. Indeed, a profound fear enveloped him. He dreaded the possibility of their blame, but more so, he feared their concern for him. Ever since he had allied with Song Xiaoling, he felt unworthy of their compassion. Chapter 96. The joy of returning home. As one person disembarked, Leader Tian hurriedly approached, his face etched with concern. Did you encounter any difficulties? Has the issue with the sea been resolved? He scarcely noticed the additional presence among the group, his gaze solely fixated on his son. Only when his eyes fell upon the masked figure did he recognize Uncle Tian Air. Overwhelmed with emotion, Uncle Tian Air, at a loss for words, could only stammer. Where have you been all these years? My dear brother, this tale is long. Had it not been for Tian Yi and the others rescuing me, I fear I would never have seen you again in this lifetime. Perhaps having suppressed his emotions for too long, tears streamed down his face as he continued. How is father? Is he well? Leader Tian sighed, remaining silent. Yet Uncle Tian Air understood the unspoken truth. When did he pass? Father's health had always been frail. Ever since your disappearance, he wore a constant frown, unwilling to share his burdens. Over time, he became increasingly melancholic. Leader Tion inhaled deeply before continuing. About 6 months after you went missing, he could no longer endure. Tears cascaded down Uncle Tion Heir's cheeks. He lamented missing the chance to bid farewell to his father, an eternal regret. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and unlocking the seafood restaurant. Various seafood can now be purchased at supermarkets and other establishments. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Due to the host's exceptional performance, the system rewards you with a unique fish pond. The fish within possess extraordinary qualities that can enhance your abilities. Please use it wisely. The following day, Chu Chu announced her departure, leaving a promotional flyer for Leader Tion. This is where I reside. It is well equipped with everything you might need. Should you find the ocean base uninhabitable, you are welcome to stay at my bathhouse. After completing her essential tasks, Chu Chu naturally did not forget to promote the bathing center. Only by expanding and strengthening the bathing center could she ascend to the pinnacle of her life. The leader, Tion, had heard somewhat about the bathing center, but he was taken aback to discover that its owner was such a young lady. Well, if I have the time, I shall certainly pay a visit. However, the health of the people in our base is rather poor, and long journeys may not be suitable for them. The leader's interest was piqued. If it were just his family, he would undoubtedly stay at the bathing center without hesitation. Yet, with the elderly and children from the entire base to consider, he could not make a unilateral decision. No worries, we have a delivery system. T&I wishes to join us as a delivery person, and we must also take Uncle Tion Heir with us, as he has been attacked by zombies. Chu Chu gazed at him with a serious expression and said, I understand that you find it hard to part, but for their sake, I must take this course of action. T&I and Uncle Tion Heir, unsure of how to broach the subject with Leader Tion, found themselves resolved by Chu Chu's determination. As the two of them anxiously pondered how to discuss the matter, Leader Tion had already prepared their belongings, urging them to depart swiftly. Brother, I cannot bear to leave you. Uncle Tion Heir expressed his heartfelt emotions. Having just escaped from peril, he felt he had not spent enough time with his elder brother and was overwhelmed with reluctance. Leader Tion patted Uncle Tion Heir on the shoulder and said, I once believed we would never meet again in this lifetime. Yet, the heavens have allowed our paths to cross once more, indicating that our bond endures. One day, I shall seek you out. Your current circumstances cannot be delayed any longer. Otherwise, none can predict what may transpire. Uncle Tion Heir understood this all too well. He simply struggled to accept it at that moment. Nevertheless, he was fully aware of what actions were appropriate and which were not. T&I, filled with excitement at the prospect of leaving the day's base to be with Xiaoyu, felt no sorrow for anyone else. Observing his demeanor, Leader Tion genuinely felt that raising a son was less rewarding than nurturing a dog. For at least a dog knows how to cherish its owner, while a son seems destined to be raised for others. Yet, he could not help but care for him, grumpily handing him some crystal cores. This is for you, you little rascal. Be astute out there. Do not let others sell you off while counting their profits. If you find yourself uncertain, do not hesitate to consult Chu Chu. Her wisdom and experience far exceed yours. Approach her with humility and seek her guidance. Leader Tion rambled on, embodying the age-old truth that a mother worries for her child, a sentiment that equally applies to fathers. Meanwhile, Mother Tion wept like a sorrowful figure. Yet she understood that her son had serious matters to attend to. A bathing center was undoubtedly a fitting place for him. No matter her concerns, she would not hinder her son's future. Why are you crying? He is going out to work. It is a blessing for him to be employed at the bathing center. Your tears will only serve to weigh upon his heart. Leader Tion also felt a pang of reluctance to part with T&I. But what could be done? A young man's ambitions lie beyond the horizon, and he could not obstruct his path. Do not weep. T&I will be delivering for the bathing center, and if those at Day's base wish to order delivery, I can arrange for T&I to bring it to them. This way, your family can occasionally reunite. Is that not a blessing? Chu Chu gazed at the affectionate demeanor of the family before her, inevitably reminded of her own past. Before the cataclysm, her family had also basked in profound happiness. Alas, witnessing their deep bond now, she felt compelled to act as a benefactor, perhaps alleviating the regrets that lingered within her heart. A few days had passed since Chu Chu departed from the bathing center. The leadership had conferred with the higher authorities and were prepared to acquiesce to her requests. Yet, her absence led them to take residence here. This place, indeed, is the bathing center, which boasts a dedicated staff dormitory. Chapter 97. Contract signing. After Xiaoyu had thoroughly acquainted Chu Chu with the general circumstances of the bathing center, she escorted Uncle Tian into the laboratory. The personnel within the laboratory awaited her return with patience, while Gu Ti and I, adhering to Chu Chu's instructions, refrained from extracting blood from the zombies prior to her arrival. His reluctance stemmed from a desire to spare Chu Chu any distress, as well as his wish to protect the innocent from harm. Upon witnessing Chu Chu introduce an unfamiliar face, a palpable air of caution enveloped the room. Allow me to introduce this individual, Uncle Tian, who, despite being tainted by the blood of zombies aboard the ship, has remarkably maintained his humanity and has not succumbed to transformation. After Chu Chu introduced him, he announced his decision. I have resolved to include Uncle Tian in this project. Although he possesses no skills, his circumstances are rather unique, so I implore you all to lend him your assistance. This matter shall rest upon my shoulders, for I too bear the burden of zombie blood. Thus, we share a common plight. The cowboy has garnered considerable experience in managing the effects of zombie blood. He now bathes daily in the lobby of the bathing center, and his condition has vastly improved, rendering him hardly recognizable as one afflicted by such blood. Initially, Uncle Tian had believed all hope was lost when Chu Chu brought him here, merely seeking solace. However, he was astonished to discover someone who had endured a similar fate and was now thriving. Instantly, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Have you truly been afflicted by zombie blood as well? Is there any discomfort you currently experience? Uncle Tian inquired eagerly. Will there come a day when we too shall be healed? The cowboy placed a reassuring hand on Uncle Tian's shoulder, speaking with the wisdom of experience. Do not fret so much, my friend. As long as I am here, I assure you that no harm shall befall you. We are united in our shared struggle. However long I endure, so too shall you. I vow to uphold this promise. Upon hearing the cowboy's words, Uncle Tian's anxious heart finally found solace. My young friend, I entrust my life to you. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Together, we shall navigate this tribulation. Agreed. I will impart all my knowledge on combating the effects of zombie blood to you. Should you uncover any new insights, I implore you to inform me. The cowboy reiterated his assurance that they would overcome this challenge together. Uncle Tian felt a great weight lifted from his heart, and, after completing the check-in process, he joined the laboratory. Chu Chu similarly provided Uncle Tian with some subsidies, ensuring he would not be left without points to purchase items. As she was representing the bathing center and could not afford to neglect him, the senior executives placed considerable emphasis on this matter, hoping for a swift conclusion of the contract, which would ultimately secure their salvation. After Chu Chu meticulously arranged everything, she met with her superior, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. She had long forgotten about this matter entirely. However, even had she remembered, she could never abandon the task concerning the vast sea. I apologize for keeping you waiting, she said, a smile gracing her face as she confronted her leader. I recently encountered some urgent matters that required my immediate attention, and I am truly sorry. Her superior, though undoubtedly harboring some dissatisfaction, could not outwardly express it. Instead, he feigned a sense of generosity, responding, "It's quite all right. The amenities here are delightful. I could easily enjoy my stay for a few more days." Nevertheless, he added, "The contract is rather pressing, so I hope that you, Chu Chu, can expedite its finalization." The leader retracted his authoritative demeanor, his tone shifting significantly to one of profound respect for Chu Chu. "I hope our collaboration proceeds smoothly. As long as there are points in the rewards card, purchases can be made effortlessly. To recharge the points, one simply needs to place the items upon the rewards card, and the process is exceedingly straightforward." Chu Chu produced several points cards and presented them to the leader, explaining that, in principle, they should have come to me for the issuance of the cards. However, considering our cooperative relationship, I have provided you with a few cards. Simply input your fingerprints to bind them. Please note that each card is designated for an individual, so use them judiciously. Many individuals within our base are also eager to obtain cards, but I am uncertain. His visit was not only to fulfill the Grand Leader's task, but also to bear the aspirations of many. You need not worry about this. When we engage in transactions, I will personally bring the points cards to facilitate the issuance for everyone. Chu Chu assured that it would be foolish not to capitalize on opportunities for profit. Thus, she would not overlook any chance to issue cards, as each additional card represented another potential consumer. As she gazed at the impending upgrade at her face, Chu Chu hoped to facilitate the issuance of even more cards. With your words, I feel reassured, the leader remarked, a smile gracing his face. The individuals within the main base held distinguished identities, and the successful completion of their tasks eased the burden that had weighed heavily on his mind. However, the higher-ups in the main base were growing increasingly impatient. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Not only was there a shortage of food, but clothing and footwear were also in short supply. In this apocalyptic era, neighboring nations were poised to exploit the chaos, seeking to seize the opportunity to overrun and dominate Huaxia. The leader harbored suspicions that the outbreak of the zombie virus might not have been a mere accident, but rather the result of deliberate sabotage. Lacking concrete evidence, he remained cautious. Fortunately, the resilience of the Huaxia populace was commendable. The majority retained their morals, which had thus far prevented widespread internal strife. A stroke of fortune amidst calamity. Bring him to me, commanded the leader, exuding an aura of authority that demanded respect without the need for anger. Leader, I returned triumphant with the contracts. Upon entering, he eagerly presented the contracts along with several membership cards. These are provided by Chu Chu's employer. He explained their usage and precautions as he introduced them. Xiao Zhou, why were you gone for so long? The leader scrutinized him keenly, as if pondering some deeper consideration. I apologize for the delay. It was my oversight in not coordinating the timing effectively, Zhou quickly acknowledged, recognizing that defiance in this moment would only exacerbate the leader's ire. Yes, esteemed leader. Zhou promptly excused himself, exhaling in relief once outside. The weight of the leader's presence always left him feeling stifled. Upon acquiring the points card, the leader activated it and delved into the software to discover what offerings lay beyond. The array of options was astonishing. The delivery app boasted an extensive selection. Everything one might desire was at their fingertips, save for vehicles. The leader found humor in the absurdity of it all. A simple delivery application offered such a vast assortment of goods, and who really needed a bicycle on top of that? He decided to load some points into the system, intending to make substantial purchases. For caution's sake, he selected a variety of items to order, starting with a single quantity. Should the quality prove satisfactory, further collaborations could ensue. If not, it would merely be a charitable act. The leader placed orders for shoes, food, and clothing, with the app indicating that delivery would occur within an hour. Given the diverse nature of the items ordered, the leader raised an eyebrow, and the notion that it could be delivered in an hour seemed almost ludicrous. One must consider that the distance from the main base to the bathing center spans a full day and night, even by car. It is utterly impossible to arrive within an hour. He chuckled with intrigue, eager to witness how they would achieve such a feat in merely 60 minutes. Currently, the sole delivery person at the second branch of the bathing center was Tianyi. Upon receiving the order, he promptly reported it to Chu Chu, understanding that this was a task from the main base and could not be taken lightly. Now that we have an order, you should prepare. Call out to me when you are ready to depart. I shall accompany you. Chu Chu steadfastly adhered to her agreement with Leader Zhou. This time, she felt compelled to attend in person, for promises made must be fulfilled. The items ordered through the delivery system were typically packaged by the staff and handed over to the delivery personnel. However, at this moment, only Xiaoyu was available to manage the workload, leaving her overwhelmed. Consequently, Tianyi also assisted with the packing. In an effort to foster a closer bond with Xiaoyu, Tianyi leaned in and whispered, I wish to present you with a gift, yet I remain uncertain of your preferences. Xiaoyu frowned, genuinely perceiving Tianyi as lacking in romantic sensibilities. Asking someone for their opinion on a gift seemed rather insincere. There's no need for a gift. I dislike everything, she replied. Xiaoyu would never initiate a request for a gift, as that notion discomforted her. With a sigh, Tianyi was perplexed, utterly unaware of what he had done wrong. Everything had seemed fine in the morning. Why was she now upset? After organizing the items, T and I departed, still filled with questions, while Xiaoyu wore a visibly discontented expression. Something had undoubtedly transpired between them. Along the way, Chu Chu hesitated before finally inquiring. T and I scratched his head, his face a portrait of distress. I cannot discern whether I have said something amiss that has upset her. I merely wish to offer her a gift. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu immediately discerned the crux of the matter. She shook her head and remarked, "How can you be so foolish? If you inquire of her, she will surely be displeased. If your intentions are genuine, why not surprise her?" However, Tianyi pondered, what if the gift I present is not to her liking, and it ends up being a waste? He scratched his head, expressing, "I merely wish to offer her a gift that she would cherish." She continued, "The essence of your gift embodies your heartfelt sentiments. Regardless of its nature, I believe she would appreciate it. Therefore, refrain from asking her. If you truly love her, simply present her with a gift." Chu Chu is well aware of Xiaoyu's character. She is not the type of delicate woman. She possesses both integrity and her own opinions. While receiving gifts would certainly bring her joy, she would undoubtedly refuse if asked. T and I finds the complexities of female relationships rather perplexing. He has concluded that he must choose a gift for Xiaoyu himself. "Chu Chu, could you assist me? I am unsure of her preferences. Anything you present will surely delight her. But I cannot aid you. Only you can help yourself." Chu Chu is not one to meddle in the affairs of others. Should any complications arise, she would be deemed culpable. T and I has never given gifts to girls and has had minimal interaction with them, leaving him oblivious to their sentiments. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, he finds himself engulfed in a sea of confusion. Why is romance so troublesome? Had I known it would be this complicated, I would have still pursued it. Without affording T and I much time for contemplation, they soon arrived at the main base. Their motorcycles traveled at great speed, and given it was a designated mission destination, they reached their destination in under an hour. The higher-ups had already arranged for someone to await their arrival, harboring skepticism towards the 1-hour time frame. It seemed implausible that anyone could arrive that swiftly. "Look, 2 motorcycles are approaching. Could they be delivery personnel from the spa?" One person exclaimed excitedly, and smiles spread across the faces of the onlookers. Could they truly be so remarkable as to arrive in just an hour? "Hello, are you from the higher-ups? We are here to deliver takeout and also to provide you with loyalty cards." Upon observing the excited expressions of several individuals, Chu Chu promptly alighted from the vehicle to introduce herself. "I am the proprietor of the bathing center. Should you wish to obtain a loyalty card, feel free to approach me, provided it does not interfere with your work. Please step inside. The esteemed leader is awaiting you," she continued. "Make sure to secure the card for me once you emerge. However, where have you placed your belongings?" "We possess spatial abilities," one of them replied. "Thus our items are stored within that realm. Kindly allow us a moment. I shall retrieve them and then return to assist you with the card." Chu Chu nodded at them before entering the esteemed leader's reception room with T and I. Chapter 99. The First Collaboration. The leader, burdened with countless responsibilities, had many pressing matters requiring his attention. Chu Chu and T and I waited for quite a while before the hurried silhouette of the leader finally appeared. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." The leader, devoid of any airs, was as amiable as a friendly neighbor. Despite his approachable demeanor, Chu Chu and her companions treated him with utmost respect, refraining from any impropriety. "It is quite all right. We have not been waiting long," Chu Chu responded, rising to convey her respect. "We have brought the goods. May I inquire where you would like them placed?" "Please, bring them out. I wish to inspect the quality first," the leader replied candidly. "This time, I have only procured a small quantity of each item. Should the quality meet our standards, I will contemplate a larger order." The leader was forthright, acknowledging that despite having signed a contract and received certain concessions, the base's funds were ultimately limited, necessitating a cautious approach to procurement. Chu Chu comprehended his thoughts. Anyone venturing into the realm of the unfamiliar would undoubtedly harbor certain reservations. Thus, she held no resentment, instead generously arranging her belongings with meticulous care. "Esteemed leader, these are the items available in my shop. You may inspect them thoroughly, and should you find any deficiencies, kindly inform me so that I may make the necessary improvements." Once everything was neatly displayed, Chu Chu presented her wares to the esteemed leader, who examined each item in succession, his astonishment palpable. Are these truly products that can be produced in a post-apocalyptic world? The quality of the clothing and footwear was exceptional, while the food appeared remarkably fresh. He had presumed that at least half of these items would be subpar. Yet to his astonishment, each piece was pristine, each one exceeding expectations. A thought flickered through his mind. These items could not possibly be remnants from before the cataclysm. They must have been produced after the world had changed. Impossible. With energy itself being a scarce commodity, how could anyone afford to manufacture such non-essential goods? Surely, he was overthinking it. How much of such merchandise can you supply? The esteemed leader inquired, for if sufficient supply could be assured, his military would face no obstacles. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu's face immediately illuminated with a radiant smile. Such an opportunity is indeed a lucrative venture. If you purchase in larger quantities, we can certainly extend further discounts based on the existing contract. The senior executive, upon receiving this news, could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Our demand is exceedingly substantial, and if you could provide a continuous supply, it would be immensely beneficial for us. You need not worry about this matter at all. I possess my own channels, and the resources are inexhaustible. Therefore, whenever you require, my services will undoubtedly be at your disposal. Splendid. Might I have the opportunity to visit the spa center? It would be an honor for me to host a distinguished guest such as yourself at my establishment. I am at your service whenever you are free. Chu Chu faced the largest client of the bathing center with exceptional courtesy, as both parties were eager to foster a cordial relationship, leading to a very pleasant conversation. Esteemed leader, I have other matters to attend to, as many individuals outside are awaiting my assistance in processing their membership cards. I trust you would not mind my facilitating the issuance of membership cards for your team? Chu Chu believed that, after all, she was on someone else's territory, and it was only proper to give a heads up before taking action. Otherwise, she might provoke the other party, leading to unfavorable consequences for herself in the future. Of course, there was no issue with their desire to apply for a points card. She would assist them in that endeavor, and she could sell her goods to them as well. However, she needed to help me with a matter that, while trivial for her, held significant importance for the general manager, the high-ranking leader, with a glint of suspicion in his eyes, sensed the presence of a traitor within the main base. Over the years, any minor disturbance had invariably been known to others, and thus, he sought to exploit her. Chu Chu fixed her gaze upon the leader, discerning his thoughts with remarkable clarity. Nevertheless, she deemed it imperative to accept the task at hand. What was it? You shall conduct your usual transactions with them. However, should anyone unexpectedly place a substantial order, you must inform me immediately. Regardless of what they procure, I expect to be notified, for I shall not neglect your interests. The leader understood that if there existed a traitor among them, he would undoubtedly be unable to restrain his actions, likely acquiring goods for the nation that lurked behind them. Very well. Chu Chu refrained from inquiring about the reasons, knowing that persistent questioning would likely delve into state secrets. She was far from foolish enough to place herself in such precarious circumstances. Drawing from her years of reading novels, she recognized that the more one knew, the slimmer the chances of survival became. She could certainly perform her duties, yet she would remain blissfully unaware of the underlying motives. T and I, listening from the sidelines, seemed unable to grasp the conversation clearly. Was there something amiss with his hearing? He dug at his ears and noticed Chu Chu stepping outside, prompting him to follow suit without further contemplation. Chu Chu was conversing with the system. I did not ponder much. I am grateful for your presence. Next time, be more cautious in your words and actions. I can assist you once, but not twice. We are unaware of Tinya's character. Should he speak recklessly, it would not bode well for our nation. Chu Chu has always adhered to the principle of trusting those she employs and not employing those she doubts. However, in the face of matters concerning the nation and the family, the principle of confidentiality becomes paramount. As Chu Chu emerged, a lengthy queue had already formed at the entrance, stretching beyond her line of sight. Upon spotting her, Director Zhou approached with an enthusiastic smile. Chu Chu, these individuals are eager to apply for their points cards. I wonder if you might have a moment to assist them. As he spoke, he gestured invitingly. Following his indication, Chu Chu noticed that they had already arranged tables and chairs for her, adorned with an array of food and water, and even a large sunshade had been thoughtfully erected. Their demeanor was undeniably commendable. Very well, Chu Chu replied, compelled to acquiesce under the weight of Director Zhou's expectant gaze. She sensed that a refusal might provoke his ire. Please take a seat. After Chu Chu took her seat, a look of relief appeared on Director Zhou's face. He had neither betrayed the organization nor the people. The queue was remarkably orderly, each individual obediently following commands, proceeding with a sense of decorum. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice pierced the atmosphere, questioning the presence of an intruder. A girl with cascading waves of chestnut hair approached, her hairstyle a testament to her vanity and perhaps the influence of a stylist friend. The crowd discreetly averted their gazes, respectfully greeting her. Deputy Leader. She was acknowledged. The deputy leader nodded, seemingly casually inquiring, "What are you all doing here? Are you not focused on your duties? Do you think I'm easy to talk to?" Director Zhou's tone remained steady. He had long been wary of the deputy leader. Their relationship was competitive during work, and, privately, it was similarly strained. Whatever initiative Zhou supported, the deputy leader would undoubtedly oppose, and vice versa. The current initiative regarding the points card was Zhou's brainchild, and upon hearing of it, the deputy leader naturally sought to thwart it. Despite her desire for a points card, the deputy leader was unwilling to confront Chu Chu directly, as her grievances were directed towards Zhou's approach. "I apologize for not informing you in advance. That was my oversight. However, since Boss Chu Chu is already here, we must seize this opportunity to finalize the points card. Otherwise, it would be our fault if we inconvenienced her further." Zhou's reasoning was sound, and many nodded in agreement. Yet the deputy leader's expression darkened. "Very well, you make a valid point. I cannot argue with you. But I warn you, do not disrupt normal operations. If you do, none of you will escape unscathed." Unable to confront Zhou directly, the deputy leader vented her frustration on the subordinates, haughtily scoffing before turning to leave. Does the deputy leader truly require a points card? It would take but a few minutes. Chu Chu initially had no intention of wading into this murky water. However, she discerned the deputy leader's gaze, which was fixed intently upon the points card, suggesting her keen interest in it. "There's no need for that. I shall not impede my regular working hours. I will seek you out to handle the card after work." The deputy leader had intended to utter some assertive remarks, yet she refrained from offending Chu Chu, her tone softening somewhat. With a delicate smile, Chu Chu agreed, saying, "Very well, I shall await your arrival here. We shall not part ways." The vice leader turned to leave, while Director Zhou gave Chu Chu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss Chu, I truly admire your astuteness. You have adeptly navigated this crisis for me. Otherwise, it would have resulted in mutual detriment." With a subtle raise of her eyebrow, Chu Chu uttered no words. Instead, she addressed the crowd, urging, "Next, let us proceed with greater alacrity." Chu Chu had been tirelessly occupied until the late hours of the night. The influx of card applicants was incessant, and the number of individuals at the central base was overwhelming. The bathing center's policy mandated one card per person, which was truly exhausting her. Had she anticipated such a crowd, she would have brought Xiaoyu along. The two of them working together would undoubtedly have enhanced their efficiency. It was too late for today. Perhaps it would be best to continue tomorrow. I can arrange a room for you to stay overnight. What do you think?" "Zhou." The leader felt a twinge of embarrassment, having initially believed the matter would be resolved swiftly, yet he overlooked the sheer number of attendees at the central base. "Could you please issue me a points card first? We have been queuing here all day, and it seems rather unreasonable that we are unable to obtain it now." "Indeed, Leader Zhou, none of us work today. If the deputy leader learns of this, we are certain to face penalties. We must secure our cards now. A slight delay would be acceptable. I am merely concerned that I may not be able to take leave tomorrow, so I beseech you, Leader Zhou, to exercise some leniency." Came the collective plea, each voice echoing the desire for Zhou to accommodate their request to process their cards tonight, even if it meant foregoing sleep. "Chu Chu has come a long way to assist us with our cards. We ought to express our gratitude. Would it not be excessive to burden her with an all-night shift? She too deserves rest." Leader Zhou found himself in a predicament. instinctively glancing towards Chu Chu, as he genuinely wished to avoid any misunderstanding on her part. Chu Chu gazed upon the anxious faces of the crowd, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Since everyone was eager to obtain their cards, she resolved to work through the night to fulfill their requests. Taking a deep breath, she recognized that there was no alternative but to proceed in this manner. Besides, she could catch up on her sleep the following day, so it mattered little. This is truly a great inconvenience for you. Leader Zhou felt a surge of happiness within. Yet he feigned a demeanor of utmost embarrassment, hoping to prevent Chu Chu from misunderstanding his intentions. Chu Chu remains indifferent to the thoughts of others. Her sole desire is to expand her clientele. The more individuals who acquire loyalty cards, the greater the points she can accumulate. As the night passed, everyone at the headquarters successfully obtained their loyalty cards, and the dawn began to break. Chu Chu stretched languidly, feeling akin to a mere machine for processing cards. Her hands had grown weary, and, at last, it was over. Chu Chu addressed everyone. Expressing her profound fatigue, she felt that she could easily drift in a slumber while seated. Chu Chu nodded slightly, realizing that her current state was entirely unsuitable for cycling. It was akin to driving under fatigue, and she need not take such risks. Wait a moment. I too wish to apply for a card. The vice leader arrived just in time, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "Hasten, for I am on the verge of commencing my shift." Very well. Before Chu Chu's words could fully escape her lips, the voice of Leader Zhou resonated. Vice leader. She has toiled throughout the night. Does she not deserve a moment's respite? Leader Zhou glared fiercely. Had you arrived earlier, we would have processed your request. I'm not tardy in my arrival. The vice leader retorted disdainfully. Do not presume that your moment of merit intimidates me. Your self-serving conduct will be reported to the higher-ups, who uphold integrity above all. Chapter 101. Indifference towards the mobile phone store upon hearing the vice leader's remarks. Leader Zhou's countenance darkened. This matter was his responsibility, and should it attract complaints, his competence would surely be scrutinized by the higher authorities, forcing him to relent with a grimace. Very well, vice leader, I shall assist you in obtaining a membership card. Chu Chu, wishing to offend no one, was relieved that no one pressed her further, and she commenced the card application process with due diligence. The tension between the two was palpable, evident to any observant onlooker. However, Chu Chu remained indifferent to the strife, for once she acquired her card, she would depart, leaving their internal conflicts entirely irrelevant to her. After receiving her card, a smile graced the vice leader's face as she fixed her gaze upon Chu Chu. I must admit, I find you quite commendable. Would you be interested in assisting me with some tasks? I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Vice leader, is it not rather excessive to poach my personnel before my very eyes? Leader Zhou's expression soured further upon hearing the vice leader's proposition. Your personnel? The vice leader scoffed. Such a flattering term. You did not even bother to inquire if she consents, yet you draw conclusions with such audacity. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Now you have had the pleasure of such an experience. Leader Zhou remained unfazed by her words, for his skin was thick enough to withstand any disparagement. She could say whatever she pleased. After Chu Chu successfully acquired the card, she handed it to the deputy leader and gracefully declined, saying, "This is your card. Please take good care of it. I apologize, but I must attend to my bathing center and have no time for other matters. I hope you both can understand. I will not work for any of you, but I would be delighted to be friends rather than subordinates." With a delicate smile, Chu Chu rose from her seat. If there are no pressing matters at hand, I believe it would be prudent for me to take my leave and rest, as I have been occupied throughout the night and now suffer from a throbbing headache. My apologies. She nodded towards them and then inquired of Leader Zhou. Could you please direct me to the room you have prepared? I am in immediate need of rest. Very well. Allow me to escort you there. Leader Zhou replied with a beaming smile, content at the prospect of Chu Chu putting the deputy leader in a difficult position. Whether he could recruit her was of little consequence. Thank you. Chu Chu responded, her smile tinged with an unfamiliarity. She wished to steer clear of power struggles and intended to avoid them at all costs. As the deputy leader observed Chu Chu's departing figure, a plan began to form in her mind. She genuinely desired to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chu Chu. for the establishment of such a large bathhouse indicated her undeniable strength. If she could forge a connection, the deputy leader's future prospects would be limitless. However, she was no fool. She would not attempt to poach in front of Leader Zhou, for she had her own designs. Congratulations, host. Your points have reached 1,200,000, and you have now advanced to level 9. Advancement to level 9 unlocks the mobile phone store and internet CAF. Please continue your efforts, host. A mobile phone store and an internet CAF? Surely, I must be mistaken. Is there even a signal available now? Mobile phones would undoubtedly remain unsold. And as for the internet CAF, there is currently no means to access the web. What a futile endeavor. It would be far more enjoyable to receive some provisions instead. Chu Chu could not help but voice her grievances, lamenting that these two trifling items were more of a burden than a blessing. The host system assured her that every product was of exceptional quality, explaining that the existence of both a mobile phone shop and an internet CAF had been meticulously planned within the confines of the bathing center. Including the area designated for tree planting, the use of mobile phones was entirely feasible, enabling not only calls but also internet browsing and gaming. As for the internet CAF, it was a straightforward matter, being situated within the bathing center itself. Naturally, establishing a network in this vicinity was well within reach. However, initially, the signal strength might not be flawless. By utilizing points accumulated, one could enhance the network's capabilities, not only improving the signal strength but also extending its coverage. Given time, the network would undoubtedly expand nationwide. Chu Chu believes that the system has become increasingly formidable, capable of extending its reach nationwide. Given the current circumstances, it would already be quite remarkable for it to cover several nearby bases. Truly, the system has evolved impressively. It no longer requires drafts for communication. However, I am confident that it can not only span the nation, but also extend its influence across the globe. Chu Chu believed that this venture could be organized, and soon she would establish an online enterprise, reaping endless rewards and points, which brought her great joy. The internet CAF and the mobile phone store were adjacent to each other, both belonging to the realm of network systems. Their proximity would attract those intrigued by both, allowing them to indulge in leisurely activities. Task announcement: sell 10,000 mobile phones. Reward: the network system will upgrade to level 2, providing faster internet speed and signal within a 5-meter radius of the bathing center. Task announcement: the internet CAF must accommodate 10,000 visitors. Reward: the network system will upgrade to level 3, providing even faster internet speed and signal within a 10-meter radius of the bathing center. Host, please complete these tasks promptly. After all, level 1 network is exceedingly sluggish, barely qualifying as 2G speed, and phone calls may experience interruptions. Upon receiving the tasks, Chu Chu was filled with excitement. It had been quite some time since she last enjoyed using a mobile phone. Before the apocalypse, she was an unabashed mobile phone enthusiast. Initially, after the world changed, she still had the opportunity to use her phone, but as time went on, signals dwindled and battery life diminished, forcing her to relinquish her device. She believed many shared her struggle, caught between an insatiable desire for their phones and the inability to use them. Thus, she was convinced that the mobile store would thrive. Once the mobile store and internet CAF opened, Chu Chu promptly arrived at their entrances and purchased her first smartphone. Upon powering it on, she immediately realized that while it was indeed a smart device, the network signal was woefully inadequate, taking an eternity to load a single web page. Step by step, this was merely the beginning. She was confident that the network signal would improve over time. Satisfied, she tucked her phone away, eager to witness the unprecedented hustle and bustle. However, after waiting for a considerable time, not a single customer entered the store, and passers-by neglected to cast even a glance in its direction. Did people no longer have an affinity for mobile phones? Or were they harboring doubts about them? Chu Chu believes that in this world, no one can resist the allure of mobile phones. Those who disregard mobile phone stores must surely have alternative reasons. She must uncover these reasons to address the issue and resolve the problem of why people are not purchasing mobile phones. Chapter 102: Promoting Mobile Phones. The residents of the Chu Chu bathing center number in the thousands. While not all of them may possess the means to acquire a mobile phone, At least half can certainly afford one. She resolved to seek an opportune moment to comprehend their perspectives. What could be the reasons behind their reluctance to purchase a phone? Chu Chu gathered several acquaintances to initiate an inquiry. As they sat in silence, exchanging glances filled with curiosity, no one could discern the intentions behind Chu Chu's enigmatic demeanor until she finally spoke. Dear friends, I have recently noticed the emergence of mobile phones in our bathhouse, and I believe that possessing a mobile device would greatly enhance our convenience. I am curious as to why you all seem disinterested in acquiring one. The group exchanged puzzled looks until a representative finally voiced their concerns. Boss, it is not that we wish to refrain from purchasing mobile phones. Rather, we find ourselves unable to do so. Currently, we possess a points card that allows for seamless communication among ourselves. Even if we were to buy a phone, the lack of signal renders it merely a decorative object. Indeed, another chimed in, if a mobile phone cannot connect to the internet or facilitate gaming, it holds no utility for us whatsoever. Moreover, we remain unaware of the pricing. Should it be exorbitantly high, surpassing our financial capacity, we would truly prefer not to make a purchase. As the conversation unfolded, each individual shared their perspectives, and Chu Chu gained a deeper understanding of their sentiments. Since you all have chosen to visit this bathhouse and reside here, it is a testament to your trust in me, and I assure you, I shall not let you down. With a gentle smile, Chu Chu gazed at them and spoke, assuring them that within the confines of the bathing center, there would undoubtedly be a mobile signal. Although the signal may be feeble at present, engaging in a simple game would pose no difficulty. Currently, as part of a grand opening celebration, mobile phones are offered at remarkably favorable prices. I assure you, I shall strive even harder in terms of network connectivity. In the future, the mobile and computer network signals will improve significantly, aiming to restore them to pre-apocalyptic standards or even surpass them. Upon hearing her words, the crowd felt a flicker of hope. Having arrived in this desolate world, they found little in the way of entertainment. The prospect of playing on their phones to lighten their spirits was nothing short of delightful. Boss, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? We place immense trust in you. If we cannot play games, we will certainly refrain from purchasing a phone. Indeed, boss, as long as you promise not to mislead us, I shall boldly purchase a phone. To be honest, I have great faith in you, yet I hope you will honor this trust and not betray our feelings, wasting our hard-earned points. They believed they had made their concerns clear, yet Chu Chu remained unfazed, for every word she spoke was authentic and reliable. Rest assured, do you not know me well enough? I am right here in the bathing center, and should you feel deceived, you may directly seek me out for accountability. This bathing center is my enterprise. I would not forsake such a significant venture for trifling gains. Chu Chu's words have undoubtedly elevated the trust everyone has in her. When time permits, do visit the mobile store. Moreover, feel free to share this matter with your relatives and friends. I assure you that every word I have spoken today is genuine and holds true, devoid of any embellishment. Chu Chu bade them all farewell, and with a collective glimmer in their eyes, they instinctively made their way to the mobile phone store. Upon entering, the shop, which had been enveloped in silence, began to buzz with a hint of activity. The array of mobile devices displayed here was notably modern, with some models being the latest releases from before the apocalypse. The allure of their aesthetic was undeniable, igniting a desire within me to purchase one. However, it would be prudent to refrain from impulsive decisions and instead test the devices to assess the network signal. The phones were situated in the main hall, allowing prospective buyers the opportunity to pick them up and try them out at will. If one decided to make a purchase, they would need to redeem points, after which a new device would be delivered via the store's conveyor system. Familiar with the purchasing process, everyone felt at ease regarding any concerns about acquiring a phone. What mattered now was merely confirming the functionality of the network. The signal was surprisingly robust. I conducted web searches and was astounded by the swift results. To my delight, gaming was also an option. Yet, I pondered the procedure for obtaining a SIM card. What if the Plan S fees were exorbitant? Fear not, came a reassuring voice from within the store. Purchasing a phone here grants you a complimentary SIM card, along with 100 points for call credits. Subsequent charges are quite reasonable, varying according to your chosen plan, with the basic package priced at just 19 points per month. As an unfamiliar sound reverberated through the hall, the group realized that the cost of the SIM card would not be prohibitive. In fact, it was comparable to pre-apocalyptic rates. They nodded in agreement, finding the arrangement entirely acceptable. A monthly fee of 19 points seemed quite reasonable, and even with some data usage, it should suffice for a monthly subscription, right? Indeed. Dear customers, for 30 points you can enjoy unlimited data usage per month, with no speed restrictions regardless of consumption. With this enticing revelation, the initial intrigue transformed into a fervent determination to purchase. Each individual left the store with a gleaming new phone in hand, and upon seeing their acquisitions, others gathered around, eager to engage in casual conversation. Those who had made a purchase began to boast. This phone is unlike anything you imagined. Not only can it make calls, but also provides seamless internet access, allowing for effortless information retrieval and gaming. Doubt it? Allow me to demonstrate. As everyone produced their devices, they began to explore, and indeed, the phones operated with remarkable fluidity and impressive speed, causing the onlookers to gaze in awe. Is it truly this efficient? Even in a world where maintenance is a relic of the past, it still receives a signal. Absolutely. However, be advised, this level of connectivity is only available within the confines of the bathhouse. Venture outside, and you may find the signal elusive. Chapter 103. The urgency to act swiftly. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the base. Everyone was aware that the phones were capable of gaming. Albeit the internet speed was somewhat sluggish, it mattered little. As long as they could play, they were eager to purchase. The second bathhouse saw nearly every individual acquiring a phone, with even the young children joining in the trend. As for the first bathhouse, there was no need for promotion. Customers flocked in continuously, driven by their unwavering faith in Chu Chu. Congratulations, host. You have sold 5,000 units of the phone. Please continue your efforts. Only 5,000 units? The target of 10,000 still looms ahead, leaving me in a quandary. Chu Chu never contemplated placing her phone on the food delivery platform. For once the device strays beyond the confines of the 11th center, it would inevitably lose its signal, unless the nearby bases around the number 1 bathhouse have already been adorned with trees, while the medical city remains intertwined with verdant foliage. Presently, only the main base and the oceanic base remain devoid of signal coverage. Chu Chu has come to a profound realization. To achieve wealth and prosperity, one must engage in afforestation. Only when her trees blanket the entire nation will her business flourish and thrive. Chu Chu decided to first connect her mobile phone to the external software of the tree base. A task remarkably simple, as it merely required setting the purchasing restrictions by region. Once the phones were listed on the app, buyers immediately flocked to acquire units from Base 1 and Base 2, with thousands of devices sold, propelling the task value to over 7,000 units, much to Chu Chu's delight. Previously, she had overlooked the potential of delivery services, but having now discovered the correct approach, her task had naturally become less burdensome. The senior leadership within the central base couldn't help but feel a stir of interest upon seeing the phones available on the delivery app. However, their excitement quickly soured upon noticing the restricted purchasing regions. Xiaozhou, what do you think this means? Do they believe the central base lacks funds? The senior leader summoned Zhou for a complaint, emphasizing that any grievances regarding this matter should be directed to him, since it was Zhou's responsibility. Although Zhou had not previously monitored the delivery app, witnessing the senior leader's outburst prompted him to check the software himself, leading to his own discontent upon seeing the available phones. Rest assured, I'll personally investigate this matter. I must see what Chu Chu is truly up to. Do they not understand that our central base is in dire need of these phones? Zhou vowed resolutely, determined not to let the senior leader down, and he pondered what offense he may have inadvertently caused Chu Chu. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the leader deemed it essential to address the matter in person rather than relying on the communication features of the points card, leading him to decide to visit the bathhouse directly. Just as Chu Chu was deep in thought, a familiar voice echoed in the air. Turning towards the sound, she was greeted by the sight of Zhou entering with a cheerful demeanor. Unaware of Zhou's esteemed visit, she felt it was a missed opportunity for a proper welcome and hoped he could pardon her oversight. Chu Chu immediately replaced her frown with a smile and approached eagerly. "Dear boss Chu Chu, you truly perplex me. My visit this time is indeed purposeful." Director Zhou, overwhelmed with urgency, yearned to understand why the main base was not permitted to sell mobile phones. Thus, he decided to forego any pretense and directly inquired about the matter weighing on his mind. Chu Chu had long anticipated that some individuals would express dissatisfaction regarding this matter. However, she did not foresee that the very next day, following the mobile phone's listing on the delivery app, Leader Zhou would pay her a visit. "Leader Zhou, you have misunderstood me. It is not that I am unwilling to sell the phones to the headquarters. Rather, I lack the means to do so. Even if I were to sell them to you, there would be no network or signal, rendering the use of points utterly futile. How is it that other bases possess signal? We are all in the same predicament. Are you not implying a disparity in treatment?" Leader Zhou, stationed at the headquarters, had not encountered any network upgrades in recent years and had not contemplated this issue. Hence, he could assert such claims with confidence. "Having engaged with other bases prior to my interaction with the headquarters, I planted trees near those bases, which fall under the jurisdiction of the bathing center, thus providing a signal. This is the truth." Chu Chu felt no need to fabricate lies or conceal anything, merely pondering whether Leader Zhou would believe her. "In fact, we too desire to utilize mobile phones, particularly at our headquarters, as it would be beneficial for all involved." Understanding the context of the situation, Leader Zhou's tone softened. "Chu Chu, we at the headquarters also wish to employ mobile phones. Can you suggest any means by which we might expedite this process? One potential solution involves renting a signal source, albeit at a considerable cost and with certain limitations. The second option would entail connecting the headquarters to the bathing center, yet the distance is significant, necessitating the planting of trees, a process that would take considerable time and is not particularly expedient." Leader Zhou remained unable to make a decisive call. He needed to report this situation to his superiors. To avoid inciting their ire, he departed without delay. After watching Director Zhou depart, Chu Chu let out a sigh of relief. She had harbored a deep-seated fear that Director Zhou might be a petty individual, holding a grudge against her for this incident. It turns out that Director Zhou possesses a commendable magnanimity. She had underestimated his character, judging him through the lens of her own insecurities. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu immediately agreed. Although the signal transmitter was not expensive, successfully completing the task of selling mobile phones was indeed a commendable achievement for her. "Very well. I shall dispatch someone to deliver the signal transmitter to the main base at once. Please remain patient. Professionals will handle the installation for you, so there is no need for concern." Chu Chu conveyed this news through the points card, and her counterpart immediately expressed gratitude, hoping they could proceed with alacrity. Chapter 104. A formal apology. The central base has installed the signal source, resulting in a resurgence in mobile phone sales at the takeout shop, which exceeded 10,000 units and continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for achieving sales of 10,000 mobile phones. The signal level has now been upgraded to level 2, allowing mobile connectivity within a 5-meter radius of the bathing center. As the host has rented a signal source, a special reward of second-generation mobile phones has been granted. These devices feature more stable signals, greater memory, and a higher price. The host is encouraged to persist in their efforts. "Keep it up." With a delicate arch of her brow, Chu Chu regarded the reward with indifference, as it bore little significance to her. She nonchalantly retrieved her phone and immersed herself in a game, having recently succumbed to an irresistible obsession with it. Moreover, she had forged numerous friendships online, where her true identity remained a mystery, allowing for a more relaxed rapport among them. "Boss, this is bad. Something serious has happened. You must come to the laboratory at once." Uncle T and I rushed over, his expression fraught with urgency, his words tumbling forth in disarray, revealing the gravity of the situation. "Uncle T and I, please remain calm. I will accompany you to assess the situation right away. No matter what has transpired, I possess the capability to resolve it. Have no fear." Chu Chu promptly turned off her phone. Although the game was entertaining, it paled in comparison to the significance of real-life matters. Within the game, characters relentlessly targeted Chu Chu's account, while she made her way to the laboratory. The atmosphere inside the lab was eerily quiet. Everyone sat in hushed silence, with students bowing their heads in anguish, too fearful to utter a word. What was amiss? Sensing an unsettling tension, Chu Chu cautiously inquired if something had occurred. Do not worry. No matter the issue, it can be resolved. The professor, visibly irate, lamented, Chu Chu, we owe you an apology. We believed he would be easy to manage, yet we were mistaken. As the professor spoke, he succumbed to a fit of coughing, fiercely pointing at the student. You tell me what you have done. I fear I shall lose all face because of you. Professor, I am truly sorry. I promise I will never dare to repeat my mistake. Please do not be angry. The student pleaded, tears streaming down his face, genuinely remorseful for his actions. Chu Chu felt utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the conversation between the two individuals. She raised a hand in a gesture for silence. What on earth has transpired? Is there no one who can elucidate the situation for me? Boss Chu Chu, I have made a grave error. I inadvertently spilled zombie blood into the sewer, and I promptly informed the professor. The student, as they spoke, grew increasingly flustered. This matter could not be taken lightly. If the sewer water were to be inadvertently contacted by someone, it could potentially incite another wave of zombie chaos. How could you be so careless in your actions? Chu Chu inhaled deeply, her voice rising in admonition. How much time has elapsed? Let me see if there's a way to rectify this. Chu Chu rolled her eyes, utterly at a loss as to how to discipline the student. Taking a deep breath, she said, Professor, he is your responsibility. It's up to you to handle it. I hope he comes to realize his errors. The professor nodded, acknowledging, Boss, I've been too lenient with him in the past. I understand what I must do. Chu Chu did not spare him even a fleeting glance. She turned on her heel and departed, for she felt an urgent need to clarify the nature of the zombie virus lurking within the water. Though the potential dangers of the virus in the sewers remained shrouded in uncertainty, she was resolute in her determination to avert any possible calamity. The student, opening his mouth as if to speak, ultimately fell silent, refraining from uttering a single word. He had no intention of offering explanations, for he understood the professor's disposition. Once his mind was made up, there was no room for alteration. The professor, observing the student's retreating figure, settled into a chair and exhaled deeply. How challenging it had become to teach today's youth. In our time, we dared not exhibit such audacity. Meanwhile, Guti and I, who had been a mere spectator to the unfolding drama, remained silent. He had long discerned the underlying currents of the situation. His instincts warned him that something was amiss, seriously amiss. He had already replaced the zombie blood in the flask with another substance. Yet he refrained from disclosing this information to anyone, trusting no one but Chu Chu. After leaving the laboratory, Chu Chu wore a distressed expression. She found herself in a truly challenging predicament. The progress within the lab had already been fraught with difficulties, and now, with such an issue arising, her concern deepened. System, is there anything capable of purifying zombie blood? I am genuinely fearful of everyone contracting the zombie virus. Chu Chu promptly sought assistance from the system, for in her eyes, there was nothing beyond its capacity to resolve. However, the prolonged silence from the system this time unveiled the formidable nature of the predicament. Apologies, the system is powerless. Nevertheless, the host might attempt to flush the bathroom water into the drain for dilution and disinfection. Though it may prove futile, it is preferable to inaction. The system felt a twinge of unease, aware that its tools could only mitigate the effects of the zombie blood rather than eradicate it entirely. Had complete annihilation been possible, it would not have required such exertion in compelling Chu Chu to undertake tasks, but rather would have presented her with the antidote, enabling her to accrue greater points. With a sigh, Chu Chu resigned herself to the circumstances. The first-floor bathroom was bustling with patrons, and to boost its usage, she had ingeniously orchestrated a buy-one-get-one-free promotion. This strategy not only allowed her to accrue points, but also mitigated the impact of the situation. Moreover, it provided tangible benefits to the residents. Truly, her cleverness yielded a trifecta of advantages. Concurrently, 2 bathing facilities were running promotions, and although the current state of affairs remained uncertain, it was evident that a significant amount of water had been wasted. Upon witnessing this predicament, the professor exhaled deeply, lamenting the preciousness of water in a post-apocalyptic world. The sheer volume squandered was particularly vexing, especially given that students had unilaterally decided to dispose of zombie blood into the sewage system. That evening, the professor approached Chu Chu's room, his expression grave. Upon being roused from her slumber by the sound of a knock, Chu Chu opened the door to find none other than the professor standing before her. "Good day, Professor. How may I assist you?" Chu Chu did not believe that the professor had any significant matters to discuss with her. Their interactions had been rather sparse, and his sudden approach led her to suspect that it could not bode well. "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I have come to formally express my regrets," the professor said, his words laced with contrition, yet his countenance betrayed no trace of embarrassment. Chapter 105. One must not startle the snake in its hole. There's no need for apologies. "I hope you can manage your students effectively," Chu Chu replied. Her intuition whispered that the situation was far from straightforward. After all, no student, regardless of their temperament, would dare to act without the professor's consent. The professor's expression darkened momentarily, revealing a fleeting glimpse of his true feelings, yet it was quickly masked, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. "I will ensure he is properly educated. I hope you, esteemed Chu Chu, can show magnanimity and not stoop to the level of a child." "Professor, your words are misguided. By age, he is slightly my senior. If he is a child, then am I not but a mere infant?" Chu Chu blinked her eyes, resolute in her thoughts. She would not be swayed by the professor's manipulations. She was well aware of her own convictions and knew precisely how to navigate the situation. "Professor, what has transpired is in the past. As long as you refrain from causing further disturbances in the future, I shall not dwell on the matter excessively." Chu Chu is not a person who easily acquiesces, yet in this instance, she finds herself compelled to endure the situation, as she possesses no evidence to assert that their actions were intentional. Just as she was about to settle into bed, a knock resounded once more. Her face contorted with irritation. How utterly exasperating. "What more do you want? I have already made myself perfectly clear. Please do not trouble me again." As Chu Chu opened the door, a sense of indignation washed over her. It was indeed the hour for slumber, and she was prone to waking irritability. "Have I disturbed you?" Gu Tianai inquired, a charming smile gracing his handsome visage. "I apologize, as I have urgent matters to discuss with you. If my presence has caused you displeasure, I shall return tomorrow." No, Chu Chu replied, her face illuminating with a gracious and composed smile, as if the earlier outburst had never been hers. The students pouring zombie blood into the drain was unequivocally no accident. It was a deliberate act. Gu Tianai stated emphatically, having witnessed the event firsthand. Chu Chu had always found the situation rather perplexing and had harbored doubts. Now, upon hearing Gu Tianai's words, she immediately adopted a serious expression. "Gu Tianai, this matter is of great significance. You must not speak falsely." Gu Tianai replied earnestly, "Chu Chu, when have I ever uttered a falsehood?" Chu Chu possesses a certain understanding of Gu Tianai. Typically, she remains silent. However, whenever she chooses to speak, it is invariably backed by irrefutable evidence. Yet, there is no cause for concern, for I have cleverly substituted the zombie serum. They believe they have introduced zombie blood, but in reality, it is merely a common red potion. A mischievous grin spread across Gu Tianai's face, as I replaced the contents at the very moment he poured it. Thus, our bathing center remained secure. Upon hearing Gu Tianai's words, Chu Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet she could not help but express her frustration. "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? I was nearly terrified to death. I have contemplated numerous solutions, but none have proven effective." Chu Chu's voice resembled a tender coquetry. Although she was lamenting, her tone enveloped the listener like a gentle spring breeze, offering a comforting sensation. "I had long been deprived of an opportunity, as they consistently circled around me. Now, having finally carved out a moment to seek you out, our task is to feign ignorance regarding this matter and discern who is orchestrating these mischiefs behind the scenes." Gu Tianai had maintained a cordial rapport with both of them. The professor was diligent and earnest, while the student, albeit a tad unreliable, was not malicious at heart. Given the current predicament, it is evident that someone is instigating trouble. People change, typically for two reasons: money or emotion. From his observations, the professor and the student had never departed this place. So who could the culprit be? This matter is entrusted to you. I shall pretend to know nothing. T and I, you're responsible for the safety issues at the bathing center. I trust you 1T let me down, will you? T and I wore a placid smile, saying, how could I possibly disappoint you? If I were indifferent to this matter, I wouldn't even mention it to you. Rest assured, I will conduct a covert investigation while maintaining the facade that nothing has occurred. You must also appear oblivious. We cannot afford any slip-ups. T and I had already intended to investigate discreetly. Had it not been for his concern that Chu Chu might fret unduly, he would have kept this matter entirely to himself. Fear not. I have yet to encounter a challenge in my life, so why not test my acting skills now? Given the significance of the bathing center's safety, Chu Chu was naturally concerned. The night passed, and at dawn the following day, Chu Chu energetically sought methods to neutralize the zombie blood, while T and I observed quietly, noting the reactions of those who seemed suspicious. He observed the professor and the student engaging in a secretive discussion, seemingly engrossed in some research. Wasn't he the student confined by the professor? How could he be out so soon? How could you be so careless as to pour the zombie blood into the drain? Now we are all doomed. Is there any solution? The professor whispered sharply to the student. I too disapprove of the current actions, but we cannot gamble with our safety. Professor, I did not intend for this, but you are aware of our predicament. If we do not act this way, those individuals will undoubtedly not spare us. The student furrowed his brow, gazing at the professor, adding, we have no alternative. I must think not only of myself, but also of my family. At the mention of family, a look of defeat crossed the professor's face. They truly had us in their grasp. It had been a long time since he had seen his family, but would our reckless destruction ultimately harm ourselves? Professor, let us not dwell on worries. We must heed their commands, or our families are doomed. I too do not wish to compromise the environment here. The student turned to console the professor. Yet the environment had been irrevocably damaged. I am certain that the boss possesses a means to remedy this. Our family is lost, and that is a reality from which we shall never return. Professor, you must not be muddled should you engage in any actions that violate our agreement. The student refrained from elaborating, yet both understood the implications. The professor rubbed his face, conceding, let this matter rest as it is. We must ensure there is no recurrence. Otherwise, I truly do not know how I shall cope. Upon overhearing their conversation, T and I quietly departed, knowing that to uncover the person behind this, one must tread lightly and not alert the snake in the grass. Chapter 106. No one knows. T and I slipped away unnoticed, while the professor and the student bore expressions of anguish. Their actions contradicted their innermost convictions, inflicting profound suffering upon themselves. Chu Chu learned the entire story from T and I, a smile gracing her face. I had long suspected that the two of them were not quite right. It turns out they had already been bribed before entering the bathhouse. Regardless of who this individual may be, I find myself quite admiring him. Chu Chu clenched her fists. If she were to discover the identity of that individual, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. What course of action should we pursue now? T and I harbored his own thoughts, yet, in light of the circumstances, he held a deep respect for Chu Chu's perspective. With a cold, disdainful laugh, Chu Chu resolved to retaliate. Since they had disregarded me and brazenly asserted their dominance within my territory, I felt no obligation to extend them any courtesy. I would relentlessly pursue the connection between the students and the professors, and regardless of who stood in my way, I would not let them escape unscathed. I was determined to make them experience the bitter consequences of their own actions. Chu Chu clenched her fists, wishing fervently to unearth the person lurking behind her. She was determined to devise a plan to swiftly identify this individual, resolutely refusing to permit anyone to undermine her core. Chu Chu instructed T and I to covertly observe the actions of the professor and the student, who were working together and undoubtedly had ample time at their disposal. Since their entry into the bathhouse, the professor and the student had not ventured outside, making it improbable for them to maintain contact with the outside world. The only conceivable explanation was that they had been compromised prior to their check-in. That night, The duo appeared enigmatic, as if conspiring something significant, revealing an unmistakable sense of wrongdoing. Guti and I alerted Chu Chu, who then discovered their mobile numbers and activated a tracking mode, determined to uncover their whereabouts. Let's follow them. Chu Chu promptly informed Guti and I, and they set off in tandem, closely trailing the student and the professor. The two moved with remarkable agility, as if they had engaged in such clandestine activities numerous times before. Chu Chu observed their actions closely, capturing them on her mobile camera, with this evidence in hand. She feared no denial from them. Behind the bathing center lay an area easily overlooked, where two individuals surveyed their surroundings, when suddenly, a figure clad in black emerged. "Have you accomplished the task assigned to you?" The figure inquired with an air of calm. "Of course, we have fulfilled your requests. Yet, we are anxious about the well-being of our families," replied one of the students, bowing slightly in deference. He understood that his pride had long since evaporated. In comparison to the safety and happiness of his loved ones, such pride was trivial. "You executed your duties with commendable efficiency, hence your families are assuredly unharmed. However, I advise you to heed my words more carefully. Did you not pour the zombie blood into the sewer? Why, then, have they shown no ill effects?" The black-clad individual glared at him with gritted teeth. "Was it your mistake, or did you fail to pour it all?" The student immediately shook his head. "I truly did pour it, and the professor can attest to that. Many witnesses were present, and I merely fell in by accident. I had not anticipated that this boss possessed such formidable capabilities, able to resolve such a significant matter. It seems we must have underestimated the dosage we administered. Very well. You shall repeat the process. This time, I expect no failure." The black-clad figure inhaled deeply, were it not for the lack of alternatives. He would never resort to employing these two fools, who could not even manage a simple task involving zombie blood. "Indeed, how can we ensure the completion of our mission? We will not disappoint your expectations, but we also hope you will safeguard our families from harm." The professor's words consistently circled back to his loved ones, revealing his genuine concern. Since the apocalypse began, they had not seen their families, and it was this very individual in black who had brought news of their loved ones. Initially skeptical of the black-clad figure's assertions, they were swayed as he spoke extensively about their families and revealed secrets known only to them. Thus, they felt compelled to believe him and to carry out his bidding. Chu Chu, listening attentively from the side, had likely pieced together the sequence of events. However, she remained oblivious to the fate of the professor and the students' families. It was evident that the figure in black harbored nefarious intentions. When had he first set his sights on the bathhouse? The man in black proceeded slowly, then abruptly halted, a smug smile gracing his face. "The individuals trailing behind me must be the proprietors of the bathhouse. Is it true that even those of your virtuous ilk engage in such underhanded dealings?" Chu Chu, aware that her adversary had uncovered her presence, decided to reveal herself without reservation. With a confident smile, she proclaimed, "What does it mean to steal a chicken or touch a dog? You have entered my territory, harmed my people, and yet you believe I am not entitled to retaliate?" Without indulging in unnecessary words, Chu Chu launched an attack on the man in black. To everyone's astonishment, the man did not evade or dodge. Instead, he simply smiled and closed his eyes. Chu Chu's strike landed upon the figure clad in black, instantly shattering him into fragments. She scarcely had a moment to comprehend the gravity of her actions. Had she truly just extinguished a life? In this apocalyptic world, although she had vanquished numerous zombies, this was her inaugural experience of taking a human life, leaving her profoundly unsettled and at a loss. She had committed murder. How could this be? Was she losing herself? Yet, there was no need for alarm. As long as the student and the professor remained at the bathhouse, the figure in black would undoubtedly reappear. Chu Chu suddenly gazed at Guti and I, her voice trembling. "Guti and I have taken a life. I have slain the man in black. Do not be afraid. I too have taken lives. In this apocalyptic world, who among us is not?" Guti and I gently tousled Chu Chu's hair. "Do not dwell on it. Just take a warm bath and treat it as if nothing has transpired. No one will ever know." Chapter 107. Surrender and Disarmament. Chu Chu is acutely aware that in a post-apocalyptic world, taking a life is all too common. At times, it is a necessity for self-preservation that compels one to resort to such extreme measures. However, this instance is entirely different. She is not acting out of self-defense. To her astonishment, the individual did not attempt to evade her actions, contrary to her expectations. Chu Chu's explanations became increasingly convoluted, leaving her in a state of profound discomfort. How had matters deteriorated to such an extent? No worries. Tomorrow during the day we shall go and have a look. Perhaps it is merely your imagination, Gutianai said, furrowing his brow, sensing that there was something amiss. No one would be foolish enough to stand idly by and allow others to strike them unless they had ulterior motives. Imagination? Chu Chu shook her head, firmly convinced that her moves had made contact with her opponent, who had simply vanished into thin air. Vanished into thin air? Upon reaching this thought, Chu Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that she had not committed murder, and that the individual had simply vanished into thin air? He must possess the extraordinary ability of instantaneous teleportation. After Chu Chu confirmed this matter, she felt a great sense of relief within her. She was not a senseless killer. She remained true to herself. Amidst the anxious waiting, the dawn of the next day arrived. Early in the morning, the two individuals returned to the scene from the previous day, only to find no trace whatsoever, as if nothing had ever transpired there. Chu Chu was immediately engulfed by panic. Even if the opponent had been reduced to mere fragments, there should have been some trace left behind. How could there be absolutely no evidence? She arrived at the location from her memory, glancing left and right, and indeed found no signs whatsoever. Gu Tianya's expression grew increasingly grave. If someone had truly awakened the ability of instantaneous teleportation, the world would undoubtedly descend into greater chaos. They have already discovered our presence. I believe the situation regarding the students and the professors can no longer be concealed. We must now take control of both the students and the professors. What are you planning to do? Is this illegal confinement? The students are aware of their captivity and would never be able to destroy the water supply of the bathing center, leaving them in a state of anxiety. Chu Chu fixed her gaze upon the two individuals, asserting that they should be well aware of the reasons for their confinement. Their treachery against the bathhouse was something she would never overlook. Do you possess any evidence? On what grounds do you make such accusations? The student retorted, challenging the validity of her claims. You have always harbored disdain for me, yet you cannot unjustly malign my character. The proprietor intervened, attempting to defuse the tension. There must be some misunderstanding. If he has done anything to offend you, I sincerely apologize on his behalf. The matter of betrayal is exceedingly grave and should not be taken lightly. The professor feigned composure, convinced that neither of them had revealed any weaknesses, believing that Chu Chu was merely attempting to intimidate them. If they maintained their composure, she would undoubtedly remain oblivious to their clandestine secrets. Is that so? You will not shed tears until you confront the coffin. I have recorded your actions, Chu Chu declared, producing her phone to play back footage of their clandestine meeting with the man in black from the previous night. Upon viewing the surveillance video, their expressions shifted dramatically. What further words can you offer? Chu Chu inquired, stowing her phone and scrutinizing them. What excuses do you have left? You have been following us. The student, visibly shaken, exclaimed, That is illegal. I can press charges against you. In this domain, I embody the law. You wish to accuse me? Chu Chu, incensed by the student's defiance, clenched her teeth in fury. You reside within my bathhouse, on my territory, yet you dare to commit acts of betrayal. It's utterly appalling. If you disclose the mastermind behind this scheme, I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, prepare to be devoured by zombies. Chu Chu resolved that this time, she would not yield to sentimentality. Should she relent, the entirety of the bathing center would be plunged into boundless despair. I am unaware of the identities of those who stand behind us, yet I am acutely aware of their intent to annihilate the bathing center. Before you could locate us, they had already forged an agreement with us. The professor, a timid and apprehensive individual, divulged all the details under Chu Chu's veiled threats. How could they have known I would seek you out? Chu Chu pondered. If the adversary possessed such foresight, it would indeed be astonishing. The student inhaled deeply, preparing to lay everything bare. In truth, They had no certainty of whether you would discover our whereabouts. Their conjectures were mere guesses. They informed us that all individuals involved in pharmaceutical research nearby had been compromised. Anyone infiltrating the bathing center would be compelled to collude with them, lest their families face a gruesome fate at the hands of the undead. As the student spoke, trepidation dissipated. It had been far too long since I'd seen my family. My desires are neither grand nor numerous. I merely wish for their health and happiness. Your families? Chu Chu mused, the term family resonating deeply within her. Were her own kin to be abducted, she might very well resort to similar measures. However, the circumstances now were different. She would not easily relent to the professor and the student. As the proprietor of the bathing center, she bore the weight of responsibility not only for herself, but for all those within its walls. You think solely of your family. Have you considered the families of others at the bathing center? Chu Chu fixed her gaze on the student, pressing him with an inquiry now. You have an opportunity to atone for your transgressions by revealing the mastermind behind this. I can spare your life. The student resolutely replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose anything. He was acutely aware of the consequences of his decision, yet he felt no remorse, for he had something far more precious to protect. If that is your choice, then I am truly sorry, Chu Chu said, closing her eyes and silently invoking the incantation that would transport the student to the most infested area with zombies, whereupon he was immediately devoured. The professor, observing the student by his side, trembled uncontrollably. He was desperate to survive and to protect his family. He found himself at a loss as to what to do. Professor, it is now your turn. If you wish to follow the student's path, I will not stand in your way, Chu Chu said with a smile, fully aware of the professor's identity. To me, it seems there is no advantage in knowing who you are, as long as we eliminate the anomalies within the bathing center. Our safety is assured. I will speak. Is that not enough? Please spare me. I will disclose everything I know. The professor, being a man who valued his life above all, surrendered without much thought. Chapter 108. A flicker of hope regardless of the time or the person's status. Family remains of paramount importance. The assurance that their loved ones would be well cared for was contingent upon their compliance. Otherwise, their families would be sacrificed to the zombies. Initially, the professor was highly reluctant, yet the student readily agreed and began to persuade him relentlessly. Eventually, the professor found the student's arguments compelling and nodded in agreement. Although he consented, the professor fervently prayed that they would not discover his whereabouts, hoping to avert a tragedy. However, contrary to his wishes, Chu Chu and her group eventually found them. The professor initially resisted, but following a fierce argument with the student, he relented. We reached a consensus. So when you came to us a second time, we acquiesced. At first, no action was taken, and those individuals did not pursue them. They believed the ordeal had passed, that they had been spared. Yet just days ago, they reappeared, this time issuing direct orders. If they did not comply, their families would face dire consequences. The professor was horrified when they presented a lock of his wife's hair, threatening that next time it would not be hair but a head. With a heavy heart, the professor sighed. This is why we resorted to such actions. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I simply want to know who they are, Chu Chu stated, unwilling to understand or empathize with them. Those who disregard the safety of others must possess a loathsome nature. I do not know their true identities. I only know they belong to an organization intent on transforming all humanity into zombies. The professor genuinely had no idea where these individuals originated. However, during the course of the conversation, he discerned their thoughts. It appeared that, with age, the prospect of humanity transforming into zombies held little significance for him. His primary concern was to ensure his own safety and that of his family. Upon hearing this objective, Chu Chu immediately deduced the identity of the individual in question. Despite the circumstances, he remained undeterred. If he insisted on opposing her, she would not hesitate to respond in kind. It was he who was orchestrating the chaos, his presence lingering ominously. What was his true intention? Gu Tianai was not unfamiliar with this name. During Chu Tianji's previous visit to the bathhouse, he had already sensed the malevolence behind this individual, regrettably failing to subdue him. Had he succeeded, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits today. I too yearn for answers. Chu Chu's demeanor was not as fervent as Gu Tianya's. She possessed a profound understanding of Chu Tianga, a person who would not relent until his objectives were achieved. Having eliminated 2 infiltrators, it was likely that he would soon initiate his next course of action. Patience is key. We need not seek him out, for he will undoubtedly come looking for us. You know him so well. Gu Ti and I felt a twinge of discontent. Despite their close companionship, he had never perceived such depth of understanding from Chu Chu. It was astonishing that she, a former teammate, possessed such insight. Upon mentioning Chu Tianga, Chu Chu could not help but exhale a sigh. We grew up together. Even if I wished to remain oblivious, it would be impossible. Upon hearing these words, Chu Chu fell into a profound silence. Their relationship was not one of childhood betrothal, but rather a one-sided infatuation. She had been secretly in love with Chu Tiange. Had she been more perceptive back then, she would not have become the person she was now. We have no relationship. I harbor no lingering feelings for him. Chu Chu asserted resolutely, repeatedly reminding herself that Chu Tiange was not a good person. He had the chance to save her, but chose to watch as those individuals cast her into the abyss. Gao Tianyi felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Chu Chu's words, yet he refrained from commenting. Chu Tiange belonged to the past, while he was her future. Clenching his fists, he realized he was rarely interested in a woman. He had to win her over. He was suddenly startled by his own thoughts. When had he begun to harbor such feelings? How do you usually stay in contact? Chu Chu inquired with curiosity. Was it through that man in black? If so, her vigilance was alarmingly low, unable to guard against even a shadowy figure. The professor spoke hesitantly. They usually contact me. I have never reached out to them. I avoid them whenever possible. How could I possibly seek them out? Professor, I shall tentatively trust you, but I hope you do not let me down. I will release you, but once they reach out to you, you must inform me of everything. With a swift turn of her eyes, Chu Chu concluded that luring the snake from its hole would be the simplest and most convenient approach. Waiting idly could lead to an uncertain wait. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. However, you must also concede to one condition. The professor suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, as though he had reached a revelation. You are in no position to negotiate conditions with me. Chu Chu scoffed. Are you still oblivious to your own predicament? I am aware of my situation. Yet I must also seek a benefit for my family. I am willing to cooperate with you, provided you ensure the safety of my relatives. I trust in your capability to accomplish this. If you cannot, I implore you not to involve me. The professor found himself at a crossroads, facing inevitable death. The mere thought of his family surviving offered him immense solace. As for this matter, Chu Chu could never acquiesce to his demands. After all, the fate of his family remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps Chu Tianga and the others were wielding false information to manipulate them. Professor, I can agree to your request. As long as your family remains alive, I will ensure their safety. However, if your family has already met their demise, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot resurrect the deceased. Chu Chu candidly expressed her concerns up front, thereby avoiding the possibility of the professor deeming her untrustworthy should she falter later. As long as you promise me, that suffices. The professor had indeed contemplated the potential for deception, yet was still clinging to a flicker of hope. In Chapter 109, rigidity emerged. Within another base, Chu Tianga, upon hearing the description of the cloaked figure, felt an intense frustration gnawing at him. He never anticipated that Chu Chu could evolve to such an extent in such a brief period. The cloaked figure indeed possessed the ability to traverse the earth, moving swiftly beneath the surface, covering several kilometers in mere minutes. He was specifically tasked with transmitting messages to the base, and each time he executed his role with a calm demeanor, for his earth-burrowing technique allowed him to escape peril unscathed. Had they discovered the students, the professor, or both? Chu Tiangu has meticulously orchestrated this strategic maneuver for an extended period. He is unwilling to relinquish these two pieces so easily. The man in black is intent on gathering intelligence, yet he is unable to infiltrate the bathing center, lest he alert his quarry. Thus he remains only informed about the students, unaware of the transaction between the professor and Chu Chu. From what I gather, the student has faced severe repercussions. As for the professor, there is currently no news, It remains uncertain whether he can still be trusted. Given this situation, please convey a message to him, urging the professor to proceed with our plan. As long as he adheres to our directives, it shall confirm his allegiance to our cause. Chu Chu clenched his fist. If the professor were not one of their own, he would not hesitate to act in the name of justice. Yes, leader. I am uncertain of the message you wish for me to convey. The cloaked figure bowed respectfully and then stood obediently to the side, awaiting Chu Tianji's command. Chu Tiangu smiled mysteriously and confided his plan to the man in black, instructing the professor to follow his agenda. Without uttering a word of dissent, the man in black promptly set off for the bathing center. He provided the professor and the student with 2 radios, ensuring that they could communicate as long as they were in proximity to the center. The professor had initially assumed that the man in black would retreat in the face of adversity, but to his surprise, the radio crackled to life once more. Professor, student, are you both well? This is the man in black. I bring a new mission from the leader. If you do not come out to accept it, your families are doomed. The man in black remained unfazed, accustomed to such scenarios where the bathing center's personnel had ensnared them. He thought waiting a while would pose no issue. Upon receiving the call from the man in black, the professor hurriedly sought out Chu Chu, unwilling to conceal the conversation he had just had. Very well, let's go meet him. I am curious to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Chu Chu never anticipated that Chu Tiangu would exhibit such impatience. It had only been a brief period since their last encounter, yet he had already sent someone to arrange a task, presumably to ascertain whether the professor had betrayed them. Chu Qian's thoughts are easily discernible, and Chu Chu has long since grasped them. This time, she silently awaits their entrapment. How shall the boss handle such an abundance of zombie blood? The professor's voice quivers slightly. If he becomes tainted by so much zombie blood, escape will be impossible. In today's society, zombie blood is an exceedingly precious commodity. A single zombie contains merely a few dozen milliliters of blood, yet this collection amounts to over 1,000 milliliters. They truly overestimate their own worth. What do they expect of you? Were you to dispose of these substances? Chu Chu sought clarity regarding the actions he was to undertake next. Otherwise, the other party would remain skeptical of his intentions. He instructed me to pour this blood into the water tank from which you typically drink. Yet we possess no such tank, only tap water, leaving me at a loss for a solution. The professor, at that moment, terrified the other individual, hastily assenting without a moment's consideration for alternative options. It is only now that he realizes the predicament of lacking a water tank. I shall take charge of this matter. I will ensure that everyone at the bathing center consumes this tainted blood. You may convey to the man in black that your task has been fulfilled. Chu Chu naturally collected the zombie blood, a confident smile gracing her face. She had already communicated with the system, ensuring that the individuals at the bathhouse would not actually consume the zombie blood. However, their actions closely resembled those who had. To avoid arousing suspicion, Chu Chu refrained from mentioning this matter to anyone, not even to Gu Tianai, who remained oblivious to her intentions. Nevertheless, they began to notice that their behaviors grew increasingly peculiar by the day. On this particular day, several individuals at the bathhouse gathered to converse. One person expressed an overwhelming sense of discomfort, unable to pinpoint the cause, and sought assistance from the others. Have you all noticed how increasingly rigid we've become? Even walking feels uncomfortable, he remarked. I share this sentiment, and I find myself inexplicably excited upon seeing anything bloodied. Could it be that we are on the verge of transforming into zombies? That is improbable. It must be a change in the weather. Have you not observed that since the afforestation efforts, the sun has become less harsh and the temperature has dropped? We are merely suffering from rheumatism. Another suggested, let us procure some rheumatic plaster from the pharmacy. This discomfort is becoming unbearable. Indeed, I shall purchase some as well. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but now I feel as though I am walking like a robot. Everyone experienced this sensation, yet they did not dwell on it excessively, attributing their stiffness to the chilly weather, and thus they all ventured to the pharmacy to acquire remedies. Meanwhile, a figure clad in black meticulously monitored the situation at the bathhouse, needing to ascertain whether the professor had betrayed them. Such treachery could not be tolerated. As he observed individual after individual exhibiting stiffness in their necks, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The professor had indeed remained loyal and had surreptitiously infused their dining water with zombie blood. The leader, the professor, still stood by their side. Today, the people at the bathhouse exhibited signs of rigidity. It was believed that without an antidote, they would soon succumb to transformation into zombies. Ha ha ha! Chu Chu suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly amused by how easily these cultured individuals could be deceived. With merely a few photographs in hand, I could compel him to act on my behalf. Chapter 110. This is a malady. The man in black expressed a hint of concern. Chief, what if the professor discovers we have no information regarding his family? Will he not seek vengeance against us? To which the response was, let him seek vengeance if he wills it. After all, he has already completed the tasks we assigned him. He is also culpable in the affairs of the bathhouse. How could he dare to confront us? Chu Chu, with a well-formed plan, considers that even if he were to fight against us in the end, it would be of no consequence. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, he cannot prevail against us, and moreover, he has been complicit in these matters all along. Although the professor has already aligned himself with our cause, we shall disclose our intentions to him. I believe that if he is willing to continue assisting us, he may maintain his human form to serve the interests of the undead. However, should he refuse, he cannot blame me for my ruthless measures. Transforming him into a zombie would also be a form of benevolence, as this world will inevitably require the undead to govern its future. Chu Chu wore a somber smile upon his visage. Ever since the emergence of the undead, he had firmly believed that this world belonged to the zombies. The existence of humanity hindered the evolution of the undead. Only by transforming all of humankind into zombies could the world flourish evermore. Humans polluted the air daily and squandered land, whereas zombies required nothing but a modicum of blood to sustain their movement. Moreover, they were devoid of deceitful intentions, never contemplating the sordid acts of trickery and manipulation. Chu Chu is convinced that only when all of humanity transforms into zombies will this world become increasingly beautiful. The figure in black wholeheartedly agrees with Chu Chu's perspective, and the entire base shares this belief, for they have congregated around a common ideal. The environment prior to the apocalypse had suffered unprecedented levels of pollution. If this trajectory were to persist, the Earth would undoubtedly reach a breaking point, leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, for these individuals, the apocalypse is not regarded as a misfortune, but rather as a beneficial opportunity to rectify the Earth's environment and enhance its state. Within the base, apart from those who genuinely cherish the environment, the rest have been indoctrinated, fervently embracing Chu Chu's ideology to an almost fanatical degree. Chu Chu embodies the unwavering faith of everyone within the base. Whatever he speaks or undertakes is regarded as divine decree. Chu Chu perceives the professor as a malleable individual, a person of remarkable intellect, far more valuable than a multitude of mediocrities. Indeed, I shall attend to this matter without delay. The man in black is utterly obedient to Chu Chu. Should Chu Chu command him to sacrifice himself, he would likely harbor not a single grievance. It is imperative that we act swiftly, lest the individuals at the bathhouse uncover any hints, for otherwise, we may risk losing a formidable ally. Chu Chu, filled with unease, expressed his concerns, believing that Chu Chu was not a benevolent individual either. If she discovered the traitor, her methods of dealing with the situation would undoubtedly mirror his own. Eradication. The professor was engulfed in a relentless turmoil, tormented by the fear of exposure and the dread of their relentless pursuit. The agony of waiting was unbearable. Could he not be granted a swift resolution? Professor, are you there? The radio transmission from a man in black provided a moment of reprieve. The most challenging ordeal in this world is the act of waiting. A definitive outcome, whether favorable or adverse, would liberate him from this torment. The man in black spoke with a notably relaxed tone. Professor, do not be so tense. You have executed this mission excellently, and our leader is exceedingly pleased. I am here merely to convey one matter. You have successfully completed your task and may choose to reside at our base. I have become quite accustomed to life at the bathhouse, and I fear that an abrupt change of environment may be disconcerting. The professor instinctively rejected the proposition. wishing to sever ties with this group. You may opt not to go, but you must continue to serve the base from the bathhouse. The man in black displayed no surprise, as though he had anticipated the professor's response. In truth, your remaining at the bathhouse is advantageous for the leader, sparing him the need to find a replacement for your position. Upon hearing this, the professor understood that the matter was far from simple. He did not wish to become a puppet for the base, perpetually serving its interests. He had narrowly escaped this time with Chu Chu's assistance. But what of the next occasion? Allow me to contemplate this matter thoroughly. I shall provide you with an answer in 3 days. Engulfed in contemplation, the professor yearned for Chu Chu's guidance, seeking her expertise in devising a foolproof plan. After concluding the radio conversation, he promptly sought out Chu Chu, who was currently in an internet CAF calculating the number of participants. Only 20 short of their target. She felt a surge of delight. Once the mission at the CAF was accomplished, her system signal could advance to the next level. Unlike the current gaming experience, which was sometimes plagued by lags, she anticipated that an upgrade would result in a much smoother signal. Chu Chu, the man in black, contacted me again, the professor exclaimed in a fluster. Chu Chu glanced around before leading him to a secluded area. I have serious doubts now regarding whether they possess information about my family. I regret having trusted them so blindly in the past. It seems I have finally seen through their facade. The professor could no longer place his faith in Chu Tianji's base. If they were truly benevolent, they would never resort to threats involving such matters. He realized that his previous naivety had been a folly, one that required remedy. Chapter 111. Preparing to upgrade the network system. A look of satisfaction graced Chu Chu's face. Now that you have come to a clear understanding, there is no need for me to elaborate further. However, you must absolutely visit Chu Tianji's base. The words of Chu Chu left the professor in a state of profound confusion. Shouldn't he be distancing himself from the Chu Tian Pavilion base? Why must he go there? Boss, I truly do not wish to go. Staying at the spa offers sustenance and comfort, without the burden of risk. I have lived a life of ease and have no desire to venture into danger. The professor candidly expressed if one could lead a good life, who would choose to endure hardship? However, the professor added, at this juncture, you have no choice. If you wish to remain at the spa, you must adhere to my directives. Otherwise, I possess the authority to expel you from the spa, or even cast you into the midst of the undead. Chu Chu had long anticipated that the professor would defy orders and disregard commands. However, what of it? Ever since the day the professor betrayed the bathing center, he had forfeited the right to harbor independent thoughts and must now bear the consequences of his past actions. Boss, does your conscience not ache for treating me this way? The professor clutched his heart, incredulous at the words he had just heard. Upon mentioning the matter, he chuckled awkwardly. I promise to assist the bathing center. Yet the base of Chu Tiangu is fraught with peril. I must ensure my own safety. I am already aware that my family may not be in their custody, and I hope you can provide me with a guarantee. The professor gazed at her with evident anxiety. Though he had aged, if he were to live prudently, he had several decades ahead of him. Surviving in such a treacherous post-apocalyptic environment, he certainly did not wish to risk his life due to Chu Tiangu. A smile graced Chu Chu's face as she addressed the professor, assuring him, rest assured, this matter shall be entrusted to me. I shall take every measure to ensure your safety, provided you disclose to me the true intentions of Chu Tiangu and the nature of their research. I guarantee your security, and I will not allow any harm to befall you. With her words, the professor felt reassured. I will respond to them in 3 days, he continued, and I will need your cooperation to stage a performance. The professor was reluctant to leave the bathhouse, fearing suspicion might arise. So he hoped Chu Chu could assist him in convincing Chu Tiangu's associates that he had nowhere else to turn, thus fostering greater trust from them. No problem, I can assist you, Chu Chu replied, but I must emphasize that my urgency in expelling you is not merely because I have discovered your nefarious actions in the water, but rather due to your misdeeds. Chu Chu had no intention of revealing to Chu Tiangu her knowledge of the zombie's blood, so she sought alternative methods to feign the professor's dismissal. The professor, in full agreement, was willing to accept any rationale that would allow him to depart from this place in a legitimate manner. Chu Chu deliberately reminded him, Yet whether he appreciated her gesture was beyond her concern. Congratulations, host. The number of patrons at the Internet CAF has reached 10,000. You have fulfilled your task, and the network speed has further increased. Within a radius of 10 meters from the bathing center, a network signal can now be received. Please continue your efforts. In a mere few minutes of conversing with the professor, Chu Chu accomplished her task, her smile unwavering throughout. The delight of achieving something effortlessly, akin to discovering a treasure after an arduous search, was truly exhilarating. She pondered what measures could be taken to expand the coverage of the network signal. Chu Chu believed that merely planting trees would not suffice to ensure that bathing centers proliferate across the nation, especially since there were currently only 2 such establishments. Complicating the task of signal dissemination even further, the host may opt to utilize points for upgrades. With a sufficient accumulation of points, the network system can be enhanced, resulting in broader coverage and improved signal quality. However, upgrading with points is quite a formidable challenge. Points are a precious commodity, valuable not only for enhancing the network signal, but also for upgrading the system itself. It ultimately depends on the host's priorities. Is it more crucial to enhance the control system or to improve the network signal? Chu Chu sighed deeply, for this was a dilemma that weighed heavily upon her. Regardless of the choice she made, it would inevitably neglect the other option. She truly needed to reflect thoroughly before arriving at a decision. Let me ponder this carefully, for the system has already ascended to level 10, and further advancement may prove increasingly arduous. Chu Chu contemplated intently, realizing that the points required for each subsequent upgrade increased exponentially. While the network signal was still in its nascent stage, upgrading the network signal would likely demand fewer points than enhancing the spatial system. As I now aim to upgrade the network signal, what should I be mindful of during this process? After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Chu made a decisive resolution on the spot. The system patiently explained that the host need not prepare anything. However, during the large-scale upgrade process, there may be potential signal instability. Nonetheless, improvements are expected once the upgrade is completed, so there is no need for concern. It clarified that this was beyond its control, as any item would inevitably experience some degree of impact during the upgrading process. Chu Chu decided to undertake the upgrade of the network system during the night. She also issued an announcement to inform everyone not to panic in the event of unstable network signals. The staff at the bathing center had already formed a group, and upon hearing this news, everyone began to cheer within the group. Finally, the network signal upgrade was underway. Over the past few days, while playing games, I experienced considerable lag. At times, my opponents had already secured victory, while I was still desperately defending. Yes, indeed, my girlfriend ended our relationship due to network issues. I merely intended to vent my frustrations about the internet, yet she misconstrued my words as a personal attack. I felt utterly wronged. Kudos to boss Chu Chu. Tonight, everyone will refrain from using their mobile phones, ensuring that the network system upgrade proceeds smoothly. A night without my phone? I would rather be put to death. My phone has become an extension of my very being. I believe enduring one night without it is manageable. But should your selfishness impede the upgrade, the community shall not forgive you. Chu Chu is also in this group, and she promptly emerged to speak. There is no need for everyone to be overly anxious. During the upgrade process, signal instability may occur. It is advisable for everyone to refrain from using their mobile phones, though it is acceptable if it is necessary. Chapter 112. The challenges presented by the Research Institute. Acknowledged, acknowledged. Understood, no problem. Very well. I shall retire early for the sake of my health. The upgrade will officially commence at midnight today, so please be prepared. Upon announcing the time, Chu Chu ceased to engage with her phone. This group, languishing in idle chatter, often sways emotions with their incessant banter. Strangely, although they do not recognize one another in person, their conversations within the group flow as if they were genuine friends. Greetings, everyone. When did you all arrive at the bathhouse? I recently sensed an unsettling feeling, yet I cannot pinpoint its origin. I disregarded my discomfort and visited the pharmacy, where they diagnosed me with lumbar muscle strain. At merely in my 20s, how could I possibly suffer from such an affliction? There's an air of mystery here. and I implore everyone to refrain from discussing anything related to the owner or the bathhouse, lest we attract unwanted attention. Truly, it is imperative to speak cautiously. Everything appears normal now, and should we inadvertently provoke the owner, we might find ourselves expelled, which would be disastrous. I have grown accustomed to this haven, and the thought of venturing out into the unknown terrifies me. Let us redirect our discussions to other topics, for fear of drawing attention to any conversations regarding Chu Chu or the bathhouse. Their typing speed has noticeably increased, as if to evade scrutiny. At the stroke of midnight, the system will initiate an automatic upgrade, a process that unfolds at a painstakingly slow pace, anticipated to take 6 to 7 hours to complete. At this moment, Chu Chu was originally engrossed in her mobile phone. However, during the network upgrade, her device became utterly unresponsive, rendering it inoperable. With no other option, she succumbed to sleep. Although she typically drifted off swiftly, the hour was late. When she awoke the following day, she was still in a daze, her eyes bearing the unmistakable shadows of dark circles, clearly indicating her lack of vitality. Similarly, the professor was not faring any better. He had spent the entire night fretting over the potential perils of visiting Chu Chu's base. Yet, he felt trapped. If he abstained from going, he would be consigned to perpetrating heinous acts. He lamented his predicament, wishing he had foreseen this entanglement. When both individuals appeared in the hall, Guti and I immediately became alert. What had transpired the previous night? Why did they appear so listless? Could it be that the situation had grown more complicated? Chu Chu, is the situation not progressing smoothly? Guti and I led Chu Chu to a secluded area to inquire. If things are not going well, there is no need to persist. After all, the fate of those in this world, whether they live or die, has no bearing on you. You must focus solely on your own responsibilities. Even if it is not going well, I must persevere. Guti and I understand your concerns, but I possess my own resolve. In this world, no challenge is insurmountable. Only the determined prevail. As long as I remain steadfast, I shall surely find a resolution. I believe in your ability to resolve this, but promise me you won't push yourself too hard, all right? Guti and I gazed at Chu Chu with a heart full of compassion. If it proves unmanageable, entrust it to me. I will certainly assist you in overcoming all obstacles. Thank you. Your foremost task now is to discover the antidote to the affliction. Once the remedy is formulated, it will render any number of individuals at Chu Chu's base inconsequential. If he has transformed one person into a zombie, I will have the means to save another. Chu Chu's face radiated an unwavering determination. Having chosen this path, she would not falter, regardless of the arduous challenges that lay ahead. Guti and I had made significant progress in developing a remedy for the zombie virus, yet he was cautious, aware that any hasty actions could precipitate a greater calamity. He understood that only through meticulous experimentation could the medication be deemed ready for application. Rest assured, the research is nearing completion, he stated, but we are still in search of one crucial ingredient. Once we procure this vital component, everything will fall into place effortlessly. Guti and I spoke candidly, yet he acknowledged the difficulty in acquiring this essential item. Had it been easily obtainable, they would not have arrived at this juncture. What is this ingredient? Where can it be found? Chu Chu inquired anxiously upon hearing that the antidote was close to fruition. Guti's gaze softened as he revealed. It is a particular herb that thrives under exceedingly stringent conditions. It requires a damp and cool environment. Given the current sweltering heat, this herb has likely perished, making its discovery exceedingly challenging. As he spoke, a look of despondency crossed his face. He pondered whether this herb could be substituted with another ingredient. Should that be possible, their efforts would be rewarded with great success. Chu Chu pursed her lips, inquiring whether there were any seeds or samples of the herb. As long as she could identify the appearance and name of the plant, she was confident she would discover a way to locate it, even if it meant traversing to the farthest corners of the earth. Alternatively, she contemplated cultivating this herb within the woods. Although the forest was not abundant at present, it was gradually expanding. Given time, the cultivation of this herb could indeed become widespread. At that moment, Guti and I revealed that he possessed a specimen of the herb. Though it had been preserved in a spatial realm, leaving him uncertain of its current condition. As he spoke, he retrieved the herb, which remained remarkably fresh, still encased in soil. After all, in that dimension, everything was in stasis, and the herb appeared just as it had when placed there, untouched by time. Is this the herb in question? Chu Chu mused, feeling an uncanny familiarity with it, as if she had encountered it before. I also discovered a substitute, yet it proves to be highly unstable. I am genuinely apprehensive about the potential complications during its use, leaving me in a state of indecision regarding the next steps. I wish to continue my research. If I could find such a herb and cultivate on a large scale, my concerns would dissipate. Gu Ti and I sighed, acknowledging the myriad challenges that accompany the study of pharmaceuticals. The difficulties he faced were neither trivial nor monumental, but rather a complex amalgamation of both. Chapter 113. The system possesses abundance. Leave this matter to me. It is merely a herb, after all. I will find a way to cultivate it on a grand scale, ensuring not only your satisfaction, but also that of everyone at the wellness center. Upon acquiring the herb samples, Chu Chu felt an immediate surge of confidence. After parting ways, she promptly sought out the system for inquiries. System, is it possible to produce this herb on a large scale? The system, having observed the abundance of herbs within her space, contemplated for a moment before responding, Host, there are ample quantities of this herb within the space. You can have as much as you desire without the need for cultivation. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had you done so, everyone wouldn't have been so troubled. Chu Chu never anticipated that the system, which she had always trusted, would conceal such crucial information. The system felt quite aggrieved, its voice taking on a much more subdued tone. Host, you have truly wronged me. I had no knowledge of the efficacy of this herb. I merely assumed it to be a common weed and intended to eradicate it. Chu Chu took a deep breath, her face adorned with an apologetic smile. Until this moment, she had been unaware that the key to researching the antidote for the zombie virus lay in a singular herb. I realize I have wronged you, and I sincerely apologize. Please do not be upset. Speaking of serious matters, although there is an abundance within the space, I feel it is still woefully insufficient. This is not only a concern in our country. The zombie virus exists abroad as well. To eradicate it completely, we will undoubtedly require an immense quantity. Numerous individuals in need of salvation are under the watchful gaze of Chu Chu, and with the persistent disruptions caused by Chu Tiange, it is prudent to prepare an ample supply of antidote, better to be safe than sorry. The system, wholeheartedly dedicated to assisting Chu Chu, did not dwell on grievances following her apology, instead offering an unwavering pledge. Host, leave this matter to me. I assure you, I shall not let you down. Is it not merely a matter of large-scale production? I certainly have the means, though it will require a substantial amount of points. May I deduct them automatically? Whatever the amount needed, deduct it without hesitation. I am on the cusp of leveling up, and with this advancement, I may soon establish a new bathing center. So a slightly greater deduction matters little, as long as it facilitates the large-scale cultivation of herbs. Chu Chu observed that she was on the verge of reaching level 10. Upon attaining this milestone, she would unlock a new bathing center, though she remained uncertain about its location. As long as there is a host, that is all I need. If the host is concerned about the sufficiency of herbs, one can cultivate them nearby. Wherever we have our trees, such herbs can flourish, the voice continued. In our woodland, any plant can thrive rapidly. Even vegetables can be cultivated, which are highly beneficial for one's health after consumption. Chu Chu nodded in agreement. She had now employed numerous individuals to plant trees, and she firmly believed that, sooner or later, the scope of the trees would expand significantly. She planned to hire additional workers to cultivate vegetables, which could be sold through delivery platforms or in supermarkets. Although the system provided corresponding vegetables and meats, it deducted a cost when they were sold. However, if the host cultivated the vegetables and raised the animals themselves, the system would only charge a management fee, allowing the host to retain all remaining points. This arrangement would expedite her point accumulation, albeit at a higher initial cost. Nevertheless, the health benefits of consuming such homegrown vegetables would undoubtedly lead to substantial sales. Congratulations, host! The bathing center system has now reached level 10. The third phase of the bathing center is now available. Please decide whether to proceed immediately. Chu Chu had just been contemplating how to proceed with the upgrades when, all of a sudden, she discovered that the bathing center had ascended to level 10. She truly ought to celebrate this achievement. The vicinity surrounding the 3 sections of the bathing center was exceedingly desolate. She observed for an extended period, yet no human presence materialized. System, are you certain that humans will appear here? Establishing our bathing center in this location, could it lead to a complete loss? Chu Chu harbored a profound mistrust towards the system, for the current circumstances were indeed far from optimistic. The desolation surrounding her was palpable. Not even a solitary bird graced the air, leading her to question the likelihood of human presence. Rest assured, dear host, the system harbors no intentions of causing you harm. The scarcity of human life in this area may indeed yield unforeseen advantages. I implore you to exercise patience in your search. The mysteries here will soon reveal themselves. The system assured, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, articulating these words prompted by the whispers of its own cognition. The system, steadfast in its honesty, asserted that what existed must truly be there. However, Chu Chu grappled with the challenge of discerning how to uncover such truths. In hindsight, she lamented not bringing Gutian along. Yet, it was impossible to do so, as he was currently engrossed in his research for the antidote, a detail she had overlooked and a matter of utmost significance. Upon reaching this point, Chu Chu realized that she had forgotten to inform Gutian about the matter concerning the herbs, and he must be quite anxious now. I can provide a substantial supply of this particular herb. Will you be able to expedite the research and devise an antidote? Chu Chu hurriedly dashed into the laboratory, barely catching her breath before expressing her capabilities. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy with despair, as only Gutian and the cowboy remained, alongside a few zombies. Can you truly provide this? The cowboy, upon hearing the news, was filled with overwhelming excitement. He grasped Chu Chu's shoulders, causing her discomfort. Release her. Such behavior is utterly inappropriate, Gutian admonished, casting a disapproving glare at the cowboy as he intervened to separate them. The cowboy sheepishly scratched his head, attempting to justify. I was merely overwhelmed with enthusiasm. We have been researching this drug for several months, and now we can finally produce it on a large scale. First, we must cure the toxins afflicting both myself and Uncle T and I, enabling us to return to normalcy. Gutian, however, remained skeptical, pondering that the situation could not be so straightforward. Chu Chu, please transport a portion of the herbs over. I will prepare some samples to test on these zombies. If we can cure them, we shall then attend to the cowboy and Uncle T and I. Gutian had his own considerations. As long as the drug proved effective, the demand for it would inevitably rise. They had invested considerable effort and would not allow their work to benefit others without due reward. Chapter 114, The Conclusion. Chu Chu instructed the system to transport the herbs, which were then integrated into the antidote. After administering it to 2 of the zombies, they gradually regained consciousness. What has happened to us? One wondered. I feel as though I have just awoken from a dream in which I was a zombie. Good heavens, why am I covered in blood? Could it be that I have also transformed into a zombie? Although several individuals had returned to normalcy, Chu Chu and her companions chose not to release them immediately. Instead, they opted to keep them under observation in the laboratory, wary of the possibility that they might unexpectedly revert to their zombie state. As 10 days to half a month elapsed, the condition of these individuals continued to improve. They were able to eat, drink, and even laugh. After communicating with them, Chu Chu discovered that their thoughts were vibrant and clear, and their reaction of disgust upon seeing blood indicated that they had transformed into normal human beings. Guti and I promptly arranged for them to undergo blood tests, the results of which revealed that these individuals were in excellent health. Really? That's wonderful. It signifies that our medication is effective. I shall administer it to myself immediately. Uncle T and I, please ensure the medication is distributed. The cowboy, eager to return to his normal human state, took the medication from Uncle T and I, and gradually, the toxins in his bloodstream were cleansed. The professor, lurking within Chu Tianji's base, upon receiving Chu Chu's signal, swiftly disseminated the news regarding the bathing center's possession of a treatment for the zombie virus. Upon learning this news, the individuals within the base were elated. Having previously lost all hope, they were now reignited with the prospect of restoring their loved ones to their former selves. Even if they themselves had contracted the zombie virus, there remained a possibility for treatment, rendering Chu Tianji's base seemingly devoid of purpose. Chu Tiangu still wished to continue manipulating them. However, their yearning for health had long surpassed all else, prompting each of them to depart from the base one by one. Gu Ti and I brought the raw materials to the medical building, where ready-to-use machinery awaited for pharmaceutical production. Everyone eagerly joined the team dedicated to the crafting of medicine. Chu Chu did not allow them to toil in vain. The points due to them each day were never insufficient. They worked fervently, and soon the news reached the ears of the leaders at the central base. This time, a high-ranking official from the central base personally sought out Chu Chu, eager to discuss a potential collaboration. Although Chu Chu agreed, she also put forth her own conditions. The senior leaders could purchase medicine from her, but it should not impede her from selling to others. Chu Chu, our sole intention is to restore normalcy to our nation. The fate of individuals from other countries is beyond our concern. In fact, I even wish for their extinction. Director Zhou clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as memories of past transgressions flooded his mind, fueling a desire for collective retribution against those who wronged them. Your perspective is misguided. If our nation were the only one left in existence, we would become severely insular. The brilliance of humanity thrives on diversity. What they conceive may elude us. It is only through the survival of all that society can evolve into something more splendid. Chu Chu yearns for vengeance. However, even if she avenges herself, will it truly yield a favorable outcome? I wholeheartedly concur with Chu Chu's sentiment. In truth, all individuals deserve to survive, for the common folk bear no guilt in this matter. Yet, I hope that when Chu Chu sets her prices, she will mark them up several-fold for foreign buyers. The high-ranking officials echo Chu Chu's perspective, yet they yearn to witness the foreigners suffer a loss. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. I shall indeed raise the prices for them. People from various nations have been drawn to the bathing center's trilogy, and they have eagerly procured the antidote from Chu Chu, thereby rescuing many of their compatriots. Chu Chu's actions captured the attention of leaders from various nations, who, in unison, arrived at the bathing center for a leisurely stroll. Upon encountering one another, their astonishment was palpable. How is it that you find yourselves here, within our borders? They questioned, perplexed, for indeed, they were on our territory. The atmosphere was thick with confusion as they exchanged words, until Chu Chu stepped forward to elucidate the situation. Every nation represented here can access this bathing center and even take residence within its confines. Therefore, I urge you not to fret or indulge in unnecessary speculation. I am aware that your visit is of significance and pertains to the matter of the antidote. I am prepared to agree to supply you with the antidote in substantial quantities. Chu Chu candidly articulated the purpose of their visit. However, she stipulated a condition. Within our nation lies a base known as Chu Tiangu, and I hope you can assist in its obliteration. Our leadership has already acquiesced to this endeavor. It is inconvenient for them to intervene directly, thus I implore you to act on their behalf. The annihilation of this base would grant us the privilege to procure the antidote, and even they are aware of the implications of this transaction. Under the professor's covert cooperation, the Chu Tiangu base was eradicated, and Chu Tiangu herself was apprehended by Chu Chu. Chu Chu, you shameless individual, we took you in with kindness, and this is how you repay us. My parents will surely be heartbroken upon learning of this. Chu Tiangu began to play the emotional card with Chu Chu, but she was no longer the innocent flower she once was. Having endured so much, she had seen through everything. His words were merely a means of self-preservation. Chu Chu confined him and administered a dose of zombie blood. Since he harbored an affinity for the undead, let him experience the sensation of transforming into a zombie. Chu Chu's business continued to flourish, and although the number of zombies diminished day by day, the environment grew increasingly splendid. She inspired the global populace to unite in planting trees. And in response to her call, people complied, transforming the world into a more enchanting place. Chu Chu gazed at her surroundings, a contented smile gracing her lips. She had exerted her utmost efforts to reach this point, and she fervently hoped that in the future, everyone would cherish the environment and that the horrors of the undead would never again befall them. As darkness enveloped the world, it was time for rest. Guti and I draped the coat over her shoulders, offering a gentle reminder. All right. Chu Chu subtly distanced herself from him. She yearned for a solitary life, untouched by companionship. The end.